Chapter 1. Have you never encountered a male? Wow. Ouch. Bai Yueyue cradled her head, rolling down the dirt slope several times before finally coming to a halt. With a soft whimper, she wiped away her tears, glancing at the numerous abrasions on her body. Gululu, a wave of intense hunger surged through her, making her stomach feel as though it were twisting into knots. Despair enveloped her as she curled up on the ground. Just a day prior, she had been a senior physician at the Huasha Medical Association. However, while engrossed in her phone on the way home, she accidentally fell into a manhole, only to awaken in a strange forest. The most terrifying discovery was that she had undergone a transformation. Animal ears sprouted from her head, and a long, snow-white tail trailed behind her. Bai Yueyue understood all too well that she had traversed into another world. Yet she arrived as a solitary figure. Where was the legendary system? "I'm so hungry, so very hungry," she murmured, her vision flickering in and out. Ding dong. Detecting host Bai Yueyue, initiating system connection. Bai Yueyue jolted. It was the system. "Greetings, esteemed host. I am the Geo Auxiliary Reproduction System. Yo mai kalmadiudio. Please accept the settings. You're now a low-tier, third-grade fox beast in the beast world. Combat power, 0 points. Survival points, 10 points. Survival points can be used to exchange for survival items in the spatial marketplace. Accumulating enough survival points will unlock hidden features. Your task is to find a powerful male in the beast world and bear high-quality offspring. Now, I present you with a novice gift package. Storage space. Initial capacity of 100 cubic meters, expandable. Ooh, after longing for the system, I finally got it. But wait, did you just say bear offspring? Bai Yueyue's mind exploded, her eyes wide with disbelief, as if she had stumbled upon an extraordinary revelation. Indeed, as long as you find a high-quality male and successfully bear high-quality offspring, you will receive generous rewards, and there is also a chance to return to the modern world. Upon hearing this, Bai Yueyue's eyes sparkled. She could return, and she would give birth. She could have 100 if needed. A faint blue light screen appeared before her, showcasing an array of survival tools. However, upon glancing at the prices listed, her previously ignited fighting spirit was extinguished. They're all so expensive. Are you robbing me? The prices are fair and just, catering to both young and old. Your senses have been enhanced. Please rely on your sense of smell to swiftly locate a high-quality male for mating. Bai Yueyue's face flushed crimson. Mating was precisely that. Having never even been touched by a man, she was now being urged to engage in such activities openly. What a sin. Aren't female beasts supposed to be quite precious? Why must I actively seek a male? Bai Yueyue was left speechless. Ah, host, you are currently just a low-tier female with diminished reproductive capabilities, thus not considered precious. Huh. Bai Yueyue nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. You want me to bear offspring despite my diminished reproductive capabilities? Pressure breeds progress. You can enhance your level and improve your reproductive capabilities through cultivation. Furthermore, in the beast world, as long as you find a male to form a partnership, you can unconditionally accept their support. Damn system. Yet, at present, she couldn't concern herself with mating and reproduction. She was on the verge of starvation. Bai Yueyue crouched on the ground, akin to a small beast, desperately sniffing the air. Her senses were remarkably acute, capable of distinguishing numerous scents within the soil. It was said that treasures abound in deep forests. Yet after sniffing around, she found nothing, not even the peel of a fruit. While distracted, her nose abruptly collided with something, causing her to see stars. That hurt. What the hell is this? Shaking her head, Bai Yueyue looked up to find a large, dark, oval object before her. It appeared to be an egg, an enormous one, towering over 2 meters high. The surface of the eggshell was covered in a scaly texture, glimmering strangely beneath the shade of the trees. Bai Yueyue stood upright, reaching out to touch it. Still warm? Wow, what a massive egg. This should make for a hearty meal, Bai Yueyue thought, unceremoniously stuffing the egg into her system's storage space. She was not picky. Anything edible was sufficient. Once satisfied, she would have the strength to find a partner and bear young. Oh no, such a large egg. Geo might break it. Woe is me. How bold of you. Before long, Bai Yueyue found a vast cavern to take refuge in and placed the giant egg inside. She picked up a stone and tapped it against the eggshell. Wow, this shell is quite hard. I need to make a tool to break it open. Without hesitation, Bai Yueyue tore some vines from nearby trees, snapped off a thick branch, and selected a conical stone, securing the stone to the branch with the vines. Thus, a rudimentary stone chisel was crafted. Geo, exchanged for 2 flint stones. Night was approaching, and wild beasts feared fire, which would provide a measure of safety. Ding dong. Items received. Host now has 3 survival points remaining. Crafting tools grants an additional 10 survival points. With limited survival points, she needed to conserve them. Before becoming a physician, she had grown up as a rural child, possessing some fundamental survival skills. Bai Yueyue gathered some dry grass and small branches and discovered several hemostatic herbs, quickly stowing them in her storage space. After much effort, she managed to ignite a fire. Suddenly feeling the urge to relieve herself, she slipped into the nearby thicket. A woo! A piercing wolf howl echoed from deep within the forest. Damn it! Bai Yueyue felt a chill run down her spine, scrambling back to the cavern in fright. Little master, this chapter has more to offer. Please click the next page to continue. Reading the story becomes even more thrilling. Unbeknownst to her, danger had silently approached. Bai Yueyue picked up the stone chisel from the ground, tearing off a palm leaf to fashion a bowl, preparing to make an opening in the egg to collect some egg liquid. However, upon re-entering the cavern, the items in her hands clattered to the ground, and she froze in place. The enormous egg she had seen moments ago was now shattered, and atop the remnants sat a man. He was a striking figure, with long silver hair cascading down his back and a face of exquisite beauty, his features like a work of art. Upon noticing Bai Yueyue at the cave entrance, the man stood up with a graceful demeanor. This man possessed perfectly sculpted muscles, standing at an impressive height, a paragon of the inverted triangle-shaped broad shoulders, tapering to a narrow waist. The impressive appendage between his legs made Bai Yueyue's head spin. What on earth had she brought back? Truly, in the beast world, even an egg that has come alive is so magnificent, Bai Yueyue thought, nearly leaking a nosebleed from excitement. Forget about the egg. Before her stood a male beast man at the pinnacle of the 8th tier, imbued with extraordinary abilities, possessing at least level 70 spiritual power, though his original form remained concealed. The species was unknown, and the danger level was high. Hosts were advised against making any rash movements. The system vibrated with urgency. 8th tier? There were only 10 tiers for beastmen. Bai Yueyue's heart raced, and she found herself rooted to the spot, unable to move. The male beastman approached her slowly, his long fingers gripping her chin, turning her face away from certain areas. Have you truly never encountered a male beast? Chapter 2. Be my female, and I shall protect you. As his fingertips brushed against Bai Yueyue's skin, Long Hao felt a mysterious warmth flow through him, momentarily alleviating the stiffness throughout his body. This fox beast, Bai Yueyue, hearing Long Hao's words, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. I'm sorry, she stammered, having been single for 20 years and truly never having encountered one before. Long Hao suddenly leaned closer to Bai Yueyue's neck, inhaling deeply, his voice rising, the scent of pheromones. Females only emit pheromones during their heat, a fragrance that can travel great distances, driving male beasts wild. Seeing the entranced expression in her eyes, Bai Yueyue imagined herself being devoured down to the last bone. Egg bro, I haven't bathed in months, am salty, and might choke you. Please don't eat me. Bai Yueyue's body shivered, her fox ears nervously flattening against her head. Long Hao's gaze shifted, his striking emerald eyes enhancing his ethereal beauty beyond description. Eat her. It was clear that she had intended to consume him first. A disdainful snort escaped Long Hao's lips. You, little female, are rather frail and seemingly not very clever, lacking even a smidgen of spiritual power. How is it that you transformed so remarkably? In Long Hao's understanding, females devoid of spiritual power were typically frail, ugly, and had diminished reproductive capabilities, yet this little female appeared so fair and beautiful, leaving him utterly perplexed. However, her warmth felt strangely beneficial to him. Bai Yueyue couldn't focus on how alluring his voice sounded, her mind racing with confusion over whether he was complimenting or mocking her. What's your name? Bai Yueyue. From this moment forth, you're my female. Now, mate with me. Absolutely not. No. Hey brother, please. I am so frail and not particularly bright, I would surely diminish the physical and intellectual prowess of your offspring. Please, spare me. Bai Yueyue exclaimed in fear, hastily waving her hands. Goodness. Host, have you lost your mind? This is an 8th tier male. Do you have any idea how exceptional his progeny would be? Do you not wish to return home? The system was growing anxious. That's not it. I'm just not prepared for such an encounter, especially with an unknown species. What if he turns out to be some grotesque creature? How utterly absurd. Observing Bai Yueyue's reluctance, Long Hao's expression darkened, and the temperature around them plummeted. In the sweltering summer heat, Bai Yueyue noticed the nearby foliage adorned with a layer of milky frost, causing her to involuntarily shiver. The man before her suddenly radiated danger. Do you dare to reject me? Long Hao's eyes flashed with a hint of menace. Bai Yueyue, feeling cornered, instinctively began to retreat, but was abruptly frozen in place by a piercing wolf howl. From the thicket ahead, a multitude of eerie green eyes glimmered ominously. Your scent has attracted a pack of wolves. I cannot believe you're so naive as to not conceal your aroma during your heat cycle. Long Hao's head emerged from behind her shoulder. Host, you forgot to bury it. Bai Yueye's mind was racing with 1,000 expletives. She vowed never to relieve herself outdoors again. The fire outside had dwindled to little more than embers, while the wolf pack lingered in the underbrush, restless yet seemingly wary. Become my female, and I shall protect you. Long Hao was enchanted by the sweet, warm scent of Bai Yueye's pheromones. Bai Yueyue was left speechless, tears welling in her eyes. Host, I advise you to acquiesce. This is an 8th-tier beastman, a rare opportunity indeed. Otherwise, you may find yourself in dire straits. Long Hao took a step back, and the wolf pack advanced a step, clearly intimidated by him. Better to live than to die. Her mission was to find a husband and bear offspring, and this egg was undeniably handsome. Help me, egg brother. Bai Yueye's legs gave way, and she fell to her knees. What egg brother? I am Long Hao, he replied, his brow furrowing slightly before sweeping her up from the ground and holding her close. How? Charge! Bring me that female. With a ferocious roar, the wolves surged forth from the thicket, racing toward the pair. Long Hao raised his hand, and Bai Yueyue felt the air around her compress, making it difficult to breathe. Suddenly, numerous chilling ice spikes materialized, hurtling toward the oncoming wolves. The lead wolf, unable to evade, was pierced mercilessly by the icy projectiles. Bai Yueyue gasped in astonishment. Was this the beastman's supernatural ability? Run. It's an ability user. The wolf pack turned tail and fled in terror. Long Hao snapped back to reality and lifted Bai Yueyue to his eye level. I am Long Hao. From this moment forth, you are my female. At dawn, I will escort you back to the tribe, but should you attempt to flee, I will consume you. Bai Yueye's tail bristled, trembling from the cold emanating from Long Hao, and she nodded fervently. In the beastly world, females were cherished, yet here she was being coaxed and intimidated in equal measure. Without further ado, Long Hao carried Bai Yueyue deep into the cave. In the darkness, his frosty hands gripped her slender waist. Shoo! A heady fragrance enveloped them, causing Bai Yueye's mind to cloud. Suddenly, she felt a sharp pain beneath her, and she fainted. The following day, sunlight illuminated the cave, and Bai Yueyue groaned as she opened her eyes. It hurts. The pain was excruciating. Bai Yueyue clutched her abdomen, curling up like a shrimp. System, what has happened to me? Congratulations, host. You have completed your first mating. You are one step closer to quality offspring. First mating? Bai Yueye's mind went blank. Indeed, host. You are in heat, and the 8th-tier beastman opposite you is also in heat, hence it was only natural. Moreover, if you do not engage in regular mating, your released pheromones will attract more male beasts, which is quite perilous. My first time Bai Yueyue was petrified. Had she been completely taken advantage of? After a moment, she realized the male beastman had vanished without a trace. What the? He just leaves after everything? He promised to take me with him. Bai Yueyue was about to explode when her keen fox ears caught the sound of wind. Whoosh! A gust of wind rushed into the cave, sending Bai Yueyue tumbling head over heels. Ouch! A massive shadow suddenly darkened the entrance, revealing a colossal black dragon clutching a plump wild boar in its jaws. Oh my goodness! Bai Yueyue ducked for cover, slipping and falling. Thud! The dragon dropped the wild boar at her feet and transformed back into human form. It was Long Hao. Beast form data, 4-winged black dragon, peak 8th-tier beastman, spiritual power level 78. So powerful? What are you afraid of? Do you not recognize your own male? Long Hao approached directly, dragging the wild boar toward Bai Yueyue. Eat this wild boar, you are far too frail to sustain yourself. So he hadn't left, but rather gone hunting. Chapter 3. This little fox is extraordinary. At that moment, Long Hao had wrapped himself in a pelt, accentuating his chiseled abs and vline, radiating primal allure. Goodness, how handsome! Yet that was not the main point. Glancing at the wild boar on the ground made Bai Yueye's mouth water. Thank you, thank you. She was on the verge of starvation after last night's ordeal. If she didn't replenish her energy soon, she might not survive. Her fox instincts left her utterly defenseless against the succulent wild boar meat, though she still couldn't bring herself to eat it raw. Bai Yueyue struggled to her feet, tucking her fluffy tail between her legs. Do you have a knife? Her current survival resources were dismally scarce. Snap! Without further ado, Long Hao thrust a bone knife into the side of the wild boar. Bai Yueye's hair stood on end as she carefully crouched down, laboriously slicing a piece of boar meat to skewer on a branch before attempting to start a fire. The grass skirt she previously used for modesty had been torn to shreds by Long Hao last night, so she had no choice but to use it as kindling. Leaning against the cave wall, Long Hao watched Bai Yueyue with keen interest, recalling the enchanting experience from the night before. So, this was what mating with a female felt like. Crackle. Thanks to Bai Yueye's persistent efforts, the flames leaped to life, startling Long Hao, who had been lost in thought. Bai Yueyue was momentarily taken aback, watching Long Hao leap away in fear, suppressing a laugh. Brother Long, are you afraid of fire? What is there to fear? He could hardly believe that this low-tier female would wield flames. Did she not lack spiritual power? What were those two black stones in her hands that could manipulate fire? What are you doing? She asked. Roasting meat? Eating raw meat will upset your stomach. As she spoke, Bai Yueyue twirled the skewers, her large eyes sparkling with excitement. Roasting meat? Long Hao pressed his lips together. After their intimate encounter the previous night, the cold poison within him had significantly abated. Today, witnessing her control the flames, this little fox was far from ordinary. A chill flickered in Long Hao's eyes, a sense of wariness rising within him. The warmth of the fire enveloped the cave, alleviating the stiffness in his fingertips. How comforting. Soon, the tantalizing aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air, and Long Hao found himself involuntarily swallowing. The meat, charred by flames, was surprisingly enticing. Wow, it smells incredible, Bai Yueyue exclaimed, but upon meeting Long Hao's gaze, which was tinged with desire, she extended the roasted meat towards him. Here, try some. Long Hao immediately shook his head. I won't eat it. It's for you. In a world where prey was scarce, he had chased this wild boar through most of the forest to catch it. This frail female needed to eat more. Bai Yueyue lifted her gaze and blinked. I cannot consume so much. It would be wasteful if you do not partake. At the very least, it is something that someone else has caught. She cannot indulge alone. Long Hao hesitated for a moment, observing Bai Yueye's innocent little face, and then took the roasted meat, savoring a bite that turned out to be extraordinarily delicious. Is it tasty? Bai Yueyue looked at Long Hao with eager anticipation. Yes, you should eat more. Long Hao's expression softened considerably as he raised his hand to present a wild boar's leg before Bai Yueyue. Bai Yueyue felt a chill envelop her neck. Such immense strength. She truly feared he might twist her head off. Thank you, Long Go. What Long Go? Just call me Long Hao. You are now my mate, so feel free to address me by my name. Long Hao casually settled on the ground, propping one leg up, his elbow resting on his knee. Exuding an air of charm, Bai Yueyue nodded obediently, but when she raised her gaze, she noticed that Long Hao's left arm was adorned with peculiar black and blue lines. These strange markings had already crept up to the elbow of his arm. Bai Yueye's gaze darkened as she squinted her eyes. Noticing her attention, Long Hao instinctively retracted his arm. It's nothing, he replied. Reluctant to divulge more, he left her with a sense of unease. Though Bai Yueyue dared not press further, her intuition suggested that it was some form of toxin, one that was spreading. What secrets could this man be concealing? Bai Yueyue indulged in several skewers of wild boar meat and devoured a pork leg, her mouth glistening with grease. She discreetly stashed away a pork chop in the system space. Are you full? Long Hao's sudden inquiry startled Bai Yueyue, prompting her to instinctively rise to her feet. Yes, I'm full. All right, let us return to the tribe. Huh. Bai Yueyue nestled upon Long Hao's back, her fingers clutching the firm, scaly armor that adorned him. As they soared through the skies on the majestic black dragon, Bai Yueyue felt as though she were ensconced in a dream. Before long, Long Hao retracted his wings and swiftly descended, transforming into his human form and gently cradling Bai Yueyue as they landed gracefully upon the ground. Bai Yueyue felt her eyes sting from the wind, yet all she could see were numerous stone caves and grass huts surrounding her. Lord Long Hao has returned. Lord Long Hao has returned. The atmosphere became tumultuous as a group of beastmen surged forth from the caves and huts. Upon catching sight of Long Hao, they all, without exception, prostrated themselves on the ground, displaying utmost reverence. Among these beastmen, some had the heads of beasts with human bodies, others, like Bai Yueyue, bore animal traits. And yet others had completely transformed into human forms, showcasing a diverse array of shapes and species. Everyone, please rise. Yes. As the crowd discerned Bai Yueyue and Long Hao's arms, they exchanged glances in astonishment. Has Lord Long Hao rescued another unfortunate beastman? This little fox beast is so adorable. Devoid of any fox-like scent, Bai Yueyue felt uneasy under the piercing gazes, hastily wrapping herself in her fluffy tail. The chapter has not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the thrilling narrative. Long Hao cast a fleeting glance at Bai Yueyue before directly carrying her into a vast cave. Upon witnessing this scene, the orcs became agitated. Lord Long Hao has taken her into his cave? She must be Lord Long Hao's beloved. This revelation would drive Xiang Yue to madness. Long Hao's cave was exceptionally spacious, featuring a large stone bed at its center, adorned with thick animal hides. He gently placed Bai Yueyue on the stone bed. I shall step out for a moment. Wait for me here, and do not run away. Oh, Bai Yueyue nodded vigorously. Realizing the perilous nature of this beastly world, she was utterly powerless to flee. No sooner had Long Hao exited than a male orc entered. leading an elderly female orc who appeared somewhat frail. The female orc had dark skin and 2 animal ears atop her head, resembling a wolf. The memory of the ferocious wolves from the previous night prompted Bai Yueyue to instinctively retreat. The female orc leaned forward and handed Bai Yueyue a somewhat coarse animal skin garment, gesturing animatedly. Seeing the bewilderment on Bai Yueyue's face, the male orc quickly interjected. This is Chi-Chi's mother. She has injured her throat and cannot speak. She says you need not be afraid. Once you are in the tribe, you will be safe. I am Qianche, responsible for daily hunting. Chi-Chi's mother nodded in understanding and smiled kindly at Bai Yueyue. Thank you. Bai Yueye's apprehension began to dissipate with that smile as she hurriedly donned the animal skin garment. Although it was slightly oversized, its softness was comforting. What is your name? Bai Yueyue. Before Qianche could respond, a commotion erupted from the cave entrance. Make way. A voice, urgent and commanding, echoed from the back of the orc crowd. The orcs quickly parted to form a path, revealing a robust female orc who rushed in like a whirlwind. This orc was flawlessly transformed, her complexion vibrant, and her physique powerful. Her luminescent green eyes radiated a dangerous aura, and upon spotting Bai Yueyue on the stone bed, a flicker of murderous intent clouded her gaze. You insolent female, how dare you sit in Lord Longhao's cave? Get out at once. The female orc glared fiercely. Bai Yueyue was startled by the sudden sharpness of the tone and cast a disdainful glance at the female beast man. Who is this woman? Xiang Yue. This little fox beast is the female of Lord Longhao. Henceforth, she shall be one of our kin. Why do you harbor such hostility? Qianche interjected, positioning himself protectively in front of Bai Yueyue. Ding dong. Xiang Yue, a 5th-tier wolf beast, spirit power level 47. What did you say? Female? Indeed, look closely. That is the mating mark of Lord Longhao, Qianche remarked, pointing at the mark on Bai Yueye's chest. As these words were spoken, a buzz of astonishment rippled through the surroundings. Bai Yueyue lowered her gaze and indeed found a pale blue sigil of a coiling dragon emblazoned upon her chest. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that it was a simplistic, abstract representation of a dragon. At the sight of this mark on Bai Yueye's chest, Xiang Yue's facial muscles involuntarily twitched. She had just heard that Longhao had brought back a fox beast, seemingly its female counterpart, and had rushed back in haste. Now she found this inferior seductress seated upon Longhao's stone bed. Huh, I wondered what it was. Only to discover it was a subpar female devoid of any spiritual energy. How could such a low-fertility creature be worthy of being Longhao's mate? You would do well to leave the clan at once. Xiang Yue cast a sidelong glance at Bai Yueyue. Enough, Xiang Yue. We must show respect to Longhao's mate. Do not overstep your bounds, Qianche admonished coldly. What are you to command me? Do not forget, I am a priestess. Xiang Yue retorted, her pride evident as she bristled with indignation. Bai Yueyue squinted her eyes, contemplating the notion of a priestess. It sounded quite formidable. And considering the formidable strength of the she-wolf, one punch could likely be fatal. With Longhao absent, it was prudent for her to refrain from any rash actions for the time being. Furthermore, you, lowly female, come down here. Xiang Yu's dark hand seized Bai Yueye's slender arm, yanking her forcefully down from the stone bed. Bai Yueyue fell heavily to the ground, the impact causing sharp pain in her coccyx, tears welling in her eyes. Stop it, Xiang Yue. This female has mated with Lord Longhao. She may very well be carrying his offspring. If Lord Longhao returns and sees you treating his female in such a manner, be prepared for punishment. Qianche exclaimed, forcefully pushing Xiang Yue aside. Xiang Yue stumbled, her face contorted in disbelief as she fixed her gaze on Qianche. Oh, so you dare to push me? She retorted, with a menacing glance directed at Bai Yueyue, as if she wished to tear her apart. A sinister smile crept across her face. Huh, offspring. The question is whether this 3rd-tier lowly beast can even conceive. What luck could she possibly have? Upon hearing this, Bai Yueyue instinctively touched her abdomen and inquired, System. I have mated with that great dragon. Am I expecting a child? Coughing lightly, the mother wolf remarked, Indeed, you have yet to experience such good fortune. Bai Yueyue, sister will truly express her gratitude. Moreover, as she has just joined the clan, even if she is the female of Lord Longhao, she must undergo the sacred rite of baptism, a tradition established by the beast god. With the high priest absent at this moment, I, as the tribal shaman, possess the authority to lead the new clan member in venerating the beast god. Anyone who dares to defy this will be opposing the beast god. The final words of Xiang Yue were directed at Qianche. Upon hearing the mention of the high priest and the beast god, the surrounding beastmen instantly adopted a more submissive demeanor. Qianche is the strongest beastman in the tribe after Longhao, and he enjoys a considerable level of trust and respect. However, Xiang Yue, as the designated shaman by the high priest, holds an even more distinguished status. Bring forth this inferior female to receive the baptism from the beast god. Bai Yueyue had yet to comprehend the situation when she found herself seized by someone, dragged to the foot of the tribe's mountains, and forcefully pressed onto an open patch of ground. Bring forth the sacred bones for my baptism, commanded Xiang Yue, gazing down upon Bai Yueyue with an air of superiority, the muscles in her face twitching ominously, instilling a sense of dread within Bai Yueyue. with one hand grasping a long feather and the other clutching a beast bone. Bai Yueyue began to dance animatedly before Bai Yueyue, uttering strange, melodic sounds. Bai Yueyue gazed at Bai Yueye's exuberant antics, feeling an uncanny familiarity. It reminded her of her childhood when she was possessed, and the village shaman performed similar ecstatic dances. Like a playful monkey, Bai Yueyue leaped about before lifting a water-filled lotus leaf overhead. May the beast god bestow upon us the sacred water. A barely perceptible smug smile spread across Bai Yueye's face. You wretched fox beast, your doom is at hand. Bring forth the sacred water and pour it down her throat. If she remains unscathed, it signifies the beast god has accepted her, but if any misfortune befalls her. Several beastmen advanced, forcefully gripping Bai Yueye's mouth and pouring the mysterious liquid from the lotus leaf into her. Ugh! A sour, fishy taste surged through Bai Yueye's mouth, nearly making her gag. Soon after, a conspicuous red rash began to spread across her exposed fair skin at an alarming rate. Ah, look at that little fox beast. Bai Yueyue felt a sudden shock as she noticed the triumphant smile on Bai Yueye's face, seemingly unable to conceal her malicious intentions. Behold, this fox beast is afflicted with a plague. It will bring calamity upon us. Our tribe is doomed, Bai Yueyue exclaimed, causing the surrounding beast men to panic and retreat in haste. Bai Yueyue was momentarily startled, but she quickly raised her hand to take the pulse. Fortunately, it was merely a common herb poison. That wicked she-wolf truly possessed cunning methods, almost making her forget that she was a physician. Ding, exchange for a silver needle. Ding dong. The item has been received, and her survival points have been reduced to 0. Bai Yueyue gritted her teeth, silently extracting a silver needle and applying it directly to her wrist acupoint. Instantly, the red mark dissipated into fine threads, crawling towards the needle. Quick, eliminate that despicable female. Bai Yueyue shrieked impatiently. No, she is the maid of Lord Longhao. Her fate, whether life or death, must be determined by him. A female beastman stepped forward. Ayun, do you wish to incur the wrath of the beast god? It is not your place as a mere 4th-tier beastman to speak here. As for you all, those who dare defy this priestess's commands shall have no respite. You are utterly malicious. If you wish to frame someone, at least employ a more cunning method. Using such petty tricks and still calling yourself a priestess? Bai Yueyue calmly withdrew the needle. Its tip darkened, while the red mark upon her vanished without a trace. Behold, the mark on that little fox beast has disappeared. Could it be that Bai Yueyue acted with intent? The surrounding beastmen erupted into a commotion, all eyes turning towards Bai Yueyue. Bai Yueyue stared in disbelief at Bai Yueyue. How? Anger points increased by 10 have now converted into survival points. Bai Yueyue was taken aback, her anger simmering. Enough, Bai Yueyue. While Lord Longhao has yet to return, you ought to temper your demeanor. Do not presume I am oblivious to your intentions. Lord Longhao has expressed his disinterest in you, so there is no need for you to exert yourself in vain. Qianche's voice was icy. In that instant, Bai Yueyue felt as though her pride had been trampled underfoot, leaving her trembling with indignation. How could she, a dignified shaman of the tribe and a 5th-tier female, be outshone by a mere 3rd-tier fox beast devoid of spiritual power? You wretched female, you shall pay for this. Bai Yueyue transformed into a colossal gray wolf, her jaws agape as she lunged toward Bai Yueyue. Stop, Bai Yueyue. Qianche's attempt to intervene came too late. Bai Yueye's pupils dilated in fear as she instinctively raised her hand to shield herself, feeling an icy chill pierce her chest. Audacious. Chapter 5. I shall cherish you just as Bai Yueyue aimed for Bai Yueye's throat with deadly intent. An icicle, infused with frigid energy, suddenly pierced her shoulder. Bai Yueyue let out a pained cry, the force of the impact sending her hurtling through the air until she finally came to a halt. A flash of blue light illuminated the scene as Bai Yueyue felt herself lifted and securely cradled in strong arms. Bai Yueyue, in a state of bewilderment, raised her gaze, her eyes falling upon Longhao's perfectly chiseled jawline. Lord Longhao, with great effort, managed to rise from the ground, transforming into human form as he prostrated himself on the earth. His eyes glistened with tears, completely devoid of the hostility he had displayed moments earlier. Trying to feign pity? Did he think she would be deceived? Bai Yueyue pouted, her small hands tightly clutching Longhao's arm, while her delicate white fox ears quivered in fright. Observing Bai Yueye's endearing demeanor, Longhao's anger intensified. Bai Yueyue, who gave you the audacity to touch my female? Lord Longhao, you misunderstand. I was merely performing a baptism for the new tribe member. Moreover, the beast god has indicated that she is ominous and may bring calamity to the tribe, Bai Yueyue replied, covering her bleeding shoulder, her face drenched in cold sweat as she gazed at Longhao. Ominous? Very well, then enlighten me on what makes her so, Longhao retorted, his grip on Bai Yueyue tightening. He had not witnessed Bai Yueye's so-called baptism, but he had nearly lost this little fox's life. Bai Yueyue choked on her words, momentarily at a loss, her teeth clenched in distress. But, Lord Longhao, she is merely a 3rd-tier fox beast, lacking spiritual power and with diminished reproductive capabilities. How could she possibly be worthy of being your female? Bai Yueyue pressed on, undeterred. In the beast realm, regardless of the male's rank, he possesses only one mate mark and can bond with but a single partner, unless the female dies. However, Females of 6th tier or above can bond with numerous males to enhance offspring production. What? Do you dare to question me? Longhao's beautiful eyes narrowed, revealing a dangerous glint. This little fox could suppress the chill emanating from him, a feat no higher-tier female could achieve. No, Bai Yueyue dared not utter further. Do not let me see you approach her again, Longhao declared, turning and carrying Bai Yueyue directly back to the cave. Bai Yueyue curled up on the ground. Not daring to breathe, her vision clouded from the significant blood loss, yet her heart was filled with vengeful thoughts against Bai Yueyue. You wretched fox, wait for me. Longhao laid Bai Yueyue on the stone bed, having summoned a healer. The healer appeared frail and elderly, with hands resembling withered branches. Approaching. The healer examined Bai Yueyue thoroughly. Returning to Lord Longhao, this female is somewhat underdeveloped, weak and unhealthy. She must consume more meat and spiritual herbs to have even a slight chance of conceiving. Furthermore, caution should be exercised during mating. A typical case of poor fertility. Poor host indeed. Bai Yueyue, I truly appreciate it. Understood. Everyone may leave. Yes. Longhao raised his hand, gently pinching Bai Yueyue's delicate face as he scrutinized her. Have you sustained any injuries? Bai Yueyue shook her head, but soon realized that Longhao's gaze was fixed upon her with a hint of fervor. No, thank you. You need not thank me. You are my mate. It is my duty to protect you. As long as you are obedient and remain by my side, I shall cherish you dearly. Longhao's tone softened. Interacting with this little fox could, to some extent, suppress the cold poison within him, although the reasons were unclear at present. Even if she proved to be unfruitful, he felt compelled to keep her close. Moreover, she was indeed remarkable. Longhao's words stirred a flutter within Bai Yueyue. His face was irresistibly enticing, enough to make one's heart race uncontrollably. Are you satisfied with me? Longhao's azure eyes held a trace of inquiry as he raised his hand to rest beside Bai Yueyue, encircling her in shadow. Though this little fox belonged to a lower class, she was remarkably amiable. In his experience, foxes were typically cunning and dissolute. Yet Bai Yueyue was the most obedient he had ever encountered. Very satisfied. To express dissatisfaction might provoke the great dragon into a fit of fury, perhaps even leading to dire consequences. Furthermore, within this tribe, Bai Yueyue had no one else to rely on besides Longhao to survive in this beastly world. She had to temporarily align herself with a powerful male. After all, once she managed to bear offspring, she could return to the modern world, treating this entire experience as merely a dream. Upon receiving her affirmative response, Longhao appeared quite pleased, a subtle smile gracing his pale, watery lips. His large hand instinctively encircled Bai Yueyue's delicate waist, drawing her into his embrace. Due to their proximity, Bai Yueyue's softness pressed against Longhao, causing the tips of his ears to flush red, and his breathing quickened, overwhelmed by her gentleness. Bai Yueyue's small hand gently pushed against Longhao's majestic chest. Although she had seen his original form, which exuded an aura of formidable power, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of fear deep within her. Yet, in his human guise, he was astonishingly handsome beyond compare. Do not resist me, nor fear me. You are my mate. I shall not bring you harm. Only through frequent mating can we hope for offspring. The sooner you conceive, the less likely you are to be cast out by the high priest. I will be as gentle as possible. Longhao's voice was unexpectedly tender. Would she truly be expelled for failing to bear offspring? What manner of being was this high priest, that even someone of Longhao's 8th tier power would regard with trepidation? The scent of pheromones emanating from Bai Yueyue was extraordinarily sweet, causing Longhao to struggle with his restraint. He lowered his gaze and gently pressed his lips against Bai Yueyue's forehead. The slightly cool sensation erupted against her skin, making her shiver. Yet, she felt his lips descend, kissing her neck with fervor. Longhao's body was perpetually cool, but his breath was intensely warm. He raised his hand to grasp Bai Yueyue's chin, capturing her delicate pink lips in a tender kiss while his other hand pressed her shoulder, gently laying her back against the stone bed. Bai Yueyue instinctively sought to resist. Ding dong, favorability increased by 80, now converted into survival points. Host, please do not resist. Engaging in union with Longhao will also allow you to absorb the spiritual energy from him, which will aid in strengthening your physique. What on earth? Bai Yueyue lowered her raised hand, resigning herself to the goal of bearing offspring and relinquishing her resistance. When she awoke again, it was already noon the following day, with the sun soaring high in the sky. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, on completing the second mating. You have unlocked the following bodily experiences: Speed 5, Resilience 5, Perception 5. You currently possess a total of 100 survival points. As your spiritual rank increases, so too will your overall qualities. Now, the host has acquired initial means of self-preservation, ensuring that against the attacks of 6th tier beastmen, she will not succumb to a single blow. I am truly grateful to you. May it not deliver 2 strikes upon me. Bai Yueyue, supporting her waist, descended from the stone bed. As her feet touched the ground, she beheld a tall figure silhouetted against the light, entering the chamber. You are awake? Chapter 6, Can she lay dragon eggs? Upon recognizing the striking visage before her, Bai Yueyue instinctively crossed her legs, her foxtail twitching awkwardly behind her as she softly replied, Yes, I am awake. Longhao was formidable in that regard, quite impressive. Bai Yueyue found it somewhat overwhelming. Although she could sense that he had made considerable efforts to restrain himself the previous night, he nearly overwhelmed her nonetheless. Ding dong. With the first experience comes familiarity. After several encounters, the host will become accustomed to it. Such outrageous words from this system. Long Hao approached, placing a large lotus leaf beside Bai Yueyue. Upon it lay a neatly arranged array of succulent red meat, meticulously strung together with twigs. Long Hao had a remarkable aptitude for learning, having witnessed Bai Yueyue roasting meat. He attempted to replicate her method. Unfortunately, he lacked skill in fire manipulation and had scoured the surroundings without success in finding a source of flame. After all, in the beast world, fire is a rare treasure. This is beef belly. I cannot control the fire, so you will have to manage it yourself. The beef belly is the most delectable part of the wild bull, and he had not dared to consume a single bite, reserving it entirely for Bai Yueyue. The female was delicate, and this little fox was particularly frail. He feared he might inadvertently cause her demise. Thank you, Long Hao. Bai Yueyue nodded. Acknowledging the system's assertion, by partnering with a male, she could receive his sustenance, which was far better than her previous struggles for survival in the wilderness. Long Hao's gaze softened as he observed the twitching beast ears atop Bai Yueye's head. Swallowing hard, he replied, "No need for thanks. I will go hunt and patrol the territory. You stay here and await my return." Okay. Bai Yueyue looked up, gently accepting Long Hao's descending hand. His cool palm brushed against her soft beast ears before retracting. As Long Hao reached the cave entrance, he suddenly transformed into his original form. Unfurling his wings and swiftly vanishing into the sky. Bai Yueye's eyes widened momentarily. A flying dragon, truly, is exceedingly handsome. This is my prize. Why should it be any different for me? I too deserve a taste. Suddenly, a cacophony of noise erupted from outside. Quiet down. Madame Yueyue is still resting. Ayun admonished. But upon turning, she spotted Bai Yueyue standing at the entrance of the cave. Madame Yueyue, you are awake. Ayun exclaimed, rubbing her hands together as she approached. This female beast woman, Bai Yueyue recalled, had previously defended her when Xiang Yue had made things difficult. Your name is Ayun? Bai Yueyue inquired. Indeed, madam. My name is Ayun. And I am a fourth-tier bear beast. Ayun replied with a bright smile, revealing her concealed round bear ears, which she playfully shook. Bai Yueyue organized the memories transmitted to her by Dio. First-tier beasts occupy the lowest echelon of the food chain, representing ordinary beings. Second-tier beasts possess the ability to comprehend human speech while retaining their animal forms. Third-tier beastmen exhibit only partial animalistic features, such as ears and tails. Fourth and fifth-tier beastmen attain a more perfected transformation, and as one ascends the ranks, the beastmen become increasingly exquisite and visually appealing. The realm of beastmen is categorized into 10 tiers, with the emergence of spiritual energy commencing from the third tier. Each tier possesses a spiritual energy classification comprising 100 levels, and transcending the 100th level allows for advancement. The higher the tier, the more potent the spiritual energy becomes. Among them, the extraordinary ability of certain beastmen enables them to harness spiritual energy as a source of power to unleash unique abilities, a rarity indeed. Long Hao serves as a prime example. Bai Yueyue regained her senses, noticing in the distance 2 small leopards fiercely vying for the remains of a cow skeleton. The flesh having been meticulously stripped away, leaving scant morsels. Meanwhile, a small group of orcs huddled in the shade, gnawing on bones. Their gaunt faces and hollow eyes betraying their hunger. In stark contrast, she held fresh beef belly meat in her hands, a wave of guilt washing over her. Why did it seem as though they were perpetually unsated? In this world of beasts, the hierarchy was rigidly defined. Hunting was arduous, and the abundance of seekers far outweighed the supply. Higher-ranking orcs held preferential rights to the spoils, leaving little for the lower-ranked ones. Aware of Bai Yueye's gaze, Ayun swiftly interjected, "Big bear, little bear. You too, hurry back to the den." "Understood, mother," came the reply. It dawned on her that these were Ayun's offspring. In the realm of beasts, the young follow the species of their father. And it seemed Ayun's male was indeed a leopard. This led her to ponder, would her future offspring be dragon cubs? But dragons are hatched from eggs. Wouldn't she too lay eggs? As Bai Yueyue contemplated, she casually picked up 2 skewers of beef and offered them to Ayun, saying, "Here. Give this to the child." "Oh no, this is a gift from Lord Long Hao to you. We cannot partake." Ayun hurriedly shook her head. "Don't worry. I cannot possibly finish all of this," Bai Yueyue replied. "To navigate life in this tribe, relying solely on Long Hao is insufficient. Since I am here, I must also win the hearts of the people. Thank you, Lady Yueyue. Thank you, Lady Yueyue." Ayun promptly knelt on the ground in gratitude. Ding. The host's favorability increased by 10 and has been converted into survival points. Survival points can be exchanged for anger and favorability values, which can be acquired from other beastmen. Is there such a wonderful opportunity? Bai Yueyue casually gathered some branches around her to construct a small fire pit, placing the beef atop it. As the flames leapt up with a whoosh, the surrounding orcs were so startled that they immediately knelt to the ground. "It's fire. Is Madame Yueyue a fire demon?" "Fire demons can annihilate tribes." "What fire demon?" Bai Yueyue realized that the inhabitants of this tribe seemed to harbor a profound fear of fire. Even Long Hao appeared somewhat apprehensive. Ding dong. A fire demon is a creature cloaked in flames, residing in volcanoes, often invading tribes to seize prey. No. I am not a fire demon. I am merely roasting some meat. Look, I lit the fire with this flint stone," Bai Yueyue hastily clarified. The trembling orcs slowly rose. Their curiosity piqued as they tilted their heads to observe the black stone in Bai Yueye's hand, only to be enticed by the savory aroma of roasted meat, causing their stomachs to growl in unison. Bai Yueyue observed their eager expressions and said, "Well, the meat roasted over fire is quite delectable. Would you care to try some?" To allay the concerns of the beast men, Bai Yueyue generously distributed a small piece to each person present. "Oh, how fragrant. This is absolutely delicious. Madame Yueye's roasted meat is exquisite." Suddenly, a notification chimed, indicating that Bai Yueye's favorability had increased by 50 points, now converted into survival points. "Madame Yueyue, how did you discover this method of cooking?" one of them inquired. "We always believed that fire only brought destruction. I have personally witnessed my kin perish in the flames of a fire demon. Today is the first time I have learned of fire's potential utility." Ayun wiped the grease from her mouth. "Well, I tend to suffer from stomach issues when consuming raw meat, so I began to contemplate it. Raw meat often harbors numerous parasites. If you find it agreeable, you might consider roasting it well for better health. The rational use of fire can be immensely beneficial." Bai Yueyue smiled gently. "Yes. However, we do not know how to start a fire," Ayun replied, shaking her head. "That's all right, if you wish to learn. I can teach you." "Really? Thank you, Madame Yueyue," Ayun exclaimed, her hands rubbing together in excitement, already enamored with the flavor of roasted meat. "First, you should skewer the meat with branches, and then do this and that." In Chapter 7, where the malicious female antagonist finds her place, Ayun listened intently, her eyes wide open, not wanting to miss a single detail. After a while, she had become quite adept at the task. While Ayun was busy roasting the meat, Bai Yueyue surveyed the surrounding beastmen and noticed the remarkable variety among their species. In the beast realm, a group like the Longhao clan was indeed an anomaly. Piquing her curiosity, "Ayun, why does your clan comprise such a diverse array of beastmen?" "In the beast realm, only beastmen of the 7th tier or higher are qualified to establish a clan. Furthermore, the dragon clan is considered a formidable faction. How could Longhao choose to form a separate clan?" Upon hearing Bai Yueye's questions, Ayun eagerly leaned forward. "Most of the members of our 100-beast clan were taken in by Lord Longhao. Some are wandering beastmen who have fallen on hard times, while others have been exiled from their clans for past transgressions. Lord Longhao does not reject us. He offers us protection and a place to call home." 100-beast clan? Bai Yueyue was taken aback, realizing that despite Longhao's fearsome exterior, he possessed a compassionate heart. So, Longhao also left his clan due to mistakes? That fragrant moan. "You need not concern yourself with her." Bai Yueyue was aware that Xiangyue was a priestess of considerable standing, and thus felt a twinge of regret as she began to speak, not anticipating that Ayun would respond in such a manner. Xiangyue often wielded her status as a priestess to bully those of us who were lesser beast folk, frequently seizing our food and subjecting us to verbal and physical abuse. Once a tribe is established, the high priest would select a priestess from among the community to offer blessings for the tribe's prosperity. Xiangyue, being the most powerful in terms of spiritual energy among the females, naturally assumed the role of priestess. However, none of us held her in high regard. Ahem. "Great Lord Longhao, have you ever had other females in the past?" Bai Yueyue cautiously inquired, touching her nose. "Since we joined the 100-beast tribe, you are the very first. Let me tell you, Xiangyue has always aspired to be your mate, but Great Lord Longhao does not regard her." Ayun whispered excitedly, her eyes dancing with enthusiasm. Upon hearing this, Bai Yueyue inexplicably felt a rush of delight in her heart. While she listened to the gossip around her, she busily divided the meat, though she found herself rather unsatisfied, recalling that she had a large pork chop in her system space. She retrieved it and went to the riverbank to wash it. Ayun and the others mimicked Bai Yueye's actions, carefully tending to the smoldering embers of the fire, employing the most rudimentary methods to preserve the flame. Bai Yueyue glanced around, then raised her hand to check her pulse, and indeed, there was no sign of a joyful heartbeat. "I must say, you seem to be a rather ineffective birthing system. Longhao and I have tried multiple times. Yet I remain barren," Bai Yueyue chided. "Alas, this system is quite competent. However, your lackluster capabilities as a host are rather disheartening. With no spiritual energy and a low rank, the only noteworthy trait you possess is your beauty. Yet, even if Longhao were of a higher level and made numerous attempts, conceiving would still prove exceedingly difficult." Listening to the system's unabashed mockery, Bai Yueyue felt a twitch at her temples. "Under the eaves, one must bow their head. I shall endure. Then what is to be done? According to your assertions, aside from my looks, I am utterly devoid of merit," she exclaimed. "The essence of a beastman lies in spiritual power, yet I lack it." Bai Yueyue shrugged. "The host's inferior constitution and absence of spiritual veins are insufficient to generate spiritual energy." Bai Yueyue was at a loss for words. Is the persona of a frail beauty truly her lot? How might one enhance their constitution? In this beastly realm, where medicinal herbs are abundant, the host could gather these herbs and indulge in nourishing delicacies, addressing her condition from both internal and external perspectives. If our physical capabilities are lacking, then let us resort to potions. Indeed, Bai Yueyue possessed considerable knowledge of herbal remedies. Once she had satiated her hunger and thirst, she would venture into the forest to seek out more. Moreover, the system's marketplace was replete with various auxiliary treasures. No sooner had the system spoken than a luminous screen unfurled before Bai Yueyue, revealing an item that caught her eye, essence cleansing liquid, which could assist powerless beastmen in establishing spiritual meridians, priced at a staggering 1,000 survival points. Such an exorbitant cost. Bai Yueyue clicked her tongue. Her current tier was indeed too low. It was no wonder that Xiang Yue had derided her so coldly. This essence cleansing liquid she simply had to acquire. Furthermore, the host bore a hidden surprise, yet the system withheld this information, urging her to discover it on her own. Were it not for this surprise, the system would never have chosen her as a host. Bai Yueyue rolled her eyes, her hands immersed in washing the pork chops. With her fox ears perked up, she keenly detected the sound of approaching footsteps. Bai Yueyue continued her actions with an air of calmness. And at the precise moment when the person behind exerted force, she suddenly shifted her body to the side. Splash. Ah! Xiang Yue misstepped, her hands flailing helplessly in the air before she plunged straight into the water. Ah! You! Who permitted you to evade? Xiang Yue wiped her face, struggling to rise from the water, her shoulder in disarray. Would I simply allow you to ambush me? Bai Yueyue took a few steps back, holding the pork chop with a hint of disdain, for this she-wolf had a troublesome nature and was always targeting her. Ding dong. Anger points increased by 10. Converted into survival points. Woohoo. Ding dong. Rest assured, host, the she-wolf was severely injured by Long Hao yesterday and currently possesses low spiritual energy, making it unlikely for her to overpower you. Bai Yueyue's lips curled slightly, a subtle indication of her amusement. It was quite fitting to use this she-wolf to vent her frustrations. Although she could not best her in combat, she certainly possessed the means to retreat. As she observed the pork chop in Bai Yueyue's hand, Xiang Yue's eyes widened in indignation. How dare you, a lowly female, hoard spoils simply because you are the maid of Lord Long Hao? Before departing, Long Hao had penalized Xiang Yue, forbidding her from partaking in food. After expending significant spiritual energy the previous night to stabilize her injuries, she was now ravenously hungry. This is my own possession. What do you mean by hoarding? Are you simply envious because you have nothing to eat? Bai Yueyue regarded Xiang Yue with a hint of disdain. You, stung by Bai Yueye's words. Xiang Yue's complexion shifted between hues of blue and white. Humph, you are merely a third-tier beast, unworthy of freely consuming food. It would be wise to hand it over. Oh. But Lord Long Hao would prefer this third-tier beast over a fifth-tier female like you. Surely you must realize that, Bai Yueyue retorted, clicking her tongue. This she-wolf was truly despicable, perfectly suited for the role of a wicked antagonist. You. Xiang Yue was so incensed that she could hardly catch her breath. Her shoulder, still wounded by Long Hao, began to throb painfully once more. Ding dong. Anger points increased by 30, then 50. Host. Please be advised that the daily maximum limit for each beastman's favorability and anger points is 150. Bai Yueyue had grown weary of the incessant banter, and having seen enough of the she-wolf's countenance, she turned to leave, only to have her wrist seized painfully by Xiang Yue. You shameless beast. You think you can walk away after humiliating this priestess? With Master Long Hao absent, I shall ensure you understand. Before Xiang Yue could finish her tirade, Bai Yueyue retaliated without hesitation, delivering a sharp slap across Xiang Yue's face. Did she truly believe Bai Yueyue was a soft target? With a resounding crack, the sound of the slap resonated, leaving Xiang Yue's ears ringing and her face aflame with pain. You. Xiang Yue, momentarily stunned, found herself at a loss for words. Day in and day out, she was called a shameless beast, yet she deemed herself superior. Do not presume to associate with me, I am not one to be bullied. Bai Yueyue grimaced as she shook her hand, pondering the thick-skinned nature of these beast folk. Curse that fox. My parents have never struck me, yet you dare? Xiang Yue's eyes widened in fury as she lunged for Bai Yueye's neck. Ding. Anger levels increased by 60. Xiang Yue's rage had reached its zenith for the day. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by Long Hao, who had just returned from hunting nearby. Bai Yueyue contemplated fleeing, but her gaze inadvertently fell upon Long Hao. And rather than evade, she allowed Xiang Yue's dark claws to approach her unimpeded. Bang! Xiang Yue's claws struck the air with ferocity, yet abruptly became suspended, immobilized by an invisible force that subsequently hurled her away. I recall having instructed you not to approach her again. Are you deaf? Long Hao's icy hand clasped Bai Yueye's shoulder, drawing her into his embrace, leaning against Long Hao's sturdy chest. The memories of the previous night flashed unbidden through Bai Yueye's mind. How utterly absurd. Had she truly succumbed to such folly? Ding dong. Oh dear. My host is indulging in daydreams? You may take a dive. Thank you. Bai Yueyue was rendered speechless. Simultaneously, she noticed the bluish-black veins on Long Hao's arm pulsating with the leakage of his spiritual energy. This toxin was decidedly unusual. If left untreated, it could precipitate grave consequences. Upon catching sight of Long Hao, Xiang Yue was instantly flustered, disregarding her shoulder's pain as she hastily fell to the ground. No, Lord Long Hao. It is Bai Yueyue who hoarded food. From this moment forth, her actions are of no concern to you. Return to your den and reflect upon your transgressions. Before the high priest return, you are forbidden from stepping outside. Otherwise, I shall personally sever your neck. Long Hao's chilling voice resonated. Xiang Yue was well aware of Long Hao's tyrannical nature within the tribe, had it not been for the high priest. he would have long since expelled her from the beast clan. Why yes, yes. Bai Yueyue trembled in fear, scrambling away in a hasty retreat. Yet, she could not fathom why Long Hao, who was typically aloof and indifferent, would protect a particular beastman so fiercely, allowing her to behave tyrannically for years. What extraordinary prowess did this lowly female possess to elicit such devotion from Long Hao? Long Hao turned his gaze toward Bai Yueyue, noticing the pork chop in her hand. Where did you acquire that? Huh? The pork chop in your hand. Long Hao was genuinely intrigued, having just returned with his catch. He wondered where this little creature had procured such a fresh piece of pork rib, in a world where prey was scarce. And the tribe consisted primarily of carnivorous beastmen with high consumption rates. Even the slightest appearance of food would attract significant attention. Bai Yueyue found a lump in her throat as she recalled that the pork chop had been cleverly hidden in her storage space while Long Hao was momentarily distracted in the cave. I found it drifting down the river. Bai Yueyue nervously fabricated an explanation. Although it was absurd, it was somewhat plausible. Long Hao's gaze darkened, and he scrutinized Bai Yueyue with a hint of disdain for a moment. Ultimately, he refrained from saying much more, simply taking the pork chop from her hand and weighing it in his palm. There's not much meat on this. I hunted several deer. You should eat those instead. Unsure of what you like, I'll bring back a variety of game for you. The shaman mentioned your constitution is weak and that you need to consume more meat. Observing that Long Hao seemed to accept her excuse, Bai Yueyue finally breathed a sigh of relief and trailed behind him. Long Hao's long legs allowed him to cover ground swiftly, with each stride equating to 3 of Bai Yueyue's steps. She struggled to keep up with her little hurried steps. Sensing her effort, Long Hao cast a sidelong glance and intentionally slowed his pace, naturally taking her small hand in his. After spending the past few days together, Long Hao was uncertain of his feelings towards Bai Yueyue. All he knew was that he greatly enjoyed being near her. Bai Yueyue felt the warmth of Long Hao's palm, her heart racing as she gazed at the dark blue veins. After a moment of hesitation, she finally spoke. Long Hao, what poison courses through your arm? As soon as the words left her lips, Bai Yueyue could distinctly sense Long Hao's body stiffen, and then she found his striking emerald eyes fixed intently upon her face. You are aware that this is poison? He inquired. Bai Yueyue nodded. She not only understood but also recognized that it was no ordinary poison. Observing the rapid spread of the toxin, it appeared that Long Hao had been striving to suppress it. Long Hao fell silent for a moment, his brows furrowed in uncertainty. Yet he still spoke in a calm tone. You need not concern yourself with it. Bai Yueyue pursed her lips, having no intention to interfere. However, she pondered that if Long Hao were to perish, she would be left unprotected. Thus, she inquired out of concern. Yet the large black dragon seemed to harbor distrust towards her, deliberately concealing certain matters. Long Hao led Bai Yueyue to the entrance of the tribe, where Qianche and his companions were diligently skinning a colossal male elk. The elk towered like a small mountain, its antlers resembling coral, as several orc warriors wielded bone knives, laboring with fervor. In a short while, a pristine hide of the elk was successfully removed. Lord Long Hao, the hide has been prepared. Please select your choice of elk meat, Qianche said, wiping the sweat from his brow, clearly exhausted, revealing his tiger-like ears in the process. Bai Yueyue learned from Ayun and the others that Qianche was a 6th-level red tiger, possessing spiritual power exceeding 50 levels. He had been loyal to Long Hao since the establishment of the 100 Beast clan. My lady, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. The subsequent content is even more thrilling. Alright, take the deer hide to Chi-Chi's mother and have her craft a new leather garment for the lady. Long Hao lowered his head, his eyes deep as a tranquil pond, gazing at Bai Yueyue. Choose whichever part of the meat you wish to eat. Bai Yueyue was somewhat taken aback, stammering, I can do anything. You decide. Then let us carve a piece from every part, Long Hao replied. He raised his hand, and Qianche immediately understood, grasping the bone knife and preparing to act, when suddenly a cry echoed from ahead. Not good, not good. Lord Long Hao. Following the sound, they saw a panicked male orc kneeling before Long Hao, closely followed by another male orc carrying a nearly unconscious female orc with long hair on his back. The female orc tilted her head, her lips a shade of blue, eyes tightly shut, with her arms hanging limply at her sides, clearly in a dire state. Kasha, what has happened to Chi-Chi? Qianche hurried forward to assist, gently laying the female orc on the ground. The male orc, referred to as Kashu, was overwhelmed with tears. Chi-Chi was bitten on the leg by a venomous snake while chasing a deer. She could speak just moments ago, but has now lost consciousness. Wah wah wah. Allah. The news reached Chi-Chi's mother, who threw herself onto her daughter, weeping profusely, her hands pleadingly rubbing towards Long Hao as if beseeching him for help. Long Hao crouched down, lifting Chi-Chi's leg to examine it. He noticed 2 dark puncture wounds from snake fangs on her calf, oozing blood, and his expression turned grave. Do not just stand there, quickly fetch the shaman, Qianche urged. Yes, yes, summon the shaman. Long Hao raised his hand to seal Chi-Chi's meridians, then shook his head. The shaman's dwelling is too far, and he may not even be present. There is no time. Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi's mother collapsed over her daughter, wailing uncontrollably. What shall we do? She has yet to bear any young. She cannot just die like this. Kashu cried in desperation. In the beast realm, females generally did not partake in hunting. However, Due to the complex composition of Long Hao's tribe and insufficient manpower, the females were compelled to join the fray. The high priest was also absent. Otherwise, he could have offered blessings for Chi-Chi. Bai Yueyue furrowed her brow, pondering the futility of prayers in the face of a snakebite. When she first arrived in the tribe, it was the kind-hearted Chi-Chi who had greeted her with a warm smile, and she could not simply stand by. Let me give it a try. Perhaps I can save her. Chapter 9. You have become the center of attention. Upon hearing the commotion, the previously chaotic crowd fell silent, turning in unison to gaze at Bai Yueyue. In response, Chi-Chi suddenly knelt at Bai Yueye's feet, pleading earnestly. Bai Yueyue quickly grasped Chi-Chi's hand, signaling her to remain calm, and hastened to crouch beside Chi-Chi. Although Chi-Chi had previously gifted her with a fur garment and was unable to speak, it was evident that she was an exceptionally kind-hearted female beast-man, and Bai Yueyue could not simply watch her perish. Bai Yueyue raised her hand and felt Chi-Chi's pulse, then looked up and asked, do you have any rope? Yes, we have some grass rope. Please also prepare a large piece of clean animal hide. Understood. The orcs, in their desperation, instinctively complied with Bai Yueye's requests. Bai Yueyue took the items with swift dexterity, binding the grass rope around the proximal end of Chi-Chi's leg. With a small knife in hand, she calmly made 2 incisions in the 2 puncture wounds, exerting pressure to expel the venomous blood. She then proceeded to administer acupuncture near the wounds. Long Hao Feng sealed Chi-Chi's meridians, temporarily halting the venom's assault on the heart, while Bai Yueyue focused on guiding the toxin out along the meridians. The snake venom was not particularly potent, and Chi-Chi's poisoning was not severe. Moreover, as a beast-man, Chi-Chi possessed inherent spiritual energy, making her recovery feasible. Bai Yueyue was entirely confident in her abilities. As Bai Yueyue worked, the dark blood continued to flow from the wounds on Chi-Chi's leg until it transformed back into a vibrant red. Only then did Bai Yueyue cease her actions. Meanwhile, Chi-Chi's eyelids fluttered before finally opening, her pale lips moving slightly. Mother, I'm awake. I'm really awake. Madame Yueyue is truly remarkable. Overjoyed, Chi-Chi's mother bowed deeply in gratitude to Bai Yueyue. Bai Yueyue dared not relax. She retrieved a hemostatic herb from her bosom, chewed it, and applied the crushed remnants to Chi-Chi's wound, subsequently wrapping it with animal hide. Long Hao observed Bai Yueye's proficient movements, raising an eyebrow in quiet admiration. What manner of little female has he brought back? Though of lower rank, she possesses considerable skills. Done. Bai Yueyue clapped her hands and stood upright. Is that really all? Cashew expressed disbelief. Naturally, it is sufficient, Bai Yueyue affirmed with confidence. Well. Chi-Chi's mother gently caressed Chi-Chi's face, then turned to Bai Yueyue and bowed deeply. Bai Yueyue quickly assisted Chi-Chi's mother to her feet. From now on, ensure that Chi-Chi drinks plenty of water. I will return in a few days to change the dressing. She will gradually improve. Chi-Chi's mother nodded vigorously, her face brimming with gratitude. Ding dong. The host's favorability score increased by 150 points. Chi-Chi's mother's favorability was completely filled. Oh yeah. One step closer to the cleansing liquid. Long Hao was astonished and hurried a few steps forward, grasping Bai Yueye's shoulder. Do you know about herbs? Indeed, Bai Yueyue nodded. As a senior traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, knowledge of herbs is merely fundamental. The crowd was taken aback. Aside from the shamans of the beast realm, they had never encountered anyone knowledgeable about such life-saving plants. Moreover, she was a third-tier beast-man devoid of spiritual power. Long Hao's lips pressed together, his pupils flickering, clearly astonished. Bai Yueyue felt somewhat bewildered. Why such excitement over merely knowing about herbs? What the host is unaware of is that the beast realm is fraught with peril, and medical knowledge is exceedingly primitive. Besides shamans, no beastman is well versed in herbal medicine, and there are only a handful of shamans. Thus, you have become highly sought after. Wonderful. Finally, I possess a noteworthy skill. Bai Yueyue wept with joy. Could you please find a place for her to rest? Bai Yueyue said somewhat shyly, stepping back from Long Hao's grasp and glancing at the unconscious Chi-Chi. Oh right. Cassia nodded eagerly, and he along with Chi-Chi's mother and others hurriedly lifted Chi-Chi away. Long Hao's deep-set eyes fixed intently on Bai Yueyue, as if he were gazing upon a precious treasure. Bai Yueyue turned her head and was met by Long Hao's intense gaze, causing her hair to stand on end. Why are you looking at me like that? After a prolonged silence, Long Hao finally spoke. Thank you for saving Chi-Chi. Host's favorability increased by 100 from Long Hao. Bai Yueye's fox ears perked up as she beheld Long Hao smile. That fleeting smile lingered at the corners of his mouth, curving gracefully like a crescent moon, captivating her to the extent of momentary daze. Long Hao lifted his hand, instinctively reaching towards Bai Yueye's delicate, rosy face. His fingertips gently grazed her petite nose, a gesture imbued with an indescribable tenderness. She was utterly adorable. Bai Yueyue felt her cheeks flush from Long Hao's sudden touch, instinctively lowering her head to evade it. Long Hao's gaze dimmed slightly, a hint of melancholy surfacing, before he turned and said, "Prepare the meat and deliver it to my den." "Yes, Lord Long Hao." Qian replied eagerly, nodding as he watched Long Hao lead Bai Yueyue into the cave. The air still lingered with the faint scent of Bai Yueye's pheromones, causing Qian to momentarily lose himself in its enchanting aroma. Startled by his own thoughts, he quickly lowered his head and focused on slicing the meat. Long Hao positioned Bai Yueyue on the stone bed, hesitating for a moment before raising his arm to block her view. Do you understand that this is poison? Do you know how to counteract it? Having witnessed Bai Yueye's efforts to save Chi-Chi, hope began to blossom in his heart. If only the poison could be undone, he would be able to exact his revenge. Bai Yueyue furrowed her brows, raising her hand to delicately feel Long Hao's pulse. It was slender as a thread, and an icy aura coursed through his body, indicating a severe cold poison. Had it not been for the robust physique and profound spiritual energy of this great black dragon, he would have been corroded by this cold poison, leading to his demise from the extreme chill. It was no wonder that he perpetually emanated a frigid aura. What can you discern? Long Hao inquired, observing Bai Yueye's earnest expression. This is a form of cold poison. How long has it afflicted you? Bai Yueyue lifted her gaze. Over 100 solar days, Long Hao replied gravely. She spoke the truth. It was indeed cold poison, the very essence of the frigid waters of the infernal depths. Bai Yueyue furrowed her brows even tighter. Although the beastmen possessed limited cognitive abilities, they were adept at counting. 1 solar day equates to 1 day. This poison had lingered within Long Hao's body for nearly half a year, relying solely on his spiritual energy for suppression. Remarkably, despite this, his spiritual power still managed to reach over 70 levels, truly a terrifying strength. Bai Yueyue extracted a silver needle and gently pierced it into the veins tainted by the toxin. Long Hao's fingertips trembled slightly, yet he remained still. He could not fathom the reason behind his trust in the petite female before him. Perhaps it was because she had saved Chi-Chi, or perhaps it was simply his desire to believe in her. Bai Yueyue held the silver needle, tainted with poison, before her eyes. System, detect the toxin. Ding. The toxin detection is underway. This is the poison of the cold water, which infiltrates through the spirit veins of the beastmen. Once the spirit veins are utterly destroyed, the poisoned individual will succumb to the effects. Is there anything that can cure it? Chapter 10. We shall nurture it. The system consulted the records of the beast realm and found that a spiritual herb known as the flame blossom can control this cold poison. However, to completely eradicate it, the heart of a volcanic bird is required. Bai Yueye's face twisted in anguish, resembling a bitter melon. She mentioned something about a rare spiritual herb called Jihuahua and the heart of a Huashan Yao, terms that were utterly unfamiliar to him. The system indicated that spiritual herbs were exceedingly rare, and it was unable to pinpoint their exact locations. I regret to inform you that the poison within you is too severe for me to neutralize entirely. I can only assist in marginally controlling it. However, I have heard whispers of a spiritual herb named Jihuahua that may prove beneficial, along with the heart of the extinct Huashan Yao. Long Hao's eyes gradually dimmed. Setting aside his unfamiliarity with Jihuahua, the rarity of such herbs was akin to searching for diamonds within a heap of sand. Furthermore, the Huashan Yao is long extinct, rendering any quest for it futile. Long Hao inhaled deeply. Thank you for sharing this information. Observing Long Hao's despondency, Bai Yueyue felt a pang of anxiety. It would indeed be a tragedy if such a handsome man were to succumb to poison, especially since he had not treated her poorly. Resolving to act, Bai Yueyue grasped Long Hao's arm, gritted her teeth, and spent a considerable sum in the system's marketplace to procure an acupuncture kit, preparing to administer needles at his acupoints. Acupuncture held numerous benefits, and Bai Yueyue approached it as a return to her former expertise. As she gazed upon the slender silver needles, Long Hao opened his mouth to speak, only to be interrupted by her penetrating gaze. I am here to assist you, so do not inquire about the origins of these items. You once vowed to cherish and protect me as your female companion, thus you must accept all that I offer. In return, I will do everything within my power to aid you. Long Hao, taken aback by Bai Yueye's earnest demeanor, found himself momentarily stunned, standing obediently as she proceeded with her task. Reflecting on the situation, he realized that his petite female companion possessed the ability to control fire and neutralize poison, along with an array of peculiar talents that clearly exceeded those typical of a third-tier beastman. Regardless, he had made a resolute decision to safeguard her by his side. Bai Yueyue raised her hand, deftly manipulating the needle to ensnare the dark blue poisonous thread. I have contained this chilling toxin at the periphery of your spiritual veins, striving to keep it as distant from your heart as possible. However, you must exert your spiritual energy to suppress it. It is advisable to refrain from excessive use of your extraordinary powers to prevent depleting your spiritual energy, which could lead to the toxin spiraling out of control. Long Hao listened intently to Bai Yueye's words, his gaze softening with each passing moment. With such a wealth of knowledge, how could the Fox clan allow you to venture out alone? Bai Yueye's body stiffened momentarily, and she immediately feigned a pitiful demeanor. Alas, I possess no spiritual power. My health is frail, and I consume more than others, thus no matter how many skills I acquire, I am still cast aside. In this vast world, one's identity is self-bestowed. Bai Yueye's snow-white fox ears drooped delicately atop her head, while her fluffy tail languidly rested beside the stone bed. Observing her, Long Hao felt an inexplicable pang of sympathy. Become my female, I shall not allow you to suffer. Although Bai Yueye's social standing is modest, her demonstrated abilities are by no means inferior to those of higher-ranking female orcs. Her capacity to heal dying and ailing orcs serves as an immense boon to the tribe. Long Hao gently caressed Bai Yueye's ears, the softness of which was truly delightful. The ears of a fox are particularly sensitive. and Bai Yueye's petite face flushed crimson in an instant. However, Long Hao's touch was undeniably soothing, and she deliberately chose not to withdraw. Suddenly, a peculiar wail shattered the intimate atmosphere between them. Bai Yueyue instinctively recoiled, prompting Long Hao to retract his hand, his expression darkening significantly as he strode out of the cave with great haste. Before him, 2 male orcs were struggling to drag a female deer. Her belly swollen and her hindquarters soaked in blood, utterly incapacitated and emitting pitiful cries. Who captured this doe? Had it not been made clear to refrain from hunting those with young? Long Hao immediately recognized the presence of fawns within her, and, perturbed by the interruption of his moment with Bai Yueyue, his tone turned harsh. In the realm of beasts, prey is scarce. The wisdom of not capturing those with offspring is well understood among the orcs. Nay, Lord Long Hao, earlier Chi and the others were pursuing a herd of deer. This one fell from the cliff and broke its leg while attempting to flee. One male orc hastily knelt and explained. Very well, let it go, if it cannot run. It will surely fall prey to other carnivorous beasts. Better to put it down ourselves. Long Hao waved his hand dismissively. The scent of blood from the injured quarry would quickly attract predators, and rather than allowing it to benefit others, it would be more prudent to offer it to the beast clan. Bai Yueyue leaned against the cave entrance, her eyes darting around thoughtfully. Wait a moment, Long Hao. I have an idea. What is it? Upon hearing Bai Yueyue call his name, Long Hao immediately turned his head. Let us spare its life and raise it. Bai Yueyue said, her small hands clasped behind her back. Raise it? Long Hao was perplexed. He had only heard of raising females, never of nurturing prey. Indeed. A pregnant female prey can give birth to young ones. We can rear them, and then feast upon them. Moreover, in the future, when you hunt and encounter pregnant females or those with young, do not harm them. Instead, bring them back to the tribe to breed in captivity. This way, we can ensure a steady supply of food, as they only consume grasses and wild fruits. Consequently, even if the tribe struggles to find prey in the future, we shall not suffer from hunger. Bai Yueyue stood with her hands on her hips, articulating her thoughts with conviction. The domestication of prey marks the inception of primitive pastoralism. After all, she was still intertwined with the beastly realm, and guiding the beast clan towards prosperity was by no means a detrimental endeavor. The beastmen listened in astonishment. Previously, they had only understood the necessity of filling their bellies. During the winter months, when food was scarce, hunger was a frequent companion, and the notion of breeding prey had never crossed their minds. Very well, I shall heed your counsel. Long Hao's stern gaze softened with a hint of warmth. He could not deny the merit in Bai Yueye's ideas. All right then, find a tree, lay some hay beneath it, and secure it with a rope. Remember to feed it. Bai Yueyue instructed, contemplating ways to establish a proper livestock pen when she had the time. Understood, my lady. Lady Yueyue, Lord Long Hao. We have roasted some venison for you. Please, do partake. Ayun approached, carrying a lotus leaf laden with roasted meat. Having learned from Bai Yueyue with great attention, Ayun had become adept at roasting meat to perfection. Thank you, Ayun, Bai Yueyue replied, eagerly accepting the venison. It is indeed delightful. Since the introduction of roasted meat, the beastmen of the tribe had developed a fondness for it, taking turns to guard the bonfire left by Bai Yueyue, fearful that it might extinguish. Long Hao led Bai Yueyue into the cave, but as he lowered his gaze, he noticed a bruise encircling her right wrist. Bai Yueye's complexion was notably fair, and the area previously pinched by Xiang Yue was now distinctly discolored. Long Hao's brow furrowed instantly. Did it hurt? Just a little. Bai Yueyue replied softly, her large eyes blinking playfully. A woman who knows how to be charming often has the sweetest fate, and she was well aware of this. I shall summon a shaman, Long Hao declared as he prepared to rise. Oh, there's no need for that. It's merely a slight injury, Bai Yueyue interjected, grasping his fingers firmly. Chapter 11. She treasures her life. Long Hao knelt before Bai Yueyue, casually picking up a piece of roasted meat and offering it to her. While his gaze fell upon her delicate hand, which he held gently, his eyes focused intently on the subtle details. In the dim light, her long eyelashes cast a shadow across his handsome features. Bai Yueyue gazed at him with an infatuated expression. Long Hao possessed a demeanor that was rather aloof, yet his heart was remarkably sensitive. The mere fact that he had taken in so many stray beastmen serves as a testament to the tenderness that resides within this formidable black dragon. Observing Bai Yueyue nibbling on the venison, he gently inquired, I see you are not relishing the meat. Do you perhaps have other preferences? He understood that females typically have smaller appetites, but her appetite seemed excessively modest. Bai Yueyue pondered with her eyes downcast. I desire to eat fruit. Fruit? That is something only herbivorous beasts consume. Eating it will make you foolish, Long Hao said, earnestly massaging her wrist. Pfft, how could that be? Fruit is delicious, sweet, and refreshing, Bai Yueyue replied, both amused and exasperated. It was no wonder, for in the eyes of carnivorous beasts, herbivores were deemed weak, and thus their food was seen as lacking in nourishment. Very well, if you wish for it, I shall procure it for you. Should you desire anything else in the future, do not hesitate to let me know. I shall cherish you well. Upon hearing Long Hao's words, Bai Yueyue felt a sudden flutter in her heart, akin to that of a young girl. Beasts were not known for their sweet nothings. Yet why did her heart race so? Bai Yueyue felt her cheeks flush, and her gaze towards Long Hao became less innocent. Host, you are aroused. What? Bai Yueyue exclaimed in shock. Why are you looking at me like that? Bai Yueyue was captivated, completely oblivious to the fact that Long Hao's gaze had locked onto hers. His pupils were strikingly beautiful, a pure emerald green reminiscent of precious gemstones. Ah, it's nothing. Bai Yueye's ears perked up, her cheeks flushing even deeper. Your pheromone scent is quite intense, Long Hao remarked, suddenly leaning closer to Bai Yueyue. A delightful fragrance enveloped her, akin to the enchanting aroma of plum blossoms after a snowfall. Bai Yueyue was suddenly engulfed in a haze. From the very first night with Long Hao, she had discovered a captivating fragrance emanating from him. She had presumed that a beastman who consumed raw meat would not possess an appealing scent. However, Long Hao was an exception. The delightful aroma of his pheromones was intoxicating, for high-ranking beastmen exuded a certain refinement. This scent had an enchanting effect, igniting warmth and passion within those who encountered it. Noticing the dazed expression in Bai Yueye's eyes, Long Hao rose and gently rested his hand on her alabaster thigh, leaning closer to whisper in her ear, "Being with you these days has become rather addictive." Startled by his slightly husky voice, Bai Yueyue returned to reality, only to find herself ensnared in his tender embrace, unable to escape. "Oh no, I can't take it anymore. My waist," she lamented, writhing on the stone bed, her body numb. Long Hao was absent, presumably out hunting again, and Bai Yueyue admired his vigor after a night of exertion. He still emerged full of life the next day. On the expanse of lotus leaves beside the stone bed lay freshly roasted meat, thoughtfully cut into small pieces, still emitting a gentle steam. Ever since she had joined the tribe, Bai Yueyue found that she was never left hungry upon rising. Ding dong. "Congratulations, host. Today, are you feeling less pain?" chimed the system's cheerful voice. "Not as painful, but my waist feels like it's about to collapse. Woe is me," Bai Yueyue lamented, tears brimming in her eyes. Nevertheless, she mused that once the pain subsided, the experience was rather delightful. "Then let us reward the host with a grand gift package." Ding dong, congratulations on receiving a plant seed gift package. Upon hearing the commotion, Bai Yueyue quickly accessed the system interface in her mind. Before her, a small green package appeared on the screen, and upon opening it, a list of seeds materialized. Corn seeds X100, wheat seeds X100, cabbage seeds X100. Bai Yueyue pouted. "Humph. I thought I would receive a splendid gift package of high-quality cups. Rest assured, that is merely a matter of time. As long as the host and Long Hao exert sufficient effort. Hee, you understand." Bai Yueyue touched her nose. "At least I've finally obtained something edible." Bai Yueyue felt invigorated. While meat is delicious, one cannot subsist solely on it, especially when it lacks flavor. Currently, the beast realm is in the midst of spring. Planting now will yield a harvest by autumn. During the winter months, food sources are nearly non-existent, and crops are far more storable than meat. Thus, even if she has yet to give birth to her cubs by then, she won't face starvation. However, she must first seek out some herbs for supplements to fortify her body. Gathering resources also yields a substantial number of survival points, which can ultimately be exchanged for the coveted cleansing liquid. By the way, host, you received 150 points of favorability from Long Hao last night. You currently have accumulated 500 survival points, completing half of your goal. The system will continue to gather survival points in the background for you. Keep it up, host. Bai Yueyue's cheeks flushed. So, he is quite pleased with me. Ahem. Bai Yueyue strategically cleared her throat, rose from her bed, and stuffed a few pieces of roasted meat from the lotus leaf into her mouth. She wrapped the remaining portions for sustenance and picked up an empty beast skin pouch from the ground before exiting the cave. The weather today was rather cool rather than hot, and the tribe was surprisingly quiet. Only Ayun was nearby, tending to the campfire. Upon seeing Bai Yueyue emerge, Ayun smiled broadly. "Madam Yueyue, why does it feel like everyone is absent today?" "Oh, Lord Long Hao has taken the males to hunt for female prey," Ayun replied, wiping the sweat from his brow. Bai Yueyue was momentarily taken aback, realizing that perhaps her suggestion to raise livestock had resonated with Long Hao, who had promptly put it into action. This fellow truly was receptive to advice. "You are carrying a high bag. Are you planning to venture out?" Ayun tilted her head inquisitively. "Yes, I intend to gather some herbs," Bai Yueyue replied earnestly, nodding her head, as there was nothing to conceal. "The forest is perilous, and with the males of the tribe absent, I shall accompany you," Ayun offered with genuine enthusiasm. "Well then, that would be splendid. I appreciate your willingness to assist," Bai Yueyue acknowledged gratefully. Bai Yueyue is currently in a rather vulnerable state. Having someone by her side is undoubtedly beneficial. What trouble could there be? After all, you are a lady of distinction. Bai Yueyue smiled warmly. Despite the brutish nature of the beast men, their hearts were inherently kind. Ding dong. The route has been marked for the host to prevent any possibility of losing their way. Were it not for Dio's assistance, Bai Yueyue would have hesitated to venture beyond the tribe, even with Ayun by her side, for she greatly valued her life. Not far from the tribe, Bai Yueyue stumbled upon several excellent hemostatic herbs, the medicinal properties of which in this world were far more potent than those in the realm of reality. "Well, Madam Yueyue, you are truly remarkable," exclaimed Ayun, as he admired the herb she had handed him, his praise causing Bai Yueyue to feel a bit bashful. "Oh, it's nothing, really. With you in the tribe, Madam Yueyue, we shall never face hardship again. Many beastmen have succumbed to infections from their wounds, leading to their demise. Now that you are knowledgeable about herbs, Everyone will be saved, Ayun said, gazing at Bai Yueyue with admiration. But don't you have shaman healers? The shamans are few and often elusive, and seeking their aid requires the exchange of prey, Ayun replied, his expression tinged with melancholy. Bai Yueyue recalled the wolf beast Chi-Chi, which had been bitten by a snake. Had she not intervened, it would likely have succumbed to its injuries by now. Survival in the beast realm was fraught with challenges, and she needed to grow stronger with utmost urgency. She was unaware of how long she had been walking. But the soles of her feet began to sting painfully against the ground, prompting her to pause and rub them. She had forgotten that since her arrival, she had been barefoot, and her soles were continually cut and sore. The forest teemed with sharp thorns and venomous insects. It seemed imperative to fashion herself some shoes. Madam Yueyue, are your feet hurting? Ayun, noticing her discomfort, swiftly transformed into a colossal brown bear, squatting down and towering over 2 meters in height. Bai Yueye's eyes widened in astonishment, causing her legs to tremble slightly. She had not anticipated that Ayun's true form would be so imposing. In stark contrast to her own diminutive fox form, it felt as though a single paw swipe could send her to the afterlife. No, no, no. That would be too troublesome. I shall walk on my own. Bai Yueyue waved her hands repeatedly, then raised one to tear off several pieces of bark from a nearby tree, binding them around her feet with vines. Though it was somewhat uncomfortable, it was certainly preferable to walking directly on the ground. After a brief outing, Bai Yueyue and Ayun had gathered nearly half a bag of medicinal herbs, tonics for nourishment, remedies for injuries, and coagulants, all hastily stuffed away. Dio, you previously mentioned a spirit herb called fire blossom that can control Longhouse cold poison. Is there any nearby? Bai Yueyue suddenly thought inwardly. Although her initial intention towards Long Hao had been merely utilitarian, the days they spent together had revealed his genuine care for her, making it impossible for her not to feel a stir of emotion. Host, could it be that you have truly developed feelings for Long Hao? The system remarked. Bai Yueyue bit her lip, mustering the courage to respond. I'm merely concerned that he might perish before I can successfully conceive. After all, 8th-tier beastmen are exceedingly rare. In truth, being with him was rather pleasant. The system is continuously monitoring, yet it has not detected any spirit herbs. He is a beastman, surely. He does not experience love like modern humans do. They simply seek to propagate their lineage, Bai Yueyue thought, shaking her head. Ayun, do you happen to know where I might find spirit herbs? She inquired, turning to the attentive Ayun, who was listening intently, her round ears twitching at the slightest rustle in the forest. Spirit herbs? Well, they are quite rare. Even shamans may not possess them, Ayun replied. Just as they spoke, a faint rustling sound emerged from the nearby thicket, causing Bai Yueye's fox ears to perk up. In the next moment, a flash of pure white darted out from the grass. Madam Yueyue, be careful, Ayun exclaimed, swiftly grabbing Bai Yueyue and tossing her onto her back, only to see a plump, snow-white rabbit springing high into the air. Upon catching sight of the two, it immediately bolted away. Food. Hold on tight, Madam Yueyue. Ayun crouched low and gave chase, prompting Bai Yueyue to cling tightly to the bare fur around Ayun's neck. In this food-scarce beast world, even a single rabbit represented a rare meal. The rabbit moved with uncanny agility, zigzagging effortlessly, while Ayun, despite her large size, found her bulk a hindrance amidst the dense underbrush, unable to catch up or even nip at the rabbit's fur, growing increasingly frantic. As the rabbit continued to flee farther away, Bai Yueyue could no longer remain idle. I will pursue it, Ayun, follow closely behind. Bai Yueyue effortlessly draped the leather pouch around Ayun's neck. With a graceful leap, she transformed into a pristine white-silver fox upon landing. Her fluffy tail swept behind her as she bowed her limbs, darting forward like an arrow released from its bow, in pursuit of the rabbit. Thanks to the fox's agile physique, Bai Yueyue swiftly closed the distance to the plump hare. Madam Yueyue, wait for me, Ayun called out. But there was no trace of Bai Yueyue to be found. The duo, one large and one small, moved swiftly through the forest, navigating through thickets, leaping over streams, and startling flocks of birds. Ayun's voice faded into the distance as Bai Yueyue focused on the rabbit's rear, her hunting instincts compelling her to closely follow. Huff, huff. Where do you think you're running? Bai Yueyue gathered her strength, propelling herself powerfully from the ground, and lunged at the rabbit. After a brief commotion, the sound of frantic squeaks filled the air as the rabbit was caught by the throat. The warm, sweet blood flowed into Bai Yueye's mouth, marking her first successful hunt. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, on completing your first hunt. Survival points increased by 90. Bai Yueyue raised her head with satisfaction, only to be startled by the scene before her. A dense fog had enveloped the surrounding forest, the visibility plummeting precipitously. The air was thick with an indescribable metallic scent that was quite pungent. So engrossed was she in pursuing the rabbit that she had unwittingly ventured deep into the heart of a thicket. Bai Yueyue hastily bent down to pick up the rabbit that had taken its last breath, intending to retrace her steps. However, an interface from her system suddenly popped up in her mind. Dear Master, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The following is even more thrilling. Ding. Detection of spiritual herb aura. It has been marked. Host, there are spiritual herbs nearby. Bai Yueyue swiftly placed the rabbit into her storage space and transformed back into her human form. The system interface promptly appeared before her, with 2 red dots rapidly oscillating on the radar. Host, do you intend to search for spiritual herbs? This forest may harbor unforeseen dangers. Bai Yueyue glanced back towards the approaching direction and, after much hesitation, finally nodded in agreement. It is often said that spiritual herbs are elusive and rare. And considering there are two, such an opportunity must not be squandered. In truth, Bai Yueyue was quite eager to test her luck. What if there were a blazing fire flower? With her resolve firmly set, Bai Yueyue transformed into her beast form and plunged into the thick fog. Her animal shape enabling swifter movement, while the soft pads of her feet rendered her nearly silent. Bai Yueyue was preoccupied with her walk when her foot inadvertently kicked something, nearly causing her to stumble. Turning around, she beheld a wooden stake standing upright in the center of the ground. Its peculiar shape did not appear to be a product of nature, rather. It resembled a serpentine form. This is precisely the location. Please search carefully, dear host. Bai Yueyue had no time for a meticulous examination. It was imperative to swiftly locate the spiritual herbs. Bai Yueyue, with her small nose resembling a black date, inhaled the fragrant air. As she drew closer to the spiritual herb, the aroma became increasingly intense. At last, a faint glimmer emerged through the thick mist ahead. Bai Yueyue quickened her pace, parting the tall grass with her paw, revealing a delicate blue crystalline herb. The plant radiated a soft blue light, with a few sparse yet plump leaves, each adorned with distinct patterns. At the top of the herb bloomed a flower exuding a subtle fragrance. Lo and behold, before the host stood a 20-year-old Yulon spiritual herb. Highly beneficial for enhancing spiritual power. The host's survival points increased by 100. This was not a blazing fire flower. Bai Yueyue felt a tinge of disappointment. Yet the treasures of the world compelled her to swiftly reach out and pluck the ethereal orchid spirit grass, carefully placing it into her system's space before turning her attention to seek another herb. As she ventured further, the mist thickened, rendering the path increasingly arduous. Even with her keen perception, discerning direction in such conditions proved challenging, and she was fortunate to have the assistance of her system. The fog enveloped her, and as she inadvertently stepped into a thicket of thorns, her delicate white leg was pierced, leaving several deep wounds from which crimson droplets of blood emerged. It hurts. Bai Yueyue quickly retrieved some anti-inflammatory herbal paste from her system space and applied it to her wounds. The location of the spirit herb was detected just beyond this thicket. Bai Yueyue could no longer concern herself with trivial matters. She raised her hand and tore apart the thicket, disregarding the sharp thorns that pierced her palm. The underbrush on the ground was disordered, lacking any roots, resembling something deliberately placed there. A wave of warmth enveloped her, causing her heart to race. Before her stood a magnificent crimson flower, exuding steam, its brilliance accentuated by the dissipating mist that shrouded it. There were no leaves, only the resplendent bloom, strikingly vivid. Host, you have truly stumbled upon a stroke of fortune. This is the fire blossom. By heavens, I have truly found it. Bai Yueyue exclaimed as she swiftly plucked the fiery blossom. The stem of the fire blossom was warm to the touch, its texture both resilient and smooth. It was her first encounter with a plant that emanated its own heat. Just then, a warning echoed in her mind. Host, be cautious of what lies behind you. No sooner had the system's voice faded than an eerie sound began to approach from behind Bai Yueyue. Bai Yueyue instinctively turned her head, and from the depths of the dense fog emerged a colossal black serpent's head. Its crimson forked tongue flicked across Bai Yueyue's cheek, while its emerald vertical pupils fixated hungrily upon her. What a fragrant female. At that moment, outside the fog, Ayun pushed through the thick foliage, only to be obstructed by the swirling mist ahead. This forest was familiar to Ayun. It was the territory of the serpent clan, the Serpentwoods. Madame Yueyue, where are you? She cried out, her voice laced with desperation. Tears welled in her eyes as she ran, her heart racing. The bare sense of smell and vision were inadequate, rendering it impossible to find direction amidst the fog. If Madame Yueyue had truly ventured in, no, she must return to inform Lord Longhao. With this thought, Ayun swiftly turned around, only to see a massive shadow darting through the treetops, plunging toward her. Bai Yueyue's legs wobbled at the sight of such a gigantic serpent. Its head was larger than her entire body. Upon noticing the blazing fireball in Bai Yueyue's hand, the enormous serpent coiled its body. Its eyes wide with disbelief, it had guarded this spiritual herb for so long and had never encountered anyone capable of wielding such a lava-hot object. How could this lowly fox beast grasp it so effortlessly? You audacious lowly fox beast! How dare you pilfer the sacred herbs of my serpent clan? The great serpent hissed ominously, its serrated teeth glistening menacingly. Bai Yueyue, confronted with the fearsome sight of the serpent's jagged teeth, felt every hair on her body stand on end. Host, you are facing a 6th-tier forest giant python. You cannot defeat it. Run. The anaconda, a formidable predator, consumed anything in its path, standing as a paragon even among its kind, let alone being a 6th-tier creature. Bai Yueyue was utterly terrified, her spirit nearly fleeing her body as she turned and fled with haste. The enormous serpent, enraged in an instant, would not grant her a moment's respite. It coiled its body and lunged towards her, simultaneously opening its gaping maw to strike. Witnessing the serpent's menacing bite approaching, Bai Yueyue felt her hair stand on end in fear. She swiftly transformed into her beast form, skillfully evading the serpent's lethal attack, yet she fell heavily to the ground. The serpent, swinging its thick tail, took advantage of Bai Yueyue's still recumbent state and delivered a fierce blow to her back. With a cry of anguish, Bai Yueyue was hurled back into her human form, propelled a considerable distance before rolling several times to a halt. A deep gash marred her smooth, fair back, causing Bai Yueyue to inhale sharply as crimson droplets escaped from the corners of her mouth. The serpent's tail was immensely powerful, even without exerting its full strength. It nearly fractured her spine. You, female, devoid of spiritual power, yet the scent of your pheromones is irresistibly sweet. How dare you venture alone into the serpent's domain? Do you comprehend that this territory belongs to our snake clan? Who bestowed upon you the audacity to covet the spirit herbs? The serpent articulated, its mouth opening and closing as it spoke. Bai Yueyue struggled to rise, but the powerful tail of the great serpent tightly coiled around her ankle, dragging her back. Realizing escape was futile, she resignedly closed her eyes. Suddenly, a thunderous dragon roar resonated through the air. The serpent's movement halted, its pupils flashing with fear. The surrounding dense fog quivered in response to the roar, and a chilling breeze swept down from above Bai Yueyue's head. Silver-blue flames cascaded from the heavens. The serpent hastily released Bai Yueyue in a bid to flee, yet was struck by the azure flames. The icy fire seared through the serpent's tough scales, leaving it writhing in agony on the ground, transforming into a trembling hybrid of man and serpent. Simultaneously, a massive black wing cast a shadow over the scene as Long Hao descended, shielding Bai Yueyue beneath his expansive chest, and unleashed a furious roar at the serpent man ensnared by the frost. The serpent man struggled to rise, revealing a wound on his arm deep enough to expose bone, his emerald serpent eyes glaring viciously as he gritted his teeth. Long Hao, serpent shadow, how dare you harm her? Long Hao flared his wings, launching a barrage of glinting eye spikes toward the serpent man. Alarmed, the serpent man turned and vanished into the depths of the underbrush, leaving no trace behind. With no time to spare, Long Hao swiftly transformed into human form and gathered Bai Yueyue into his arms. At that moment, she was battered and bruised, blood trickling from her lips, her pallor suggesting she might faint at any moment. Long Hao, in a panic, drew in a sharp breath and poured a surge of spiritual energy into Bai Yueyue, striving to heal her injuries. Bai Yueyue gasped for breath, feeling a wave of refreshing spiritual energy enveloping her, which instantly eased her discomfort. Her gaze fell upon Long Hao's slightly reddened and panicked eyes. Upon hearing Bai Yueyue speak, Long Hao let out a deep sigh of relief, then grasped her shoulders urgently, exclaiming, "Have you lost your mind? What possessed you to enter the serpent forest? Who permitted you to venture in?" Chapter 14. I am fond of you. Bai Yueyue was taken aback by Long Hao's sudden outburst of anger, causing her wounds to throb with increasing intensity. Her large eyes quickly filled with tears, cascading down her cheeks as she stammered, "I am so sorry. I only intended to bring you the fiery spark." Bai Yueyue opened her palm, the vibrant red flower resting quietly within, even after being struck away by the great serpent. She did not release her grip on it. Long Hao froze momentarily, the fiery blossom, the one capable of controlling his icy poison, gazing at Bai Yueyue's small, scarred hands. Long Hao's grip loosened suddenly, his fingertips trembling as they brushed against the bloodstains on her skin. His vision blurred instantly. "Yueyue," Long Hao murmured, pulling Bai Yueyue tightly into his embrace, raising his hand to gently wipe away her tears. "I am sorry, I did not realize it was for me. Nor did I protect you well. Please forgive me." As Bai Yueyue's tears ceased, it marked the first time Long Hao had called her by name. Bai Yueyue could feel the warmth of Long Hao's tears soaking into her shoulders. The once aloof and indifferent Long Hao had, unexpectedly, shed tears for her. "I truly apologize. Please forgive me. I was simply too anxious and frightened, which prompted me to be harsh with you." Long Hao sobbed softly, resembling a child who had erred, fervently channeling his spiritual energy to warm Bai Yueyue. Long Hao could hardly fathom that this fragile little being in his embrace had bravely ventured into the serpent forest to search for spiritual herbs on his behalf, enduring injuries in the process. She was undeniably delicate and petite, yet this was the first instance someone had gone to such lengths for him. Witnessing her life hanging by a thread had instilled a profound fear within Long Hao. He had never before experienced such terror at the thought of losing someone. It became clear to him that Bai Yueyue had, unbeknownst to him, truly nestled her way into his heart. Initially, he had brought her back to the tribe merely as a female to maintain proximity, which had miraculously alleviated the cold poison afflicting him. "I understand. I do not blame you," Bai Yueyue gently responded, shaking her head, her small hand offering comfort as it patted Long Hao's broad back. In his embrace, she felt an inexplicable sense of security. Bai Yueyue claimed that her journey was for him, yet it was also for her own sake. Had it not been for Long Hao's timely arrival, she might have truly met her demise today. Remarkably, this marked the third occasion on which Long Hao had saved her life. In light of this, assisting him in locating the blazing fire flower seemed trivial. Thankfully, he arrived just in time. Before Bai Yueyue could articulate her gratitude, darkness enveloped her, and she fainted, collapsing into Long Hao's embrace. "Yueyue, wake up," Long Hao exclaimed, startled, as he promptly lifted Bai Yueyue and rushed back to the tribe. Bai Yueyue murmured, groggily opening her eyes to find herself in the familiar cave. She had returned. Bai Yueyue felt a gentle probing of her wounds, realizing that the pain on her back had subsided. To her astonishment, the injuries on her hand and thigh had vanished entirely. Suddenly, a voice resonated, "Ding dong. Host, you have finally awakened. You were in a coma for 3 days. You frightened me to death. I nearly thought you had perished. The system's voice echoed sharply in her ears. 3 days in a coma? Bai Yueye's mouth fell open in disbelief. She only recalled fainting in Long Hao's embrace, never imagining that she had been unconscious for a full 3 days. Bai Yueyue turned her head and beheld Long Hao, who was soundly asleep by the stone bed, his large hand gently clasping her small one. For these past few days, he had vigilantly remained by her side, employing his spiritual energy to heal her wounds. The efficacy of such healing was remarkable, and she had already recovered. Spiritual energy is a precious resource, and typically, beastmen refrain from utilizing it for healing purposes. His own reserves were nearing depletion. The system gently reminded her. A warmth enveloped Bai Yueye's heart as she gently brushed her fingers through Long Hao's hair. Startled awake, Long Hao's body trembled, and his once clear eyes were now marred by the crimson veins of fatigue. You're awake, Yueyue. How wonderful! Long Hao exclaimed, his face radiating joy. Yet it could not conceal his pallid demeanor. I warned you against overexerting your spiritual energy. The frost poison would spiral out of control. Why did you not heed my words? Bai Yueyue grasped Long Hao's arm, noticing the dark blue tendrils of poison had indeed spread significantly. It matters not. As long as you are safe. Long Hao exhaled softly, dismissing his concerns, solely wishing for Bai Yueye's swift recovery. Under the luminous glow of the moon within the cave, Long Hao raised his gaze to meet Bai Yueye's, and in that fleeting moment, their eyes softened considerably. Yueyue, I hold deep affection for you. Long Hao tightened his grip on Bai Yueye's hand, his tone imbued with an unprecedented tenderness. Bai Yueyue was taken aback. Had she just been confessed to? You. Like me? She could scarcely believe it. For a high-ranking beastman like Long Hao, developing feelings for a low-ranking female was almost inconceivable. Yes, I have liked you since the very first time we made it. I simply refused to acknowledge it, Long Hao admitted candidly. Seizing the moment while Bai Yueyue was still in a daze, he had pondered for a long time. Now, he earnestly desired to be with Bai Yueyue. Not for the sake of reproduction, nor for the cold poison, but solely for her. Bai Yueyue found herself momentarily at a loss, uncertain of her feelings for Long Hao. His mere presence brought her a sense of comfort. Was this affection? Having never experienced love before, she was unsure. Ultimately, she would leave this place. Once she successfully bore her offspring, she would return to the realm of reality. She could not afford to invest her heart, as there would be no future. Bai Yueyue struggled to articulate her thoughts, yet the words of rejection eluded her. You are my female, and I genuinely have feelings for you. Thus, I believe I should not keep this from you. The reason I brought you here was that interacting with you could alleviate my cold poison. Although the reasons remain a mystery, I apologize, for I did have ulterior motives. However, now, I truly care for you. If you are willing to accept me, I wish to be your devoted male partner, protecting you until the end of my days. Long Hao knelt on one knee, gently lifting Bai Yueye's delicate hand to his forehead, a pledge of sincerity from a male seeking to bond with his mate. At the moment their foreheads touched, Bai Yueyue distinctly felt the mating mark on her chest radiating warmth. Bai Yueyue felt a surge of impulse within her. She yearned to respond immediately. Yet the last vestige of rationality held her back. Long Hao, I have but one question for you. If I were to leave quietly in the future, would you still wish to maintain your current feelings? Long Hao suddenly lifted his gaze, his eyes brimming with panic, which intensified until it transformed into helplessness and reluctance. If you have a compelling reason to depart, I will accompany you until the moment you no longer need me. However, I would find it exceedingly difficult to let you go. Long Hao was acutely aware that if abandoned by a female, he might never find acceptance from another. Yet, his mind harbored no thoughts of other females, nor did he contemplate any escape routes. In his eyes, there was solely Bai Yueyue. Bai Yueye's heart suddenly tightened, and she felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort. Long Hao, in Chapter 15, Avoid Strenuous Exercise, promptly responded, gently taking Bai Yueye's delicate hand and pressing it against his lips. His damp eyes lowered, exuding an unexpected innocence. In an instant, Bai Yueye's heart melted. Host, I sense that your emotions are quite intricate. Bai Yueyue pressed her lips together before finally speaking. Very well, system. His sincerity is undeniable, and he truly is to my liking. I cannot bring myself to hurt him. Since we are now in a partnership, I shall not delay my tasks, but I also wish to cherish the moments we share together. Dio responded affirmatively to the host. Thank you. Bai Yueyue smiled softly, then turned her gaze towards Long Hao, gently caressing the contour of his face. So, let us not dwell on the future, but rather embrace the present, for at least I am here now. Long Hao nodded eagerly, though his complexion grew increasingly pale. Bai Yueyue could distinctly sense that Long Hao's hand, clasped in hers, was growing increasingly frigid. In but a moment, his lips turned a ghastly shade of purple, and the breath escaping his lips dissipated into a swirling mist, visible frost creeping across his skin like a creeping vine. Long Hao, what is the matter with you? Bai Yueyue exclaimed, startled. She hastily leapt from the bed, only to find Long Hao's body had become rigid, nearly immobile, his shoulders trembling as if shaken by an unseen force. Yueyue, I am cold. I am so cold, Long Hao murmured, his eyelids fluttering downwards, his consciousness fading. A veil of frost adorned his eyelashes, and beneath him, a layer of ice had formed. Bai Yueyue hurriedly took Dragon House Pulse. His heartbeat was exceedingly faint, a consequence of excessive consumption of spiritual energy, which had caused the cold poison within him to erupt uncontrollably. Dragon How, hold on. Bai Yueyue swiftly retrieved a set of silver needles from her system space, applying them to his body to suppress the cold poison. As the final needle pierced its acupuncture point, Dragon Hao's rigid joints finally relaxed, and he collapsed into Bai Yueye's embrace. Bai Yueyue swiftly kindled a roaring fire to provide warmth for Long Hao, then fervently rubbed his body in an attempt to generate heat. However, the moment her skin made contact with his, she was met with a chilling burn. How icy. This was hardly the temperature one would expect from a living being. Bai Yueyue was acutely aware of the formidable nature of the cold poison, yet she had not anticipated the sheer terror it would unleash. How had Long Hao endured the onset of this affliction before her assistance? It was unfathomable to imagine the torment he must have faced. Where is the fire blossom? Long Hao? She exclaimed, as she swiftly pulled the fur blanket from the bed, enveloping him in its warmth, cradling him closely to provide solace. Long Hao lay there, his eyes tightly shut, his breath faint. He could do little more than tremble. The fire blossom is at the head of the bed, the system promptly alerted her. Thank you, system. I shall exchange for a set of pestle and mortar, Bai Yueyue replied, extending her hand, and a complete set of grinding tools materialized before her. She took the fire blossom and swiftly plucked half of its petals, casting them into the mortar and grinding them with urgency, reserving the remainder for internal administration later. As the petals were pulverized, she raised her hand to apply the concoction to Long Hao, but the system interjected. Wait a moment, host. The fire blossom possesses heat properties. While Long Hao is an ice dragon, he requires a guiding agent for the remedy. What guiding agent? She inquired. Your blood, the system responded. Without hesitation, Bai Yueyue inserted her finger into her mouth, using her canine tooth to pierce it and draw a few drops of blood. Life and death hung in the balance. After all, it was merely a drop of blood. However, as the crimson liquid mingled with the concoction, she observed with astonishment that the fiery paste began to emit billows of white smoke, as if the searing coals had been doused with water. Suddenly, a thought crossed Bai Yueye's mind. The system had previously mentioned that she harbored a secret. However, she could not afford to ponder this further at the moment. Bai Yueyue deftly applied the medicinal paste to the dark blue toxins on Long Hao's arm, persistently massaging the area. In an instant, the dark blue lines twisted rapidly upon absorbing the fiery essence of the potion, swiftly contracting into slender threads that settled upon Long Hao's skin. The frost enveloping Long Hao's body also receded at a visibly rapid pace. Bai Yueyue gently cradled Long Hao's head in her lap, carefully checking his pulse once more. Fortunately, the fiery fruit had indeed proven effective, and the icy poison had been subdued. As Long Hao's breathing steadied, Bai Yueyue exhaled in relief. Reaching up to tenderly sweep aside the disheveled strands of hair from his face, reminiscent of the times he had vigilantly watched over her day and night. Do not go. Yueyue, Long Hao murmured in his slumber, instinctively grasping Bai Yueye's hand tightly. I will not leave, I will not, she softly reassured him. But would she truly remain? Under the moonlight, Long Hao's visage appeared ethereal and breathtaking, embodying the distinction of a high-ranking beastman with extraordinary features. In the beast realm, the offspring inherit their father's traits. And thus, any future progeny would undoubtedly be a cherished dream come true. Are you eagerly anticipating the arrival of little ones, host? Bai Yueye's gaze grew vacant as she softly inquired, System, if I give birth to a child, will I be able to return to the modern era? If the child is of exceptional quality, then yes. If it is a descendant of Long Hao, it will certainly be of superior quality. Can I take my child and Long Hao with me? Bai Yueyue then asked. That is not permitted. The child belongs to the beast realm, as does Long Hao. The host must not disrupt the rules. You can only return alone. Everything in the beast realm will eventually fade into a distant dream. Bai Yueyue felt disoriented. It was indeed cruel to realize that she had truly experienced everything, only to regard it as a fleeting dream. By the way, dear host, to completely eradicate the cold poison, Long Hao must absorb the heart of a volcano bird. The flames can merely be controlled, but over time, the affliction will inevitably recur. Yet, where might one find a volcano bird? Bai Yueyue regained her senses. The system's information contained only the most basic details. The volcano bird resides within the molten lava of volcanoes and is exceedingly rare. Bai Yueyue pressed her lips together and cast her gaze downwards at Long Hao. The next step is to locate the volcanic bird. The following day, Bai Yueyue found herself unable to lift Long Hao, so she simply nestled down beside him on the ground and succumbed to slumber. As she languidly stretched her arm, a sudden heaviness settled upon her waist. A warm breath brushed against her neck, and Bai Yueye's eyes flew open, her cheeks instantly aflame. To her astonishment, Long Hao had buried his face against her chest, his arms encircling her waist, utterly motionless. How had they ended up on the bed? Long Hao? Bai Yueyue whispered, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, her body hesitant to shift. Long Hao remained still, merely responding with a low murmur, tightening his embrace around Bai Yueyue. His soft lips gently pressed against the skin of her chest. Ah! Bai Yueyue was startled by her own exclamation and hurriedly covered her mouth. Was that truly a sound she could produce? Long Hao encircled Bai Yueye's form, sliding up from below, his nose brushing against her forehead. Sensing the warmth of Long Hao's breath, Bai Yueyue reached out to touch his body. Are you feeling warm? In the past, Long Hao had always been icy cold, but it seemed that the fiery spark had taken effect, controlling the cold poison while also bestowing him with warmth. Stop touching me, Chapter 16. He is so innocent. Long Hao's voice was somewhat hoarse as he tightened his embrace around Bai Yueyue. His hands gliding up and down. I can hardly contain myself. Bai Yueyue's face flushed crimson. Her fluffy fox ears perked up instinctively. Fully aware of the implications behind his words. Ahem, well, your cold toxin has just been controlled, so it would be unwise to engage in vigorous activity. Bai Yueyue murmured softly, her tail sweeping back and forth outside the quilt. Upon hearing this, Long Hao's long eyelashes fluttered slightly as he opened his eyes. His large hand reaching out to grasp the base of Bai Yueyue's tail, gently kneading it. I am in excellent health. Bai Yueyue's face deepened in color. The tail was an exceedingly sensitive area, and Long Hao's touch rendered her half weak with a wave of sensation. Moreover, she felt even more bashful in his warm presence. As if their connection ignited an added layer of shyness. I know, Bai Yueyue stammered, nodding fervently as she hurriedly attempted to push away Long Hao's restless hand. Only to find her wrist caught in his grasp. Long Hao, seizing the moment, rose up and enveloped Bai Yueyue beneath him. Lowering his head to kiss the edge of her lips, leaving behind the same exquisite fragrance reminiscent of cold plum blossoms after snow, Bai Yueyue expressed, I am overwhelmed. Utterly overwhelmed. I yearn to bear offspring with you, offspring that belongs solely to us. Long Hao leaned in close to Bai Yueyue's ear, his tone resembling a plea. In the beast world, females possess a remarkable reproductive capacity that males lack, rendering every capable female a precious treasure. Bai Yueyue suppressed her racing heart, and said, Kiki, my social standing is too low. It seems I am unable to bear your offspring. That being said, would you be willing? Long Hao paused momentarily, and his beautiful eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. Bai Yueyue bit her lip and gently nodded. This was indeed her ultimate goal, as long as you are willing. I shall assist you, Long Hao said, lowering his head and affectionately nuzzling Bai Yueyue's delicate face. The intimate gesture starkly contrasted with his usual aloof demeanor. Ding dong. Is it possible that he truly wishes to help you? For lower-tier beastmen, leveling up is an arduous task. Can we trust his words? He is at the 8th tier, fully capable of seeking a high-tier female to propagate his lineage. Host, could it be that he has genuinely fallen for you? Bai Yueyue's expression stiffened. What's wrong? Is it that low-tier beasts are unworthy of love? In the beast realm, indeed, that seems to be the case. I see. But, one must wonder. Do beastmen truly comprehend the essence of love? Perhaps a trial would reveal the truth. Heeding the system's words, Bai Yueyue raised her hand to cradle Long Hao's face. Long Hao, do you love me? Long Hao tilted his head in contemplation. What is love? Bai Yueyue was momentarily taken aback by the question, pondering for a moment before responding. What I comprehend is an inseparable bond, an overwhelming affection, a desire for exclusivity. Thoughts of you that linger during my leisure, and an unwavering concern for you in both stillness and motion. Long Hao listened intently, seemingly deep in thought. For beastmen, the concept of love is elusive, as they are driven solely by the instinct to procreate. All I know is that you reside eternally in my heart. Whether I am asleep or awake, the sight of you brings me joy, Long Hao confessed, his gaze softening as he gently cradled Bai Yueyue's head against his neck. Moreover, I feel it. What do you mean? Bai Yueyue asked, momentarily stunned. Warmth, Long Hao replied, his voice low and subtly magnetic, evoking a delightful stir within the listener. Ever since I embraced you, I have found no desire to release you. He continued, his large hand tenderly caressing Bai Yueyue's locks. The cold poison was aptly named. As those afflicted find it nearly impossible to perceive warmth, no matter how many blankets one wraps oneself in, the chill persists. Long Hao, being a dragon without fur for warmth, had no longing to return to the frigid night since the arrival of Bai Yueyue, the little fox who radiated warmth. Thus, Yueyue, I believe I love you. Bai Yueyue's heart trembled, and she found herself unable to regain her composure for a long time. Help? After over 20 years of being single since birth, it was the first time someone had embraced her to profess their love. Bai Yueyue lifted her gaze, observing the delicate lips of Long Hao and the enticing movement of his Adam's apple. How infuriating. Without hesitation, she seized Long Hao and kissed him passionately. This was her first time taking the initiative. Long Hao's eyes widened in surprise, and his cheeks flushed a deep crimson, exuding a mix of desire and bashfulness that nearly made Bai Yueyue swoon. How innocent. Long Hao quickly turned his head away, unwilling to let her see his reddened face. What's the matter, big dragon? Oh, it's nothing. What would you like to eat? I'll go get it for you. Long Hao's fingers, clearly defined, clutched the animal skin blanket, resembling a wronged little bride. Generally, females do not take the initiative. However, being kissed by a female felt like being cherished, leaving any male feeling shy. Moreover, for all these years, Bai Yueyue was the first to capture his heart. Hee, are you really shy? Bai Yueyue found this amusing and teasingly reached out to caress Long Hao's lower back. In a sudden burst, Long Hao sprang to his feet and dashed to the entrance of the cave. I'll go get you something to eat. Just wait for me. With a chuckle, Bai Yueyue laughed heartily. He's so innocent. I adore him. Just a little teasing and he becomes this flustered. Oh dear, it's simply too much to bear. Came the system's commentary. Before long, Long Hao returned, one hand carrying some roasted beef while the other dragged a large tree branch, laden with bright red apples. Bai Yueyue sprang gracefully from the stone bed, inquiring, "Fruits? You mentioned your desire for them the other day, so I ventured to find some for you. I observed that the herbivores particularly relish these. To give them a taste, Long Hao plucked 2 apples from a tree branch, meticulously wiping them with a piece of animal hide before presenting them to Bai Yueyue. As the tart and sweet juices burst delightfully in her mouth, Bai Yueyue felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Witnessing her enjoyment, Long Hao could not conceal his own smile and proceeded to slice a piece of beef, offering it to Bai Yueyue. Bai Yueyue savored a bite of beef followed by a bite of apple when suddenly an idea struck her, causing her to halt her actions and exclaim, "Oh, I nearly forgot. There's still half a portion of roasted fire flower." Bai Yueyue turned around and swiftly placed the remaining fiery flowers along with several medicinal herbs into the mortar beside the bed, striking them vigorously. The stems of the fiery flowers were exceedingly resilient. After a few blows, Bai Yueyue found it somewhat taxing. Long Hao took the items from Bai Yueyue's hands and said, "Let me handle this. You need only instruct me on the process. Crush them thoroughly and ensure they are well mixed." However, the stems of the fiery flowers are quite challenging to pulverize. Before Bai Yueyue could finish her words, she saw Long Hao holding a stone mortar in one hand and a pestle in the other, as dark, inky scales gradually emerged upon his arm. With a resounding thud, he deftly pounded the herbs within to a fine pulp. "What do you think? Is this acceptable?" Long Hao inquired, presenting the mortar to Bai Yueyue. Observing the cracks on the stone surface, a flicker of a smile danced at the corner of Bai Yueyue's lips. "Indeed, it is more than sufficient." Bai Yueyue formed the pounded herbal mixture into a ball and presented it to Long Hao, saying, "Here, consume this and see for yourself. Detoxification requires a harmonious balance of internal and external remedies." Long Hao leaned closer to the herbal ball and inhaled its aroma, his face contorting in distaste. "It smells rather bitter. Can it truly be palatable?" "This is intended for your healing, not for your enjoyment," Bai Yueyue replied, exasperated as she pressed her forehead. "Oh, wait a moment." Chapter 17. A longing desire. Bai Yueyue raised her hand and bit down fiercely on her finger, causing blood to ooze forth immediately. "What are you doing?" Long Hao exclaimed, witnessing her self-inflicted harm. Just as he intended to intervene, he noticed Bai Yueyue letting a drop of her blood fall onto the bundle of herbs before handing it to him. The blazing fire flower requires a catalyst. Just a drop of blood will suffice. Try consuming it. Bai Yueyue, why is my blood the catalyst for the medicine? Long Hao's pupils trembled, realizing that she had helped him control the cold poison in this manner last night. Long Hao suppressed his heartache and accepted the herbal remedy, swallowing it down. A wave of bitterness surged in his mouth, causing him to involuntarily furrow his brow. As the herbs took effect, he felt an inexplicable chill rising from his depths. His throat tightened, and he coughed up a mouthful of dark blood. Long Hao. Bai Yueyue was taken aback and hurriedly reached out to steady Long Hao's arm, only to witness the densely packed black and blue lines dimming visibly before her eyes. The fiery essence of the blazing flower counteracts the chilling poison. Though this method is perilous, it indeed seems to be yielding results. Long Hao sat cross-legged, feeling the oppressive cold energy within his meridians dissipate significantly. "Yeah, we have succeeded." Long Hao's voice trembled slightly as he quickly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and embraced Bai Yueyue's slender waist. "Splendid. For the next few days, refrain from using your spiritual energy, simply focus on absorbing the effects of the blazing flower. I shall assist you with needles, and we should soon attain complete mastery over this chilling poison." Bai Yueyue let out a sigh of relief, finally feeling her efforts were not in vain. Long Hao gently took Bai Yueyue's small hand and kissed the wound, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, my dear." However, she reminded him that although the blazing fire could control the icy poison, it could not eradicate it entirely. It would inevitably resurface, and they must find the heart of the volcanic bird. Bai Yueyue had resolutely decided to save Long Hao. The beast clan, being a wild tribe, was inherently weak, and the orc hierarchy within was generally low, with few possessing formidable combat abilities. If it were not for Long Hao, an 8th-tier extraordinary orc, supporting them, the clan would likely have already fallen apart. Therefore, Long Hao must not falter. Long Hao's expression darkened as he revealed, "It is said that the volcanic birds have all perished." "What?" Bai Yueyue gasped, recalling the catastrophic volcanic eruption decades ago that had obliterated their habitat, leaving no sightings of the volcanic birds since. Long Hao shook his head gravely. Bai Yueyue's spirits plummeted. If that were true, would there be no hope left for Long Hao? System, is there truly nothing else that can cure Long Hao's icy poison aside from the heart of the volcanic bird? She asked, her determination undeterred. According to the system's records, the answer was negative. Bai Yueyue's lips trembled, her gaze filled with profound compassion as she looked at Long Hao. "Long Hao, you." Long Hao met her eyes, which still sparkled with brightness, but now held a deeper sense of tenderness. He stepped closer, gently resting his head upon Bai Yueyue's lap. "It matters not. Even if my time is limited, I find immense joy in being your companion. Let us not dwell on the inevitable. Before you depart, I simply wish to cherish these moments with you. My desire for children stems from the hope that, should I leave this world, they may keep you company, sparing you from solitude." Bai Yueyue felt a sharp pain in her heart. and she could only lift her hand to gently caress Long Hao's silvery white hair, offering words of comfort. Do not speak recklessly, perhaps there are methods unknown to us. I will do my utmost to control the cold poison and delay its spread. You must remember not to overexert your spiritual energy. Long Hao nodded. His eyelashes dampened without him realizing it. His petite mate was so fragile, what would happen to her if he were truly gone? He must assist her as much as possible before that time came. Suddenly, a call echoed from outside the cave, momentarily dispersing the anguish shared between the two. Lord Long Hao? The female beasts outside are causing a commotion. Hearing the disturbance, Long Hao gently wiped away the tears from Bai Yueye's eyes with his large hand and led her out of the cave. Inside the tribe, dust swirled chaotically as a group of beasts ran amok. 3 wild boars, 2 wild sheep, and even a large bull. The beastmen transformed into their original forms, tirelessly pursuing and cornering the ones that attempted to flee. Wow, did you catch all of these a few days ago? Bai Yueyue exclaimed, her eyes widening as she noticed that all the beasts were noticeably pregnant. Indeed, the distant meadows of the forest are a gathering place for many herbivorous beasts. You had previously mentioned that raising them would ensure a steady food supply, so I led a group to the meadows to capture these. Long Hao nodded in acknowledgement. However, even with the entire clan mobilized, their harvest was disappointingly meager. Lord Long Hao, Madame Yueyue, what should we do if they keep trying to escape? Qian Che expressed his concern from the side. Bai Yueyue pondered for a moment and inquired, Long Hao, are there any bamboo nearby? Indeed, Long Hao nodded. Do you wish to acquire some bamboo? Yes, I intend to construct a livestock enclosure with it. By confining them, we shall alleviate the fear of their wandering off. Very well. Qian Che, you and the others shall keep a watchful eye on these beasts while the rest accompany me, Long Hao commanded with a wave of his hand. Understood. Long Hao was always swift to act on Bai Yueye's requests, though he was perplexed by how she possessed knowledge of matters they had never encountered. He trusted her judgment implicitly. Not far behind the beast clan lay a vast expanse of bamboo forest. Upon seeing the towering bamboo, Bai Yueyue was momentarily taken aback. Each bamboo stalk rose majestically into the sky. She had to tilt her neck at a 90-degree angle merely to catch a glimpse of their tops. The slenderest of the bamboo was as thick as a thigh, and even the newly sprouted bamboo shoots boasted a girth comparable to that of a bull. With bamboo of such robust quality, a fence constructed from it would be impenetrable, even to wild bulls. The beastmen wielded bone knives, laboriously chopping at the bamboo, while some had even transformed into their beast forms, utilizing their teeth. Yet, the bamboo proved too resilient. After much effort, they had only managed to fell 2 stalks. Bai Yueyue watched anxiously, yet her frail strength rendered her powerless to assist. Long Hao raised his hand and cast aside the bone dagger, retreating a few steps in the process. Everyone, stand back, he commanded. Upon hearing his words, the crowd hastily made way, retreating to a safe distance. Before them, Long Hao joined his hands together and gradually spread them apart, unleashing waves of azure light, from which emerged several exquisitely sharp ice blades, materializing before him. Bai Yueyue was taken aback. Long Hao, do not use your spiritual power. She was genuinely terrified that Long Hao's cold poison might relapse. Rest assured, I have it under control. Long Hao's gaze darkened as he suddenly clenched his fist. With a swift motion, the icy blade shot forth, slicing through the air with precision, effortlessly severing a significant portion of the bamboo at its base. The sound of snapping echoed loudly as the bamboo was reduced to mere stumps. Bai Yueyue gazed at Long Hao with admiration, utterly astonished by his prowess. How incredible it was that such sturdy bamboo could be so easily broken. Was this the true power of a supernatural beastman? She yearned for such strength herself. Chapter 18. Raising livestock and stir-fried bamboo shoots with me to him, host. You do not possess any spiritual power yet, the system interjected, dousing her enthusiasm with a splash of cold reality. Bai Yueyue felt a twitch at her temples. Just wait. It will come soon. By the way, you mentioned that I have a secret. What did you mean by that? Once you use the marrow cleansing liquid, you will naturally understand. The cunning system replied, withholding information from her. The beastmen transformed into their original forms, dragging the bamboo they had felled back to the tribe, while Bai Yueyue conveniently collected some bamboo shoots. Upon returning to the tribe, Bai Yueyue excused herself for a brief moment and stealthily made her way to an isolated area to exchange for several saws from the system's marketplace. Holding the oddly shaped yet inexplicably useful tools, the beastmen began to murmur among themselves. Madame Yueyue, where did you find such effective tools? Kashu inquired while sawing through the bamboo. Do not speak too much, just work, Long Hao coldly interjected. Yes, Kashu quickly fell silent. Long Hao cast a glance at Bai Yueyue. Her sudden appearance, despite her low status, revealed a surprising array of skills. Although she possessed no spiritual power, she was capable of helping him control the cold poison. Perhaps she was a divine gift from the beast goddamn. He chose not to inquire further. All that mattered was her presence by his side. Meanwhile, in a stone cave on the back mountain, a somewhat frail male beastman poked his head in from outside, holding a piece of beef. Xiang Yue, I've brought you something to eat. AMU, why are you only just arriving? I'm nearly starving. Has the high priest returned? Xiang Yue snatched the beef from AMU's hands and devoured it hungrily. Long Hao had punished her by confining her within the cave, and after so many days, she felt suffocated. Had it not been for Amu, who harbored affection for her and regularly brought her food, she might have perished from hunger. Not yet. Lord Longhao has captured plenty of food, Amu replied, watching Xiang Yue eat the meat with envy. This beef was a hard-earned prize he had caught, which he had chosen to give to Xiang Yue instead of eating himself. All right, you can go now. If the high priest returns, you must tell me. Xiang Yue turned away to continue eating, dismissing Amu. Okay, Xiang Yue, I want to be your male. That's enough. I have said that unless Longhao becomes my mate, you all must stand aside. Xiang Yue shot a glare at Amu. As a fifth-tier female and a prominent priestess of the beast tribe destined to become the high priestess, how could she possibly be with a male beast of the same tier? Her partner must undoubtedly be Longhao. Bai Yueyue discovered a vast clearing behind the tribe and decided to establish the livestock pen there. The orcs, following Bai Yueye's instructions, meticulously cut bamboo into uniform lengths and sharpened the ends. Bai Yueyue was not idle either. She was diligently twisting some straw into rope, knowing it would soon be of use. I used two little ones were frolicking nearby, and the beastmen exhibited remarkable tolerance towards these children, refraining from harsh reprimands even when their antics caused mischief. In the beast realm, younglings were exceedingly precious, particularly female offspring, for a host could elevate her status by bearing multiple daughters. Bai Yueyue instinctively glanced at Longhao, who was diligently chopping bamboo nearby. The sunlight cascaded at a slant, accentuating the contours of his face, rendering it even more striking. If one were to awaken in the morning, with a handsome husband on the left and a beautiful child on the right, it would undoubtedly be the pinnacle of life. As Bai Yueyue gazed at Longhao, she found herself lost in a daydream. Ah, how true it is that love often begins with appearance. If the partner is sufficiently handsome, one might even feel fortunate to be pursued. The system noted with a hint of irony, another peculiar piece of knowledge acquired. Longhao sensed to gaze upon him. Upon turning, he was met by Bai Yueye's enchanting eyes, which made his heart skip a beat. His little fox had already teased him upon waking, and now, with such a look, he found himself captivated once more. Longhao swallowed hard, having caught a whiff of the sweet scent of Bai Yueye's pheromones. In the spring, females are constantly in a state of heat, and if their desires remain unfulfilled, they may accept multiple males. Longhao glanced up at the sun, which had yet to set, and whispered to Bai Yueyue, "Yeah, daytime is not suitable for mating. Let us wait until dusk." Bai Yueye's foxtail instantly bristled, and she shyly lowered her head, stammering, I know." Longhao's lips curled into a smile. Yueye's bashful demeanor was utterly adorable, with her ears turning a shade of crimson. Observing Bai Yueye's flustered state, Longhao rose to fetch a large apple from the cave and handed it to her, saying, "Have some fruit to quench your thirst." Yueyue had mentioned that fruits were both sweet and refreshing, so he secretly sampled one himself and found it quite delightful. "Thank you." Ugh, mother, this grass tastes so salty." Ayun admonished the two little ones. "I told you not to eat indiscriminately, yet you wouldn't listen. Don't run around. Everyone is busy working. Lord Longhao will be angry soon." Bai Yueyue tilted her head and inquired, "What's wrong, Ayun?" "It's nothing, Madam Yueyue. These two children are eating recklessly," Ayun quickly clarified. Mother, this grass is so salty. My throat is so dry." The two little ones exclaimed with their mouths agape. Bai Yueyue furrowed her brow and stepped forward to pick up the grass that Ayun had carelessly discarded. The leaves of the grass were lush and succulent, emanating a fragrant, briny aroma. This was saltwort, edible and capable of serving as a substitute seasoning for salt. Bai Yueye's eyes sparkled with delight. It was as though her thoughts had manifested into reality. Although the aroma of roasted meat was enticing, it lacked flavor. Now, with the addition of saltwort, she could finally prepare something delectable. The chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating narrative. "Where did you two find this herb?" Bai Yueyue inquired, glancing at the two mischievous little leopards. "Right next to the tribe, there are plenty." The little leopards responded, their tiny tails swaying as they led Bai Yueyue to the area beside the tribe. There, amidst a thicket, they discovered an abundance of saltwort, which Bai Yueyue eagerly collected. As twilight descended, a grand livestock pen was finally completed. The fence stood over 3 meters tall, with sharpened bamboo tops to prevent any beasts from escaping. The orc villagers herded the female beasts inside, and Bai Yueyue thoughtfully left a gate in the fence for easy feeding. It's done, Bai Yueyue exclaimed, filled with a sense of accomplishment as she surveyed the successfully constructed livestock pen. With this, one of the essential needs, clothing, food, shelter, and transportation, had been addressed. All right. Everyone has worked hard. I've gathered some bamboo shoots, and tonight I shall prepare a delightful feast. As Qian Che and the others returned with a large wild boar, perfectly complemented by the saltwort for seasoning, Bai Yueyue decided to make stir-fried bamboo shoots with pork. In a world without pots, she opted for the simplest method, frying on a stone slab. Bai Yueyue wandered along the riverbank, searching meticulously until she found a large, exceptionally smooth stone slab. "This one will do," she declared. Longhao nodded in agreement and proceeded to wash the stone clean before carrying it back to the tribe. Bai Yueyue casually gathered some stones from the ground to construct a rudimentary stove, placing a flat stone atop it. The orcs formed a circle around her, observing her actions, longing to assist but finding themselves unable to do so. Bai Yueyue meticulously sliced the pork and bamboo shoots with a bone knife. While Bai Yueyue tended to the fire beneath the stone slab. As the temperature rose, steam began to waft from the slab. Bai Yueyue placed a piece of fatty pork on the stone, allowing the fat to render, then added the meat and bamboo shoots, finishing with a drizzle of salt and wild herbs. The tantalizing aroma of the dish filled the air, causing the orcs to involuntarily swallow. De Xiong and Er Xiong were particularly eager, whining in anticipation. "All right, everyone, come and eat," Bai Yueyue called, but to her surprise, no one moved. They all turned their gaze towards Long Hao. Without Long Hao's consent, who would dare step forward? The hierarchy among the orcs was strictly observed, even though everyone had contributed. None possessed the right to dine alongside Long Hao. "Come and eat," Long Hao finally spoke. Since Yueyue was unperturbed, he felt no need to be either. With his permission, the orcs gathered palm leaves, awaiting their portions. De Xiong, overwhelmed by hunger, reached out to grab the sizzling meat from the stone slab, only to yelp in pain as he burned himself. "Ouch. It hurts. Child, who told you to touch it?" Quickly apologized to Madam and Lord Long Hao. Ayun scolded De Xiong while nervously observing Long Hao's expression, fearing his wrath. It was well understood that they were outcasts from their own kin, and any breach of etiquette could result in Long Hao's expulsion, leaving them to await their demise. "I am sorry, Lord Long Hao, Madam Yueyue," De Xiong sobbed, his frail shoulders trembling, his ears pressed flat against his head, overwhelmed by hunger. Fortunately, Long Hao remained silent, his attention fixed on Bai Yueyue. Bai Yueyue plucked 2 twigs from a nearby tree and fashioned a makeshift utensil with palm leaves to hold the stir-fried bamboo shoots and pork. "It's all right. The food is quite hot. You see, using these 2 twigs to eat will prevent you from burning your hands. Just blow on it before putting it in your mouth. And at one tea scald your tongue." Bai Yueyue pouted her small lips, gently blowing on the piece of meat she held, before offering it to Long Hao's lips. "Try this." Long Hao, taken aback by her gesture, quickly opened his mouth to receive the meat, his eyes sparkling with delight. "Delicious." Bai Yueyue smiled with a gentle expression. "Is that true?" "Indeed, it is. You should try it as well. Indulge a little more." Long Hao nodded vigorously. The orcs each served themselves a portion, clumsily mimicking Bai Yueye's actions as they stuffed the food into their mouths. The moment it touched their palates, their eyes widened in delight, and they exclaimed in admiration. The savory combination of pork and the fresh aroma of bamboo shoots enveloped their senses. Even with just a hint of salty herb sauce, it was a flavor the orcs had never experienced before. "This is exquisite. Madam Yueyue, you are remarkable." The aroma wafted through the cave, enticing Xiang Yue, who lay at the entrance, her mouth watering with desire, yet she dared not venture out, anxiously pacing within the confines of the cave. Ding dong. The host's survival points have reached 1,000, and an additional 500 favorability points have been awarded. The opportunity to exchange for cleansing liquid is now available. A wave of joy surged within Bai Yueye's heart. After her persistent efforts, she had finally achieved her goal. She still possessed a spirit-enhancing orchid, which she planned to experiment with at the earliest opportunity. After the meal, everyone was left with grease on their lips, their admiration for their lady growing immensely. "Yueyue, I have yet to inspect our territory today and must step out for a while. I shall return swiftly. Wait for me in the cave." Long Hao gently ruffled Bai Yueye's hair. Bai Yueyue nodded, her soft fox ears adorably drooping atop her head. Long Hao cast a lingering glance at Bai Yueyue before transforming back into his original form and soaring into the dimming forest. Ayun and several female beast men remained to clean up the aftermath. Noticing Bai Yueyue lost in thought, gazing in the direction Long Hao had departed, Ayun spoke. "Are you worried about Lord Long Hao, Madam Yueyue?" "Indeed, it is quite late, and he still needs to patrol the territory," Bai Yueyue replied with a nod. "Lord Long Hao has always been vigilant in protecting the tribe. The forest is home to the giant ape clan and the wolf clan, both of whom are notorious for seizing the prey and females of neighboring tribes. Lord Long Hao has driven them away on several occasions," Ayun remarked. "The forest is fraught with peril, housing more than just the beast clan. Thus, as the tribe's leader, Long Hao must remain ever watchful. With the recent abundance of prey, it was imperative to guard against thieves." "The giant ape clan?" "Yes, they are both hideous and fierce, particularly cunning as they're adept climbers, making them difficult to contend with. Their leader, the 6-armed golden ape, is also an extraordinary beast man, ranking at the 8th tier, just like Lord Long Hao," Ayun whispered. Bai Yueyue inhaled sharply, having seen in the system's records that within this vast forest resided not only the beast clan but also 5 prominent tribes: the wolf tribe, the giant ape tribe, the fox tribe, the heavenly tiger tribe, and the serpent tribe. Other tribes did not inhabit the forest, with the heavenly tiger tribe and the giant ape tribe being the most formidable. The leaders of each clan were all high-ranking beast men. The beast men were not only the core of their tribes, but also served as a protective shield, ensuring the beast clan could establish a foothold. Long Hao must have exerted considerable effort to achieve this. "Allow me to assist you," Bai Yueyue declared as she rose. What she could do now was to enhance the tribe's living conditions, making them better, bit by bit. No, Madam Yueyue, you have worked tirelessly all day. Please return to your cave and rest. Lulu, and I will take care of the tidying up," Ayun quickly interjected, waving his hand. "Indeed, Madam Yueyue," Lulu nodded in agreement. Bai Yueyue turned her gaze towards the female beastman named Lulu. Lulu, a bear beastman, appeared youthful and exuded an endearing charm, her innocent eyes fixed upon Bai Yueyue. Very well, I appreciate your efforts, Bai Yueyue replied, realizing she could not assist and thus resigned herself to the situation. Upon returning to the cave, Bai Yueyue sat cross-legged and decisively exchanged a vial of cleansing elixir from the system's inventory. The small, slightly heavy bottle glimmered in her hand, containing a pale blue liquid. Should I drink this directly, system? She inquired. Indeed, the host may simply blow into the bottle, came the response. There are no adverse reactions, I presume? She asked. Uncertainty lingering as she admitted, I have never consumed it before, so I am unsure. Bai Yueyue found herself at a loss for words. Nevertheless, victory or defeat rested upon this singular moment. She raised her hand to twist off the cap of the vial and tilted her head back, pouring the cleansing elixir down her throat. A peculiar flavor spread across her palate, causing her expression to contort in distaste. What on earth is this taste? Before she could voice her grievances, a wave of warmth suddenly surged into her dantian. In no time, the heat coursed through her entire being, and Bai Yueyue felt as if her body had become significantly lighter, enveloped by a radiant white light. Bai Yueyue was taken aback, sensing that her perceptions had seemingly sharpened. The chirping of insects and the croaking of frogs, along with the fragrant aroma of the flora, enveloped her senses. To her astonishment, after the cleansing elixir had unblocked her spiritual meridians, her senses had been elevated as well. Bai Yueyue raised her hand and moved her fingertips, and a slender strand of pale purple light began to dance between her fingers. Is this the essence of spiritual energy? Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for successfully opening the spiritual meridians. Current status of the host, Tier 3, Spiritual Energy, 5 points, Speed, 30, Resilience, 20, Perception, 50. The host can enhance their spiritual energy points through diligent cultivation, and with the enhancement of spiritual energy, the host's speed, resilience, and perception will also be elevated. Bai Yueyue took a deep breath, only to realize with astonishment that a pulsating purple flame resided within her dantian. This is the initial form of the host's extraordinary ability. Extraordinary ability? Do I possess such a gift? Bai Yueye's eyes widened in disbelief. Indeed, dear host, you are endowed with the talent for extraordinary abilities. According to your attributes, it is of the fire element. However, your current level is rather low, and your spiritual energy is not yet sufficiently refined. Hence you are unable to harness this ability. Once you reach the 6th tier, you shall wield it freely. No wonder her blood could suppress the searing heat of the blazing fire. Not every beast possesses such extraordinary talent. The system has truly bestowed upon her a remarkable gift. Can consuming the ghost orchid spirit herb enhance my spiritual energy? Certainly, the herb's efficacy is quite potent. However, one must not be hasty. It is advisable for the host to consume it in multiple doses. With the system's affirmative response, Bai Yueyue eagerly retrieved the ghost orchid spirit herb from the system's space, plucking a leaf and swiftly placing it in her mouth to chew. As the juices of the leaf burst forth, strands of spiritual energy coursed through Bai Yueye's lips and teeth, spreading throughout her entire body. Congratulations, host. Your spiritual energy has been elevated to 30 points. Each increase of 100 points allows for advancement. My goodness, the efficacy of the spirit herb is indeed remarkable. Bai Yueyue carefully stored the remaining spiritual herbs. Consuming too many in one sitting might overwhelm her, and she risked the peril of bodily harm. As night deepened, she waited anxiously in the cave, growing increasingly restless at the absence of Long Hao. Finally, with a whoosh, the massive wings of a dragon obscured the entrance, signaling Long Hao's return. Long Hao, where have you been for so long? Bai Yueyue hurried forward, but amidst her breaths, she sensed a strong metallic scent of blood. He was injured. Chapter 20, I will not abandon you. The night was too dark, and in this beastly world devoid of light, Bai Yueyue could not discern the condition of Long Hao. Yet her instincts informed her that he was indeed hurt. In a flurry of panic, she began to search his body. Suddenly, a sticky sensation emanated from Long Hao's arm. Bai Yueyue raised her hand to sniff. It was blood. You are indeed injured. Let me see where. Bai Yueyue exclaimed anxiously. I'm fine, don't worry, Long Hao replied, swiftly grasping Bai Yueye's small hand and using the animal hide cloak to wipe the blood off her palm, then placing a round object into her hand. In the dim light, the object emitted a soft glow, resembling a luminous pearl. What is this? Bai Yueyue was taken aback. It is an inner dan. Ding dong. The inner dan of a beast man, found only within those of 5th rank or higher, contains an abundance of pure spiritual energy, capable of enhancing a beastman's power and strengthening those without spiritual energy. Where did you get this? What on earth were you doing? I killed the serpent shadow. Bai Yueyue was momentarily stunned, recalling the 6th tier forest giant python that had once attacked her in the serpent forest. Long Hao had mentioned its name, which seemed to be Shadow Serpent. You killed him. He harmed you. Moreover, the serpent clan is notoriously elusive, and I fear he may pose a threat to you. This inner core can bolster your physique. Carry it with you and absorb its essence gradually. It will be beneficial to you. Long Hao spoke softly. Long Hao, I told you not to. I understand, but Yueyue, my frost poison is incurable. I only wish to leave you with as much as I can before I depart from this world. Please, do not be angry. Long Hao bowed his head and gently pressed it against Bai Yueye's forehead. Bai Yueyue felt a pang in her heart. Fool, sit down first. Let me examine your wounds. She rekindled the fire from earlier, the warm glow illuminating the cave. Before her, she beheld large patches of blood staining Long Hao's shoulder, the crimson liquid trickling down his arm. Bai Yueyue stepped forward and gently parted Long Hao's beast skin garment, revealing 2 rows of gruesome puncture wounds. The fangs of the forest giant python are curved, and the bites leave gaping lacerations on the flesh. With such grievous injuries, this fellow remained utterly silent. Bai Yueyue hurriedly fetched hemostatic herbs and exchanged a roll of gauze from the system shop to bandage Long Hao's wounds. Observing Bai Yueye's brows furrowed with concern, Long Hao cautiously spoke. I'm sorry to worry you. I followed your advice and refrained from excessive use of spiritual energy in close combat, which is why I got bitten. However, it's nothing serious. It will heal in a few days. I understand that high-level beastmen possess formidable self-healing abilities, but it still hurts. Please, avoid getting the wound wet in the coming days, and ensure you rest well. Before Bai Yueyue could finish her words, Long Hao abruptly pulled her into his embrace. Bowing his head, his nose gently brushed against Bai Yueye's cheek as he whispered, Yueyue, will you give me a kiss? Just like this morning? Bai Yueyue's face flushed a deep crimson. Don't touch your wound. If you kiss me, the pain will vanish. Long Hao's smile curled slightly, a playful expression that was indescribably captivating. Bai Yueyue pressed her lips together and said, when it comes to handsome men, I naturally welcome them all. She then lifted her head and lightly kissed the corner of Long Hao's lips, a gentle surge of ethereal energy wafting between them. Long Hao's eyes widened in astonishment. Yueyue, have you acquired spiritual power? Yes. Bai Yueyue nodded. While I was searching for the fire blossom in the serpent forest, I stumbled upon a spiritual herb. After consuming it, I gained spiritual energy. She couldn't very well disclose that she had ingested the essence of marrow cleansing, could she? How wonderful. With this, when you absorb the inner core of the serpent shadow, your spiritual power will increase, elevating your rank. Long Hao's words trailed off, his thoughts racing ahead. Once Bai Yueye's rank rises, she would be able to attract a formidable male protector. Even if she were to perish, she would have someone to shield her. What troubles you, Long Hao? It's nothing. I am simply happy for you. Long Hao closed his eyes, suppressing his emotions, but Bai Yueyue wrapped her arms around his neck. Long Hao, rest assured, I will not abandon you. Long Hao's breath caught, and he flicked a tiny ice shard to extinguish the campfire before pulling the fur blanket around Bai Yueyue, enveloping her in his embrace. The sunlight today was exceptionally bright, and Bai Yueyue had risen early, while to her surprise, Long Hao remained in a deep slumber. He had sustained injuries, his spiritual energy was yet to recover, and after a restless night, he certainly deserved a good rest. Bai Yueyue stealthily exited the cave with the prepared herbs, intending to visit Chi-Chi's home. After these days, it was time for Chi-Chi to change her dressings. Inside the thatched cottage, Chi-Chi's mother was still helping her drink water. Chi-Chi appeared much more spirited, though her body remained somewhat weak due to lingering toxins. How are you feeling, Chi-Chi? Seeing Bai Yueyue enter, Chi-Chi was so excited that she nearly toppled from her nest. Lady Yueyue, you have come. You saved me, and I have yet to express my gratitude. Chi-Chi's mother also wore a face full of appreciation, tears glistening in her eyes. The bond between Chi-Chi and her mother was profound. Losing either would bring immense sorrow. There's no need for concern, just rest. Allow me to check your pulse. Bai Yueyue said with a gentle smile. Yes, I'm sorry to trouble you, Lady Yueyue. Bai Yueyue checked Chi-Chi's pulse and, fortunately, found that her internal organs were unharmed. She merely needed to continue using herbal remedies to dispel any lingering toxins. Bai Yueyue gently applied a fresh herbal paste to Chi-Chi's wound and subsequently bandaged it with gauze. Rest assured, you will be fine in a few days. You will be able to walk normally, she reassured. Beside them, Chi-Chi's mother rose and placed a piece of black animal skin into Bai Yueye's arms, gesturing with her hands. The texture of the fur was smooth and supple, its surface gleaming with a radiant sheen, truly a sight to behold. My mother says this is mink fur. Quite rare indeed. It can keep you warm during winter. We have little to offer as thanks, Madam Yueyue, so please accept it, Chi-Chi explained. It was no wonder that such a piece of mink fur was of immense value to Chi-Chi and her mother. Bai Yueyue turned to Chi-Chi's mother and inquired, Chi-Chi, what has rendered your mother's voice so hoarse? Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi revealed a trace of sorrow. When my mother and I were fleeing from danger, we were so famished that we resorted to eating insects. Unfortunately, my mother consumed a venomous one, which caused her to lose her voice. Bai Yueyue felt a pang of bitterness in her heart. It was indeed not an easy task. Let me take a look, she said, leaning closer to Chi-Chi's mother. Her fingers gently traced the area around Chi-Chi's mother's neck, discovering a cyst near the vocal cords. Likely a result of a poisonous insect's bite that had caused the vocal cords to swell. As long as we can release the pus and blood, recovery is possible. I can treat you. Will you allow me to attempt it? Upon hearing Bai Yueye's words, Chi-Chi's mother became exhilarated, vigorously nodding her head in agreement. If she could heal Chi-Chi, surely she could heal herself as well. Bai Yueyue extracted a silver needle and carefully inserted it at the nape of Chi-Chi's mother. Upon locating the precise spot, she exerted a force, causing a stream of blood to flow forth. Chi-Chi's mother felt her tense throat instantly relax, and she let out a soft murmur, her mouth slightly ajar. Bai Yueyue extracted the silver needles. I have drained the purulent blood for you today. Rest for the next few days, and within 5 days of sunshine, you shall recover. Thank you, Lady Yueyue. You are truly a savior in times of distress. Chi-Chi, kneeling upon the ground, was about to bow deeply to Bai Yueyue when she was hastily stopped. No need for that, it was merely a small effort. Why do these beast men so readily bow their heads? Suddenly, a gust of wind swept in, causing the entire thatched cottage to rustle and sway. Bai Yueyue furrowed her brow and asked, Do you also sleep in such grass huts during winter? Yes, Chi-Chi replied with a slight smile, as low-ranking beastmen. We are not permitted to dwell in caves. Enduring the harsh winter is challenging. How can one withstand living in such a grass shack? You should keep this mink fur for yourselves. Trust me, I will ensure that you lead a prosperous life. Bai Yueyue emerged from the thatched cottage, hands clasped behind her back, only to encounter Long Hao at the entrance. Oh, why are you up? You ought to take better care of yourself, she remarked, her medical instincts kicking in. Long Hao's voice was low and filled with concern. You have not returned for quite some time, he said, having just awakened and feeling a sense of urgency upon finding her absent from his embrace. Bai Yueye's eyes narrowed slightly, her fluffy tail gently sweeping behind her, instantly exuding the enchanting allure of a fox spirit. Oh, Lord Long Hao, have you been thinking of me? A flicker of emotion stirred within Long Hao. This little fox's charm was indeed irresistible. With a sweeping motion, he pulled Bai Yueyue into his embrace, declaring, I think of you day and night. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching series of screams erupted from a nearby grass hut. Both Long Hao and Bai Yueyue lifted their heads to see several female beast folk anxiously entering and exiting the shelter, their expressions tense. What is happening over there? Bai Yueyue craned her neck to see. A female is giving birth. Long Hao tightened his grip around Bai Yueye's arm. Bai Yueyue listened to the piercing screams of the female orc, feeling an inexplicable tension, as her cries sounded painfully intense. It's hopeless, it's hopeless. Ayun mumbled as he emerged from the grass hut, drenched in cold sweat and with blood-soaked hands, on the verge of tears. What happened? Ayun, how are my female and the cub? A male orc anxiously grasped Ayun's shoulders, shaking him fervently. It's impossible. The child is too large to be born, and I am powerless to assist. Ayun shook his head gravely. What do you mean powerless? Call the shaman. I am willing to offer any amount of prey. The male orc cried out in desperation. The shaman cannot assist with childbirth. It would be futile to summon her. Ame is bearing a large child. Whether she can deliver depends on fate. We have exhausted all methods, yet the baby remains unyielding. Ayun wiped the tears from the corner of his eye. The male orc's legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, overwhelmed with despair, covering his face as he wept uncontrollably. Ayun looked up and saw Bai Yueyue approaching from a distance. Madam Yueyue? What has transpired? Bai Yueyue approached, drawn by the commotion of wailing. Madam Yueyue, please. Save my Ame. She cannot deliver the child and is on the brink of death. If you can save Chi-Chi, you can save my Ame. Can't you? The male orc suddenly clung to Bai Yueyue, pleading desperately. Long Hao furrowed his brow and pulled Bai Yueyue back slightly. Speak. But do not lay hands on her. Alas, Lord Long Hao, please forgive me. I implore you, save Ame. The male orc wept profusely. In this world of beasts, medical knowledge was woefully inadequate, and every female's childbirth was akin to a dance with death. Complications during delivery often led to the tragic demise of both mother and child. Bai Yueye's body stiffened. She was adept at healing and gathering medicine, yet she had never learned the art of delivering a child. I cannot assist in childbirth, she lamented, shaking her head in resignation. Oh, how cruel fate is to you, Ame. The male orc, witnessing the collapse of their last glimmer of hope, fell to the ground in tears. This is terrible. Ame is on the verge of death. Lulu rushed out from the thatched hut, her eyes swollen and red from weeping. I must see, Bai Yueyue declared, withdrawing her hand from Long Hao's embrace and swiftly entering the hut. Long Hao attempted to follow, but was halted by Ayun. Lord Long Hao, males are not permitted to witness the birth of young. Please wait outside. Reluctantly, Long Hao lowered his outstretched hand and remained outside with the grieving male orc. As Bai Yueyue stepped into the makeshift shelter, she was immediately confronted by a pungent scent of blood. In the center of the grass hut lay a heavily pregnant female orc, her anguished cries growing fainter with each passing moment. Sweat beaded on her forehead, dampening her hair and clinging to her skin, a clear testament to the torment she was enduring. Bai Yueyue hurriedly stepped forward, raising her hand to carefully check Ame's pulse. The excessive blood loss had nearly exhausted her, and upon listening to the fetal heartbeat, it had already slowed down. Ding dong. The position of this female beastman's fetus was incorrect. You possess such a function? Bai Yueyue exclaimed in astonishment. Of course. Jiao is indeed a childbirth system. The host must follow my instructions to assist her in correcting the position of the fetus. Indeed, how could a childbirth system possibly lack the ability to facilitate childbirth? Bai Yueye's confidence surged. Ame, can you hear me? She gently patted Ame's face. Ah, Lady Yueyue, it hurts. Ame gasped, clutching her abdomen. From now on, you must listen to me. When I instruct you to push, you shall push. Let us not give up until the very last moment, shall we? Bai Yueyue endeavored to soften her tone. Ame exhaled deeply. At this point, she had no choice but to place her faith in Bai Yueyue. With her left hand above and her right hand below, she located the child's head and exerted pressure, twisting in accordance with the direction of the clock. Bai Yueyue silently encouraged herself and then followed the system's instructions to support Ame's abdomen. You two hold her steady, don't let her move. Ame. It may hurt a lot in the next moment, but bear with it, it will be over quickly. Let's begin. As Bai Yueyue moved her hands, Ame's entire belly began to twist, and Ame gritted her teeth in pain, cold sweat streaming down her face. The fetal position had been stabilized, and they could start exerting force. Ame, hold your breath and push down. Ayun, assist her by pushing her belly. Bai Yueyue commanded with unwavering composure, and the onlookers, filled with hope, fixed their gaze upon her. 1, 2, 3, push. Ugh. Ame lifted herself partially, following Bai Yueyue's instructions, exerting herself repeatedly. Chapter 22. Truly uncontrollable outside the cave. Long Hao listened in shock to Ame's anguished cries. He had previously thought that any female could give birth without much difficulty. But now he felt a sense of dread. Would his delicate Yueyue also endure such agony when bearing children? If that were the case, he would rather she not have any. The stench of blood intensified within the cave, and finally, I see the head, Ame. It's coming out. Give it one last push. Ayun exclaimed excitedly, pushing harder against Ame's belly. Ah! With Ame's piercing scream, the child slipped out. Bai Yueyue swiftly cleared the mucus from the newborn's mouth and nose, then grasped the infant's tiny feet and gave a firm pat. Wah wah wah. The resounding cries of the child brought a collective sigh of relief from everyone present. Bai Yueyue received the animal skin blanket from Lulu and wrapped the baby snugly before presenting it to Ame. Ame, look, you have given birth to a plump little boy. Ame exhaled deeply, gripping Bai Yueyue's hand, her face a mix of tears and sweat, continuously murmuring her thanks. You should rest well. Ayun, Lulu. The rest is up to you. Ame has lost quite a bit of blood. I will go prepare some hemostatic medicine. Bai Yueyue straightened up. Yes, ma'am. As Bai Yueyue emerged from the thatched hut, Ame's mate suddenly lunged forward, exclaiming, How are you, Lady Yueyue? Ame and the child are safe. Your Ame has given birth to a robust baby boy. A radiant smile spread across Bai Yueyue's face. The experience of personally delivering a child filled her with an immense sense of accomplishment. She had anticipated that a beast would give birth to a small animal, yet was pleasantly surprised to find it was a human infant. Oh, how wonderful. Thank you so much, Lady Yueyue. Ame exclaimed joyfully. All right. Let's go inside and take a look, Bai Yueyue responded. Yes. Long Hao stepped forward, noticing the beads of sweat on Bai Yueyue's forehead, and promptly offered her a leather cloth to wipe her brow. You must be exhausted. Though tired, I am filled with joy. Ame's baby is plump and exceedingly adorable. Bai Yueyue replied, lifting her chin with delight. Do you have a fondness for children? Long Hao inquired in a nonchalant tone. Indeed, do you not share the same sentiment? Bai Yueyue responded. Long Hao pursed his lips, remaining silent. By the way, I need to prepare a hemostatic medicine for Ame, she added, oblivious to Long Hao's unusual demeanor. She stepped back into the cave to fetch several hemostatic herbs. However, realizing there were no pots in the beast world, she decided to use her own mortar and pestle to prepare the remedy, contemplating that she would need to make some cooking utensils. Inside the thatched hut, the newborn lay peacefully in Ame's arms. Long Hao found it inappropriate to enter, so he waited outside. Lady Yueyue has arrived. Thank you for saving me. You are truly wonderful, Ame exclaimed, eager to rise but was gently pressed back down by Bai Yueyue. As long as you and the child are safe, quickly drink this hemostatic medicine. You are still bleeding. Had Ame not been a robust beast man, she might have succumbed to unconsciousness from the blood loss. Thank you, Ame said gratefully, nodding as she swiftly drank the herbal concoction. Lady Yueyue is truly the savior of our tribe, far superior to that gluttonous moon priestess. Ame's mate remarked indignantly. When Ame was in labor, I sought her blessings. She accepted the prey but did nothing for us. I believe she should not be the priestess. Lady Yueyue should take her place. Ame's mate voiced his frustration, only to be silenced by Ame's hand over his mouth. Azu, do not speak recklessly. The high priest will be displeased. Oh, Azu replied reluctantly, closing his mouth. Observing Ame's anxious demeanor, Bai Yueyue grew increasingly curious about this high priest, whom both ordinary beast men and Long Hao seemed to regard with trepidation. Have you chosen a name for the child? Bai Yueyue inquired, attempting to steer the conversation. Not yet. Lady Yueyue, since you delivered him, why not bestow a name upon him? Ame said with a beaming smile. This child is blessed. Let us name him Fubao. What do you think? Bai Yueyue suggested after a moment of contemplation. Fubao is a splendid name. Fubao, do you like the name bestowed upon you by Lady Yueyue? Ame and Azu exclaimed joyfully, showering kisses upon the child's cherubic face. Bai Yueyue, unwilling to intrude upon the family of three, exchanged a few polite words before gracefully exiting. At that moment, Long Hao stood outside, his gaze fixed on the distant sky, his silhouette exuding an indescribable sense of weariness. Long Hao turned, and upon seeing Bai Yueyue, his eyes softened instantaneously. What are you thinking about? Nothing much. You've had a long day. You should rest, he replied. A twinge of concern evident in his expression as he observed Bai Yueyue bustling about. She had only recently arrived in the village, Yet she had saved one life after another. Perhaps she truly was a blessing from the heavens. I want to take a bath. Where can I wash? Bai Yueyue raised her arm to catch a whiff of herself, crinkling her nose at the sin of blood that clung to her. All right, I will take you, Long Hao said, leading Bai Yueyue directly into the woods behind the village. Amidst the dappled shadows of the trees, there lay a serene pool of crystal-clear water, gently flowing. Bai Yueyue bent down to splash the water, inquiring, "What is the temperature of this water?" The water flows down from the volcano, thus it is warm. In winter, it becomes even hotter. I often indulge in soaking here, Long Hao replied, nodding in agreement. Bai Yueyue pursed her lips, realizing why this magnificent dragon always appeared so immaculate. It turned out it bathed frequently. Bai Yueyue was just about to undress when she noticed Long Hao staring at her intently, causing her to feel a sudden wave of embarrassment. Long Hao, I wish to take a bath. What could I possibly do? Long Hao feigned ignorance, tilting his head. Could you perhaps turn away? Bai Yueyue bit her lip. No, I am your male companion. Why should I not watch you bathe? Long Hao replied, perplexed. You looking at me makes me shy, she protested. The two had always shared a darkness that concealed their true selves, and now, under the bright light of day, Bai Yueyue would be lying if she said she felt no embarrassment. Don't worry, I'll help you wash, Long Hao declared, stepping forward to peel away Bai Yueye's beast skin attire. The moment the garment was removed, her delicate form was unveiled, causing a slight shiver that left Long Hao utterly entranced, resulting in an unexpected nosebleed. Oh dear, how mortifying, Bai Yueyue cried, wrapping her arms around herself and leaping into the water, exposing only her head. Long Hao, belatedly realizing what had just transpired, wiped his nose, finding it difficult to contain his excitement at seeing Bai Yueyue so clearly for the first time. Approaching the shore, Long Hao raised his hands to unfasten his own clothing, prompting Bai Yueye's mouth to form an astonished "Oh, what are you doing?" Nothing much. Just wishing to bathe with you, Long Hao replied, continuing his movements as Bai Yueyue shyly covered her face, unable to bear the sight. With a splash, the water erupted as a pair of strong hands reached out and pulled Bai Yueyue into an embrace. Bai Yueyue gasped, feeling her back pressed against the bare, smooth body, a sensation that ignited an uncontrollable flush and rapid heartbeat. Why are you so shy? Just moments ago, you were teasing me, Long Hao remarked, glancing at her as he wrapped his large hand around Bai Yueye's waist, resting his chin upon the delicate curve of her neck. The gentle rhythm of his breath brushed against her ear, causing Bai Yueyue to shiver involuntarily. Long Hao inhaled deeply, realizing that ever since Bai Yueyue had awakened her spiritual powers, she exuded an increasingly sweet and alluring fragrance. The fox spirit was already endearing, and with her healing abilities, midwifery skills, striking beauty, splendid figure, and kind nature, she was utterly impeccable in Long Hao's eyes. Thus, despite her lowly status, his affection for her was profound. I am not. Let go of me. No. Bai Yueyue twisted slightly, only to be embraced even more tightly by Long Hao. Seizing the moment, Long Hao supported Bai Yueye's back and turned her to face him, their gazes locking and igniting sparks in an instant. The water surged restlessly, and a hint of crimson under the setting sun seemed to entwine like the lingering emotions in their eyes. At this moment, Qian-Che tossed a large bundle of fresh grass into the livestock pen. The female beasts within remained placid, calmly chewing on the grass. Resigned to their fate as they could neither flee nor perish, they simply lay down. Qian-Che settled on a stone beneath a tree, his gaze unfocused as it wandered into the distance. He had just heard that Bai Yueyue assisted a Mei in giving birth, and he felt genuine admiration. Over these past few days, Qian-Che had come to appreciate Bai Yueye's uniqueness. He had never encountered a female with such remarkable prowess. Brother Qian-Che. A melodious voice broke through his reverie, and Lulu bounced over to him, holding a plump, red apple. Here, have this. I saw the lady and Lord Long Hao eating these. They are delicious. Thank you, Lulu. Qian-Che accepted the apple with a gentle smile, noticing Lulu's cheeks flush a rosy hue. By the way, Brother Qian-Che, the courtship festival in the forest is approaching. Do you have a female in mind? Lulu asked bashfully. As a 6th-tier sky tiger, Qian-Che was the strongest among the beast clan apart from Long Hao, and many females were drawn to him, Lulu included. Not yet. Upon hearing the words courtship festival, Bai Yueye's face unexpectedly flashed before his mind. What was happening to him? Why did he keep thinking of Lady Yueyue lately? Brother Qian-Che? Brother Qian-Che? Lulu's voice jolted him back to reality. What were you thinking? I asked if you would participate in the courtship festival. Lulu pouted. Of course, I will. Qian-Che nodded. During the courtship festival in the forest, various clans would suspend all hostile actions to freely seek mates. Males would follow the females they admired back to their tribes, creating a grand spectacle. Yay. Make sure you go. Lulu beamed at his affirmative response, covering her face in delight before scampering away. Qian-Che did not dwell on Lulu's feelings, but turned his gaze toward the direction of Long Hao's cave. In the beast world, only high-tier females above the 4th tier could accept multiple males. He wondered if Lady Yueyue could accommodate another male. After much exertion, Bai Yueyue hung limply around Long Hao's neck, while he tenderly kissed along her neck, as if cherishing the warmth after a passionate release. Ding. With Long Hao's spiritual energy nurturing her, the host's spiritual power increased by 10 points. Wait, can that actually enhance spiritual energy? Bai Yueyue was taken aback. Of course, the host is still carrying the inner elixir that Long Hao gave you, although its effect on spiritual energy growth is not as potent as the ghost orchid spirit grass. It can help the host better absorb the ghost orchid spirit grass, making the enhancement twice as effective. Bai Yueyue's heart leapt with joy. This meant she would soon ascend to the 4th tier, significantly increasing her chances of pregnancy. She had already begun to envision how beautiful her child with Long Hao would be. Gazing upon Long Hao's handsome British features, Bai Yueyue couldn't help but exclaim, "You are truly handsome." "That pleases me," Long Hao replied with a slight smile. "With such beauty and strength, why did you leave the dragon clan?" This query had long piqued Bai Yueyue's curiosity. Now that their relationship had deepened, she felt emboldened to ask. "Would you like to hear my story?" Long Hao inquired, leaning closer to her. "I would listen if you were willing to share." Bai Yueyue was eager to understand the circumstances that led Long Hao to depart from the dragon clan, particularly given his affliction with cold poison. "In truth, I was the heir to the dragon throne. I have a brother named Long Jing. Although we share the same mother, we have different fathers, which disqualified him from ascending to the throne. Subsequently, my father fell ill and lapsed into a coma. We scoured for shamans, but found no remedy to awaken him. My mother, overwhelmed with grief, departed from this world. The elders of the clan, seeing the absence of a leader, sought to elevate me as the Dragon Emperor. But this was met with opposition from Long Jing's faction. That very night, news spread that my father had awakened. I rushed to his side, only to discover he had already passed away. In that moment, Long Jing and his followers entered, accusing me of murdering our father for the throne. They seized my dragon pearl and imprisoned me in the cold water hell of the dragon clan. I lost track of time in that abyss, where I could neither see the sun nor the moon, only an endless darkness. Eventually, Long Jing ascended as the Dragon Emperor. Meanwhile, I succumbed to the cold poison in that prison, leading to my exile and the establishment of the Beast Clan in the forest. As for what transpired thereafter, you are already aware. Long Hao spoke with a calmness that belied the horror of his tale, presenting the tragic narrative of his life, marked by betrayal from his own brother, the loss of his mother, the theft of his dragon pearl, and his imprisonment in a hell devoid of light, culminating in a life of exile. Bai Yueyue never anticipated that the seemingly resplendent and immensely powerful Long Hao would endure such torment behind the scenes. "Thank you for your willingness to confide these matters to me." With a heart full of compassion, Bai Yueyue gently caressed Long Hao's face, realizing the reason behind his cold demeanor. She had been singularly focused on unraveling the cold poison, avenging her father, and proving her innocence regarding his death. Yet, the cold poison remained insurmountable, and without the dragon pearl, she found herself utterly powerless against Long Jing, who stood at the 9th tier. Long Hao spoke, his expression marred by sorrow. "You still have me." Chapter 24. Who still fears marriage and parenthood? You still have me. Bai Yueyue gently cupped Long Hao's face with her hand, tenderly caressing it. Upon hearing her words, the deep azure of Long Hao's eyes shimmered with unshed tears. "Thank you. Yeah, you are all I have now," he murmured, before softly leaning against Bai Yueye's shoulder, displaying an almost bewildering compliance. Bai Yueyue felt a pang of sorrow. The days of being separated from her parents were indeed arduous. She understood this well, for she too had once been an orphan, devoid of the tender care of a mother or father, with no one to cherish or concern themselves with her. Her pursuit of medicine stemmed from a desire to save lives, to alleviate the suffering of those yearning for familial affection, preventing them from enduring the agony of separation. Yet, amidst all this, who would truly care for her? In the brief interlude of her existence in the beast realm, she experienced an unprecedented sense of home, a feeling she had long yearned for. The arrival of Long Hao illuminated her previously bleak life like a beacon of hope. "Long Hao, is it true that male beast men are unwaveringly loyal to their partners, never to forsake them?" Bai Yueyue inquired softly. "Indeed, the essence of a male's existence is devoted to the survival of the female and the offspring. Once a partner is chosen, betrayal is inconceivable." Long Hao affirmed earnestly with a solemn nod. Bai Yueyue tightened her embrace around Long Hao's arm, exclaiming, "How wonderful! Ding dong! The emotions of beast men are far more genuine than those of modern individuals." The host's heart has stirred, has it not? Can you imagine? The two lingered in the water for a while longer, with Long Hao gently drying Bai Yueye's body and hair. After dressing her, he cradled her and carried her back to the cave. Bai Yueyue extracted several stalks of hemostatic herbs and crushed them, preparing to change the dressing on Long Hao's shoulder injury. After a moment's contemplation, she decided to add a few leaves of the rare Yulan spirit grass to the mixture, which could be consumed internally or applied externally. "Oh dear host, why would you give such precious Yulan spirit grass to Long Hao instead of keeping it for yourself?" She mused. He had expended considerable spiritual energy to save her, and now, in his effort to procure an inner elixir for her, he had sustained injuries. The beast realm was fraught with danger. If he did not maintain his optimal condition, who would safeguard the beast clan? Bai Yueyue spoke with a calm demeanor. Although the Yulan spirit grass was indeed valuable, the inner elixir that Long Hao had bestowed upon her seemed to enhance her affinity for spiritual energy more effectively. making the process of absorption far more comfortable than with the Yulan spirit grass. Bai Yueyue had prepared the medicine, and in the blink of an eye, she noticed Long Hao busily tidying up the cave. He wiped the stone bed, arranged the bedding, shook out the quilts, and then turned to the ground to start a fire, preparing to roast meat for Bai Yueyue, embodying the image of a devoted and caring man at home. Bai Yueyue tilted her head and smiled involuntarily. I never imagined that you, who appears so ethereal, would also be quite diligent. What makes you think so? Long Hao turned his head, his beautiful eyelashes casting a shadow against the flickering flames. Because it seems that household chores are often relegated to women. Bai Yueyue pondered before speaking. Males are strong and possess greater stamina. The burden of nurturing offspring is already quite arduous for females. If we desire a fulfilling life, it is incumbent upon males to contribute more. As long as you take care of yourself, I shall handle the rest, Long Hao replied. Placing the roasted meat before Bai Yueyue, a warmth surpassing even the pure and blazing sunset. Bai Yueyue took a deep breath, pondering that if modern men thought this way, who would still harbor fears of marriage and parenthood? You are truly wonderful. Bai Yueyue puckered her lips and leaned in to bestow a sweet kiss upon Long Hao's cheek, causing his face to flush instantly. Although their bond was already intimate, affection from someone they cherished still made his heart race and cheeks redden. Feeling shy again, she said, I will change your bandages. Bai Yueyue assisted Long Hao in removing his animal skin garment, revealing the wound beneath the gauze. Long Hao possessed remarkable self-healing abilities. A wound that had appeared to reach the bone just yesterday was now visibly mending. After we have our meal, I will administer acupuncture. The effects of the fire spark will last for a while after ingestion, and you can continue to absorb its benefits while I perform the treatment. As long as you do not overexert your spiritual energy, the cold poison will not flare up, Bai Yueyue explained, applying a fresh herbal paste onto Long Hao's body. All right, I will remember that, Long Hao nodded. Bai Yueye's voice was gentle, and the excruciating pain from the wound seemed to diminish significantly. Bai Yueyue sighed heavily, her heart laden with worries. With each episode of the cold poison, Long Hao drew closer to death. She could only do her utmost to help him manage it. Both Bai Yueyue and Long Hao could only hope for a miracle to occur. Today, the herbs felt somewhat different. Long Hao turned his head, sensing something cold wrapping around his shoulder. I added a bit of spiritual herb, Bai Yueyue said as she carefully wrapped the bandage. Upon hearing this, Long Hao quickly turned and grasped Bai Yueye's shoulders. Do not waste the spiritual herb on me. It is far more beneficial for lower-tier beastmen. Bai Yueyue was aware that although the Yulan spirit herb possessed remarkable efficacy in enhancing spiritual power, its benefits diminished significantly when confronted with high-ranking beastmen. The herb could aid in the restoration of spiritual energy, yet she reminded herself of the inner core she possessed. Bai Yueyue brandished the inner core of the Serpent Shadow before Long Hao, a gesture that spoke volumes. It was likely that Serpent Shadow never anticipated that merely striking a blow for his wife would lead to his demise. Bai Yueyue felt that Long Hao's prowess as a partner was truly exceptional. By the way, Long Hao, I have been in the tribe for a considerable time and have observed numerous areas that could benefit from improvement. Would you be inclined to hear my thoughts? As she administered acupuncture to Long Hao, she simultaneously savored the pork he had offered. He had seasoned the roasted meat with salt and fragrant herbs, imparting an exquisite flavor. Speak, I am listening, he replied. Our tribe primarily relies on meat as our sustenance, and while we occasionally indulge in fruits, the diet is rather monotonous. I have stumbled upon some seeds that could yield delectable crops, hence I wish to cultivate a patch of land. As Bai Yueyue articulated her ideas, many unfamiliar terms floated in the air, yet Long Hao comprehended the essence of her message. That sounds feasible. There is a vacant plot on the mountainside that you may utilize. Long Hao nodded in agreement. Furthermore, the lower-ranking beastmen reside in makeshift grass huts, which will be unbearable during winter. I aspire to provide them with proper housing. Bai Yueyue felt a pang of sympathy as she gazed at the humble abodes of Chi and Amei, where even newborns were forced to sleep in drafty grass nests. However, the tribe lacked sufficient caves. Long Hao shook his head. No, I have alternative plans. You shall see in due time. Bai Yueyue recalled discovering an abundance of clay along the riverbank adjacent to the tribe, which would be perfect for constructing walls, far superior to shelters made of grass. Very well. Whatever you wish to accomplish, I shall support you, Long Hao said, gently patting Bai Yueye's little head. Bai Yueyue smiled. Having a partner who unconditionally supports you and provides emotional value is akin to discovering a treasure. The following day, Bai Yueyue and Long Hao rose early, preparing to venture to the back mountain to cultivate the land and sow seeds. Bai Yueyue extracted the meticulously prepared seeds and laid them before Long Hao. Chapter 25. Reclamation and cultivation. You smell particularly fragrant. These are corn seeds, these are wheat seeds, and these are cabbage seeds. We shall divide this land into 3 sections, one for corn, one for wheat, Bai Yueyue articulated, drawing lines in the soil with a small twig, while the orc men encircled her, captivated by her words. Qian gazed at Bai Yueye's earnest and delicate visage. Momentarily entranced, his unwavering gaze seemingly fixated upon her. This scene did not escape the keen observation of Long Hao. Yeah, Long Hao suddenly elevated his tone, startling those around him, including Qian Che, whose attention was abruptly diverted. What's wrong? Bai Yueyue looked at Long Hao bewildered. I understand what is happening. You just watch. We will take care of it, Long Hao said, his tone icy, his gaze unwaveringly directed at Qian Che. Bai Yueyue tilted her head, wondering why Qian Che was speaking to her. Qian Che, you take the others to fetch water, Long Hao said softly, seemingly intent on dismissing him. Qian Che stiffened and quickly nodded in agreement. Yes. Without further ado, Long Hao reached out and pulled Bai Yueyue up, finding a clean, smooth stone to place on the ground, pressing her down onto it. Just sit here, I will take care of them. Huh. Bai Yueyue looked bewildered, and before she could comprehend, Long Hao stuffed a fruit into her hand. Eat. Unable to articulate what felt amiss, Bai Yueyue nibbled on the fruit, while murmuring, why is everything so strange all of a sudden? The beastmen possessed remarkably sharp claws, enabling them to turn the soil effortlessly, even without proper tools. Before long, a vast expanse of land behind the tribe had been overturned. Under Bai Yueyue's guidance, the group eagerly scattered and buried the seeds, spurred on by Long Hao's leadership. Qian Che and the others used ladles made from tree bark to water the seeds. Bai Yueyue, feeling a bit guilty for being idle, began weaving grass sandals from the tutorial provided by the system. Once she completed a pair of sandals, she slipped them on and found them rather uncomfortable. If only I could add some insoles, she mused. As Bai Yueyue contemplated, a hoarse, low voice emerged from the side. Yueyue, madam. The voice was frail and seemed to be forced out as if someone had grasped its throat. Bai Yueyue perked up her ears and turned around to find Chi-Chi's mother smiling, cradling a plump rabbit behind her. Chi-Chi's mother? You can speak now? Bai Yueyue was somewhat astonished, having expected it would take at least a day or two. Indeed, Madam Yueyue, you are truly remarkable. Chi-Chi's mother nodded vigorously. Upon hearing her speak, those around them turned with incredulous expressions. Chi-Chi's mother, weren't you mute? Someone questioned, bewildered. It was Madam Yueyue who cured me. It's only the second day, and I can talk, though it still requires some effort. Chi-Chi's mother gazed at Bai Yueyue with deep gratitude. Long Hao straightened up, noting that Chi-Chi's mother had been mute since her arrival in the tribe, and even the shaman had declared it hopeless. Yet, his little female had effortlessly restored her voice. Considering her exceptional abilities demonstrated in recent times, how could she merely be a third-tier little fox beast? What are those on your feet, Madam Yueyue? Chi-Chi's mother inquired with curiosity. These are shoes. We usually walk barefoot on the ground, which can be quite uncomfortable. So I thought to make some shoes to wear, though I must admit they are a bit crude and still pinch a little, Bai Yueyue replied with a wry smile. I have some animal skins in my cave. If you place them on top, it will be much softer, Chi-Chi's mother suggested after some thought. Ah, how did I not think of that? Chi-Chi's mother, you truly are an experienced seamstress of the beast world. Bai Yueyue nodded enthusiastically. Go ahead and do it, Yueyue. We will handle the rest, Long Hao said, removing the animal skin clothing he wore. With the sun shining brightly in spring, Long Hao felt unbearably hot after working for a while and decided to take off his upper garment. Without the covering of the animal skin, his strong, defined physique was fully revealed, and beads of sweat trickled down his well-defined abs, causing Bai Yueyue's gaze to momentarily fixate in surprise. Madam Yueyue? Chi-Chi's mother called cautiously. Ahem. Let us go get the animal skins. Bai Yueyue, slightly embarrassed, touched her nose and quickly followed Chi-Chi's mother back home. Chi-Chi's mother produced a bone needle and grass thread, handing them to Bai Yueyue, and they began sewing the animal skins onto the grass shoes together. Noticing Bai Yueyue's still rosy cheeks, Chi-Chi's mother suppressed a laugh and whispered, Madam Yueyue, our Lord Long Hao is quite the heartthrob among many females in the forest. The mating festival will be held soon, and I fear many females will come to our tribe. A mating festival? Bai Yueyue asked. Yes. It's a customary event that occurs every spring after winter, Chi-Chi added, now able to sit up on her own. Ding dong. In the deep spring of the beast world. It is a time when the beastmen are generally in heat, to ensure the continuation of their species. A mating festival is held in the forest where males and females may choose partners. I see. So according to Chi-Chi's mother, Long Hao resembles an ancient noble lady besieged by suitors. Bai Yueyue mused. Who has shown interest in Long Hao? She felt compelled to inquire about potential rivals. Oh. There are quite a few, cough. But the most persistent is Xiang Yue. Chi-Chi's mother wrinkled her nose, clearly not fond of Xiang Yue. At the mention of Xiang Yue's name, Bai Yueyue couldn't help but roll her eyes. Thankfully, she had been confined to her cave during this time. Otherwise, one could only imagine the chaos that would ensue. There was even an outsider female who pursued Lord Long Hao. Chi-Chi's mother said with a hint of mystery. Who is it? Bai Yueyue asked, intrigued. The princess of the fox tribe. What was her name? Ah, Bai Ling. As soon as Chi-Chi's mother spoke, Bai Yueye's mind jolted. The name Bai Ling felt strikingly familiar. Bai Ling. Why does that name sound so familiar? She pondered, as if she had heard it somewhere before. Bai Ling is the highest-ranking female of the fox tribe, possessing 7th-tier strength. It is said that even the Dragon Emperor wishes to take her as his mate. Yet our Lord Long Hao does not favor her, claiming she is too pungent, Chi-Chi's mother concluded, bringing Bai Yueye's thoughts back to clarity. Too pungent? How could that be? Bai Yueyue was baffled. Chi-Chi wore a look of hesitation, as if she had something more to say. Bai Yueyue discerned their thoughts at a glance. They must have believed she was also a fox, thus hesitating to speak. It's fine. You may say whatever you wish. Foxes, indeed, possess a pungent odor, exceedingly unpleasant, detectable from afar. Yet, dear Madame Yueyue, you are different. You exude a delightful fragrance, truly exquisite, devoid of any foul scent. Chi-Chi remarked, leaning closer to Bai Yueyue and inhaling deeply. Indeed, when you first arrived at the tribe, we were quite curious as to why you bore no odor. Chi-Chi's mother concurred, nodding in agreement. Bai Yueyue indeed discovered that among the beast tribe, there were wolf beasts, bear beasts, celestial tigers, and leopards. But she was the first fox. Moreover, she was a white fox, the most beautiful fox beast they had ever seen. It seemed that white foxes belonged to the royal lineage within the fox tribe, didn't they? Curiously inquired Chi-Chi. Oh no, I am not of royal blood. Merely an ordinary fox beast. Bai Yueyue shook her head. What kind of royal family would have a third-tier member devoid of any spiritual power? Chi-Chi's mother has many grass ropes, so Bai Yueyue decided to teach both Chi-Chi and her mother how to weave grass shoes, creating extras to share with the beast men in their tribe. The trio was engrossed in their task when a figure suddenly darted through the entrance of the grass hut. Madame Yueyue. It was Kashu. What is it? Many female beasts in the livestock pen have given birth, and Lord Longhao sent me to inform you to come and take a look. For the past few days, Kashu and Qianxie had been in charge of the livestock pen. Today, while feeding the animals, Kashu was astonished to see a multitude of tiny offspring scattered about. Really? I'll go take a look. Bai Yueyue paused her work and hurriedly followed Kashu to the livestock pen. The area was already crowded with beast men. Upon seeing Bai Yueyue approach, Longhao immediately embraced her. Inside the livestock pen, apart from the longer pregnant bison, wild sheep, and deer, the mother wild boars had concealed dozens of tiny heads beneath their bellies. Fantastic. They have given birth so quickly. Longhao, have you finished with the planting? Bai Yueyue turned to see Longhao drenched in sweat and quickly raised her hand to wipe his brow. Longhao took Bai Yueyue's small hand and kissed it gently. It's done, and as you instructed, we have watered everything. How, you're truly capable, Bai Yueyue praised, giving Longhao a peck on the chin as she stood on tiptoe. Longhao was quite tall, nearly 2 meters, while Bai Yueyue was just over 1.6 meters. Making the kiss a challenging feat, the surrounding beast men looked on with envy, some males even leaning toward their own females, hinting at their intentions. Longhao quickly wrapped his arm around Bai Yueyue's waist, holding her close. There are many people here. Hee, I'm not afraid. After all, you are mine. Bai Yueyue's true nature began to reveal itself. What was wrong with liking handsome men? Why couldn't she kiss her own husband? By the way, Longhao, is there still bamboo in the tribe? Since the livestock breeds are different, it's best to use fences to separate them after they give birth to avoid harming the little beasts, Bai Yueyue suggested. All right, Kashu, you handle this matter, Longhao instructed. Got it. Kashu nodded eagerly, knowing that contributing more within the tribe meant receiving a larger share of food. Longhao nodded, pulling Bai Yueyue along towards the back mountain. I've sweated a lot, and I'm a bit dirty. Come with me to take a bath. Okay. What did you just call me? How? Yes, I like it. Call me that a few more times. The couple's affectionate exchange did not escape Qianxie's notice, who stood nearby feeling envious yet inexplicably forlorn. Qianxie, what are you daydreaming about? Come on, let us go gather bamboo for the fence, Kashu nudged him. All right. Qianxie snapped back to reality, nodding. Why do you look so down? Why are you staring at Lord Longhao and Madame Yueyue? Kashu questioned, puzzled by Qianxie's dazed expression. It's nothing. Qianxie shook his head. Are you perhaps yearning for a female? It's been quite a while, and you still haven't found one. You celestial tigers are naturally strong. You surely aren't lacking in options. Besides, you know Lulu has a crush on you, right? Kashu teased, nudging Qianxie with his elbow. Perhaps you should pursue Chi-Chi first, Qianxie replied, casting Kashu a sidelong glance. Kashu had long harbored feelings for Chi-Chi, but she had always remained indifferent toward him. PSH. Chi-Chi already has feelings for me. Ever since I carried her back from the forest that day, she has been much kinder to me, Kashu said, squinting as if reminiscing. Make sure to perform well during the courtship festival. Strive to become Chi-Chi's mate, Qianxie advised, patting Kashu on the shoulder. Absolutely. Both Azu and Ame have had their babies, and I can't help but feel envious. You feel the same, don't you? Lulu may be a 4th tier, but she is quite capable. Don't you like her? Kashu knew that Qianxie, being a strong 6th-tier celestial tiger, might have higher standards. I don't like her. I only regard Lulu as a fellow tribesman. This statement was overheard perfectly by Lulu, who was approaching from a distance. With a thud, Kashu and Qianxie turned at the sound, spotting Lulu with fruit scattered all around her, her brown eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Lulu. Kashu's expression froze, quickly glancing at the equally stunned Qianxie. To be publicly rejected by the male one admired was a profound humiliation for any female. Lulu fell silent and turned away, a single tear falling as she walked off. Oh no, Lulu heard you. Qianxie, you must explain, Kashu urged, panicking. Qianxie stood rooted to the spot, then simply turned to chop bamboo. I spoke the truth. I don't wish to deceive Lulu, and it's better she hears it now. You fool. Lulu crouched in the woods, sobbing uncontrollably. Ever since Qianche arrived in the beast tribe, she had developed feelings for him, even rejecting several suitors for his sake, a fact known throughout the tribe. But hearing Qianche declare he didn't like her was like a dagger to her heart. Yet she loved Qianche dearly, and she couldn't give up. Even if he rejected her during the courtship festival, she would still fight for her feelings. When it came to someone you loved, it was better to risk rejection than to let an opportunity slip away. Determined, Lulu wiped her tears and prepared to return to the tribe, only to suddenly notice several slender black shadows swiftly approaching from the nearby woods. Furrowing her brow, Lulu saw that the shadows seemed to sense her presence and halted in the underbrush. In the dim light, a few glowing green vertical pupils appeared. Snakes. Chapter 27. The snakes arrived. Lulu was paralyzed with fear, turning to flee, but a cold, slippery serpent tail ensnared her ankle, dragging her forcefully into the forest. After Bai Yueyue and Long Hao finished their bath, they took a glance at the livestock enclosure. Caxiu and Qianche had already arranged the space, ensuring that each female beast that had given birth had its own small area, making it convenient for nurturing their young. Upon returning to the cave, Bai Yueyue produced a pair of straw sandals from behind her and handed them to Long Hao. Here, this is for you. Long Hao gently caressed the sandals, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Did you make these specifically for me? Indeed, these are straw sandals. I noticed everyone was barefoot, so I collaborated with Chi-Chi and her mother to make several pairs. This one is just for you. Although Bai Yueyue was unsure of Long Hao's shoe size, their time spent together had allowed her to make a reasonable guess. Thank you, Yueyue. Long Hao quickly leaned down to nuzzle her cheek. Try them on to see if they fit. If not, I can adjust them for you, Bai Yueyue urged. Obediently, Long Hao slipped the sandals onto his feet. They fit him perfectly. Bai Yueyue raised an eyebrow. Sister's eyes are indeed the best measure. They're very comfortable. Your craftsmanship is truly remarkable. I adore them, Long Hao said, playfully squeezing Bai Yueyue's small hand, his heart brimming with joy. This was the first time he had received something made by a female's hand. Hee hee. I'm glad you like them. When I find some time, I'll learn to sew leather garments from Chi-Chi's mother and make you a new outfit, Bai Yueyue said, lifting her chin with pride. I will wear whatever you make for me every day, never parting with it, he replied cheekily. I'm off to hunt now. You stay safe in the tribe and don't wander off again. Long Hao gently ruffled Bai Yueyue's hair. He was still fearful from the close call she had during her previous venture into the snake forest. Understood. I want to run off again, Bai Yueyue nodded obediently. The forest was indeed perilous. She would choose to venture out only when Long Hao was present. All right, I'm leaving now. I'll place the sandals in the cave. Hunting can be rough, and I don't want to damage them, Long Hao said, carefully removing the sandals and placing them beneath the stone bed. Okay. Be sure to stay safe while hunting. The beasts in the tribe are still reproducing, so it's essential for Long Hao and the others to continue their efforts. Bai Yueyue reminded him. Once the livestock and crops thrived, life in the tribe would improve significantly. I will, Long Hao nodded, having devoted all his tenderness to Bai Yueyue. As Long Hao departed, it felt as though the warmth of the cave had left with him. Bai Yueyue sighed in relief and settled onto the stone bed to resume her cultivation. Ding! The ethereal orchid spirit grass within her body had absorbed nearly enough energy. It was time to consume some more. Current status, level 3 spiritual power, 59 points. Every intimate interaction with Long Hao elevated her spiritual power, and unbeknownst to her, Bai Yueyue had ascended to level 59. Bai Yueyue extracted the remaining mystical orchid grass, tore off a small piece, and placed it in her mouth to chew. The moment the spiritual energy surged into her body, it rampaged wildly, but was swiftly neutralized by the inner elixir within her. Bai Yueyue held her breath and focused her mind, utilizing the efficacy of her inner elixir to fully absorb the ethereal orchid spirit grass. Time passed, though she was unaware of its duration. Buzz, the spiritual aura surrounding Bai Yueyue suddenly brightened. As she opened her eyes, a layer of radiance enveloped her golden orbs. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, on your ascension to the 4th tier. Current status, tier, 4th, spiritual power, 28 points. Following the promotion, spiritual power will be reset, and one must cultivate to 100 points to advance to the next tier. Beyond the 5th tier, the enhancement of both spiritual power and tier becomes exceedingly arduous, rendering the transition between the 5th and 6th tiers a significant watershed. At last, after so many days, reaching the 4th tier feels exhilarating. Bai Yueyue raised her hand to touch her dantian, the location of her spiritual meridians. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but after her advancement, the meridians seemed to radiate a certain warmth, almost as if they were being gently scorched by fire. With your current tier and spiritual power, pregnancy is no longer a mere dream. It appears that the goal of a quality offspring is within reach. The system's voice brimmed with uncontainable excitement. Ding ding. Will childbirth be painful? Is there any danger involved? Having witnessed the harrowing experience of a maid giving birth, Bai Yueyue felt a twinge of trepidation. Fear not, for I shall assist the host in alleviating the pain as much as possible. As for danger, I am a childbirth system. I shall ensure that the host faces no peril during labor. That is reassuring. Bai Yueyue had just released a sigh of relief when a piercing scream echoed from outside. Ah, Lulu, what has happened to you? Bai Yueyue dashed forward, only to find the orcs encircled in a state of sheer panic. Amidst the throng, a bloodied arm hung down helplessly. Madame Yueyue, Lulu stammered in fright, unable to articulate her fear, resorting instead to silent tears, her hand clasped over her mouth. As the crowd noticed Bai Yueye's approach, they hastily parted, revealing Lulu, who was battered and bloodied, struggling to draw breath. Bai Yueyue hastily conducted a brief examination of Lulu and promptly instructed, quickly, lift her into the cave. Yes. The orcs anxiously observed Lulu as Bai Yueyue applied the prepared hemostatic herbal remedy to her wounds. Ion gently wiped away the blood surrounding Lulu's injuries. As the crimson stains were cleared away, numerous gaping bite wounds were revealed, each one grotesquely turned outward and horrifying to behold. The most severe injury was located on Lulu's shoulder, characterized by 2 inky bite marks. Bai Yueyue recognized this type of wound. It was inflicted by a snake. A collective gasp of horror escaped the onlookers, each face reflecting sheer terror at the thought of how many snakes could have caused such devastation. The wound on Lulu's shoulder was perilously close to her heart, and the venom from this snake was evidently far more potent than that which had bitten Chi-Chi. Lulu was delirious, her lips and nails already tinged with a sinister shade of black. Bai Yueyue temporarily sealed Lulu's acupoints with a needle and hurriedly made her way outside the cave. In a swift motion, she chopped a small bamboo tube and subsequently ignited some dried grass, tossing it inside to cover Lulu's wound. This was a technique akin to cupping, employing this method to extract the poisonous blood from the wound as effectively as possible. Moments later, a soft pop resonated. Bai Yueyue removed the bamboo jar, and the dark blood was drawn out. She hurriedly wiped it clean with animal skin and repeatedly rubbed it with herbs, then placed the jar back on and repeated the previous actions. Through Bai Yueye's relentless efforts, Lulu's shallow breaths gradually steadied, and her bloodshot eyes slowly opened. Lulu, how do you feel? Upon seeing Bai Yueyue, Lulu's vacant pupils suddenly sparkled with recognition. Madame Yueyue. The snake. The snake is coming. Chapter 28. A last glimmer of hope. Lulu took a deep breath, gripping Bai Yueye's hand tightly, her eyes filled with terror. Lulu, try to remain calm. What exactly happened? Bai Yueyue quickly pressed down on Lulu's other shoulder, signaling her to lie down. Lulu's chest heaved violently. After a moment, she managed to compose herself and said, Madame Yueyue. The snakes approached the tribe and attacked me. There were many serpent beasts. I escaped their encirclement with all my might. Where? In the forest. After they saw me flee, they retreated. Lulu grimaced in pain, clutching her shoulder. The people around them gasped in horror, their faces stricken with fear. The most terrifying aspect of snakes is their venom. Many beastmen who are bitten without effective treatment meet their demise. Bai Yueyue furrowed her brows, realizing that Long Hao was absent from the tribe, leaving behind predominantly female orcs who lacked aggression. It was imperative to devise a method to inform Long Hao. Yueyue, please find someone to venture into the forest and locate Long Hao and the others. Convey the situation and urge them to return swiftly. Chi-Chi's mother. Please tend to Lulu for the time being. The rest of you, follow me, Bai Yueyue commanded. I shall go at once. Understood. Bai Yueyue swiftly bandaged Lulu's wounds and then ventured outside the cave, gathering an abundance of branches to encircle the perimeter of the tribe. With the aid of a flint, she ignited each branch, creating a fiery barrier around the entire settlement. This measure ensured that even if the serpent beast sought to infiltrate the tribe, they would find it nearly impossible to approach. At this juncture, Bai Yueyue and the others could do little more than bide their time until Long Hao and his companions returned. Meanwhile, darkness had descended, and the beastmen sent to locate Long Hao had yet to return, along with Long Hao himself, whose whereabouts remained a mystery. The tribe was thrown into disarray. A group of females, devoid of a leader and the protection of males, was exceedingly vulnerable. Almost all the female beasts, cradling their young, had gathered at the entrance of the cave belonging to Long Hao and Bai Yueyue. Chi-Chi and her mother were inside the cave, tending to the injured Lulu. With Long Hao absent, Bai Yueyue had become the new pillar of support for the tribe. Madame Yueyue, why have Lord Long Hao and the others not returned yet? Yueyue, replenishing the fire outside the tribe with branches, sat on the ground, cradling the 2 bears, De Xiong and Er Xiong. Bai Yueyue shook her head. For Long Hao was never late in returning. Her intuition warned her that something must have gone awry. Just then, a piercing howl echoed around the tribe. Chi-Chi's mother was the first to rise, gazing into the depths of the forest, her eyes filled with alarm. They are coming. Who is coming? No sooner had the words left her lips than the crowd noticed a pair of glowing green eyes emerging from beyond the circle of bonfires. It was wolves. Chi-Chi stood at the cave's entrance, her dark gray beast ears perked up. She and her mother were wolf beasts, intimately familiar with the sound of the wolf howl. The onlookers widened their eyes in shock. Wolves typically traveled in packs. Like the giant ape tribe, they would raid other tribes when food was scarce. Presumably, they had discovered the tribe's livestock and sought a share of the bounty. The wolf beasts surrounded the tribe, yet they hesitated to approach due to the bonfires blocking their path. However, the wood within the tribe was dwindling, and if the flames extinguished, danger would soon follow. Madame Yueyue, what shall we do? Several timid female beastmen were on the verge of tears. Let us flee from the back of the tribe, suggested one female beastman quietly. It is futile. The rear is also encircled by the wolves. We have nowhere to escape. Ion had long been aware of this. Had it not been for the bonfires encircling the tribe, the vicious wolves would have already stormed in. System detection reveals over 20 wolf beasts in the vicinity, with more than 10 third-tier wolves, 3 fourth-tier wolves, and 1 fifth-tier wolf. Bai Yueye's expression was grave. Undoubtedly, the fifth-tier wolf beast was the alpha of this pack. However, she found herself in a predicament, resolutely drawing the bone knife from her waist, prepared to fight to the death. Everyone be alert. If the wolf beast re-enters the tribe, leading its young towards the livestock pen, it is likely seeking prey. Escaping in that direction may divert their attention, thus enhancing our chances of survival. The crackling of burning wood was painfully loud, and the surrounding wolf beasts began to stir restlessly. The crowd held their breath, fervently praying for the swift return of their males. Suddenly, with a piercing wolf howl, it seemed the pack had received some command. As they arched their bodies and leapt over the remnants of the fire, charging into the tribe. Everyone, run, with Bai Yueye's command. The group instantly transformed back into their original forms, each clutching their young as they dashed towards the livestock pen. The large bears, De Xiong and Er Xiong, shrank back in fear, obediently gripped by the nape of their necks as they fled. Ayun, being larger, directly carried Lulu on his back, sprinting fiercely. Under the cloak of night, the wolf pack surged towards Bai Yueyue and the others like bloodthirsty phantoms. One wolf beast, leading the charge, opened its gaping maw and lunged at the nearest female leopard. Be careful, Bai Yueyue cried out, using her powerful hind legs to leap, her fluffy foxtail swishing down to strike the wolf beast on the head. Whack! Although Bai Yueyue is petite in stature, she currently possesses a formidable strength at the 4th tier. The force of her tail striking the top of the wolf beast's head was sufficient to induce a concussion. Howl! The wolf beast let out a mournful cry before tumbling to the ground, yet the wolves behind it surged forward like mushrooms after rain, hastening to charge at her. Their direction clearly not towards the livestock pen, but aimed directly at her. Bai Yueyue felt a surge of alarm. Quick! Everyone, jump into the livestock pen. The females, taken aback, hurriedly leaped through the gate of the pen, causing the animals inside to erupt in a cacophony of frightened cries. Bai Yueyue, quick-witted and agile, seized a stone and struck it upon the head of an approaching wolf beast. The bamboo of the livestock enclosure was remarkably resilient and towering. With the strength of the wolf beasts, it was utterly impossible to breach. As long as they guarded the entrance, they could grasp a glimmer of hope. The female leopard, who had just been saved by Bai Yueyue, sat helplessly on the ground, her legs trembling as she wept, until Ayun helped her to her feet. Outside, the wolf beasts, having failed to gnaw through the bamboo fence, resorted to blocking the exit of the livestock enclosure, each one poised and ready to charge in at any moment. Bai Yueyue took a step back, her gaze fixed ahead with vigilance as she declared, at this moment, no one can assist us. However, we have children to protect, and we must not falter. Let us all stand together and guard the exit. Bai Yueyue tightened her grip on the bone dagger, its sharp blade poised menacingly against the approaching figure of a large black wolf. A derisive chuckle emanated from the wolf's nostrils. Merely a 4th-tier female fox beast, yet you presume to thwart the assault of my wolf clan? How utterly foolish. In an instant, the black wolf transformed, morphing into a robust male orc with bronze-hued skin. The orc was clad only in a leopard skin wrapped around his waist, his muscles rippling with formidable strength. However, his visage was strikingly intimidating. His eyes glowed with a perilous emerald hue, and a scar marred the left side of his face, enhancing his menacing appearance. Bai Yueyue instinctively took a step back. Ever since she acquired her spiritual power, she could discern the rank of others through the energy they emitted. This group of wolves belonged to the 5th tier of beast kind. Although their rank was not particularly high, the same could be said for the 100 Beasts clan. A fierce tiger stood no chance against a pack of wolves, utterly devoid of hope for victory. Bai Yueyue instinctively glanced at the sky, wondering why Long Hao had not yet returned. Haizang, is it you? Why did you attack the beast clan? Chi-Chi seemed to recognize the wolf beast before her and immediately stepped forward. Oh, look who it is. ISNT this Chi-Chi. The one we banished from the tribe? It appears you have fallen into such a savage group. How pitiable. If you had agreed to accept me as your mate back then, perhaps you would not have been cast out, Haizang remarked. Hands on hips and a smirk on his lips. You killed my father. How could I ever accept you as my mate? Chi-Chi and her mother glared furiously at Haizang. Bai Yueyue furrowed her brow, realizing that the wolf beast named Haizang was deeply entangled with Chi-Chi and her family. Perhaps the true reason for their departure from the wolf tribe. Yet, what of it? It was merely a matter of his reckless audacity in seizing my prey. I hadn't anticipated that your wild clan possessed such plentiful resources. It is indeed a waste. Perhaps it would be better to offer everything to our wolf tribe. As for you females, should you be willing to return with us to the wolf tribe and bear offspring for us, we shall spare your lives. Haizang slowly approached the livestock pen. The females glared at him with faces filled with dread, while the livestock cowered behind, desperately shielding their young beneath them. Once a tribe is conquered, the formerly cherished females become mere captives, reduced to tools for breeding and amusement, stripped of dignity, with their very survival hanging by a thread. Stay away. You attacked our tribe. Lord Long Hao will not let you go unpunished upon his return. A female beastman shouted, pointing at the wolf beast. Ha ha ha, Long Hao. Your males are held captive by our wolf king and the snake tribe. No one is coming to your rescue. Hai Zhang's tone dripped with arrogance, his words dousing the gathered crowd like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing any flicker of hope. Bai Yueye's heart plummeted to the depths of despair. Indeed, Long Hao had encountered trouble. She was now even more concerned that Long Hao might overexert his spiritual power and lose control of the cold poison, which would lead to disastrous consequences. What should she do? Lord Long Hao and his companions could no longer come to their rescue. Oh, must they truly be captured by the wolf clan? In the beast world, females possessed limited combat capability and were generally protected by males, lacking a sense of battle awareness. Thus, faced with their dire predicament, they were all engulfed in panic. Madame Yueyue, Yun, gently grasped Bai Yueye's arm. Do not approach Mother and Madame Yueyue, they declared. We are males too. We will protect everyone. De Xiong and Air Xiong emerged from the crowd, baring their teeth at the colossal wolf beasts that towered over them. Their innate courage as males compelled them to step forward in the face of danger to their loved ones, even though they were but mere children. Bai Yueyue extended her arms to embrace the great bear and the second bear, exclaiming, You are truly brave little ones. However, you are still too young. Wait until you grow up to protect everyone. Bai Yueyue turned and placed the two bears into Yun's embrace, her gaze sweeping over the faces of the crowd. The children are so brave. Even in the absence of a male, we shall resist until the very last moment. Upon hearing these words, the unwavering determination in Bai Yueye's eyes resonated with everyone, prompting nods of agreement from the assembly. Still unwilling to yield. Charge forward. Whoever captures a female shall claim her. Black Sang roared, transforming into his original form as he led the charge through the exit, with the pack of wolves closely following. Bears, take the other children and retreat. Females, rally with me to counterattack. Bai Yueyue boldly advanced towards Black Sang. Clearly taken aback by the fierce resolve of the petite fox before him, Black Sang's face bore an expression of disbelief. In a moment of hesitation, he swiftly extended his powerful claws towards Bai Yueyue in an attack. Bai Yueyue executed a graceful turn in the air, swiftly evading the attack. As Hai Sang missed his mark and immediately redirected his assault towards her. Yes, Madame Yueyue. The great bear and second bear shielded several small cubs, taking refuge at the far end of the livestock pen. Their current mission was to protect their younger siblings. Witnessing Bai Yueye's remarkable bravery, the onlookers found no reason to retreat. Behind them were the children, leaving them no option for withdrawal. Yun transformed into her beast form, utilizing her size advantage to deliver a powerful blow that sent a third-tier wolf beast crashing to the ground. Yun paused, astonished at her own strength. How formidable my strike is. Meanwhile, more wolf beasts pounced upon her, desperately clawing and biting. With her thick fur, she instinctively protected her neck and forcefully slammed into the bamboo fence, causing the wolf beasts clinging to her to become wedged between the fence's slats, their bones cracking audibly. So this is my first fight. I realize now that you males are not particularly formidable. Fear not, everyone. They are not a match for us. Protect the children. Support Madame Yueyue. Yun, invigorated by her own determination, roared loudly. Instantly, the females were emboldened, engaging fiercely with the wolf beasts, resulting in a fierce struggle where neither side gained the upper hand. Bai Yueyue remained steadfastly engaged in a confrontation with Hai Sang, who was several times her size and possessed a significantly superior level of spiritual energy. However, his speed was no match for Bai Yueye's agility, allowing her to effortlessly evade his numerous attacks. The scent of your fox pheromones is truly delightful and so rare, Hai Sang remarked, his crimson tongue greedily licking his nose. The repulsive sight nearly made Bai Yueyue retch. Bah, dream on. She spat defiantly, baring her canine teeth as her fox tail bristled behind her. This ugly black wolf has delusions of grandeur. Unfortunate little fox. Then perish. Hai Sang leapt forward, his gaping maw dripping with foul saliva, aiming to bite Bai Yueyue with a speed that rendered him a mere blur. Ding dong. Caution, host. Bai Yueye's paw pads pressed firmly against the ground, and in a swift motion, she pivoted to the side, extending her claws to deftly ensnare the flesh of Hai Sang's neck. Chapter 30. Those who offend my clan shall die. Roar. Hai Sang, struck by the sharpness of Bai Yueye's claws, became utterly frenzied, violently thrashing about in a wild frenzy. Bai Yueyue did not relent. She leaped gracefully onto Hai Sang's back, then raised another paw to grasp the opposite side of his neck, sinking her teeth into the nape of Hai Sang. A piercing pain surged through him, igniting his eyes with a crimson hue, as he charged wildly through the pasture with Bai Yueyue clinging to him. Bai Yueyue clung tenaciously to Hai Sang's back, her sharp canine teeth piercing through his skin in an instant. The foul, metallic scent of blood flooded her mouth. Despite her efforts to suppress her revulsion and intensify her grip, she soon realized that her fangs were insufficiently long, merely tearing through his flesh without reaching any vital vessels. Bai Yueyue clicked her tongue, wishing she could harness the powers within her. With a pained howl, Hai Sang collapsed onto the ground, writhing in agony. With Bai Yueye's petite frame pinned beneath him, her snow-white, for sullied by the earth. Yet, she understood the gravity of her situation. She could not relent. As the saying goes, to capture a thief, one must first capture the king. Only by entangling Haizang could she afford others a greater chance of survival. The Wolf King, too, was a high-level beast man, and with him ensnaring Long Hao, it was uncertain when he might escape, his fate hanging in the balance. She had to devise a means to eliminate Haizang. Meanwhile, Bai Yueyue, confined within the cave, heard the commotion and curiously peered out, only to witness the chaotic sounds of battle resonating from the livestock pen, the howls of wolves echoing incessantly. Goodness! The Wolf Clan was launching an attack on the Beast Clan. Startled, she recalled her roots as a member of the Wolf Clan. Entangled in past grievances with the Wolf King, should she be spotted by her kin, her survival would be in jeopardy. The members of the tribe were not her kin. Their fate was of no concern to her. With this thought, she hastily retreated back into the cave to conceal herself. As time passed, the females gradually began to tire. Yueyue, weary from the relentless onslaught, had large patches of her thick fur torn away by the Wolf Clan's continuous assault, exposing her already scarred skin beneath. The other females, significantly smaller than Yueyue, fell one after another to the ground. The cubs, witnessing their mothers being torn apart, cried out in terror, while the Xiong and Heir Xiong gathered the little ones in their embrace, their large eyes brimming with tears. This situation could not persist. Haizang, unable to reach the Bai Yueyue on his back, struggled violently, and Bai Yueye's grip grew increasingly tenuous. In her moment of desperation, a fourth-tier gray wolf stealthily circled behind them, suddenly launching itself forward and colliding with Bai Yueyue, knocking her off Haizang's back. Bai Yueyue was violently thrown to the ground, instantly feeling a surge of pain that made her vision blur with golden stars. Yueyue, in a state of panic, attempted to rush to Bai Yueye's side to protect her, but was ensnared by even more ferocious beasts. Drops of blood trickled down from the fur at Haizang's neck, enveloped in a suffocating aura of blood, rendering him a terrifying sight. I truly underestimated you. You are indeed the first female to inflict harm upon me. Haizang growled, his fangs slowly revealing themselves, drool seeping from his gums. Prepare to meet your demise. With his paws firmly planted on the ground, Haizang was enveloped in a surge of ethereal energy, and he lunged at Bai Yueyue once more, his speed transforming into mere afterimages. Bai Yueyue was taken aback. Momentarily flustered, in this critical moment, she exclaimed, "Ding! Silver needles!" A glimmer of silver flashed in Bai Yueye's hand, and something sharp sliced through the air in the darkness, striking directly into Haizang's neck. Haizang's movement froze mid-air, and he fell to the ground without uttering a sound, his body convulsing and frothing at the mouth. Haizang! What has happened to you? The fourth-tier wolf beast trailing behind Haizang was rendered speechless, bewildered by the feminine figure before it, who had inexplicably unleashed something that brought Haizang crashing to the ground. Bai Yueyue gasped for breath, for the ferocity of Haizang's assault had granted her a fleeting opportunity. Although the silver needle could not claim his life in an instant, he had already succumbed to a state of incapacitation. The surrounding wolf beasts were taken aback by this turn of events, swiftly redirecting their aggression towards Bai Yueyue, encircling her menacingly. "Madam Yueyue, you are in peril." Yueyue summoned the last remnants of her strength to fell one of the wolf beasts, only to collapse with a thud, utterly exhausted and unable to move. Bai Yueyue rose, her fox tail slowly drooping, as she faced the multitude of gaping jaws surrounding her. A chill enveloped her heart. It seemed they were destined for demise. This fox beast had wounded Haizang. They sought vengeance for Haizang's sake. Kill her. All at once, the pack of wolves surged forward, only to halt abruptly in their tracks. The air trembled, as if an invisible force had pressed upon it. Boom. Subsequently, an unseen wave descended from the heavens, mercilessly pinning all the wolves to the ground. The creatures struggled, as though burdened by an immense weight. This was the oppressive spirit power emanating from the high-ranking beastmen. A heavy growl resonated from the depths of the night, filling the air with an unprecedented sense of oppression. Suddenly, a pair of emerald eyes illuminated the darkness, and Long Hao, enveloped in blue icy flames, swooped down from above. Long Hao. Bai Yueye's pupils dilated, tears welling in her eyes. How wonderful, he was unharmed. He had returned. Lord Long Hao was back. We are saved. The females prostrated themselves on the ground, overwhelmed with excitement. As Long Hao landed and transformed into his human form, Bai Yueyue immediately noticed the numerous wounds adorning his body, evident signs that he had just emerged from a fierce battle. "Those who offend my clan shall perish," Long Hao declared, raising his fist as ice spikes coalesced in the air, raining down and piercing through the wolves below. Blood erupted like blooming flowers, painting the ground crimson. Panting, Long Hao rushed forward and enveloped Bai Yueyue, who had extended her small hands toward him, into his embrace. "I'm sorry, Yueyue. I returned late. How are you?" Long Hao's gaze fell upon Bai Yueyue, whose body and mouth were smeared with blood, her delicate face caked with dirt, evoking a sense of pity. "I'm fine." "And you?" Bai Yueyue inquired urgently, feeling along Long Hao's arms. He held her tightly, fully aware of the suffering his little female must have endured in his absence. On the ground, Haizang still clung to life, struggling to raise her neck, only to be met with a sharp eye spike that pierced her skull. The black wolf had claimed that she was ensnared by the Wolf King, and Bai Yueyue anxiously grasped Long Hao's arm. "You were afflicted by the cold poison," she expressed, Concern etched across her features. Rest assured, fortunately, you have helped me maintain control during this time, combined with the effects of the fiery spark. I have felt no discomfort while using my spirit power. I commend your resilience, Long Hao comforted, gently stroking Bai Yueye's head. Madam Yueyue, please come and see Ayun. Chapter 31. A miraculous wonder. Bai Yueyue turned around and saw Ayun, her body covered in wounds, clutching her bleeding arm as cold sweat streamed down her face in agony. The females were momentarily startled by the sound, and they supported each other as they rose, encircling Ayun. Bai Yueyue emerged from Long Hao's embrace and hurriedly approached to examine Ayun's arm. The moment her hand made contact with Ayun's limb, a sharp crack resounded, followed by Ayun's anguished cry. Her arm had been severed. The surviving females, upon hearing this, gasped in pained sympathy, simultaneously relieved that they and their offspring had survived. They quickly followed Bai Yueyue and Long Hao, assisting Ayun and the injured into a nearby cave for refuge. Bai Yueyue applied a hemostatic ointment to Ayun, then skillfully crafted some bamboo strips to secure her arm, finally binding it with a bandage that was slung around her neck. As for the others, were there any serious injuries? Upon hearing Bai Yueye's inquiry, the females shook their heads in unison. Although they bore various wounds, fortunately, none were life-threatening. Chi-Chi, please distribute these herbs so everyone can tend to their injuries, Bai Yueyue instructed, handing the prepared herbal paste to Chi-Chi. Certainly, Madam Yueyue. Ayun, you must take good care of that arm. Bai Yueyue gently patted Ayun's shoulder. Madam Yueyue, I am fine. Just look at your own injuries. If it weren't for your leadership in our counterattack, we would likely have been devoured by the wolf beast by now, Ayun said, wiping away her tears. Although Bai Yueyue possessed the least spiritual power among her companions, she was undeniably the most courageous. When faced with peril, she was the first to charge forward. Furthermore, everyone was astonished during the recent battle to discover that their Lady Yueyue emanated an aura of spiritual energy, and it appeared that her rank had indeed elevated. The ability to manifest such power from nothingness in such a brief span of time, while simultaneously ascending in rank, was truly unprecedented. I'm fine. By the way, Long Hao, let me see how you are faring, Bai Yueyue said, turning to check on Long Hao, only to find herself enveloped in his embrace. Long Hao held Bai Yueyue tightly, declaring, I am perfectly well. Your strength is remarkable. That minor wound will heal on its own. But you, my brave little female, if it were not for you, the Beast clan might not have survived. Females in the clan had always been perceived as vulnerable. Without the protection of males, survival was challenging. Yet, in the face of an assault from the Wolf clan, Bai Yueyue had led everyone to a successful counterattack, a feat that was nothing short of miraculous. Fortunately, Bai Yueyue had promptly sent word to inform Long Hao of the ambush on their tribe, enabling him to return swiftly after evading the Wolf King. Long Hao clutched Bai Yueyue, his heart filled with concern. As he began to channel his energy to heal her, she firmly pressed her hand against his, saying, Do not use your energy on me, it's merely a scratch, truly nothing to worry about. The exertion of spiritual energy was most taxing when it came to healing. And Long Hao had previously suffered a relapse of cold poison due to overexertion in his attempts to heal himself. Yet, upon seeing her injured, his instinct was to act, proving himself to be quite the foolish dragon. Are you really all right? Long Hao still harbored doubts. I assure you, I am perfectly fine. I am healthy and thriving, Bai Yueyue replied, shaking her tiny fist. And do not forget, I now possess spiritual energy, so my wounds will heal swiftly. Bai Yueyue recently discerned that the abrasions on her body had ceased bleeding and had completely formed scabs, a recovery rate that was nothing short of astonishing. It was no wonder that spiritual power held such paramount importance for the Beast men. It was, after all, the very foundation of their existence. By the way, what of Long Hao? Bai Yueyue recalled that among the males, only Long Hao had returned. Qianche and the others were lagging behind, hindered by their lack of wings. This time, the targets of the Wolf King and the Serpent Clan assault were the tribe, so they merely toyed with me without exerting their full strength, allowing me to seize the opportunity to escape and return first. Long Hao embraced Bai Yueyue at the waist, his fingers gently brushing away the droplets of blood that splattered onto her. Lord Long Hao? Kashu abruptly dashed in from outside the cave, followed closely by several weary males. Upon seeing Kashu safe, Chi-Chi's anxious heart finally found solace. Kashu, are you unharmed? Is your mother all right? Kashu and the others had nearly been driven to despair upon hearing the news of the tribe's attack. We are all fine. Chi-Chi shook her head. Kashu, why are there only a few of you? Where are the others? Azwa and Mai Shiwen? Ayun, supporting her arm, rose to her feet. Ayun's male companion, Shiwen, was a fourth-tier leopard beast. This was the first time Bai Yueyue had heard Ayun utter his name. They are all mostly unscathed, just suffering minor injuries. However, Qianche was wounded by the Wolf King's supernatural abilities during the retreat, Kashu explained. Qianche was a 6th-tier celestial tiger. Although his combat prowess was formidable, he was no match for an 8th-tier supernatural Wolf King. And where are they? They are still behind, Kashu replied. No sooner had he finished speaking than Azwa and Shiwen rushed in, carrying the bloody Qianche. Madam Yueyue, please help Qianche. He has lost a significant amount of blood. Azwa gasped for breath. Nearby, a Mei, cradling a small child, was filled with concern upon seeing Azwa's injuries and hurried forward to offer her care. Bai Yueyue rose and beheld a deep gash, long and jagged, On Qianche's shoulder, laid bare to the bone and still oozing crimson blood. Bai Yueyue pressed a clean gauze against Qianche's shoulder. But it was soon soaked with blood. The injury was grievous, and conventional methods of hemostasis proved ineffective. Did I not instruct you not to look back? How is it that Qianche is so severely wounded? Long Hao crouched down, raising his hand to conjure ice elemental powers, temporarily sealing the relentless flow of blood from Qianche's wound to preserve his life. The wolf clan advanced with ferocity, and the members of the beast clan were few. They could not afford to linger in battle. Thus, Long Hao took it upon himself to repel the wolf king, allowing the others to retreat first. The dragon clan is among the noblest of bloodlines within the beast men, inherently superior to the other clans. Even though the wolf king was also a powerful beast man, he could not withstand Long Hao's icy dragon flames, and was thus forced to retreat, despite his noble lineage. Long Hao bore a profound sense of responsibility towards the members of the beast clan, treating them with equal regard. The wolf king had initially retreated, yet inexplicably charged back, inflicting injury upon Qianche. However, he too was wounded and did not pursue us. Cascio, perplexed, shook his head. Upon hearing this, Long Hao's intense gaze fell upon Qianche, likely due to the long-standing enmity between the wolf clan and the Tianhu clan. Qianche, what has happened to you? Lulu struggled to rise from the stone bed, her face etched with anxiety as she looked at Qianche on the ground. He had lost considerable blood. His complexion and lips pallid. Long Hao's measures could only provide temporary relief. The immediate priority was to mend the substantial wound. Chapter 32. May Yueyue bestow a kiss upon me? Madam Yueyue, you can save Qianche, can't you? Lulu, with tear-filled eyes, tugged at Bai Yueye's beast-skin attire, pleading softly. In a world as perilous as theirs, where one misstep could lead to death, the healing talents exhibited by Bai Yueyue had become a beacon of hope for the beastmen. Cough, cough, cough. Qianche lay on the ground, violently coughing, and unexpectedly spat out a mouthful of blood. Qianche, the beastman beside him, quickly reached out to wipe the blood from his lips. Ding ding. Exchange for suturing needles. Item received. Bai Yueyue crouched down, carefully gathering the previously prepared herbs and evenly applying them to the few shallow wounds on Qianche's body. She then retrieved a suturing needle, preparing to stitch up the tear on Qianche's shoulder. Although Qianche possessed commendable self-healing abilities, he was utterly helpless in the face of such severe injuries. Chi-Chi, could you fetch me some hot water? Hot water? Allow me to instruct you on how to prepare it. Ayun raised her arm and stood up, while Shiwen hurried to support her. Over the past few days, Ayun had become quite adept, learning to use a flint to start a fire with remarkable ease. Before long, the two had procured hot water, which was contained within the skull of some creature, presenting a somewhat chilling appearance. Bai Yueyue, having acquired a stitching needle from the system's marketplace, immersed it in hot water for sterilization before threading it. You all hold him down and ensure he remains still. Qianche, I shall now stitch your wound. It will be painful, so bear with it. Yes, Madam Yueyue, please proceed, Qianche replied, nodding vigorously. The nearby beastmen hurriedly approached to restrain Qianche. Without hesitation, Bai Yueyue raised her hand and plunged the stitching needle into the flesh of Qianche. The gruesome sight made the beastmen avert their gazes, while Lulu, overwhelmed with concern, wept profusely. Her affection for Qianche made witnessing his suffering unbearable. Qianche's body shuddered violently as he bit down on his lip, struggling to suppress his cries, yet he could not stifle a few grunts, with cold sweat breaking out instantly. The system did not provide anesthetics, leaving Bai Yueyue with no choice but to proceed with the stitching. Bai Yueyue swiftly completed the suturing for Qianche, applying herbal ointment to the wound before meticulously wrapping it in gauze. The entire process left her drenched in sweat. Long Hao, observing Bai Yueye's frail figure, felt a pang of sympathy, yet could only clench his fist in silence. At last, it is done. Your life is preserved. Please rest well. I shall change your dressings every 3 days, Bai Yueyue said, rubbing her numb waist as she took the damp animal hide from Chi-Chi's hands to gently cleanse Qianche's body of the dried blood. Her movements were tender and exceedingly careful. Thank you, Lady Yueyue, Qianche replied, his face brimming with gratitude, tears glistening in his eyes. In that moment, Bai Yueyue appeared to him like a radiant goddess. Witnessing this scene, Long Hao felt an inexplicable discomfort in his heart. He crouched down, cautiously tugging at the hem of Bai Yueye's garment with his bloodstained hand. Bai Yueyue turned around in bewilderment, only to find Long Hao gazing at her with a pitiful expression, his eyes indicating something about himself. Bai Yueyue was momentarily taken aback before a sudden realization dawned upon her. She hastily picked up Long Hao's hand and gently wiped it clean. Well, Qianche is fine now. Please take him back to the cave. Thank you, Lady Yueyue, for saving my life. Qianche managed to lift his head, yearning for one last glimpse of Bai Yueyue. No need for thanks, Bai Yueyue replied with a tender smile, one that felt as warm and intoxicating as a gentle spring breeze. This smile seemed to awaken something profound within Long Hao. He abruptly stood up and effortlessly lifted Qianche from the ground. To the astonishment of everyone present, Long Hao carried Qianche back to the cave with unwavering determination. He then strode back in with purpose, seizing Bai Yueye's arm in the process. Yueyue, I'm in pain, he uttered, his voice soft and low, unmistakably playful and endearing. The onlookers were left agape, nearly dropping their jaws in disbelief. Was this truly their aloof and imperious Lord Long Hao? How could he exhibit such vulnerability before Lady Yueyue? Coughing discreetly, Ayan, being someone with experience in such matters, subtly gestured, prompting everyone to take their leave and return to their respective homes. Where does it hurt? Let me see. Bai Yueyue, genuinely concerned, took Long Hao's arm to examine it, only to find her wrist clasped firmly by him in return. I'm in pain everywhere. Might Yueyue bestow upon me a kiss? Long Hao leaned his head against Bai Yueyue's shoulder, a picture of innocence and charm. Bai Yueyue's body stiffened. It turned out this fellow was merely feigning vulnerability. All right, you're stained with blood as well. Let me clean you up. With a sigh, Bai Yueyue attempted to push Long Hao away, but he tightened his embrace, burying his lips deep into her neck. Oh, let me help you. Stop causing a fuss. I refuse. I simply cannot bear to see you treat Qian with such tenderness and smile at him in that manner. Long Hao frowned, his head pressing insistently against Bai Yueyue's. Haven't I always been this way? Besides, Qian is injured, and quite severely at that. Bai Yueyue sighed helplessly. This big dragon was merely feeling jealous, and such a trivial jealousy at that. Ding dong. Oh dear, hubby Hao is feeling jealous. How will the host appease him? You understand, don't you? Long Hao was unconcerned with the details. Although lower-tier females have limited choices in males, Bai Yueyue had already reached the 4th tier, thus she could accept multiple males if they so desired. Even as the leader of the Beast clan, he could not prevent Bai Yueyue from accepting others. He was utterly terrified. He feared that if Bai Yueyue found someone else, she would no longer need him. Do you wish for Qian to become your second male? Long Hao spoke urgently. What? Bai Yueyue was utterly baffled. Before she could refute, he interjected. You cannot allow Qian to be your second male. I am not dead yet. I can still protect you for a while, and when the time comes, I will find you another powerful male to continue safeguarding you. Long Hao's voice grew softer, almost tinged with tears. How he longed to protect Bai Yueyue forever. To be with her endlessly. Stop saying such nonsense. I only want you. Bai Yueyue raised her hands to cup Long Hao's face, pulling him gently. One Long Hao is enough to keep me on my toes. Adding another would only serve to tear me apart. Bai Yueyue had never entertained the notion of accepting a male in her life, despite being aware of the Beast World's tradition of polyandry. She still held a grand fantasy of a lifelong, monogamous bond. Just one? Long Hao raised his gaze, incredulous. The idea of a female uttering the words only one male was utterly astonishing. Yes, only you. Chapter 33. You are my destiny. Coco. If I were to perish, Long Hao's concern lingered. He could brush aside everything else, as a once magnificent noble dragon. Even death could not compel him to bow his head. Yet now, he had someone to care for, Bai Yueyue. He feared that without his protection, she would suffer from hunger and cold, wandering like she once did. With me around, I want to let you die, Long Hao. I cherish you deeply. As long as you treat me sincerely, I shall reciprocate with all my heart. No matter how many hardships and dangers lie ahead, we shall face them together. At present, it seemed the fiery spark and acupuncture were effectively controlling your cold poison. Even if you employed spiritual power, it had little impact. We shall maintain this control, one day. We will find a way to completely eliminate the cold poison. Bai Yueyue gently gathered Long Hao's silvery hair. Gazing at his perfect jawline, Bai Yueyue swallowed hard. Long Hao was strikingly handsome, yet he worried about being taken away by another male when it should be her who was concerned. Yueyue, you are truly wonderful. Long Hao held Bai Yueye's small hand and kissed it softly. By the way, suddenly, Long Hao straightened up, unfastening his beast skin garment with a fluid motion, leaving Bai Yueyue utterly astonished. Wait. This isn't our cave. This isn't appropriate. Bai Yueye's eyes were glued to the exposed 8-pack abs. What a paragon of masculinity. Handsome, fit, attentive, caring, capable of household chores, and skilled in combat. Yueyue, you misunderstand. Huh. Long Hao looked at Bai Yueyue with utmost seriousness, placing a hand over his chest. An invisible ripple emanated from his palm, and to Bai Yueye's astonishment, a patch of reverse scales began to emerge on Long Hao's chest. The scales shimmered vividly, glowing brilliantly in the dim light, exquisite beyond compare. This is Long Hao bit his lip, exerting force to painfully pluck the reversed scales from his skin. Crimson blood oozed forth, causing Bai Yueyue to pale in shock. Hao, what are you doing? Do not be afraid. These are my heart-protecting scales. If you carry this with you, no matter how far apart we may be, I will always be able to find you. Moreover, with it, you will bear my essence, deterring any beast below the 6th tier from approaching you recklessly. Long Hao carefully placed the bloodied heart-protecting scale in Bai Yueye's palm. Ding dong. Dragon heart-protecting scale. Each dragon possesses only one, situated at the heart's location. Of utmost importance, if the heart-protecting scale is destroyed, the dragon will perish instantly. By entrusting this to you, he is essentially placing his life in your hands. Bai Yueyue inhaled sharply, hastily returning the scales to Long Hao. No. This item pertains to your life. It is far too significant for you. I cannot accept it. You are my life. Long Hao's declaration left Bai Yueyue in a state of shock. I once yearned for vengeance. Dreaming of returning to the Dragon Clan is my greatest aspiration. However, upon realizing the incurable nature of the cold poison, I understood that the moments spent with you are the most precious. I regard you as my very existence, wishing to shield you from further harm. Long Hao gently caressed Bai Yueye's delicate face. I love you. Thank you. Long Hao, Bai Yueyue replied, biting her lip as tears grazed the corners of her eyes. Do not weep. From now on, you must only smile. I cherish your smile, and your tears cause me pain. Long Hao embraced Bai Yueyue, softly rubbing her shoulders. All right. Bai Yueyue nodded, feeling lighter as Long Hao swept her into his arms. You have exhausted yourself today. Let us return and rest. Long Hao lowered his head to plant a gentle kiss on Bai Yueye's small face. Bai Yueyue entwined her arms around Long Hao's neck, gently closing her eyes, wishing only for a moment longer together with him, just a little more. Days passed before the tribe fully recovered from the aftermath of the attack. Fortunately, Long Hao returned just in time that night. Aside from numerous destroyed grass huts, the tribe suffered no significant losses. Moreover, Long Hao's cold poison was well controlled, having not recurred, and everything seemed to be progressing favorably. Within the cave, Bai Yueyue was addressing the orcs whose homes had been destroyed, discussing the reconstruction of the grass huts. Long Hao listened intently while polishing the grass shoes she had crafted for him. The huts offered little warmth, and as winter approached, the cold would become unbearable. However, the cave was insufficient for all, prompting her desire to rebuild homes for the orcs without caves. Shiwen, gather some more stones from the river with your team, while the rest accompany me to dig for clay. Understood, my lady, they replied. Lady Yueyue, Qianxie has been injured and cannot manage the livestock pen at present. Allow me to take on this task. Caxia stepped forward. Very well, I appreciate your efforts, Bai Yueyue nodded. I'll assist you. Chi-Chi glanced at Caxio, her cheeks tinged with crimson. Chi-Chi's mother watched with a knowing smile. Caxio was a fifth-tier beast man, responsible and a commendable partner for Chi-Chi. A murmur of admiration spread through the crowd. Chi-Chi, who had previously shown little interest in Caxio, was now willing to engage with him, much to his delight. Observing the tender interactions, Long Hao inched closer to Bai Yueyue. Everyone received their tasks and energetically exited the tribe, save for Mu, who remained hesitantly in place. After a long pause, Amu finally mustered the courage to speak. Lord Long Hao, Xiang Yue acknowledges her mistakes. She has been confined in the cave for so long and must be feeling quite sorrowful. I hope you will release her to bless the tribe. As soon as Amu finished speaking, Chi-Chi, who had just reached the entrance, turned back, hands on her hips. You must be joking. As a shaman, she neglected her duties during Ame's childbirth. When the tribe was attacked by wolves, her high rank allowed her to hide in the cave, completely disregarding our lives. If it weren't for Lady Yueyue leading us, we might have perished. What kind of shaman is she? The shamans, along with the leader and high priest, shared the responsibility of protecting the tribe, yet Xiang Yue, aside from maintaining her lofty demeanor and seizing food from the tribe, was utterly useless. It was no wonder she was unpopular. But she is a shaman, destined to become a high priestess. If she is harmed, she cannot bless the tribe. Amu argued quietly. We don't need her. Lady Yueyue is far more capable. Chi-Chi murmured. A shaman who cannot protect the tribe still expects to be supported? I have stated it clearly. She is not to step outside the cave until the high priestess returns. Long Hao set down his belongings, casting a glance at Amu that sent him retreating in fear. Long Hao, what is the true nature of this high priestess? Bai Yueyue could no longer restrain herself and posed a question. You all may step outside. Long Hao gestured with his eyes, prompting Chi-Chi and the others to bow and exit promptly. The cave fell into silence as Long Hao gently grasped Bai Yueye's hand and began to explain. The high priest possesses the bloodline of the beast god, and his primary duty is to offer prayers to the beast god on behalf of the tribe. He spends nearly all his time on a sacred place known as the Isle of the Beast God, worshipping to ensure the prosperity of the beast realm. He returns to the beast realm only once every 100 years to assess the development of various clans and to preside over the mating ceremonies. Beastmen have long lifespans. Those ranked between the 2nd and 5th tiers typically live around 200 years, while those surpassing the 5th tier can live for over 600 years. Is there a high priest in every tribe? Bai Yueyue tilted her head in inquiry. Not quite. There is only one high priest. However, he selects priestesses from various beastman tribes to represent him in offering blessings. Xiang Yue is one such chosen priestess. And due to the scarcity of high-ranking female beastmen, the highest-ranking female in a tribe often becomes the priestess. Listening to Long Hao's explanation, Bai Yueyue nodded thoughtfully. But can the high priest command the loyalty of all beastmen simply due to his bloodline? You, being at the 8th tier, still regard him with apprehension. Indeed. For the high priest is the only 10th tier beastman in the entire beast realm. His power surpasses ours. And all our beast kings have formed contracts with him that cannot be violated. To defy him is to invite death. At Long Hao's revelation, Bai Yueye's eyes widened in shock. She understood the implications of a 10th tier beastman. It represented the pinnacle of power within the beast realm, which explained the trepidation that Long Hao and the others felt towards this high priest. By the way, a Hao. I remember you saying that I must give birth to cubs before the high priest returns in order to remain in the tribe. Why is that? Bai Yueyue leaned back, falling into Long Hao's embrace. Bai Yueyue, having boarded the carriage midway, possessed a limited understanding of the matters pertaining to the beast realm. The Beast King must have offspring to ensure the succession of the next Beast King. As Longhao spoke, his large hand gently caressed Bai Yueye's lower abdomen. Ding dong. The monarchy of the Beast Realm is hereditary, unless someone is capable of slaying the Beast King to usurp the throne. It is solely the offspring of the Beast King who inherit the royal title. Bai Yueyue was taken aback. It was as if, upon the death of the Dragon Emperor, Longhao's brother, Long Jing, ascended to the throne, yet it should have been Longhao who rightfully became the esteemed Dragon Emperor. Rest assured, I have now reached the 4th tier, and soon I shall bear children. Bai Yueyue turned and embraced Longhao's waist. Woohoo, host, keep up the good work. However, I do not wish for you to bear offspring. Longhao's words struck Bai Yueyue like a sudden blow. Why? Longhao had previously expressed a strong desire for progeny, even stating upon their first meeting that he wished for her to bear his children. What had caused this sudden change of heart? Bearing children is a painful ordeal, and I cannot bear to see you suffer. If bringing forth life means placing you in peril akin to that of a May, I would rather forego having offspring. Your safety by my side is all I desire. Longhao wrapped his arms around Bai Yueye's waist, gently nuzzling her head. The Dragon Clan's most direct expression of affection was through such a gesture. It was indeed for this reason. Bai Yueyue was somewhat taken aback. But then she gently caressed Longhao's head. Rest assured, I promise you that I will be fine. Our little one is so adorable. Let's have one together and raise her, shall we? Longhao buried his face in Bai Yueye's bosom and murmured, Thank you, Yueyue. As Bai Yueye's eyelashes dampened, she realized she ought to express her gratitude to Longhao, for her initial intention was merely to bear a child with him to fulfill her task. Madam Yueyue, the crops you planted seem to have sprouted. Ayun, supporting her arms, entered from outside the cave, her face flushed with excitement. However, upon witnessing the tender embrace between the two, she suddenly knelt down, exclaiming, I apologize, Lord Longhao. Madam, I did not mean to intrude. Her complexion turned pale with fright. Longhao's expression was ominously dark, as he often found their intimate moments disrupted, leaving him utterly exasperated. It's all right, it's all right. Please rise, Bai Yueyue urged, hastily extricating herself from Longhao's embrace, smoothing her hair and offering a reassuring pat on his shoulder. Only then did Longhao's demeanor soften. Indeed, Madam Yueyue. Ayun exhaled a sigh of relief, nodding in affirmation. Let us go take a look. Bai Yueye's face lit up with joy as she eagerly grasped Longhao's hand and led him to the vegetable garden behind. As expected, the corn seedlings had grown remarkably tall, and the cabbage would soon be ready for harvest, flourishing splendidly. The autumn wheat had also sprouted, appearing lush and vibrant. In this peculiar climate of the beast realm, plants grew rapidly and robustly after being sown. How wonderful! They are thriving so well, Bai Yueyue exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with excitement and a sense of accomplishment. It seemed that leading the beast clan toward prosperity was an imminent prospect. These grasses are so small. Can they truly satisfy hunger? Longhao questioned, for to the carnivorous beast men, plants were hardly appealing. Hiki, you wouldn't understand. They are merely seedlings now, once they mature. You will witness their wonders, Bai Yueyue playfully winked. The thought of rice, corn porridge, and cabbage stew nearly made her salivate with anticipation. Very well. Let us wait and see. What did you mention about digging? Longhao gently kissed Bai Yueye's small hand. Yes, digging for clay. Soon. Bai Yueyue led him to the riverside, where the riverbank had accumulated sediment over the years, providing an ideal location for clay excavation. Bai Yueyue brandished the bone knife and fiercely plunged it into the damp ground, revealing a plethora of grayish clay beneath. Bai Yueyue was overjoyed, casually picking up a piece of clay and kneading it in her hands. With a hint of excitement, she exclaimed, the quality of this clay is truly remarkable. It can easily be fashioned into pottery. Pottery? Longhao tilted his head in curiosity. Indeed, I noticed that you all use leaves and such to hold things. Having pottery would make a significant difference. Bai Yueyue still vividly recalled the unsettling experience of using a skull to hold water. The thought alone sent shivers down her spine. She resolved to gather as much clay as possible to take back with her. Bai Yueyue carefully spread the pre-prepared banana leaves on the ground and began to dig into the clay. However, she was soon halted by Longhao, who insisted. You rest over there. We will take care of the digging. It's fine. It's just a bit of mud, she replied. Listen to me. Longhao raised his hand to wipe the beads of sweat from Bai Yueye's forehead. To him, her petite frame meant that her strength could not compare to that of the surrounding beast men, and he was reluctant to let her undertake such laborious tasks. Time passed, and the group had already accumulated a significant amount of clay. Madam Yueyue, Lord Longhao, we have transported all the stones back to the tribe. Chapter 35. Is this not purely comedic? Kashu, with a beast-skin scarf draped around his neck, was drenched in sweat. The beast-men possessed immense strength, making the task of moving stones effortless. However, the sweltering heat made even the slightest exertion unbearable. I have also dug enough clay over here. We can start preparing to build the house, Bai Yueyue said as she turned around, only to find Longhao, equally exposed to the scorching sun, without a single drop of sweat on his brow. How, aren't you hot? Bai Yueyue asked, casting a skeptical glance at the sun, which resembled a fiery furnace. Longhao shook his head. Not at all. I am of the ice attribute and fear no heat. His dragon flames were cold, while they did not burn like fire. The extreme chill could be even more lethal than flames. Observing Bai Yueye's flushed face from the heat, Long Hao pondered for a moment before turning to wash his hands. He swiftly conjured an ice ball in his palm and handed it to Bai Yueyue. Here, hold this to cool down. Bai Yueyue took the small ice ball and placed it upon her head, instantly feeling a refreshing chill that made her heart soar. Ah, how delightful. I never expected you to be a portable refrigerator. Bai Yueyue beamed with a smile. A refrigerator? What is that? Long Hao tilted his head. Bemused by the peculiar term that his little female companion often conjured, words he had never encountered before. Just a thing, nothing too significant, haha. Anyway, we must focus on constructing the house. Bai Yueyue quickly shifted the topic and hurried back to the tribe, cradling the small ice ball. Long Hao followed closely behind her, refraining from probing further into the mysteries of his little female, which were plentiful and intriguing. Like this, we stack the stones, then fill the gaps with clay. It should be about this long and this wide. Bai Yueyue demonstrated by holding stones for the orcs while sketching the dimensions in the dirt with a twig. Moreover, once the stone house is completed, we will secure the roof with wooden beams and cover it with straw, applying a layer of clay to shield against the wind and rain. The crowd listened intently to Bai Yueye's instructions, nodding in admiration, their eyes filled with reverence, including Long Hao, whose gaze was brimming with approval. The orcs, having grasped the concept, began to set to work. Qianche approached, placing a hand on Long Hao's shoulder. Madam Yueyue, what are you all engaged in? Oh, Qianche. Recently, the wolf tribe attacked the village and damaged many families' grass huts. I am helping everyone rebuild sturdier and more comfortable stone houses, Bai Yueyue explained. I see. How may I assist? Qianche inquired, noticing the remnants of clay on Bai Yueye's face, smiling warmly. You should rest well. After changing the bandages once more, you should be fine, Bai Yueyue replied, hands on her hips, observing the orcs stacking stones and applying clay. Once the houses were completed, everyone would no longer have to endure those dilapidated grass huts. On the other side, Long Hao, witnessing Qianche's proximity to Bai Yueyue, felt a pang of jealousy and approached directly. Qianche, you are seriously injured. You ought to return to your cave and rest. Oh my, it seems your dragon is subtly suggesting that we should leave, is he not? Jealous again? The system's mischievous voice chimed in. Bai Yueyue rolled her eyes, exclaiming, You only know how to watch the commotion. Is this truly a childbirth system? It seems nothing more than a farce. With a giggle, she added, Lord Long Hao. I merely wish to see if there is any way I can assist. Thank you for your concern, Lord Long Hao. Qianche quickly bowed in response. The Wolf King is clearly targeting you this time. You must remain vigilant in the future. Additionally, Lulu is quite worried about you. Perhaps you should visit her in her cave, Long Hao stated, drawing Bai Yueyue into his embrace with an air of calmness. Upon witnessing this scene, Qianche felt a sense of inexplicable frustration and could only nod begrudgingly as he departed. Bai Yueyue raised her head in confusion. Is the Wolf King targeting Qianche? Why? Long Hao explained. The Tiger King of the Tianhu clan was killed by the Wolf King, thus they harbor animosity towards the Wolf clan, viewing all wolves as enemies. The two clans have been in constant conflict for ages. Now I understand. But what caused Qianche to leave the Tianhu clan? Bai Yueyue pondered. She was aware that Qianche was a 6th-tier beastman, and such a formidable individual would not be easily exiled from his tribe. There must be an undisclosed reason. I'm not certain, Long Hao replied. The first time I encountered Qianche, he was besieged by numerous wolf beasts in the forest. I rescued him, and he subsequently stayed in the Tianhu clan. He gently wiped the mud from Bai Yueye's face with a beast skin cloth he took from his pocket. Oh. Bai Yueyue nodded thoughtfully. Qianche, with his head bowed, walked to the cave entrance, his gaze gradually falling upon Bai Yueyue in the distance, his expression far from innocent. At that moment, Chi-Chi, who was approaching, caught sight of this scene. She paused before speaking, Brother Qianche. Huh. Qianche snapped back to reality, hastily averting his eyes. What is it, Chi-Chi? Do you need something from me? Lulu said she wants to see you. Can you go check on her? Lulu had been bitten by a snake and still bore the lingering poison. Yet she had come to care for Qianche for several days before she could no longer endure it and returned to her own cave. Lulu harbored feelings for Qianche, always thinking of him, something that Chi-Chi and the others clearly observed. Before Qianche could respond, Chi-Chi discerned his thoughts. Do you have feelings for Lady Yueyue? She asked pointedly. Upon hearing this, Qianche's heart sank, leaving him momentarily speechless. Chi-Chi was correct. He had unknowingly developed feelings for Bai Yueyue. Initially, he had been reluctant to accept her as a partner due to Long Hao's insistence. But Bai Yueye's remarkable abilities displayed within the tribe had undeniably captivated him. Moreover, her kindness and intelligence had brought hope to the tribe on numerous occasions, making it impossible to overlook her, despite her lower rank. It seems I was right. Chi-Chi stepped closer, glancing around before continuing. From the moment you entertained such thoughts, you were mistaken. Lady Yueyue would never accept you as a male partner. Why? Qianche blurted out, then sheepishly lowered his head. Because I overheard Lady Yueyue say that she desires only Lord Long Hao as her male partner and will not accept any others, Chi-Chi replied, crossing her arms. Upon hearing this, Qianche's mood plummeted. He had thought that once Bai Yueyue reached the 4th tier, he could express his feelings for her at the courtship gathering. And as long as she was willing to accept him, everything would be fine. But now, to learn that she had declared her desire for only Long Hao? How could that be? A female would not limit herself to a single male for the sake of bearing offspring. Qianche remained undeterred. Believe it or not. If you doubt, you can ask Lady Yueyue yourself. Chapter 36. Yeah, I've been thinking. Qianche clenched his fists, trembling with discomfort. I understand. Therefore, I advise you to abandon any intentions towards Lady Yueyue. Besides, Lord Long Hao is so fond of Lady Yueyue. He would certainly not wish for you to become her second male partner. Chi spoke directly, her words almost bringing Qianche to tears. Please, stop. Why shouldn't I speak? Lulu is such a wonderful female and she cares for you so much. You want to even take a glance at her? Come. Let us go to Lulu's cave. Chi insisted, dragging Qianche towards Lulu's dwelling. Ah, don't pull my arm. It hurts. Qianche exclaimed. Just let it be. Bai Yueyue gathered some stones and attempted to mold a clay stove. She also shaped a few earthen bowls and pots. Once the clay had dried, she planned to fire the pottery. After the ceramic pots were completed, she would be able to prepare meals on this rustic stove. As Bai Yueyue busied herself, Yueyue busied with several female beast folk, kindling a fire to roast meat. Lord Long Hao, Madam Yueyue, the meat is ready. We even have fish today. Please eat something before returning to your tasks. Yueyue wiped her soot-stained face. Long Hao handed a large leg of deer to Bai Yueyue and then selected a sizable fish for her, offering to help remove the bones. Make sure to eat more. He urged. Thank you, Hao. Bai Yueyue accepted the salted deer leg, taking a satisfying bite. Madam Yueyue, we are running low on saltbush, Yueyue remarked. Well, use what you have for now. I will search for more when I have the time, Bai Yueyue replied, appreciating the balance of flavors in the meat. By the way, Lulu needs a change of dressing. I will go tend to her wounds. Suddenly remembering, she hurried back into the cave to retrieve her supplies. Inside the cave, Lulu sat on a stone bed, carefully stitching a piece of beast hide. Having seen that Qianche's clothing was damaged, she decided to make him a new one as a gift. Lulu, guess who I brought? Chi exclaimed, pulling Qianche inside. Upon seeing him, Lulu quickly concealed her work behind her and stood, startled. Chi, why did you bring Qianche here? He hasn't fully recovered from his injuries. You care for him, but he may not feel the same for you. Chi teased, retreating with a sly grin. Qianche stood awkwardly, meeting Lulu's gaze, which was filled with affection. Brother Qianche, please have a seat. Lulu motioned toward a nearby stone stool. Perhaps not. Qianche began, but before he could finish, Bai Yueyue entered with a bundle of gauze and herbs. Oh, Qianche is here. We've cooked outside. Don't forget to eat, Bai Yueyue casually remarked. Lulu's snake bite was an internal injury, healing particularly slowly. Madam Yueyue, you've arrived. Lulu smiled broadly. Yes, I'm here to change your dressing, Bai Yueyue nodded. As Qianche gazed at Bai Yueye's departing figure, a wave of sorrow washed over him. Chi's words echoed in his mind, intensifying his discomfort. Suddenly, he dashed to the cave's entrance. Madam Yueyue, please tend to Lulu's wounds. I must return now, he hurriedly stated before turning to leave. Hey, Brother Qianche. Lulu's outstretched hand lingered in the air, her expression one of despondence. Bai Yueyue, with a hint of meaning in her expression, gently unwrapped the bandage from Lulu's shoulder and asked, Lulu, do you have feelings for Qianche? At her words, Lulu's face flushed crimson, and she became quite flustered. I, she stammered. Bai Yueyue playfully winked. Qianche was the most outstanding male in the tribe, second only to Long Hao. And he was quite handsome as well. Apart from Lulu, Bai Yueyue had heard numerous pieces of gossip about Qianche. Although Long Hao held a higher status and was even more striking in appearance, he was known for his aloof demeanor, which made the females in the tribe somewhat intimidated by him. Even if they were fond of him, they dared not express their feelings. Yet, Lulu lamented. But it seems that Brother Qianche does not like me. Perhaps it is due to my lower status. Her head hung low. She appeared somewhat despondent. Love is not something that can be easily articulated or forced. Bai Yueyue gently applied medicine to Lulu's wound. I know that Brother Qianche once told Cash that he does not have feelings for me. What should I do, Madam Yueyue? Lulu's face was filled with worry. Bai Yueyue was momentarily taken aback. Well, to be honest, I lack experience in such matters. If you truly have feelings, you might as well pursue them courageously. However, there is no need to become overly fixated on a single possibility. Bai Yueyue was rescued by Long Hao, and thus she did not fully comprehend Lulu's sentiments. Initially, she held no affection for Long Hao, but over time, feelings blossomed. Indeed, Madam Yueyue, I shall take your words to heart. In a few days, there will be a courtship gathering, and I intend to express my feelings to Brother Qianche. I hope he will acquiesce, Lulu sighed. As Bai Yueyue emerged from Lulu's abode, she spotted Long Hao meandering nearby, his demeanor one of palpable ennui. What are you up to, Hao? She inquired, skipping over to him. Waiting for you. Long Hao replied, lifting his gaze and wrapping an arm around Bai Yueyue. At that moment, remnants of dried clay adorned his face, rendering him quite comical. I changed Lulu's medicine. You may not know, but Lulu has a fondness for Qianche, Bai Yueyue remarked with an air of mystery. I've heard, Long Hao nodded. Then lowered his voice, but Qianche does not reciprocate Lulu's feelings. He is enamored with another. Who is it? Bai Yueyue asked, her curiosity piqued. Long Hao did not respond. Instead, he gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. I'm not certain, and it matters little. The stone houses in the village are nearly complete. Let us go take a look. All right, Bai Yueyue acquiesced, sensing something peculiar about Long Hao, yet unable to articulate what it was. The orc stone houses were almost finished. They merely needed timber to cap them off for completion. Fortunately, it was summer, and the orcs could temporarily sleep outdoors without much discomfort from the chill. Yes, just logs of this thickness will suffice. Strip off the bark and cut them to this length for the beams, Bai Yueyue directed, perspiring profusely as she scurried between the various stone dwellings, working tirelessly until nightfall to ensure everything was in place. Phew, I am utterly exhausted, she exclaimed, collapsing onto the stone bed. Although she voiced her fatigue, the sight of the towering stone houses filled her heart with a profound sense of accomplishment. Congratulations, host. Your survival points have been replenished to 1,000. The system notification chimed. The accumulation of points had progressed more swiftly this time since her last exchange for the cleansing liquid. Tired? Long Hao's gentle voice broke through her thoughts. Bai Yueyue half closed her eyes and nodded. Long Hao raised his hand and embraced Bai Yueyue in his arms, gently massaging her back with his large hand. I just visited the stone houses in the village. They are splendid and robust. Yueyue, how are you so remarkable? Bai Yueyue opened her eyes, gazing upon Long Hao's perfectly sculpted chin. At that moment, Long Hao had washed his face, presenting a refreshing and handsome visage that was quite pleasing to behold. Indeed, I, Bai Yueyue, possess both literary prowess and martial skill. Embracing Long Hao's neck, my legs swayed gently. Long Hao lowered his head, admiring the adorable figure nestled within his arms. His eyes, filled with desire, seemed as if they could overflow with emotion, and he could no longer resist the urge to lean in, softly kissing Bai Yueye's pouting red lips. Yueyue, I have been thinking. Chapter 37. Bai Yueye's heart suddenly raced. How are you? Long Hao tightened his grip around Bai Yueye's arm, his head resting against her as if pleading. His little female was simply exquisite, an allure so profound that it was intoxicating. Bai Yueyue softly replied, and her gentle response seemed to ignite the long-suppressed passion within Long Hao. He lifted her chin and tenderly pressed his lips against her soft mouth, the kiss imbued with tenderness, lingering delicately upon her lips. Everything around them seemed to fade into silence, leaving only his fragrance and her softness. Days passed, and the tribe had fully emerged from the shadows of the wolf clan's attack. The stone houses dried quickly under the scorching sun. The orcs moved in. Though not as spacious as the caves, they were sturdy and resilient against the elements, providing a notably cool refuge during the summer. Moreover, the pots and bowls Bai Yueyue had crafted were completely dried. She attempted to fire a few with great success, and soon they would be ready for use after applying a waterproof resin. Hurry. The courtship festival is about to begin. We must prepare everything. Early in the morning, Bai Yueyue was awakened by the chirping sounds outside. What is that noise? She turned over, only to find herself in a slightly cool embrace. Long Hao's chin rested against her forehead. You are awake? Why have you been so lazy these past few days, unable to wake even when called? I don't know. I just feel so drowsy, Bai Yueyue replied, stretching luxuriously. What is happening outside? Today is the forest courtship festival. They are busy preparing to attend, Long Hao explained. A courtship festival? I have heard Yun and the others mention it many times, but I have yet to see it. Bai Yueye's interest was instantly piqued. You haven't seen it? It occurs every summer. Long Hao tilted his head, noticing that Bai Yueyue seemed to regard many aspects of the beast world with a sense of wonder, as if she had never lived here before. I simply did not participate. Bai Yueyue quickly corrected herself. Oh, if you wish to go, I shall take you to see it. First, eat something. Yesterday you were so busy making pottery that you fell asleep without eating. Long Hao handed Bai Yueyue the fruits and roasted meat from beside the stone bed. Bai Yueyue leaned in to smell the roasted meat but felt little inclination towards it. I have no appetite and do not wish to eat. Let us attend the courtship ceremony, and I shall dine upon our return. Very well, Long Hao nodded, though he did not fully heed Bai Yueye's words. He wrapped several pieces of roasted meat in banana leaves and set them aside, just in case she suddenly felt hungry. The courtship ceremony was to be held in the heart of the forest, presided over personally by the legendary high priest, a figure Bai Yueyue had long been curious about. Today, she was determined to witness the event. Long Hao, should we let Xiang Yue out? She has been howling in the cave all day, disturbing the peace, Caxiu inquired cautiously. Long Hao lifted Bai Yueyue into his arms as one would a cherished daughter and replied in a calm tone, there is no need. Let her howl. We shall release her when the high priest arrives for inspection. He understood that if she were freed, she would only pester him further. Bai Yueyue did not like her, and thus, he held even less affection for her. Indeed, Caxia nodded. Long Hao, what if the high priest discovers you have not released Xiang Yue? Bai Yueyue whispered, wrapping her arms around Long Hao's neck. The high priest would take offense. The priestess bears the mark of the high priest, and should she perish, he would know immediately, which would be quite troublesome. Long Hao sighed deeply. Furthermore, No one can influence the high priest's selection of a priestess, so we must allow Bai Yueyue some leeway. Bai Yueyue wrinkled her nose, truly a persistent nuisance, impossible to shake off. I recall a male orc once pleading for Bai Yueye's favor. She suddenly remembered. Yes. His name was Amu, who held a deep affection for Bai Yueyue, always attempting to curry her favor during mating gatherings, yet she never bestowed upon him a favorable glance. Long Hao carefully carried Bai Yueyue through the woods, cradling his delicate mate in his arms. The very thought of Bai Yueye's demeanor led Bai Yueyue to believe that Amu would not meet a favorable fate. TSK, 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 the devoted suitor ends up with nothing. The system chimed in. Meanwhile, Qianche was feeding the livestock within the tribe, hesitating whether to attend the mating gathering. Upon reaching the entrance of the tribe, he lifted his gaze and beheld the figures of Bai Yueyue and Long Hao. Is Madame Yueyue going as well? Qianche mused, even if she did attend. It was likely merely for the spectacle. Qianche, why are you dawdling? Let us go. There are plenty of females today. Kashu interjected, pulling Qianche along. His precious Chi-Chi had specifically instructed him to ensure Qianche attended the gathering. Oh, but I wish to observe the livestock ring. Perhaps I shall refrain from going. Qianche protested. What livestock ring? The mating gathering will have the high priest presiding over it. No one dares to attack the tribe. Hurry along. Bai Yueyue stood at the cave entrance, tears streaming down her face, with only Amu seated beside her. I instructed you to plead with Lord Long Hao to release me. Why did you not ask? Bai Yueyue cried out hoarsely. Bai Yueyue, cease your tears. I did plead, but Lord Long Hao disagreed. You shall remain in the cave for a while longer, Amu replied helplessly, offering her some previously roasted meat. Wait. How long have I been confined in this wretched cave? You are utterly useless. Bai Yueyue, in a fit of rage, knocked the roasted meat from Amu's hands onto the ground. Amu remained silent, merely bending down to pick up the soiled meat and dusting it off. The high priest will conclude the mating gathering and then visit each tribe. At that time, you shall be able to emerge. Amu's words seemed to awaken Bai Yueyue to the truth. Indeed, the high priest would return. Bai Yueyue, you shall pay for preventing me from attending the mating gathering. I will ensure the high priest punishes you severely. Bai Yueyue and Long Hao soon arrived at the venue of the mating gathering. As the leaves parted, Bai Yueye's eyes widened in astonishment. Before her lay a vast clearing, teeming with a multitude of orcs jostling together. Fortunately, Long Hao's height provided an advantage, and he held her close. Otherwise, in such a densely packed crowd, Bai Yueyue feared she might have been crushed. At the forefront of the throng stood a large wooden stump, upon which rested a smooth stone, appearing to serve as a seat. Surrounding the stump were meticulously arranged wildflowers, creating a strikingly vibrant scene. This was undoubtedly the place where the high priest would soon take his seat. Long Hao whispered, following Bai Yueye's gaze. Indeed, it was the high priest. And the seating was carefully adorned. Bai Yueyue nodded in acknowledgement. Well, look who we have here. A delicate voice, tinged with a playful annoyance, emerged from behind them. Simultaneously, an unpleasant odor inexplicably pervaded the air, causing Bai Yueyue to wrinkle her nose in confusion as she turned around. The previously bustling crowd parted with a buzz, revealing a graceful figure gliding forth. It was a female orc, her skin a luminous white, cascading snow-white hair flowing down to her waist. Her form was curvaceous, with flesh perfectly distributed in all the right places. Her slightly upturned fox-like eyes were utterly enchanting. What a beautiful female, was the first thought that crossed Bai Yueye's mind. Yet, in the next moment, as the female orc approached, the foul stench intensified. Bai Yueyue distinctly detected the unpleasant odor emanating from the enchanting orc woman, her face contorting in disgust. How could such a stunning beauty exude such a foul scent? Long Hao furrowed his brow, instinctively taking a step back, tightening his grip around Bai Yueyue. The woman's previously alluring gaze turned icy upon noticing Bai Yueyue in Long Hao's arms. Long Hao, it's been a while. Who is this in your embrace? Ding dong. Capturing the scent information, the Fox Clan Princess Bai Ling, rank, level 7, spirit power, 42 points. Bai Yueyue was momentarily taken aback. She was indeed Bai Ling, the Fox Tribe Princess entangled with Long Hao, as mentioned by Chi-Chi and her mother. With the strength of the 7th tier, she stood as one of the most formidable females in the entire beast realm. My partner, Long Hao replied with a composed demeanor. His gaze towards Bai Yueyue soft and affectionate. What did you say, partner? Bai Ling's eyes widened in disbelief as she scrutinized Bai Yueyue with incredulity. How repulsive. Let us leave quickly. I might vomit. Apart from the few male beast men who truly admired Bai Ling, the rest were driven away by the overpowering scent of fox musk. How could you have a partner so soon? Your spiritual power is so feeble. Your rank is not high at all. Have you lost your mind to choose her as your mate? Bai Ling stepped forward anxiously, her expression shattering into fragments. Long Hao, observing her approach, struggled to suppress his discomfort from the smell. He tightly embraced Bai Yueyue and swiftly retreated to a considerable distance, even thoughtfully offering her a beast hide handkerchief to cover her nose. Upon witnessing Long Hao's actions, Bai Ling's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Despite her status as a 7th-tier female, she knew that only males of their fox tribe could tolerate her scent. Yet, the musk of the fox tribe was their unique mark. The stronger the scent, the higher the status and strength. Bai Ling believed that any male who could not accept her was unworthy of her. However, Long Hao was different. He belonged to the noble dragon lineage among the beast men. From the moment she laid eyes on him, she was captivated by his towering, handsome figure, yet he had remained indifferent to her affections. If you bond with her, any offspring will only be weak and sickly. How can you be so foolish at the 8th tier? Bai Ling insisted relentlessly. It is none of your concern with whom I bond, Long Hao replied, concerned for Bai Yueye's well-being, wishing to spare her from the burdens of motherhood. You should focus on your relationship with Long Jing. Do not waste your thoughts on me, he said calmly. It was well known that Long Jing harbored feelings for Bai Ling. However, the dragon clan, residing far away, would not attend the mating gathering, thus avoiding any complications between them. Humph, Long Hao, you better not regret your decision. Bai Ling scoffed, her fox-like eyes slowly settling on Bai Yueye's face. At the moment their gazes met, Bai Yueye's mind erupted with a buzzing sensation, as if something had invaded her thoughts. Then, Bai Ling's voice echoed in her ear. So, you are also a fox beast. How surprising. It is remarkable that there is such a capable female among the fox tribe who could win Long Hao's affection. But mark my words. A 4th-tier female should not dare to aspire to bear the offspring of an 8th-tier male. In due time, Long Hao will surely abandon you. If you dare to compete with me, I will make you wish you had never been born. Bai Yueyue clenched her teeth tightly, unable to utter a single word. Her heart racing so rapidly that it felt as though it might leap from her chest. The urgent calls of Long Hao echoed increasingly clearly in her ears. Gasping for breath, Bai Yueye's vision gradually brightened, revealing Long Hao's anxious face before her. Ding dong. Host, are you all right? What just occurred was Bai Ling's psychic illusion, a manifestation of her mental abilities. She had abilities too. Bai Yueyue shook her head, gently patting Long Hao's shoulder in a reassuring gesture to indicate that she was fine. Bai Ling, if you dare to harm her again, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Long Hao, filled with rage, raised his hand, conjuring a sphere of icy flames, ready to strike at Bai Ling. Bai Ling possesses an extraordinary ability, if one is not cautious to avoid her gaze. Their mind may fall under her control, rendering it highly perilous. No sooner had the words left her lips than a brilliant golden light surged forth from a distance, extinguishing the icy flames in Long Hao's grasp. During the courtship assembly, combat was strictly forbidden. An authoritative, aged voice resonated from above the crowd, and suddenly, a dazzling golden radiance erupted in the air, descending upon the previously empty stump, where a stooped figure gracefully landed. The orcs gasped in reverence, their hands raised high above their heads in a deep bow towards that figure. We pay homage to the high priest. Long Hao and Bai Ling hastily ceased their movements and knelt down. The figure, leaning on a wooden staff, slowly turned, revealing a face etched with the lines of time. Bai Yueyue was taken aback by the visage before her. The high priest's skin appeared as if it were a conglomeration of layers, dark in hue, interspersed with patches of white scales that lent an eerie yet regal air. System, what race does this high priest belong to? Bai Yueyue mimicked the behavior of those around her and lowered her head. The system was unable to probe. This orc's rank and spiritual power were exceedingly high, and without his voluntary disclosure, the system could not discern his nature. From what he had just revealed, his spiritual energy exceeded 90 points. Good heavens, a 10th tier strength with spiritual energy reaching 90 points. What a terrifying creature this was. During the courtship event, the use of special abilities was strictly prohibited, a rule long upheld. Have you two forgotten? The high priest's resplendent golden eyes were fixated directly on Long Hao and Bai Ling, encompassing Bai Yueyue within his gaze. Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of oppression enveloped her. Bai Yueyue felt a constriction around her body, and along with Long Hao, they were rendered immobile by an invisible force pressing them to the ground. Long Hao struggled to shield Bai Yueyue beneath him, yet his arms trembled uncontrollably with the effort. Chapter 39. Love her, protect her. Bai Yueyue was astounded. She could distinctly perceive the fine beads of sweat emerging from Long Hao's forehead. The overwhelming pressure of spiritual energy felt as if an enormous mountain were pressing down upon her. Long Hao had consistently enveloped Bai Yueyue in his spiritual power to shield her from harm. The magnitude of this spiritual intimidation was far beyond what Bai Yueye's level could endure. It would undoubtedly leave her gravely injured. The surrounding beastmen dared not breathe, each one prostrating themselves on the ground. At this moment, Bai Yueyue finally comprehended why everyone harbored trepidation towards the high priest. Possessing absolute power, the high priest stood as the pinnacle among all beastmen, capable of annihilating them with a mere snap of his fingers. Great high priest, I was wrong. Please spare me. Bai Ling, unable to endure any longer, was the first to plead for mercy, her previously resolute demeanor now replaced with a submissive timidity. After an extended silence, the gaze of the high priest gradually withdrew, while Long Hao and Bai Ling simultaneously exhaled deeply, as if a great weight had been lifted. Long Hao, are you all right? Bai Yueyue hurriedly supported Long Hao by the arm. I'm fine, he replied, shaking his head, though his complexion appeared somewhat pallid. Everyone, rise. The high priest commanded as he slowly took a seat, placing his staff horizontally before him as if nothing had transpired moments before. The beastmen cautiously stood up, all bowing their heads in deference towards the high priest. The mating ceremony shall commence. All may seek their preferred partners freely, though coercion is forbidden. competition is permitted. A chorus of cheers erupted from the surrounding beast men, rekindling the lively atmosphere. Females, adorned with garlands woven from fresh flowers, began to select their favored males, who in turn exerted themselves fervently to impress the females. Upon concluding his declaration, the high priest closed his eyes and remained motionless, seated in place. Bai Yueyue tilted her head in curiosity. Long Hao seemed to discern Bai Yueye's bewilderment and softened his demeanor, gently patting her head. The high priest merely upholds the rules of the courtship assembly. Beyond that, he does not interfere or concern himself with other matters. Oh, Bai Yueyue nodded, relieved to realize that, in essence, he was merely a facilitator. Bai Yueyue exhaled in relief, but as she turned, darkness suddenly enveloped her vision. In an instant, the world spun, and her body weakened, nearly collapsing to the ground. Yueyue, what has happened to you? Long Hao's face paled further with fear as he swiftly lifted Bai Yueyue. In the distance, Qianche, who had been observing discreetly, instinctively tensed, disregarding the female beastfolk who had approached him. I'm fine, just a bit dizzy all of a sudden. Bai Yueyue shook her head and took a while to regain her composure. She had been feeling unwell for the past few days, unsure of the cause. Perhaps it was low blood sugar from skipping breakfast. Heh, you truly are quite useless, Bai Ling scoffed, adding a parting jab. Such a frail female is nothing but a burden to Long Hao. You will surely regret it. Without the assistance of the Fox clan, dreaming of contending with Long Jing is futile. Long Hao ignored her, instead lifting Bai Yueyue in his arms, preparing to return to the tribe. Bai Yueyue pressed her lips together. Were it not for the insurmountable cold poison, Long Hao would undoubtedly yearn to return to the dragon clan for vengeance. Who would wish to bear the stain of patricide for a lifetime? And who does not desire to reclaim what rightfully belongs to them? Might Lord Long Hao accept my garland? Before they could venture too far, a group of maidens approached, brandishing garlands and effectively cornering Long Hao. Each one of these enchanting beauties was utterly mesmerizing. Bai Yueyue felt a sudden pang of bitterness in her heart as she tightened her grip on Long Hao's small hand. Yun was indeed right. Long Hao was undeniably charming, attracting a multitude of admirers. Step aside, Long Hao commanded coldly, his expression dark and foreboding. The group of beautiful women, clearly startled, quickly parted to create a path, watching as Long Hao embraced Bai Yueyue and departed. Bai Yueye's fox ears perked up as the mocking voices from behind reached her ears. What is this? Does Long Hao still consider himself a noble of the Dragon Clan, displaying such arrogance? Indeed, the current Dragon Emperor is His Majesty Long Jing. He has merely been expelled from the Dragon Clan and reduced to a wandering beast man. If it weren't for his elevated status, I wouldn't even bother to show him any goodwill. Furthermore, look at that female in his arms, so feeble. What discerning eye does he possess? TSK, TSK, TSK. Does the Beast Clan even qualify as a tribe? It is nothing more than a den for wandering beastmen. The derisive comments cascaded over one another, nearly overwhelming Bai Yueyue, who instinctively lifted her gaze toward Long Hao. His expression was neutral, betraying no emotion. Yet the slight tremor in his large hands revealed his inner turmoil. She could clearly see the way his atoms apple-bobbed in silent restraint. Those females coveted Long Hao solely because of his high rank and noble lineage, which promised superior offspring. As a distinguished member of the Dragon Clan, Long Hao certainly despised the notion of living as a dependent in another tribe, which is why he established the Beast Clan. However, being cast out from his kin was an immense disgrace. The existence of the Beast Clan aimed to provide a semblance of belonging for the wandering beast men. Yet such a group was scorned by others. No matter how hard he fought for recognition in the jungle, it would never be acknowledged. Bai Yueyue gently hooked her arm around Long Hao's neck, nuzzling her head against his chin. Long Hao silently exhaled, lowering his gaze to Bai Yueyue in his arms. A smile suddenly gracing his lips. I am fine. Pay no mind to them. Our lives are ours to live. Together, we shall elevate the Beast Clan to heights they cannot fathom. Bai Yueyue lifted her small face and planted a kiss on Long Hao's neck. As long as you are by my side, we will surely thrive. Let us return home. Long Hao's smile softened. Since he found something worth protecting, he felt a tremendous drive. Regardless of how others viewed the Beast Clan, he would strive to provide Bai Yueyue with the finest life, loving and safeguarding her. As Long Hao and Bai Yueyue walked away, Bai Ling clenched her teeth in frustration. Are you still fixated on Long Hao? A voice suddenly broke through beside Bai Ling. Wolf King? What happened to you to be in such a state? Bai Ling gazed at the Wolf King in astonishment. His exposed skin was marred with unhealed scars, and his eyes were bruised. It was clear that only a few could inflict such damage in the forest. Cough. Long Hao killed Snake Shadow for that female, which shows how much he cherishes her. But I am genuinely curious, as the princess of the Fox clan, have you never encountered that female? The Wolf King changed the subject. I have never seen her, and she, like me, is a white fox. Bai Ling narrowed her eyes, revealing a hint of danger. Could it be that she is? You cannot mean she is of the Fox royal lineage? If I recall correctly, only those of royal blood within the Fox clan are white foxes. I thought you were the last one left. The Wolf King leaned against a tree, slightly smirking. Impossible. Perhaps she has contracted some peculiar illness that turned her fur white. Besides, she bears no scent that belongs to the Fox clan. She must be a mongrel. Remember, There is only one white fox in the Fox clan, me. Bai Ling shot a fierce glare at the Wolf King. If you dare speak such nonsense again, I shall not spare you. Bai Ling spoke with her lips, yet held tightly with her hands. How could she possibly be a white fox? Hadn't the white fox already? With a mocking laugh, the Wolf King declared, you desire Long Hao, not because of anything else, but due to his lineage as a purebred four-winged black dragon king, while Long Jing is but a hybrid, incapable of producing dragon foxes. Upon hearing these words, Bai Ling seized him by the throat. And so what? You would do well to remember, the enmity between the Tianhu tribe and the Wolf tribe remains unresolved. The two stood at a distance, tension palpable, as Qianche observed the scene unfold with keen eyes. Clenching his fists in fury, Qianche vowed that one day, he would avenge his mother by slaying the Wolf King. A melodious voice broke through his thoughts from behind. Lulu approached, hands clasped behind her back, clutching a floral wreath. What are you looking at? She inquired, her cheeks flushed. Oh, nothing, Qianche replied, lowering his gaze. Lulu, feeling somewhat shy, took a deep breath. Summoning her courage, Brother Qianche, this is a leather garment I made for you. I hope you accept it. Upon finishing her words, she thrust the leather outfit, crafted over many days, into Qianche's embrace. He paused, clearly taken aback. No, thank you, Lulu. I know you do not harbor feelings for me. Yet I hope you might grant me a chance. Even if you refuse now, I am willing to wait until you are ready to consider me as your mate. Lulu, fearing his potential rejection, interjected hastily, her voice softening. I'm sorry, Lulu. I genuinely appreciate your kindness towards me recently, but I am not seeking a mate at this moment. Qianche insisted earnestly. Please, do not say any more. I offered you this leather garment simply because I noticed your attire was torn. There are no other intentions behind it. Just accept it. I must take my leave now. With tears held back, Lulu turned and melted into the crowd. Qianche tightened his grip on the leather garment, his fingers growing tense. What should he do? The tribe was unusually quiet, as most had gone to the mating festival, leaving only a handful of individuals within the settlement. Bai Yueyue had fallen asleep in Long Hao's embrace, her delicate appearance rendering him reluctant to awaken her. He gently laid her on the stone bed, covering her with a blanket, his gaze filled with affection. In the next moment, a shadow appeared at the doorway, prompting him to inquire, who goes there? Lord Long Hao. The high priest requests your presence. Please proceed to the priest's cave at once, the figure replied in a hushed tone. Time passed, and eventually, Bai Yueyue stretched languidly, noticing the outside world bathed in a golden hue, indicating that afternoon had arrived. The cave felt desolate in Long Hao's absence. She hesitated for a moment, intending to rise from the bed, when Lulu entered from outside. Madam Yueyue, you are awake. Please have something to eat, Lulu said, placing a platter of meat on the edge of the stone bed. Her eyes were red and puffy, clearly having wept. What troubles you, Lulu? Has someone wronged you? Bai Yueyue asked with genuine concern. No one has wronged me, Madam Yueyue. It is merely my own shortcomings, Lulu replied, sniffing as she gently knelt beside the stone bed. Is it about Qianche? Bai Yueyue inquired astutely. No sooner had she spoken than Lulu's tears began to fall. Madam Yueyue. Qianche declared he does not desire a female, Lulu sobbed, her sorrow palpable. Bai Yueyue's expression softened as she gently patted Lulu's shoulder, saying, do not weep. Matters of companionship cannot be hurried. However, Madam Yueyue, Lulu replied, Chi-Chi mentioned that Qianche holds affection for you. Lulu lifted her gaze towards Bai Yueyue. Bai Yueyue was instantly petrified. What? She likes him? Surely this is a jest. Such matters should not be spoken of lightly, Lulu. Is there some misunderstanding here? Bai Yueyue, utterly baffled, could not comprehend how she suddenly became the object of Qianche's affections. This is the truth. I was rejected by Qianche again today and went to speak with Chi-Chi, who explicitly told me, do you wish for Qianche to be your second male? While I harbor feelings for Qianche, should you also desire him, I would never compete with you. Lulu wiped her tears away, speaking with utmost seriousness. No. I do not wish for Qianche. Sigh. Lulu, let me make this clear. I have resolutely decided that in this lifetime, I shall only cherish one male. Lord Long Hao. Therefore, the notion of wanting Qianche is utterly impossible. Bai Yueyue hurriedly clarified. Bai Yueyue cherished a lifelong bond with a singular partner. She could hardly commend the concept of polyandry prevalent in the beast realm. Her heart was firmly set on pure love. Truly? Lulu appeared somewhat bewildered, as it was her first encounter with the notion that a female could desire but one male. Of course, I adore Long Hao, and I love him alone, Bai Yueyue remarked with a subtle smile. After a prolonged silence, Lulu suddenly looked up. Madam Yueyue, to be candid, I too yearn for only Qianche. As long as I can have him, I shall disregard all other males. Yet, Qianche belongs to you. He is unattainable for me, as I harbor no feelings for him. Lulu, while it is indeed rare to find such affection, it is futile to force what cannot be. You must learn to love yourself more, Bai Yueyue advised gently, placing her hand on Lulu's shoulder. These words were overheard by Qianche, who had passed by the entrance. He inhaled deeply and slowly sank to the ground. Chi-Chi was right. Madam Yueyue truly did not desire him. I understand now, Madam Yueyue. Thank you for sharing this with me. By the way, Ayun and Chi-Chi have prepared roasted meat for you. Please have some. Lulo said, holding back her tears. Bai Yueyue nodded, picking up the roasted meat from the lotus leaf, and then inquired, by the way, where is Long Hao? I haven't seen him since I woke up. Where could he have gone? I am not certain, Lulu replied, shaking her head. The orcs in the tribe have just returned from the mating gathering. Lord Long Hao must have gone to survey the territory. Bai Yueyue furrowed her brows, pondering that all the clans of the forest would cease their conflicts during the mating season. Thus, Long Hao should not need to patrol the territory. As Bai Yueyue contemplated, she brought the skewer of roasted meat to her lips. Just as she was about to take a bite, the greasy aroma wafted through her nostrils, causing her stomach to churn violently. An overwhelming wave of nausea surged forth. Ugh, Madame Yueyue, what is the matter? Lulu exclaimed in alarm, quickly rising to soothe Bai Yueye's back. I'm fine, just feeling a bit queasy, Bai Yueyue replied, her complexion paling noticeably. How could she feel nauseous for no apparent reason? Shall I fetch a shaman for you? Lulu inquired with concern. Host, could it be that you are? Chapter 41. Bai Yueyue was momentarily taken aback. Are we to say, are you not a birthing system? Am I not aware of my own condition? Ahem. Conducting an ultrasound requires considerable energy, so dear host, please reflect carefully. Have you perhaps been absent from your menstrual cycle? Bai Yueyue, momentarily taken aback, nodded with a dazed expression. Oh right. Ever since I arrived in this beast world, I haven't had my period. Well then, please lie down on the bed, as the system is prepared to conduct a pregnancy examination for you. Bai Yueyue suppressed her trembling hands filled with excitement and turned to Lulu, saying, Lulu, I'm perfectly fine. Perhaps I just lack an appetite. Please go ahead and rest. Are you truly all right, Madame Yueyue? Lulu remained somewhat unconvinced. Indeed, do not fret. I wish to rest alone for a while. As Bai Yueyue spoke, her tightly clenched palms began to sweat subtly. Very well, I shall take my leave then. Madame Yueyue, should anything arise, do not hesitate to call for me. Lulu rose, glancing back thrice as she exited the cave. Hey, Qian-Che, what are you doing here? Upon hearing the commotion, Qian-Che hastily wiped his face and turned away, making his way outside the tribe. I was merely passing by. Lulu sensed something amiss with Qian-Che but chose not to confront him, silently following him deeper into the forest. Qian-Che lowered his head, aware of Lulu's presence behind him, and paused momentarily before turning around. Lulu, here. Lulu responded eagerly upon hearing her name, hastening her steps towards him. The moonlight shone brightly, casting a pallid hue upon Qian-Che's face. Brother Qian-Che, if you have something to say, please do so. Lulu had prepared herself for yet another rejection. Yet she recalled Madame Yueye's words about not easily relinquishing one's feelings for someone one loves, for the sake of avoiding regrets. Thus, she resolved to be courageous. After a brief silence, Qian-Che spoke softly, Thank you for taking care of me during those days. Previously, he had been injured by the Wolf King, and Lulu had been bitten by a snake. Despite her own wounds, she tended to the unconscious Qian-Che, and upon his awakening, she visited his cave daily to provide him with food and water, ultimately exhausting herself. Qian-Che had witnessed all of this and genuinely felt grateful towards Lulu. It was nothing. I did it willingly, she replied. Do not think otherwise. I care for you because I like you. Just as Madame Yueyue and Lord Long Hao care for each other. Lulu bit her lip, her large eyes glistening. Lulu was among the more striking individuals among the bear beasts. Though not as robust as a ewe, she possessed a healthy and curvaceous figure. I understand, but Lulu, I truly do not reciprocate your feelings. I heard what Madame Yueyue said earlier, and I cannot harbor any thoughts towards her. However, I must ask you to relinquish your affections for me. Qian-Che leaned against a tree trunk. Loving oneself only brings you pain. He recognized that rejecting a female's affections was a grave matter, yet he could not bring himself to reciprocate feelings for someone he did not like. Lulu's throat tightened, and her vision blurred. This was the second time Qian-Che had clearly stated his lack of affection for her. I'm sorry, I understand now. I will refrain from clinging to you in the future. However, remember that I still like you, and that will not change. Lulu sniffled, taking a few steps back. She resolved to grow stronger. Though she lacked Madame Yueye's wisdom, she could aspire to become a fifth-tier beast man like Xiang Yue. Perhaps then, Qian-Che might accept her. As Lulu contemplated this, she turned to leave but noticed a figure stumbling towards her from a distance. Ayun, what has happened? Lulu called out. And Qian-Che quickly turned back as well. It's bad. Quickly, take me to see Madame Yueyue. After Bai Yueyue repeatedly confirmed that no one was at the door, she hurriedly lay down on the stone bed and said, Let us begin. Okay. The system detection commenced. As soon as the prompt sound faded, a pale blue light emerged from the center of Bai Yueye's forehead. Bai Yueyue gazed intently at the blue light dot suspended above her abdomen. As the azure illumination cast its shadow, a luminous panel unfolded before her. Astonishingly, it resembled an ultrasound. Bai Yueye's eyes widened as she beheld the black and white imagery on the screen. It was reminiscent of a modern hospital's ultrasound machine. In the center of the image was a hollow chamber, within which two tiny white dots pulsated rhythmically. Of course, this was a feature inherent to the system. Look, host. This is the fetal heartbeat. You are truly pregnant, oh my. And it's twins. The system's voice was even more exuberant than Bai Yueye's, exclaiming with unabashed enthusiasm. Bai Yueyue stood in a daze for a moment, her heart racing uncontrollably, a mixture of astonishment and joy overwhelming her. The long-awaited child had finally arrived. And to her surprise, there were two. The host's embryos were approximately 3 months along, and their development was remarkably robust. 3 months? Hadn't I only been here for less than 3 months? Bai Yueyue felt as though she might burst. Do not panic, host. The offspring of beast men grow rapidly, and the gestation period is shortened to about 5 to 6 months. If we calculate correctly, it seems that you conceived during your visit to the hot springs. The system explained. Bai Yueyue was taken aback. You mean to say you can see us during that time? She stood frozen, as if she had stumbled upon a grave secret. The host has discovered me. How dare you, system? You have been watching us all along. Thank goodness you are not human, or I would be utterly mortified. Ahem, congratulations, host, on completing the main quest. As long as you successfully give birth to the cubs, you will be able to return to the real world. Moreover, conceiving 2 cubs at once exceeds expectations, granting you additional rewards. What rewards? Rewards will be unlocked once your survival points accumulate sufficiently. There are currently over 60,000. It is not far off. Bai Yueyue rose to her feet, her hand gently resting upon her abdomen. At this very moment, 2 tiny lives began to flourish within her, the offspring of her and Long Hao. Bai Yueyue let out a cold snort. They claim that the beast clan is inferior. Yet she is determined to elevate the beast clan to the most prosperous tribe in the forest. They assert that they cannot bear offspring, and she is resolute in bringing forth 2 plump, white babies. Where's Long Hao? I am exceedingly eager to share this with him. Bai Yueyue rubbed her hands together, and before she could reach the entrance of the cave, she saw Ayun and others rushing towards her, their faces filled with panic. Madam Yueyue, it is terrible. The high priest intends to punish Lord Long Hao. You must go and see. What? Chapter 42. The heart-wrenching humility. Ayun, clarify your words. What on earth is happening? Bai Yueyue grasped Ayun's shoulders firmly. Ayun, nearly breathless and on the verge of collapse, raised a hand to seize Bai Yueye's wrist and urged her to flee. Cough, cough, we cannot dwell on that now, Madam Yueyue. You must come with me at once. Lord Long Hao has instructed me to take you to safety, soon. People will come to seize you. Bai Yueyue was taken aback. Seize her? For what purpose? And what of Long Hao? How is he faring now? Instinctively, she protected her belly. She had yet to share the joyous news of her pregnancy with Long Hao. Lord Long Hao has commanded that I lead you away from the tribe. Xiang Yue has falsely accused you of being a harbinger of disaster with witchcraft before the high priest and intends to punish you. Ayun spoke with a face full of indignation. I knew it. Once the high priest returned, Xiang Yue would surely cause trouble. Bai Yueyue was surrounded by several individuals from Ayun. Before they could exit the tribe, 2 enigmatic shadows unexpectedly materialized in the forest. The moment those shadows caught sight of Bai Yueyue, they inexplicably accelerated, rushing towards her in an instant. Bai Yueye's pupils quivered, and an overwhelming sense of peril surged within her heart. Madam Yueyue, run. It was the minion of the high priest. Ayun, taken aback with astonishment, attempted to shield Bai Yueyue but was swiftly overthrown to the ground by the advancing shadow, rendering her unconscious in an instant. Ayun. Bai Yueyue longed to assist Ayun, yet her wrist was firmly grasped by a shadowy figure. The strength of this shadow was alarmingly formidable. Bai Yueyue raised her hand, channeling her spiritual energy in an attempt to break free, only to realize it was utterly futile. The shadow seemed to emit a cold chuckle, and a surge of dark spiritual energy erupted from the point of contact between them, swiftly transforming into a binding thread. In the next moment, Bai Yueyue found herself ensnared, rendered immobile like a zongzi. A notification activated, danger detected for the host, initiating emergency protection for the offspring. Rest assured, the Dio birthing system will safeguard the young one from harm. Bai Yueyue let out a deep sigh of relief, only to realize that the spiritual power emanating from the 2 shadows was at least of the 7th tier. Release Madam Yueyue. Qianche suddenly transformed into his original form and lunged towards the shadow, only to be intercepted by another figure cloaked in black. This figure swiftly morphed into a colossal raven, its sharp talons gripping Qianche's flesh and pinning him firmly to the ground. It was indeed a transformation into a raven. The high priest summoned the mate of the beast clan leader. Any who obstructs must perish. The enormous wings of the black raven swept through the air, sending Qianche flying several meters away. As Bai Yueye's vision darkened, she was seized by the sharp claws and soared into the depths of the forest. Madam Yueyue. Madam Yueyue. Qianche clumsily rose from the ground and sprinted in the direction where Bai Yueyue had been taken. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the priest's cave, the members of the beast clan knelt in a throng behind Long Hao, while Xiang Yu lay prostrate before the high priest, tears streaming down her face. Long Hao clenched his fists tightly, consumed by a singular desire. Although Ayun had taken Bai Yueyue away, the sensation of the heart-protecting scales grew ever more intense, indicating that Bai Yueyue was undeniably drawing closer to him. Thud. A jolt of alarm surged through Long Hao as he beheld a familiar petite figure unceremoniously tossed to the ground by the enormous raven, sending dust swirling into the air. Bai Yueyue felt as though stars were bursting before her eyes from the pain, gasping sharply as she curled up like a shrimp. Had it not been for Dio's protection of the child within her, such a fall could have resulted in a miscarriage. Yueyue. Mrs. Yueyue. The crowd gasped in unison. Long Hao, overwhelmed with concern, felt tears welling up instantly as he attempted to rush forward, only to be thwarted by an invisible barrier that held him back. A strained Bai Yueyue managed to turn over, the black cords binding her tightly, causing her considerable discomfort. The high priest raised a hand slightly, channeling his spiritual energy to prevent Long Hao from approaching Bai Yueyue. Long Hao clutched the transparent barrier desperately, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not break through, left only to watch helplessly as Bai Yueyue struggled on the ground. High priest, Yueyue has done nothing wrong. She is merely an ordinary female. I will bear all the consequences alone. I beseech you to release her. Long Hao turned abruptly, prostrating himself on the ground before the high priest, his humble demeanor evoking deep sympathy. The more he defended Bai Yueyue, the more jealous Xiang Yue became. Seeing the once noble Long Hao plead for a mere female stirred a bitter resentment within Xiang Yue. She then prostrated herself before the high priest, continuing, High priest, as the tribe shaman, it is my duty to offer blessings and baptism for the new members of our clan. Throughout this time, my loyalty and dedication to the beast tribe have been unwavering. Yet Bai Yueyue, as a low-tier beast, not only disrespected me but also struck me. On the day I took her for the baptism, the beast god clearly rejected her. Yet she used witchcraft to erase the evidence of her status and deceive Lord Long Hao. Woe is me, high priest. I have done so much for the beast tribe. Yet instead of gratitude, I have been confined to a cave without sustenance. You must take a stand for me. As Xiang Yue spoke, she lifted her animal skin handkerchief and wiped her face vigorously. Bai Yueyue was taken aback. Loyalty? Sacrifice everything? How could this woman have the audacity to utter such words? The high priestess, Xiang Yue, is talking nonsense. It is clearly her fault. Silence. Chi, who was beside her, raised her head in an attempt to defend Bai Yueyue, but was met with a sharp rebuke from Xiang Yue. This is the high priestess's sanctum. It is not your place, a lowly beast man, to interject. You. Chi clenched her canine teeth in frustration. On the day of the baptism, Bai Yueyue had developed a rash, and anyone with discernment could see that Xiang Yue was behind it. Yet, here she was, playing the victim first. You are Bai Yueyue, the lowly fox beast man who has shown disrespect? The high priestess slowly turned her gaze, her enigmatic golden eyes fixating directly on Bai Yueyue. In that instant, Bai Yueyue felt as if her very being was pierced by that gaze. She shuddered slightly, but maintained her composure, stating, Yes, but I have not shown any disrespect. It was Xiang Yue who poisoned my water to frame me, and when her scheme failed, she became enraged and sought to kill me. The high priestess squinted, her eyes landing on the mate mark on Bai Yueye's chest. She then raised her hand, and Bai Yueyue felt a tightness around her body, as if she were being lifted into the air. Yueyue. Long Hao panicked, just as he was about to rush forward. He was forcefully restrained by the high priestess's magical pressure, pinning him to the ground. The strength of a 10th-tier beastman was the pinnacle of the beast realm. Moreover, a mere tier difference among beastmen equated to 100 units of spiritual power. Long Hao's fingertips dug desperately into the ground, his heart ablaze with urgency. You, a mere 3rd-tier beastman with low spiritual power, dared to seize the position that rightfully belongs to the priestess's mate. You deserve to die. Chapter 43. How do you know I do not? Bai Yueye's heart suddenly sank. In the beastly world, class and strength dictate everything. Therefore, even if Xiang Yue were to err, as a low-tier beastman, Bai Yueyue was deemed unworthy of fairness in the eyes of the high priest. Long Hao, although the beast tribe is not a major clan, it is still led by an 8th-tier beastman. How could you, as the tribal leader, choose to bond with a female of inferior reproductive capability? I distinctly recall stating that only the tribe's priestess is worthy of being the mate of the beast king. The high priest spoke in a detached manner, his deeply lined face revealing no emotion, yet evoking a sense of revulsion. Xiang Yue, being the highest-ranking female among the beast tribe and also the tribal priestess, held absolute influence and trust before the high priest. Thus, he believed that only she had the potential to bear the finest heir to the beast king. I could never accept Xiang Yue as my mate. Upon hearing Long Hao's declaration, Xiang Yue's expression twisted in disgust, as if she had swallowed a fly. What was she lacking? How could Long Hao dare to speak thus in front of the high priest? At this, the high priest's expression darkened. The selection of the beast king's mate cannot be arbitrary. Long Hao is the only beast king who chooses his mate independently. In the forest, no mate of any beast king is below the 5th tier, and they are all tribal priestesses. This is because females below the 5th tier cannot possibly conceive the offspring of high-tier beastmen. Moreover, the tribal priestesses are meticulously chosen and placed within the tribe by the high priest, as there exists a marked connection between the priestess and the high priest. If a priestess bonds with the beast king, controlling her equates to controlling the entire tribe, allowing the high priest to intervene in tribal matters even in his frequent absence from the continent. Yet, Long Hao had the audacity to prefer Bai Yueyue over Xiang Yue, secretly forming a bond with her. How could he not be infuriated? After all, the spiritual energy provided by an 8th-tier beastman is a rare treasure. In the air, Bai Yueyue struggled momentarily, forcing herself to regain her composure. Xiang Yue had turned her ire towards her, and the high priest was entirely biased in Xiang Yue's favor. What should she do? Long Hao, how bold you are. Xiang Yue is a 5th-tier female and a priestess, far superior to this fox beast in every regard. How dare you utter such words? The high priest, suppressing his anger, continued, Fox beast. I shall grant you but one choice. Immediately sever your bond with Long Hao and leave the beast tribe. The high priest then lifted his gaze once more to Bai Yueyue. Bai Yueyue bit her lip, realizing that the high priest intended to force Xiang Yue upon Long Hao. However, due to the singularity of the mate bond, only the female could actively dissolve it, which is why she was bound here, coerced into submission. After enduring countless hardships to lead the beast clan to this point, and now bearing Long Hao's child, the thought of being cast aside to allow that wretched Xiang Yue to take advantage was simply intolerable. It was inconceivable. As long as Long Hao did not abandon her, she would never relinquish him willingly. Long Hao was her male, her one and only. Bai Yueyue lifted her gaze to meet the high priest's eyes. If she obediently left the beast clan, the consequences were too terrible to contemplate. Given Xiang Yue's nature, she would undoubtedly not let her off easily. Your one and only male. You are so fragile, so inept, incapable even of bearing Long Hao's offspring, yet you dare to claim him as your sole male? The high priest scoffed. In the beast realm, the treatment of females was starkly polarized. Those of 5th tier and above were highly coveted, while those below 5th tier were deemed inferior. Furthermore, the higher the rank of a male beast man, the stronger his genes, making reproduction increasingly challenging, thus necessitating the selection of high-quality, high-tier females. High priest, should I remain without descendants, I would willingly relinquish my claim to the beast king. But I currently recognize only Bai Yueyue as my mate and will never accept another female. Long Hao straightened, his anxious gaze fixed on Bai Yueyue in the sky. His heart conveyed that he could forfeit everything, but he could never be without Bai Yueyue, even if it meant continuing their tumultuous journey together. He could not allow her to suffer in solitude. His Yueyue had once said that all she needed was him as her male. In this world of polyandry, being chosen steadfastly by a female was an immense trust, and he would not betray Bai Yueyue. What if I say it is not permissible? Look around the forest, who else among the high-tier beastmen can lead the beast clan? If you insist on this low-tier female, then do not blame this priest for being merciless. The high priest raised his chin with an air of arrogance, suddenly increasing the pressure of his grip. Bai Yueyue let out a pained wail, instantly struggling to breathe, as if countless walls were closing in around her. Yueyue, high priest, if you insist on harming my female, I would rather perish in battle than submit. Long Hao's eyes were tinged with crimson, and an icy aura enveloped him entirely, dark scales spreading across his skin, exuding an ominous chill that coated the surrounding flora and frost within moments. Xiang Yue's eyes widened in disbelief. Long Hao was openly declaring war against the high priest for Bai Yueyue. The high priest, clearly taken aback, questioned, What? Long Hao? Do you dare to lay hands on me? Your actions show profound disrespect. If the beast god brings down punishment, the entire tribe shall face annihilation. Can you bear that consequence? At the mention of the beast god's wrath, the anxious members of the beast tribe displayed expressions of terror. They vaguely recalled the beast god's fury from years past, when not a single drop of rain fell for hundreds of sun days, leading to countless lives lost to hunger and thirst. Yet, when faced with the high priest's intention to execute Bai Yueyue, the beastmen did not retreat. Instead, they stood resolutely behind Long Hao. My life was saved by Lady Yueyue. She is certainly not a calamity skilled in witchcraft. I beseech the high priest to spare her. Chi was the first to prostrate himself on the ground. I implore the high priest to grant mercy to my lady. The beastmen raised their hands above their heads, fervently bowing to the high priest. Their lives, fragile as reeds, had been preserved thanks to Bai Yueyue. Her contributions to the tribe were evident to all, etched in their hearts. The high priest gazed at the scene before him, momentarily taken aback, pondering what extraordinary ability this low-ranking female possessed to elicit such a plea from the entire tribe. Yet, observing the high priest's unwavering demeanor, Long Hao's fists clenched, creaking under the pressure. He was merely at the 8th rank now, far from being a match for the high priest. In his prime, perhaps he could contend, but to protect Bai Yueyue, he would rather stand against his own faith. Regardless, a being incapable of bearing offspring is utterly useless. The high priest's cold gaze flickered as he prepared to strike down Bai Yueyue. Bai Yueyue gasped desperately in the narrow space, gritting her teeth as she exclaimed, How do you know I cannot bear offspring? I am already with child. Chapter 44. Worthless being what? Upon hearing this, everyone present was taken aback. Chi suddenly raised her small face, her countenance alight with joy as she gazed at Bai Yueyue. Wonderful. Now Madame Yueyue is saved. How is this possible? Xiang Yue scrambled up from the ground, her sharp fingers menacingly pointed at Bai Yueyue. What nonsense are you spouting? How could a mere 4th-tier beast possibly conceive the offspring of Lord Long Hao? If you do not believe me, you may summon the shaman for verification. Bai Yueyue forced these words through clenched teeth. Those above the 4th tier possess the ability to conceal their beastly characteristics. Yet the formidable spiritual barrier of the high priest compelled Bai Yueyue to unleash her own spiritual power and resistance, causing her foxtail and ears to uncontrollably manifest. Bai Yueyue clasped her hands against her chest, striving to withstand the pressure of the invisible barrier. Fortunately, her physical resilience had significantly improved alongside her spiritual power. Otherwise, such intense oppression would surely have fractured her ribs. The high priest's gaze towards Bai Yueyue abruptly shifted, astonished to discover that she was, in fact, a white fox. With narrowed eyes, he loosened his grip, causing Bai Yueyue to tumble from the air like withered branches. Long Hao swiftly stepped forward, securely catching Bai Yueyue in his arms and deftly severing the tightly bound ropes that restrained her. Qianche and Ayun arrived belatedly. Stumbling out of the forest, Madame Yueyue, "Yeah, are you all right?" Long Hao lowered his head, pressing his forehead closely against Bai Yueye's. "I'm fine," she replied, her expression tinged with lingering fear. Fortunately, her child had arrived just in time, preventing the high priest from further detaining her. The high priest rose slowly. In all his years in the beast realm, he had never heard of a fourth-tier beastman capable of conceiving the offspring of an eighth-tier beastman. Yet she remained merely a white fox. A white fox and Long Hao, the four-winged black dragon king, could indeed produce the legendary dragon fox. Summon the shaman. The high priest commanded one of the black crows behind him. If this white fox truly bore a dragon fox, it would be a momentous fortune. Before long, the black crow emerged from the woods, clutching the shaman. Thud. Ouch. The shaman was unceremoniously dropped to the ground, tumbling painfully as his frail body threatened to crumble. Upon seeing the high priest, the shaman turned pale with fear, scrambling to the ground. "Greetings, high priest." "Greetings, high priest. I did nothing at all." "Examine this fox beast and determine if she is with child," the high priest said, casting a disdainful glance at the shaman, his voice tinged with impatience. Bai Yueyue slightly pursed her lips, remarking that although the high priest possessed exceptional abilities and formidable spiritual power, he was not omnipotent. Each discipline has its own expertise. Thus, the role of the shamanic healer is essential, underscoring the significance of medical skills in the beast realm. The shamanic healer promptly rose, not even pausing to dust off the grime from his attire, and hurried to Bai Yueye's side to commence an examination, checking her pulse and listening to her abdomen. Bai Yueyue felt utterly uncomfortable as she was scrutinized, while Long Hao's expression was on the verge of darkening with fury. "Have you finished looking?" he demanded, his irritation palpable. The shaman, trembling with fear, hastily retreated a considerable distance, for Long Hao was notorious among the beast kings, instilling dread in all. The shaman lamented. "I was forcibly awakened before I was even fully asleep. Does anyone understand the plight of my family? How is it? Is there no news?" Xiang Yue stepped forward, her eyes wide with urgency, even more anxious than the high priest. "Indeed, this female is pregnant, and the fetus is firmly established," the old shaman stammered in response. Bai Yueyue gently placed her hand on her abdomen, revealing not only her pregnancy but that she was expecting twins. Long Hao's lips trembled involuntarily as he cautiously reached out toward Bai Yueye's small belly, hesitating to touch it. "Yueyue, I only just discovered this today and Haven Tea had the chance to tell you," he murmured. "Long Hao, we are going to have children," Bai Yueyue said, guiding his hand to rest on her stomach. The heightened senses of the advanced beast man allowed Long Hao to feel the subtle movements within her, the stirring of new life. The surrounding beast men, witnessing this revelation, gathered around with expressions of joy. Xiang Yue stood in shock, before collapsing onto the ground in disbelief. Had it been the previous Bai Yueyue, she could have easily used the excuse of Bai Yueye's inability to bear offspring due to her lower rank to persuade the high priest to separate Long Hao and Bai Yueyue. However, with Bai Yueyue now pregnant, it completely undermined both her and the high priest's authority. "This is impossible. This cannot be true." Xiang Yue screamed in a frenzy, striding over to seize the old shaman by the collar. "You must have misinterpreted the situation. You cannot be speaking the truth." "I did not," the old shaman stammered. "How could one fabricate such a matter? This female is indeed with child." The old shaman felt a wave of despair as the frantic woman confronted him. Hearing the old shaman's words, the high priest's lips curled into a barely noticeable smile. "Dragon fox? Splendid," he remarked. "High priest, even if Bai Yueyue truly is with child, her disrespect toward the beast god remains a fact. She has bullied me, showing utter disregard for both you and the beast god. You cannot simply let her off the hook." Xiang Yue, regaining her composure, clutched the high priest's robe, unwilling to relent. "Xiang Yue, you are so malicious. Lady Yueyue is pregnant, and you still dare to slander her." Ayun could no longer contain herself, stepping protectively in front of Bai Yueyue and shouting at Xiang Yue. "I did not," Xiang Yue retorted. "You deny it?" High priest, when Xiang Yue was a priestess, she would often hoard food from the clan members, refusing to bless them even after receiving tributes from the tribe. And she frequently bullied those of lower rank. Ayun boldly accused Xiang Yue of her misdeeds. The members of the beast tribe nodded in agreement, affirming Ayun's words. "What nonsense are you all spouting?" The high priest turned his gaze toward Xiang Yue, his eyes sharp as blades, piercing through her with a chilling intensity. Xiang Yue, feeling intimidated, quickly lowered her head, still attempting to defend herself. "High priest, I would never. I am the priestess you personally selected. How could I commit such acts as Bai Yueyue claims? Everything the beast tribe possesses now is a result of my blessings. Without my prayers to you and the beast god, the people of the tribe would have perished from hunger long ago." Bai Yueyue felt a shiver run through her. This woman truly possessed an audacity beyond belief. "You claim that the offerings to the tribe were all acquired through your blessings? When I tended to these items, you were still confined in your cave. Was your soul out seeking favors?" Bai Yueyue let out a cold snort. Xiang Yue was momentarily at a loss for words, struggling to articulate a response. Useless creature. Chapter 45. A comforting warmth, useless creature. The high priest cast a glance at Xiang Yue sprawled on the ground, trembling like a leaf in the wind. If she could not become Long Hao's partner, she would lose the true value and significance of being a priestess, which also meant she could be easily replaced. No, she absolutely could not allow such a fate to unfold. Xiang Yue raised her head, her expression growing increasingly sinister. How could a mere lowly beast like you possibly bring prosperity to the tribe? Even if you were to bear offspring, what of it? The female often face death in childbirth, with many not surviving the ordeal. Whether you could give birth safely remains uncertain. As long as an unfortunate event befell Bai Yueyue during her delivery, leading to her demise, Long Hao would once again be free to choose a partner, and she would still have a chance. A layer of frost gradually settled in Bai Yueye's eyes, clearly indicating her desire for self-destruction. Rest assured, dear host, this woman merely engages in empty threats. With my offspring system, how could you possibly come to harm? Unfortunately, this foolish woman remains oblivious to the fact that she is confronting an entity that should not exist in this world. Bai Yueyue let out a silent scoff. Moreover, the abundant provisions within the tribe are a result of my blessings. Do not presume that, as the leader's partner, you can slander the shaman. And you rebellious ones? The high priest, as the holiest messenger of the beast god, surely possesses discerning judgment. High priest, they aim to undermine your authority over the beast clan by attempting to expel me from the tribe. You must not allow them to succeed. Xiang Yue pointed at the beast clan members behind Bai Yueyue, turning to tug at the high priest's animal skin robe, crying out in desperation. Bai Yueyue was suddenly amused by anger. This Xiang Yue truly possessed a silver tongue, adept at inverting right and wrong. One must have dignity. Just as a tree must have bark, if one loses their face, they become invincible in the world. How could this Xiang Yue brazenly claim all the benefits for herself? Truly shameless, I spit. Chi couldn't help but murmur a disdainful sound. The high priest cast a glance at Xiang Yue lying on the ground, then raised his hand to snatch the animal skin robe from her grasp, tightening his grip on the wooden staff. Such a useless being need not be retained. From this day forth, Xiang Yue is to be expelled from the beast clan. No longer shall she be the shaman of the beast clan. Xiang Yue felt as though a thunderbolt had struck her from above, her face a mask of disbelief. No, high priest, you cannot do this. I am loyal to you. Please, spare me. Drag her away and expel her from the forest, commanded the high priest with a wave of his hand. The black crow, lurking nearby, swooped down, its sharp claws grasping Xiang Yue's animal skin attire and lifting her into the air. Xiang Yue had become devoid of value, and now the most pressing concern was the offspring growing within Bai Yueye's womb. No, please no. Her cries faded into the distance until they vanished entirely. The beastmen fell silent for a moment, only to erupt into cheers the next second. At last, we have rid ourselves of this malicious shaman. A cause for celebration. The high priest's dark eyes turned towards Bai Yueyue. Although Xiang Yue was foolish, she had spoken a truth. The perils of childbirth for females are fraught with danger, especially for rare offspring like the dragon fox. The success of the birth now rested solely on the female's fortune. Furthermore, Long Hao had openly insulted him today in defense of this white fox, and even dared to confront him, encroaching upon his authority. If other beast kings were to learn of this, his prestige would undoubtedly suffer. Thus, if Xiang Yue was at fault, was Long Hao entirely innocent? The crowd's cheers abruptly ceased as they turned in unison to face Long Hao. Long Hao tightened his embrace around Bai Yueyue. He had anticipated that matters would not conclude so smoothly. He had witnessed Bai Yueyue being harassed by the high priest, and in a moment of desperation, she had declared war on him, a blatant challenge to the high priestess' authority. Yet, seeing Bai Yueyue in distress rendered him incapable of remaining calm. He understood that if she were harmed, he would indeed confront the high priest for her sake. Long Hao openly challenges the authority of this priest. Let there be punishment, declared the high priest coldly. The beastmen exchanged glances, each fully aware of the implications. No, Bai Yueyue exclaimed urgently, pulling Long Hao's arm and positioning herself protectively in front of him. This high priest sought to assert his dominance over Long Hao, did he not? High priest, Long Hao acted out of urgency on my behalf. As a male, he merely sought to protect his female, so please forgive him this once, Bai Yueyue implored gently. The high priest, after all, was formidable, and aside from Xiang Yue, it was wise to yield. Long Hao's eyes glistened with emotion, as if he might weep at any moment. How fortunate he felt to have found such a fiercely protective mate. Indeed, high priest, Lord Long Hao did not act with intention, others chimed in. Yes, high priest. Silence. The high priest struck his staff forcefully, an aura of energy sweeping through the crowd, knocking the beastmen to the ground. The high priest raised his chin slightly. What? Do you also wish to challenge my authority? The lineage of dragons is noble, wild, and difficult to tame. He had expended immense effort to gain control over the dragon clan. Long Hao is one of the last purebred four-winged black dragon kings, and he must be subdued. The beastmen, struck down, struggled to rise, for before absolute power, resistance led only to death. Long Hao, if you do not accept punishment, then let your kin or your mate take your place. The high priest turned, casting a sidelong glance at Long Hao's expression. I am willing to accept punishment. Long Hao stepped forward without hesitation. He understood that he was no match for the high priest. If he did not submit, the high priest would not relent. With Bai Yueyue bearing a child, he could not allow her to be affected. Very well, bring forth the flesh-eating vine, commanded the high priest. At his order, 2 black crows darted into a cave, emerging with thorny vines dripping with pale yellow sap, sizzling as it hit the grass below. The sap of the flesh-eating vine possessed corrosive spiritual energy, capable of gnawing at wounds and preventing them from healing. Being harmed by it would lead to sleepless nights for an extended period. Such cruelty. No, Long Hao, you are suffering for my sake. Before Bai Yueyue could finish her words, the handsome figure before her suddenly loomed larger. Long Hao turned his head and gently pressed his lips against Bai Yueyue's soft ones, his deep eyes shimmering with waves of affection. Bai Yueyue could feel the warmth of Long Hao's lips, a comforting warmth indeed. After a brief kiss, Long Hao gently caressed Bai Yueyue's chin, assuring her, I have promised not to let you come to harm. However, Bai Yueyue stubbornly clung to Long Hao's arm, unwilling to let go. Yeah, it's all right, Long Hao said tenderly, stroking her head. Bai Yueyue's gaze fell, only to be abruptly pushed into a Yun's embrace. Take good care of her, Long Hao commanded before turning away, shedding his fur coat and kneeling with a thud on the ground. Attack. Chapter 46. Next time. Raise your head higher. The high priest spoke with his back turned, his staff scattering dust in every direction. Without a moment's hesitation, the 2 black crows raised their thorn-laden vines and struck fiercely at Long Hao's back. The sharp barbs sank into his flesh, tearing away mercilessly. Long Hao bit his lip, his face paling further. No. Stop. You must cease this. Bai Yueyue's tears fell instantly, and she recklessly attempted to rush forward, only to be tightly held back by a Yun. Madam Yueyue, please remain calm. You are with child. Such agitation is unwise. A Yun's eyes were red-rimmed, turning away to avoid witnessing the horrific scene unfolding with Long Hao. With a resounding crack, the sharp vines left behind a series of ghastly wounds on Long Hao's body. Corrosive sap splattered onto the wounds, instantly exacerbating his injuries. In mere moments, his back was drenched in blood, yet he gritted his teeth, remaining silent. Bai Yueyue felt her legs weaken, and she collapsed onto the ground. I implore you, please cease the punishment. Great priest, I beseech you to spare Lord Long Hao. I beg you, great priest. The members of the Beast clan knelt behind Bai Yueyue, pleading fervently, yet they could only watch helplessly as Long Hao endured his torment. The great priest remained unmoved, observing with cold indifference. At last, enough was enough. With the final resounding crack of the whip, Long Hao could no longer maintain his stance, his hands trembling as they pressed against the ground. Cold sweat streamed down his forehead, and his complexion turned as pale as parchment. In stark contrast, his once smooth and broad back was now a gruesome sight, blood oozing and dripping to the ground in crimson rivulets. Today, I shall show leniency, considering you are a newly paired male who has strayed from decorum. However, Long Hao, remember this. As long as you reside on this continent, you must remain utterly submissive. Should you defy this, you will not only suffer the consequences, but your kin and your partner will share in your punishment. The great priest spoke slowly, his golden, enigmatic eyes fixating on Long Hao. Indeed, Long Hao gritted his teeth in determination. The current continent lacked tier 10 beast men, and the beast kings were disunited, rendering the great priest's position unassailable. For the sake of his clan and for Bai Yueyue, he had to endure. Long Hao. Bai Yueyue stumbled to her feet and flung herself to his side, her small hands cradling his pain-stricken, ashen face, almost choking with concern. I am fine. Long Hao managed a faint smile, lifting a hand to gently wipe away the tears streaming down Bai Yueyue's face. Great priest, you have administered your punishment. May we now depart? Bai Yueyue spoke through gritted teeth, suppressing her anger. Of course, you may leave. However, by who? I advise you to maintain a sense of respect and submission towards this priest and the beast god, for should you fail to do so, I shall not spare you either. The great priest glanced back, his gaze firmly settling upon Bai Yueye's abdomen. Bai Yueyue felt a chill run down her spine under that piercing gaze. Instinctively, she raised her hand to guard her abdomen, fully aware of her own fragility. The high priest, a paragon of power in the beast realm, was simply beyond her reach. Yet, to wield the threat of her kin and partner against her was an act devoid of fairness and nobility. Today's events were etched into her memory. Yes, Bai Yueyue lowered her head heavily, but this bowing was merely a prelude to raising it even higher next time. The crowd cautiously assisted Long Hao as he exited the priest's cave. The high priest slowly turned, his gaze lingering on the departing figures, his eyes betraying a subtle depth of contemplation. Chi-Chi, please bring some hot water, and do not forget to mix in a little cold to temper it. Lulu, fetch some clean beast skin cloth. Upon returning to the tribe, Bai Yueyue hurriedly placed Long Hao on the stone bed. The high priest was formidable, and within the confines of the priest's cave, Bai Yueyue had refrained from using the system space, leaving Long Hao in agony, nearly unable to speak. The flesh-eating vines not only disrupted the flow of spiritual energy within the orc's body, rendering wounds difficult to heal, but their corrosive sap also exacerbated inflammation. A truly ruthless tactic. Madam Yueyue, the hot water has arrived. Madam Yueyue, here are the cloths. Bai Yueyue gently moistened the animal skin cloth with warm water. meticulously cleaning the blood that had oozed from Long Hao's wound. She then exchanged a bottle of saline solution from the system's inventory. Hold on, how she urged. As the saline washed away the corrosive fluid clinging to the wound, Long Hao lay on the stone bed, his hands gripping the animal skin quilt tightly, beads of cold sweat cascading down his forehead. Bai Yueyue fought back her tears as she carefully applied the hemostatic and anti-inflammatory herbs evenly onto Long Hao's back. Due to the severity of the wound, she could only cover him with a layer of gauze. The herbs employed by Bai Yueyue possess analgesic properties, allowing Long Hao to gradually regain some composure as he clasped her delicate hand in his. Yuan, Qian, both of you have sustained minor injuries today. It would be prudent to return and rest, Bai Yueyue remarked as she reciprocated the hold on Long Hao's hand. Very well, Madam Yueyue. Do not fret excessively, and ensure you take care of yourself, Yuan replied, casting a worried glance at Bai Yueyue before reluctantly stepping back. Qian lingered at the cave entrance for a moment, his heart heavy as he observed the sorrowful redness around Bai Yueye's eyes. Brother Qian, the old shaman has accompanied us back to the tribe. Perhaps we should inquire if he can expedite Lord Long Hao's recovery, Lulu whispered softly. Indeed, he responded. Bai Yueyue grasped a beast skin cloth with one hand and gently wiped the cold sweat from Long Hao's face, her voice trembling slightly. It hurts, doesn't it? It doesn't hurt. You needn't worry about me. You are carrying a child and should focus on taking care of yourself. Long Hao managed to shift slightly, only to be met with a sharp, piercing pain that drained the color from his face. Please, don't move around. I've applied the herbal ointment, and it will heal soon, but I'm somewhat concerned about your cold poison. How do you feel? Is there any discomfort? Bai Yueyue crouched down, allowing Long Hao to see her clearly. I'm fine, Yueyue. I'm happy, he said, his large hand gently caressing Bai Yueye's face, his eyes shimmering with emotion. What are you worried about? She asked, tenderly rubbing his palm against her cheek. You're carrying a young one, which naturally makes me happy. But I am at the 8th tier while you are merely at the 4th. If you cannot endure this, it could lead to complications. Concern etched across Long Hao's brow. The reason lower-tier beasts cannot bear offspring from higher-tier beast men is that the spiritual energy of higher-tier children is overwhelmingly powerful, even if one manages to conceive. The child is often lost. Have you forgotten? I still have some spiritual herbs left to consume, and with the inner Dan you gave me, as long as I absorb these 2 items, I have a chance to break through to the 5th tier. Once I become a 5th-tier beast man, everything will be all right. Bai Yueyue reassured softly. No, Yueyue, it's not that simple. Chapter 47. Long Hao. I like you. Long Hao, stirred by anxiety, propped himself up. Birthing will consume a significant amount of your spiritual energy, and since you are carrying a high-tier beastman's child, the consumption will be even greater. A moment's carelessness could lead to disaster. I shudder to think what I would do if anything were to happen to you. You are too important to me. More so than the child. I would rather you not give birth than risk your safety. Oh dear, host, when you first met Long Hao, this high-tier beast completely overlooked you and bluntly asked you to bear his children. Now, look at him. He is worried about you. It's amusing. Truly a case of chasing after his beloved, the system interjected with a hint of mockery. Don't fan the flames. Long Hao just mentioned that I would expend a great deal of spiritual energy. I want to die from this, right? Bai Yueyue asked, a hint of fear creeping into her voice. Surely, I can't die from giving birth. That would be too much of a loss. How could that be possible? This system is designed for childbirth. It will ensure the host delivers safely. As for whether the host will die afterward, that is beyond my guarantee. The system's last remark struck Bai Yueyue like a bolt from the blue. You've got to be kidding. Does that not imply there is a possibility of death? You unreliable system, she exclaimed. Why worry? Once you give birth, you've completed the task. If you die, it conveniently provides a legitimate reason to return to the real world, the system replied nonchalantly. A heaviness settled in Bai Yueye's heart, rendering her momentarily speechless. Indeed, this was a compelling reason to return. Yueyue, Long Hao continued. If I truly were to lose you because of this, never. Yueyue, do not worry. I will exert every effort to enhance your spiritual power and elevate your status. I shall never allow you to perish for the sake of bearing my offspring. I have declared that you are my very life. Should that day ever arrive, I would willingly trade my life for yours. Long Hao spoke with unwavering conviction. Bai Yueyue was taken aback, recalling the moment earlier today when he stood up against the high priest for her sake. Not only did he defy his beliefs, but he also risked his very life, confronting a 10th-tier beastman, a confrontation that could truly lead to his demise. Throughout these days, the countless acts of kindness shown by Long Hao had left Bai Yueyue overwhelmed with feelings of reluctance, conflict, and emotion. All of these sentiments intertwined like a tangled mass, leaving her somewhat bewildered. Bai Yueyue, unable to contain her feelings, gently cupped Long Hao's face and whispered, Long Hao, I have feelings for you. In that moment, Bai Yueyue was uncertain about many things, but she was unequivocally sure that she had truly fallen for this big, silly dragon. Long Hao's pupils flickered slightly. Appearing somewhat at a loss, he hastily took Bai Yueye's hand and pressed it against his lips, kissing it softly. I too have feelings for you, Yueyue. So could you please not leave? Bai Yueyue felt a sharp pain in her chest. realizing that Long Hao had always remembered her words about one day leaving him, which he had feared. All right, I won't go. She raised her hand to embrace Long Hao's neck, their bodies pressed closely together, as if their hearts were intertwined at that moment. Oh dear host, do not act impulsively. Whether her actions were impulsive, she needed to consult her heart. Bai Yueyue buried her head in Long Hao's neck and took a deep breath. At this moment, I have no desire to leave. Very well, dear host. Your current beast, inner core, and spiritual herbs are only sufficient for you to advance to the 5th level, but progressing further will be challenging. As the transition from the 5th to the 6th level represents a significant divide, extremely difficult to surpass, the system reminded her. I understand. But how will I know unless I try? I, Bai Yueyue, am the kind of person who becomes braver in the face of adversity. Qianche and Lulu found the old shaman attempting to sneak away at the entrance of the tribe and brought him directly into the cave. The old shaman sat somewhat awkwardly on the edge of the stone bed. He was nervous, having inadvertently followed the beast clan back to the tribe, only to be captured before he could escape. Why are you trying to run away, old shaman? Our Lord Long Hao is injured and needs your assistance. Do you have any methods to help him recover quickly? Lulu spoke first. This requires some herbs, but the flesh-eating vine is quite formidable. Ordinary beasts might struggle. However, given Lord Long Hao's high rank, he should not be in mortal danger. The old shaman feigned calmness as he stroked his beard. Oh, Lulu nodded. But before she could say anything further, the old shaman was called to Long Hao. Having met Lord Long Hao, the old shaman bent forward, cautiously surveying the figure lying on the stone bed. Long Hao's complexion had improved significantly, his cold gaze resting lightly upon the old shaman. Since you have come to the beast clan, you shall stay for a while. My mate is expecting offspring and requires ample rest and care, so I will entrust the health and safety of the tribe's members to you. Shamans are rarely seen in the beast world, and they are often elusive. Bai Yueye's pregnancy and the burden of overseeing the tribe were overwhelming. So Long Hao decided to keep the old shaman. This. The old shaman's eyes darted around, seemingly reluctant. What? Are you unwilling? Long Hao's voice suddenly grew cold, causing the old shaman to retract his neck in fear. And no, not at all. Rest assured. You will not be mistreated in the beast clan. You can stay with peace of mind. We will provide you with shelter and food, ensuring your needs are met. Bai Yueyue added from the side. The old shaman secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After all, the life of a shaman was not easy when encountering benevolent beasts. They received food as gratitude, but with malevolent ones, they were forced to treat ailments. Upon entering the beast clan, he noticed it was unlike any other tribe he had seen, prosperous and wealthy. Everyone resided in unique stone houses and raised numerous meat beasts, nearly causing his jaw to drop. Moreover, Long Hao was formidable. Staying here could mean a life of ease. Since Lord Long Hao and his lady require me, I naturally am willing. The old shaman quickly nodded after contemplating. Excellent. Someone, please arrange accommodation for the old shaman. Long Hao lowered his eyelids. Yes. At that moment, in the priest's cave. High priest, that Long Hao and the white fox have shown you such disrespect. Keeping them would likely bring calamity. A black raven could not help but speak. What do you know? The pure-blooded white fox and Long Hao, the four-winged black dragon king, can give birth to the legendary dragon fox. A dragon fox is born at the 10th level, and the spiritual energy it can provide is unmatched by any other beast. I thought that female white foxes were extinct. Who would have known there was still one? It's a pity she is only at the 4th level. We shall see if she can successfully give birth to the dragon fox. Remember, until the dragon fox matures, no one is permitted to act rashly. Return to Beast God Island at once. The high priest raised his hand to adjust the beast's skin cloak draped over him. His plan would soon be set into motion. Yes. Chapter 48. Finally prosperous outside the cave, the moon shone faintly, its silvery light seeping quietly into the cave. On the stone bed, Bai Yueyue sat quietly in a meditative posture, her long lashes fluttering slightly, surrounded by a faint purple aura. She consumed the remaining spiritual herbs in one go. And with the aid of the beast core, whether she could break through to the 5th level would be determined tonight. Long Hao looked at Bai Yueyue with deep concern, observing the fluctuations of spiritual energy around her, as it coalesced into a swirling mass, and then dispersed like blossoms, continuously surging around her. Under such intense turmoil of spiritual power, Bai Yueyue's complexion paled slightly. Long Hao hurriedly knelt beside her, placing his large hand gently on her back. An almost imperceptible wave of spiritual energy spreading between them. Bai Yueyue possessed a relatively low level of spiritual power. She found it challenging to absorb a significant amount of spiritual herbs in one go. Unbeknownst to her, Long Hao discreetly assisted her by channeling his own potent spiritual energy. With the heart-guarding scales enveloping Bai Yueyue, Long Hao's robust and rich spiritual energy was more easily assimilated by her. Dawn broke with a melodious chime. Congratulations, host. Your spiritual energy has reached 100 points, successfully advancing to the 5th tier. Current status, tier, 5th, spiritual energy, 10 points. As the system notification resonated, the 5th resplendent tier star ignited from Bai Yueye's dantian. What a relief, she succeeded. Bai Yueyue took a deep breath, manipulating her internal perspective to peer into her dantian. only to discover that the violet flame representing her extraordinary abilities appeared even more vibrant than before. Beneath this small flame danced two tiny white orbs. What could this be? As Bai Yueyue leaned closer to examine the orbs, she noticed they were pulsating with increased vigor. Must you persist in staring at your offspring? The system remarked with a hint of exasperation. Are these truly my children? Indeed, what you perceive as two tiny hearts beating with spiritual energy. They have already developed little hands and feet, though you cannot see them. How marvelous. Of course, as they are the legendary dragon fox. Dragon fox? Bai Yueyue felt a shiver run down her spine. Could it be a dragon's head on a fox's body, or a fox's head on a dragon's body? Wouldn't that be monstrous? What nonsense. The dragon fox is an exceedingly rare beast, birthed solely by the white fox and the purebred four-winged black dragon. With dragon horns and clad in white feathers, possessing 9 tails and 4 wings, the dragon fox is born at the 10th tier. Upon hearing this, Bai Yueye's jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. 10th tier. Long Hao is only at the 8th tier, and I have barely reached the 5th tier. These two little ones are born at the 10th tier? Indeed, you have simply stumbled upon extraordinary fortune. You happen to be a white fox. And Long Hao fortuitously is a purebred four-winged black dragon. Such immense wealth has fallen upon you both. The system's voice brimmed with uncontainable excitement. Although her initial strength was somewhat lacking, she had now achieved a remarkable status. Bai Yueyue was so taken aback that she abruptly emerged from her meditative state, instinctively reaching for her abdomen, only to inadvertently touch Long Hao's head. Long Hao lay quietly asleep at her side, his hand resting on her belly, his pallid face appearing worn and haggard. As she gazed outside the cave, she realized dawn was approaching. Gently, Bai Yueyue lifted Long Hao's head and carefully placed it on her lap, ensuring he was comfortable. Her great black dragon had endured much for her, and she harbored a nagging suspicion that the grand priest was not a benevolent figure. The paramount concern was to elevate her tier and ensure the safe delivery of her children, while simultaneously fostering the growth of her tribe, strengthening the beast clan. The gestation of 10th tier offspring was no easy feat. Long Hao was correct in stating that she must maintain a robust tier and ample spiritual energy to ensure a flawless delivery. I understand. I am currently at the 5th tier, and the 6th tier is within reach. Bai Yueyue clenched her fist slowly. As dawn broke, Long Hao remained deep in slumber. Bai Yueyue tiptoed out of the cave, gathering bamboo strips behind it to craft some traps for hunting. With Long Hao gravely injured and the tribe lacking a strong pillar of support, the forest was fraught with peril. Engaging in hunting could leave the tribe vulnerable to attacks from rival clans. The previous assault by the wolf tribe still haunted Bai Yueyue, and it was high time to reinforce the tribe's defenses. Hunting, with her meager skills, would prove challenging. However, with the ingenuity of humankind, things could be different. Madam Chief, what are you busy with? Chi-Chi inquired, holding a plate of freshly prepared grilled meat, immediately spotting Bai Yueyue engrossed in her tasks. Bai Yueyue paused in her actions and turned her head. Oh, it's Chi-Chi. How are Qianxie and Ayun? Upon mentioning Qianxie, Bai Yueyue suddenly recalled that Lulu had previously told her that Qianxie harbored feelings for her. However, she felt nothing in response. Perhaps she had never truly noticed Qianxie, thus failing to perceive his affections. The old witch doctor has administered herbal remedies to both of them, and they are both recovering well. Lady Yueyue, you are still with child and should take good care of yourself. I have prepared some roasted meat for you. Please have a bite. Chi-Chi squatted down, presenting the roasted meat to Bai Yueyue, her face beaming with joy. Thank you, Chi-Chi. Bai Yueyue rubbed her growling stomach. She was indeed feeling a bit hungry, as her appetite had increased significantly since becoming pregnant. No need for thanks. This was ordered by Lord Long Hao last night. Chi-Chi sat on the ground, gazing intently at the items Bai Yueyue was weaving. Bai Yueyue was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, during his well days, Long Hao personally prepared meals for her, never allowing her to go hungry. Even in his current state of injury, he still remembered to instruct others to prepare food for her. Madam Chief, what are these? Chi-Chi inquired, pointing at several uniquely shaped small cages on the ground. These are fish and crab traps woven from bamboo strips. I thought I would catch some fish and crabs first, saving you the trouble of laboriously fishing in the water, Bai Yueyue explained. Previously, she had observed a plethora of fish and shrimp in the nearby river, so it was worth a try. Well, Madam Chief, your hands are truly skilled. This contraption can actually catch fish. Are you planning to go hunting, Madam Yueyue? Chi-Chi tilted her head in curiosity. Sort of, Bai Yueyue nodded. Chi-Chi expressed surprise, Madam Yueyue. Females do not need to hunt personally. Moreover, you are with child. You must take care not to exert yourself. It's all right. I find myself idling anyway. Setting a trap doesn't require much effort. With Qianxie and Long Hao injured, there are not many males in the beast clan capable of leading the hunt. Our tribe is currently facing difficulties, and I cannot simply wait idly to be fed, Bai Yueyue replied. In the livestock pen, it was essential to preserve the animals until winter when food would be scarce. Given the current abundance of resources, self-sufficiency was still a priority. Madam Yueyue, you're here. Chapter 49. The Wisdom of Humanity Bai Yueyue and Chi-Chi turned at the sound, only to see Ayun merrily approaching, supporting her waist with one hand while the other held the exquisite ceramic pot that Bai Yueyue had previously crafted. Madam Yueyue, you are here. May I use this lovely pot? Yueyue, captivated by the delicacy of the pottery, could hardly contain her eagerness to experiment with it. Of course, however, this ceramic pot has just been fired and has not yet been treated with waterproofing materials. If used for cooking, it may leak. We should wait a moment and search the forest, Bai Yueyue explained. Oh, the forest? It was only then that Yueyue noticed the fish trap in front of Bai Yueyue. She picked one up to examine it closely. Wow, what is this? It's so exquisite. This is a fish trap crafted by Madame Yueyue. It can catch fish. Chi-Chi eagerly interjected. Really? How impressive. Yueye's eyes sparkled with excitement. I plan to venture into the forest to catch some game. We cannot always rely on the males, Bai Yueyue stated as she rose and gathered the fish traps from the ground. Upon hearing Bai Yueye's words, Yueyue paused, as if gaining a newfound clarity. You're right, Madame Yueyue. I shall gather more people to join us at once. Before long, Yueyue returned with several young male beast men and a few female beast women. The females, having grown stronger after the recent wolf tribe invasion, were filled with confidence and eager to accompany Bai Yueyue on her hunting expedition. After the incident in the snake forest, Bai Yueyue understood the importance of bringing along a larger group. Before departing, Bai Yueyue glanced into the cave to check on Long Hao, who was still asleep. His back injury prevented him from lying on his back, forcing him to rest on his stomach. Bai Yueye's heart ached at the sight. Old shaman, I entrust Long Hao to your care. We shall return shortly. Bai Yueyue addressed the old shaman, who was diligently grinding herbs on the ground. Early that morning, Bai Yueyue had sent someone to deliver a roasted pig to the old shaman as a means of gaining his favor. After all, to ensure the shaman would wholeheartedly serve the tribe, it was essential to provide him with some benefits. A few provisions could easily secure the assistance of a shaman in treating the tribe as beastmen, making it a most advantageous exchange. Rest assured, madam, I will take good care of Lord Long Hao, the old shaman replied, nodding eagerly. He was no fool. With food and shelter provided within the 100 Beasts tribe, he was content to lend a hand. Bai Yueyue carefully tucked the blanket around Long Hao, then led her entourage out of the tribe in a grand procession. Meanwhile, Qian Che, who had been silently observing from within the cave, discreetly followed the group at a distance upon witnessing the unfolding scene. It was sufficient for him to protect Bai Yueyue from afar. Lulu observed everything keenly but remained silent, quickening her pace to catch up with the main group. Bai Yueyue carefully selected a spot in the river where the aquatic vegetation thrived, placing her meticulously crafted fish and crab traps into the water. To enhance the bait, she tossed in some pig fat, ensuring a successful catch for the following day. Satisfied, Bai Yueyue clapped her hands. Is this really sufficient? Yueyue expressed disbelief. As a bear beast, she prided herself on her fishing skills, yet she often found herself on the receiving end of a fish's tail, stinging her cheeks. Bai Yueyue merely tossed in a few items and expected to catch fish? You'll see tomorrow, Bai Yueyue replied confidently, winking playfully. I shall come for the catch tomorrow. Chief's wife, a robust, sun-kissed-skinned male orc, stepped forward. He possessed a striking build, with a mane of grayish-golden hair that radiated strength. I am Bai Yueyue, she said, momentarily unable to recall the name of the individual before her. I am Shiwen, a Yun's mate, he replied, scratching his head and instinctively glancing at a Yun beside him. Bai Yueyue suddenly recalled that he was the male leopard belonging to Yueyue, and besides him, Yueyue also had a male bear. However, both the big bear and the small bear were merely little leopards, and it seemed that naming them was an attempt to give the bear a sense of involvement. All right. I'll leave it to you, Bai Yueyue nodded, and then led the group in search of other traces of prey through the jungle. She was currently pregnant with precious offspring, and Yueyue insisted on carrying her, while Chi-Chi occasionally offered her a fruit to quench her thirst. With the chaos caused by Xiang Yue absent from the tribe, everyone appeared to be much more relaxed and joyful. Before long, they discovered a multitude of herbivore droppings near a waterhole, still looking quite fresh. The surrounding thickets were crisscrossed with many small paths, indicating that animals frequently traversed this area. It was indeed an excellent spot for setting traps. Bai Yueyue halted at a junction, raised her head to survey the surroundings. The branches of the trees here were remarkably resilient, suitable for crafting a foot-operated animal trap. She had seen such traps demonstrated by Bear Grylls and wilderness survival shows and never imagined she would employ it today. Indeed, nothing was learned in vain. The system acknowledged this revelation. The beastmen were perplexed by Bai Yueye's intentions, gazing at her with wide eyes, each one confused as they watched her busily at work. Bai Yueyue adeptly sourced materials, a bifurcated branch, several stout wooden stakes, and a robust, highly elastic thick branch. Given that the prey in this beastly realm tends to be rather substantial, the traps constructed must possess considerable durability. Bai Yueyue sharpened one end of a forked branch with a knife and drove it into the ground, placing a resilient branch atop it. In no time, a rudimentary trapping device was complete. Chi-Chi and her companions, unable to lend a hand, could only watch with rapt attention, their focus unwavering. Once the trap was set, Bai Yueyue picked up a wooden post and struck it down in the center of the trap. With a whoosh, the mechanism was triggered, and the snare sprang high into the air with tremendous force. Even a wild boar would find escape impossible once ensnared. The nearby beastmen were taken aback by the sheer power of the trap. This area frequently saw wild creatures. Surely something would be caught here. Tomorrow, they would return to check. Bai Yueyue clapped her hands in satisfaction, restabilizing the trap and covering it with leaves for camouflage. Madame Yueyue, can this truly capture beasts? In the past, we had to lie in wait for ages to catch one, she when asked, her skepticism evident. Though wild boars and deer are herbivorous, they can become fiercely aggressive when faced with life-threatening danger, particularly wild boars with their formidable tusks. Even the strongest male beast men often sustain injuries. A serious wound could be fatal. Despite the presence of Bai Yueyue and the shaman to provide aid, no one desires death. Trust me, we are near a water source and on a path frequented by beasts. By saving on bait, the chances of capture are greatly enhanced. If this method proves effective, hunting within the tribe will become significantly easier, and with multiple traps available, the likelihood of capturing live animals will increase, thereby enriching the livestock circle. Bai Yueyue has sought out several prime locations to set up additional traps, thereby preventing any chance of losing ground. Oh, what is this? Chapter 50. Thoughts can no longer be concealed. Bai Yueyue, upon hearing a commotion, rose to her feet and spotted Chi-Chi alongside several male orcs crouched among a thicket, engaged in some activity. It smells delightful. What are you up to? She inquired. Madame Yueyue is setting a trap. Pay close attention, a Yun replied, gently tapping Chi-Chi on the shoulder. Chi-Chi turned around, holding a peculiar plant. Madame Yueyue, look at this. It smells so fragrant, it makes me want to taste it. In Chi-Chi's hand was a vibrant green plant, crowned with clusters of bell-shaped, purple-red flowers, densely packed and layered. Lifting it to her nose, she inhaled deeply, savoring an exquisite aroma that felt oddly familiar. Ding dong, wild cumin, perfect for marinating meats. Bai Yueyue's eyes suddenly sparkled with delight. This is cumin, perfect for grilling meat. When smeared on, it becomes incredibly fragrant. Quickly, let us gather some to bring back to the tribe. With cumin and meat, we could surely whip up a barbecue. The mere thought made her mouth water. Well, the orcs exclaimed in admiration, Madame Yueyue, you possess such extensive knowledge. By the way, you mentioned that our tribe lacks saltwort. Let us search for it in the forest. Bai Yueyue mused that since cumin and saltwort could be found within this woodland, there might be other seasoning plants as well. All right. Everyone followed in Bai Yueyue's footsteps, and sure enough, they stumbled upon a myriad of intriguing finds: Sichuan pepper, star anise, small rosemary, and even wild chili peppers. Bai Yueyue eagerly gathered them all. System, please help me locate the water gum tree. I require a waterproof coating for my pottery. The sap of the water gum tree can be applied to pottery, and once dried, it is not only waterproof and heat-resistant but also edible. Understood. Leave it to me. The water gum tree is approximately 100 meters away from the host. Please proceed in the southeast direction. Bai Yueyue turned and proceeded in the direction indicated by the system, only to hear the urgent sound of hurried footsteps approaching from behind. The noise was exceedingly faint, unnoticed by the other beast men. However, with her fifth-tier strength, Bai Yueyue was more than capable of discerning it entirely. The soft fox ears of Bai Yueyue, concealed until now, suddenly perked up, and she instinctively gathered her spiritual energy in her hands. To her surprise, a large, red-furred tiger leaped out from the thicket. Qian-Che? What brings you here? Bai Yueyue paused, momentarily taken aback as she halted her actions. Qian-Che swiftly transformed into his human form and strode towards Bai Yueyue with great haste, closing the distance between them as if he intended to press against her. Madame Yueyue, you must not venture any further. That area is perilously close to the territory of the Great Ape Clan. Qian-Che had been trailing behind the group and, upon noticing that Bai Yueyue and her companions had strayed from the boundaries of the Beast Clan, rushed over in alarm. Bai Yueyue took a step back somewhat awkwardly. Maintaining a distance of 1 meter from Qian-Che, she turned to gaze ahead and said, well, thank you for the reminder. The Giant Ape Clan is even more formidable than the Wolf Clan, yet among the various races in the forest, they are indeed the most perilous. Very well, then. We shall not proceed. The water gel trees are not exclusive to that location. We can seek them out another time. As Bai Yueyue contemplated this, she added, however, these pine trees are quite impressive. Let us fell a few and take them back. The pine trees exude a delightful aroma, are easy to shape, and can be fashioned into tables and furniture. It is indeed time to replenish our collection of everyday items. Bai Yueyue spoke as she retrieved several saws from the system store. The onlookers were already accustomed to such occurrences. The members of the Beast Clan had long recognized that their Lady Yueyue seemed to possess a magical pouch brimming with a myriad of items. The orcs, in their relationship with the unknown, oscillated between fear and reverence. Naturally, the Beast Clan leaned towards the latter. Simply pull the saw back and forth like this. Bai Yueyue demonstrated with ease. Allow me to handle it, Lady Yueyue. You may rest. Shiwen and several male orcs quickly took the tools from her hands. Qian-Che intended to step forward, but found himself unable to intervene, thus he refrained. As the saws grated, the sound of cracking echoed as pine trees toppled one after another. Yet a particularly robust pine tree was toppling directly towards Bai Yueyue. Lady Yueyue, be careful, Qian-Che exclaimed, raising his hand to grasp hers. But he witnessed Bai Yueyue nimbly evade to the side with remarkable agility. This exclamation drew the attention of everyone to Qian-Che. Bai Yueyue raised her hand to support her waist, looking at Qian-Che with a puzzled expression. Her current speed of movement was extraordinarily swift. Ordinary objects posed no threat to her. Moreover, She could effortlessly drag a pine tree as thick as her thigh with a single hand. Why was Qianche making such a fuss? Having grasped at thin air, Qianche appeared somewhat embarrassed, unsure of where to place his hands. Indeed, he had forgotten that Bai Yueyue was no longer the frail little female she once was. Yet he couldn't help but feel anxious for her. Qianche, what are you worried about? Madame Yueyue is now a fifth-tier beast. A tree cannot possibly harm her. Cassius stepped forward and nudged Qianche with his shoulder. No, I'm just concerned about what might happen if Madame Yueyue were to be injured while carrying young. Qianche replied, his gaze dropping in unease. The onlookers cast disdainful glances but said nothing further, following Bai Yueyue back to the tribe while dragging the felled pine tree behind them. Qianche trailed silently behind Bai Yueyue, his eyes resting on the petite figure before him. Since Bai Yueyue advanced to the fifth tier, her figure and visage have become extraordinarily exquisite. Truly a breathtaking sight that stands out amidst the crowd. Ayun glanced sideways and immediately noticed Qianche's unwavering gaze fixed upon Bai Yueyue, with a hint of intent. She positioned herself between the two, saying, Madame Yueyue, you must not overexert yourself while expecting. Allow me to continue supporting you. Ayun, being of a more mature age, could easily discern Qianche's intentions. With Longhao currently injured, could it be that Qianche seeks to exploit this opportunity? Before Bai Yueyue could utter a word, she saw Qianche jogging a few steps towards her. Allow me to carry you, Lady Yueyue. What are you talking about? You haven't fully recovered from your injuries. Oh, you are injured as well? My strength as a male is naturally greater than yours. I am a bear, and my back is broader, making it more comfortable for you to sit. Bai Yueyue gazed at the two individuals, bewildered by their inexplicable banter. Forget it, forget it. I shall not sit with either of you. We are almost at the tribe. I will simply consider this a leisurely stroll. The system interjected, host. The pheromones emanating from this male are quite potent and directed towards you. He likely harbors feelings for you. The system's words lingered in the air. TSK. Since Bai Yueyue heard Lulu mention that Qianche harbored feelings for her, she has been intentionally and unintentionally distancing herself from him. She once claimed that as long as Longhao exists as male, no other male should be given hope. Furthermore, during pregnancy, it is essential to remain active, as appropriate exercise aids in the birthing process. A fleeting look of desolation passed through Qianche's eyes. Mrs. Yueyue, I wish to inquire about something. Lulu, observing quietly from the side, understood well as a beast that a male would only allow a female he was fond of to ride upon his back. Qianche's thoughts were becoming increasingly difficult to conceal. Chapter 51. Eyes do not deceive. What question do you have? Speak, Bai Yueyue replied nonchalantly, her gaze surveying the surroundings. At this moment, with Lord Longhao injured and lying down, have you ever considered that if you had another male, he could continue to protect you? Before Qianche could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by the disdainful look thrown his way by Bai Yueyue. I have never entertained such thoughts. Longhao is injured for my sake. I could never have such an idea. Bai Yueyue swiftly quashed Qianche's thoughts before they could even take root. It seems Lulu was indeed correct. His feelings were far from simple. Qianche nodded and silently followed behind Bai Yueyue. Upon returning to the tribe, Ayun led the female beasts in sorting and packaging the spices collected today, as instructed by Bai Yueyue, so they could be utilized in tonight's meal. Bai Yueyue sat beside a pile of pine trees, holding a slender stick as she drew patterns in the earth, contemplating the type of furniture she wished to create. Suddenly, a pair of broad arms embraced her from behind. Bai Yueyue was startled. Just as she turned her head, she caught a whiff of the familiar cold plum fragrance. Why are you out? You should be resting more, she admonished gently. Longhao lifted his head, nestling against Bai Yueyue's neck in a playful manner. I missed you. Where have you been? I took some people into the woods to hunt and also chopped down a few trees, Bai Yueyue explained. Upon hearing the word hunt, Longhao's face turned pale, his voice filled with agitation as he pulled Bai Yueyue closer, his large hand wandering down her arm. What did you hunt? It's far too dangerous. You're with child. What if something were to happen? Oh, don't worry. I didn't chase after any beasts. My small stature only allows me to catch a rabbit at most. I set some traps and waited for the prey to come to me, Bai Yueyue reassured him, playfully pinching his nose. Longhao's expression softened. I still have some game left from my previous hunts. It will sustain us for a while. Once I'm feeling better, I will head out to hunt again. You've worked hard. Longhao had taken the initiative to store the previously caught game in the tribe's ice reserve, a method Bai Yueyue had taught him. Ever since he learned it, he has been using it diligently. When it was time to eat, he would simply place it under the sun to thaw. You should rest well in the tribe during this time. The beast clan is not particularly strong among the many clans in the forest. You are the pillar of the tribe, and you must take good care of yourself. Both I and our child need your protection. Rest assured, Yueyue, I will certainly protect you and the child. Having you in the tribe is indeed our greatest fortune. Longhao lowered his head, resting it against Bai Yueyue's belly, quietly listening to the faint rhythm of life within. Bai Yueyue has yet to show signs of pregnancy. Yet the scent of her pheromones has become less potent, thus reducing the likelihood of male creatures detecting her presence. After all, his Yueyue is truly enchanting. In future adventures, while you hunt, I shall tend to our livestock and cultivate our wealth. Together, we shall thrive. Bai Yueyue gently cupped Longhao's face, observing him. His complexion remained pale, but his spirit had noticeably improved. Due to the injury on his back, he was without a shirt. The old shaman had dressed his wounds with the gauze left by Bai Yueyue, wrapping his upper body tightly, resembling a mummy. Why have you wrapped it so tightly? Bai Yueyue couldn't help but chuckle. I wanted to do it myself, but the shaman was worried about the herbs falling off, so he wrapped it up for me. Long Hao replied, bemused. The old shaman is quite dedicated, isn't he? What do you intend to do with all these trees you brought back? Long Hao asked, lifting Bai Yueyue into his arms, his large hand gently caressing her abdomen. I wish to make some furniture, Bai Yueyue stated. Furniture? I can assist, just tell me how. Long Hao replied, though he was uncertain what Bai Yueyue meant by furniture, he trusted that whatever it would be of great significance. As it came from his beloved female. You're still injured. It's best that I handle this with others while you rest. Bai Yueyue wrapped her arms around Long Hao's neck. It's all right. I can manage tasks that don't require too much spiritual energy. Laying around makes me uncomfortable. And you need to rest more. After all, you're with child, she teased. Long Hao ultimately disregarded her advice to rest, insisting on sitting beside her to hear her plans for the furniture. Today, we'll create some chairs, tables, and cooking utensils, Bai Yueyue explained. Drawing in the dirt with a stick as she elaborated in detail, ensuring the orcs understood. Usually, they used leaves as bowls for meals. But Bai Yueyue planned to carve wooden bowls and basins, as ceramic wares were currently unavailable. Wooden substitutes would suffice. Does everyone understand? Understood. The crowd nodded. Each taking tools from Bai Yueyue and getting to work. Yes, just like that. Carve a bit here, shave a bit there. Long Hao busied himself making a table, leveling the surface and securing the legs with wooden stakes. Although rather rudimentary, it was sturdy and unlikely to collapse. He even crafted a small table to be placed on the stone bed, intending it for Bai Yueye's use. Meanwhile, Ayun and Lulu were washing stone slabs by the river, while Qianxie had just returned from the forest, bringing fresh grass to feed the livestock. Qianxie, Ayun called out, rising to stop him. Qianxie halted in his tracks, instinctively wanting to leave upon seeing Lulu. Do you truly dislike me so? Lulu could no longer contain herself. It's not dislike. I simply don't wish to hinder your search for other males, Qianxie replied coolly. You're merely trying to prevent Lulu from getting close to Lady Yueyue. Ayun retorted without hesitation. She had long noticed Qianxie's intentions toward Bai Yueyue. Upon hearing this, Qianxie stiffened. Do not speak carelessly. My feelings for Lady Yueyue are solely of admiration, nothing more. You are lying. The way you look at Lady Yueyue betrays you, Qianxie. You might deceive others, but not me. I advise you to abandon any thoughts of approaching her. Lord Long Hao would never permit it, and he has saved your life. How can you covet his female? Ayun's words struck home. She defended Lulu, recalling how, prior to Bai Yueye's arrival in the tribe, Qianxie had shown interest in Lulu, albeit unspoken. However, since Bai Yueye's arrival, Qianxie's affections had shifted entirely to her, evident to all. I have nothing more to say. I must tend to the livestock, Qianxie declared, turning away without a backward glance. Lulu's eyes reddened, nearly spilling over with tears. She had loved Qianxie for so long. How could she bear to give up? Chapter 52. Did you hear clearly? Meanwhile, Bai Yueyue was carving wooden spoons with a small knife. When she accidentally looked up, she noticed Lulu nearby, tending the fire at the stove, her eyes glistening from recent tears. Why are you crying, Lulu? Bai Yueyue asked, offering a clean beast skin handkerchief with genuine concern. What else could it be? It's all because of that guy, Qianxie, Ayun replied, holding a wooden stake and carving it with a bone knife. Stepping in for Lulu. Upon hearing Qianxie's name, Long Hao, not far away, subtly perked up, attentive. Bai Yueyue pressed her lips together, and she could roughly surmise the situation. I must say, Qianxie is quite something. He does not harbor any affection for you. Yet when you tended to him in his den, he did not express his gratitude or bid you farewell, instead allowing you to care for him. Now, he treats you with such indifference. Ayun was digging into a wooden bowl, muttering to herself. Bai Yueyue furrowed her brows in disbelief. What? I am referring to Lulu. Wasn't she bitten by a snake during the recent invasion of the wolf clan? Yet, she still persevered to care for Qianxie. Ayun, filled with indignation, exclaimed, is there any sense in a female disregarding her own safety to tend to a male? Lulu, how foolish you are. In the beast world, females are precious. If they do not have partners, it is always the males who take care of them. The instances of a female caring for a strange male are exceedingly rare. Ayun, please refrain from saying such things in front of Madame Yueyue. Lulu interjected, tugging at Ayun's arm, her face flushed with embarrassment. Lulu, if he accepts your kindness with ease but offers no reciprocation, I believe it would be wise for you not to squander your time on him. My previous advice to you is given without knowing the specifics of your situation, but it appears you truly need not pursue this any further, Bai Yueyue calmly remarked, her hands continuing their work. People often say that a man pursuing a woman is like a mountain apart, while a woman pursuing a man is like a veil. However, Qianxie not only remains unmoved, but also fails to reject Lulu's affections, while simultaneously refusing to accept her. Doesn't this position Lulu as nothing more than a backup? Oh dear, in the modern world, there are infatuated fools, and in the beast world, there are infatuated bears. Goodness, infatuated bears. Lulu exclaimed, I sincerely thank you. It is not as you think, Madame Yueyue. If I do not show kindness to Qianche, how will he ever understand my feelings? He simply has yet to acknowledge my intentions, Lulu sighed softly. Come now, just moments ago, he seemed eager to approach Madame Yueyue in the woods. His demeanor clearly indicated his affection for you. Before Yun could finish, Lulu covered her mouth in shock, gesturing for her to look at Long Hao in the distance. Long Hao stood with his back to them, chopping wood with powerful strokes. Although his pace was unhurried, the force behind his strikes was tremendous, effortlessly splitting a tree trunk the size of a bowl in two. Yun shivered, realizing her mistake, and quickly fell silent. Long Hao, though silent, had been attentively listening to their conversation, capturing key phrases. He desires to approach Bai Yueyue. Long Hao had known from the beginning that Qianche harbored feelings for Bai Yueyue. Yet now, not only had Qianche not restrained himself, his intentions had become increasingly evident. Did he intend to bypass Long Hao entirely and engage with Yueyue directly? Since Bai Yueyue had declared her desire for only one male, any other males who sought to approach her would face his wrath. With a sudden resolve, Long Hao rose abruptly and strode purposefully towards Qianche's cave. Where is Lord Long Hao heading? Someone pondered. It seems to be in the direction of Qianche's home. Upon hearing this, both Lulu and Bai Yueyue felt a chill run down their spines. Before they could react, a thunderous crash resonated from the direction of Qianche's residence. Simultaneously, a dark figure was hurled high into the air, tracing a sweeping arc before crashing heavily to the ground. Oh no! Coughing, they realized the figure was none other than Qianche. The beast men, initially startled, rushed to assist Qianche, only to be met by the imposing figure of Long Hao, emerging from a cloud of dust like a vengeful spirit. Long Hao shook his arms and slowly approached the fallen Qianche, his emerald eyes gleaming with an undeniable murderous intent. Qianche, blood oozing from his mouth and nose, struggled on the ground, unable to rise. To approach a female with a partner, one must adhere to the laws of the beast world, defeat her first male. If you can overcome me, I will not hinder your pursuit of Yueyue. But should you seek to bypass me and approach her directly, I shall show you the true meaning of submission. Long Hao, with an air of arrogance, tilted his chin, gazing down at Qianche, his blue aura radiating an overwhelming dominance. Bai Yueyue was witnessing Long Hao's domineering demeanor for the first time, leaving her momentarily speechless. Qianche clutched the grass beneath him with fervor. A 6th tier facing an 8th tier beastman felt like a surreal dream. Long Hao could effortlessly repel even the 8th tier wolf king, so how could he possibly stand a chance? Lord Long Hao, Qianche's companion, Lulu, stepped forward, eager to speak on his behalf, but was instantly silenced by the perilous glare Long Hao cast her way. Yun quickly pulled Lulu back, shaking her head. This is a consequence of Qianche's own actions. Do not speak for him. Bai Yueyue was acutely aware that this matter lay solely between the two men, and she refrained from interjecting. Imagine, if you will, being an employer whose assistant seizes the opportunity of your illness to encroach upon your wife. Such behavior is intolerable. Lord Long Hao, I dare not, Qianche murmured. Dare not. Qianche, heed my words. Today I have afforded you a singular opportunity, and it was squandered through your own ineptitude. From this day forth, should I discover you approaching my partner again, you need not await my intervention. You shall depart from the beast clan of your own volition. Long Hao spoke with a detached demeanor, turning to face Bai Yueyue. Lord Long Hao. Qianche suddenly rose, his expression reflecting a profound resolve. Long Hao cast a sidelong glance. Lord Long Hao, you saved my life. My loyalty to you is unwavering. However, my feelings for Madame Yueyue are equally genuine. I wish to understand Madame Yueye's sentiments towards me. Qianche declared in one breath, his eager gaze fixed upon Bai Yueyue. Lulu was taken aback. Qianche had finally voiced his true feelings. Dousing her with a cold reality, it became clear that he truly harbored affection for Madame Yueyue, and this time, he had admitted it himself. Bai Yueyue was equally astonished. Noticing that Long Hao's fists were trembling slightly, she swiftly raised her hand to grasp Long Hao's, signaling him to remain calm. This farce had originated from her, and it was only fitting that she should bring it to a close. Bai Yueyue took a deep breath, pulling Long Hao close behind her, and spoke to Qianche. Qianche, I am uncertain when these feelings of yours began, but I must unequivocally convey one essential truth to you. My regard for you is identical to that which I hold for any member of our tribe. There are no other sentiments involved. Furthermore, in this lifetime, I shall only accept Long Hao as my singular male counterpart, and I shall not entertain the thought of anyone else. Do you comprehend this clearly? Chapter 53. Unsatisfactory experience. As Bai Yueye's words echoed, Qianche found himself momentarily unsteady, his countenance laden with gravity. After a prolonged silence, he raised his gaze once more and said, I have understood clearly. Thank you. Long Hao, standing behind Bai Yueyue, waited for her to finish before gently pulling her into his embrace, affirming, I too have comprehended. Qianche slowly retreated a step, then knelt upon the ground, bowing his head before Long Hao and Bai Yueyue. I hope that Lord Long Hao and Lady Yueyue can forgive my transgression. From this moment forth, I shall harbor no further sentiments towards Lady Yueyue. At that moment, as he bent low, 2 bitter tears streamed down Qianche's cheeks. Lulu, witnessing this heart-wrenching scene, felt a pang of sorrow but chose not to approach him. It was well understood by all that Long Hao had saved Qian Che's life and granted him protection. In essence, Long Hao's kindness was akin to a rebirth for Qian Che, who now found himself coveting the partner of the very man who had bestowed upon him such grace. The fact that Long Hao was willing to spare his life was already an immense favor. Enough. From now on, behave yourself. You remain a member of the Beast clan. Today's event served merely as a lesson. Long Hao stepped forward, effortlessly lifting Bai Yueyue and carrying her back to the cave. Lulu gazed at the prostrate Qian Che for a long while, ultimately deciding against drawing near him again. Long Hao placed Bai Yueyue gently upon the stone bed, resting his head lightly upon her shoulder. From this moment forth, no one in the tribe shall dare to covet you. Bai Yueyue is the fastest ascending female that anyone has ever encountered, having remarkably jumped 2 ranks to reach the 5th tier in just a few days. It is as if the heavens themselves conspired to provide her with such fortune. It is no wonder that many males are eager to approach her. Yet only Qian Che has boldly expressed his intentions, only to be reprimanded for it. However, only Bai Yueyue understands that she has been the object of pursuit for many. Receiving various gifts such as cleansing liquids, beast pills, and ethereal orchid spirit grass, even the heart-protecting scales from Long Hao. Whether it is merely her perception, she feels that since acquiring the heart-protecting scales, her cultivation speed has significantly accelerated. She never anticipated that when she was merely a 3rd-tier fox beast, everyone looked down upon her, but now that she has reached the 5th tier, she has garnered admiration. Bai Yueyue chuckled at the irony of it all. Beasts possess humanity, and human nature is inherently complex. When one is destitute, they are regarded as insignificant, yet once they excel, the dynamics shift drastically. Because she is a 5th-tier female, unlike the venomous Xiangyu, her kindness and capability draw attention. Long Hao interjected, his jealousy palpable. But I don't care. You are mine. They must defeat me first if they wish to come between us. Fool, I have told you. I want only you. It has nothing to do with defeating you. Yet, Bai Yueyue hesitated, recalling how Long Hao publicly punished Qian Che today. He would not take it lightly. Long Hao quickly grasped her concern. Rest assured, he will not betray the Beast clan. How can you be so certain? Bai Yueyue turned away, not wishing to presume ill intentions. But given that Xiangyu had already caused enough strife within the tribe, she feared another threat. Qian Che, being a high-tier beast, was not of the dragon lineage like herself, which is why she had saved him. To ensure his loyalty, she forged a unique contract with him, one that binds him to her will. Long Hao elaborated, acknowledging Qian Che as one of the few high-tier beast men, well aware of his steadfast loyalty. For the sake of the tribe, Long Hao chose not to expel him. Understanding dawned on Bai Yueyue, and she sighed with relief. Do not think me overly cautious. Xiangyu, as the tribe shaman, has deliberately harmed her fellow tribesmen, and I cannot help but worry. I understand. I assure you, as long as I draw breath, I will protect you and our child. Long Hao lifted Bai Yueye's delicate chin and gently kissed the corner of her lips, his affection palpable. The heart of Bai Yueyue raced uncontrollably, her delicate hand instinctively reaching towards Long Hao's chest. Long Hao shuddered, gently pressing her small hand down. No, you are with child. We must not. Who says we cannot? She retorted. What you two do will not affect the cub, and after the first 3 months, it will be fine. Host, let me share a secret. Long Hao's heart-protecting scales are on you, so your closeness can also enhance each other's spiritual power. No way. It can be done like this? Bai Yueyue exclaimed, her jaw dropping in astonishment. Long Hao swallowed hard, his desire for Bai Yueyue intensifying. Her ascension to the 5th tier made her even more enchanting, evoking a deep yearning within him. I shall fetch you some fruit to cool down, he declared, attempting to rise, only to find Bai Yueyue clutching his arm tightly. Actually, we can. She lifted her face, her expression irresistibly alluring. Long Hao paused. Can we? Have you forgotten? I possess medical skills akin to a shaman. Everything will be fine, Bai Yueyue replied, her cheeks flushing as she spoke, her beauty blooming like a flower. Suddenly, Long Hao turned and swept her into his arms, cradling her on his thigh. Then let us. But your injury is not yet healed. Let us wait a few days until the bandages can be removed. Bai Yueyue playfully pushed him away, yet generously bestowed a sweet kiss upon his cheek. Very well. Long Hao nodded, aware that the bandages wrapped around him and the mingling scent of blood and herbs might not provide an enjoyable experience for Yueyue. At that moment, in the desolation at the edge of the forest, Xiangyu trudged through the yellow sands, her body weary and disheveled. In the distance, the verdant forest beckoned. The high priest's black crow had cast her deep into the wasteland. She had walked tirelessly day and night, finally nearing the forest. The desert, a habitat for the bird tribe, offered no food or water, and the harsh environment felt like hell for Xiangyu, accustomed to a life of luxury within her tribe. Bai Yueyue, you vile creature, you have caused my expulsion from the beast clan and led to my loss of the shaman position. Just wait. I will not let you escape. Xiangyu seethed, but a sudden gust of wind knocked her to the ground, filling her mouth with sand. As she attempted to rise, a resounding thud echoed, and a sharp pain shot through the back of her head, sending her sprawling once more. The next moment, mocking laughter intertwined with the swirling sand reached her ears. What a robust female. Perfect for breeding. The clan leader will surely reward us for such a quality catch. Gazing at the rough hands reaching for her, Xiang Yue screamed in terror. Who are you? What gives you the audacity to touch me? Let me go? Ah. Chapter 54. The Beastmen Market the following day. Bai Yueyue awoke with sleepy eyes, gradually stretching her limbs. Ever since her pregnancy, she had developed the penchant for slumber, often rising only when the sun was high in the sky. However, Long Hao indulged her, always encouraging her to enjoy a little more rest. Yueyue, you're awake. Come and have something to eat. A low, melodious voice resonated from the entrance of the cave. There stood Long Hao, silhouetted against the light, carrying something in his hands as he entered the cavern. Bai Yueyue straightened up and discovered that Long Hao was holding a small wooden table with 4 legs. The table, approximately half a meter wide, had a surface that was meticulously polished. Atop it lay a dish of stir-fried bamboo shoots and meat, the vibrant color of the meat radiating freshness, exuding an enticing aroma. Bai Yueyue lifted her nose to sniff, and immediately her mouth watered. I have crafted a small wooden table for you. As time passes and your belly grows, you will find movement increasingly cumbersome. This little table can be placed beside your bed for your dining convenience. Long Hao smiled with a sense of accomplishment as he presented the small table before Bai Yueyue. Bai Yueyue instinctively raised her hand to touch her belly, her heart warming with the thought that her dear Long Hao was indeed a tender-hearted man. As Long Hao drew closer, Bai Yueyue noticed that his face was smeared with patches of black and gray, resembling a whimsical calico cat. What on earth have you gotten on your face? Bai Yueyue struggled to contain her laughter. Huh? Long Hao raised his arm to wipe his face, subsequently lowering his gaze with a hint of embarrassment. It might be dust from cooking. I'll wash it off in a moment. Please, do give the food a try first. Bai Yueyue was taken aback for a moment, pointing at the stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat on the lotus leaf and asking, did you make this? Long Hao was not particularly skilled in the culinary arts, a fact that Bai Yueyue was well aware of. Observing his disheveled appearance, she surmised that he had indeed worked quite hard. Yes, but I wonder if it suits your taste, Long Hao replied, his face tinged with anticipation. Bai Yueyue hurriedly picked up the twig chopsticks, eager to savor the dish. As she took a bite, she noted that while the flavor was somewhat mild, it was far from unpleasant. Woohoo! Quite delightful indeed. Bai Yueyue gave a thumbs up. Really? Yes, aside from the subtle taste, it can be said to be exceptionally good. Bai Yueyue affirmed. After swallowing a mouthful of the dish, she reached out to gently caress Long Hao's face. Ah Hao, your injury has yet to fully heal. Yet you are preoccupied with preparing this for me. I am nearly recovered. I merely wish to take good care of you and the child. During my time of injury, you have been leading the Beast clan, and it has truly been arduous. Long Hao had spent the morning gathering bamboo shoots and learning to cook, solely to provide Bai Yueyue with a delightful meal. Silly Ah Hao, I absolutely adore what you've prepared. You've taken such good care of me, and I am certain our little one will grow up plump and healthy. Upon hearing this, Long Hao visibly beamed and turned to sit beside Bai Yueyue, wrapping his arms around her slender waist. However, there is a shortage of saltbush in the tribe. You and the others have searched the forest multiple times without success. Ding dong, saltbush only grows in early spring. It is now late summer, and the growing season has passed, the system interjected. At this time, the saltbush is no longer available. However, the absence of salt will significantly diminish the flavor of the dishes. Bai Yueyue lowered her head in contemplation for a moment before raising it again. By the way, Long Hao, is there an ocean around here? Indeed. But it is quite distant from the forest. Why do you ask? Long Hao inquired, offering a piece of meat towards Bai Yueye's lips. Having closely observed Bai Yueye's actions for quite some time, the orcs in the tribe had largely mastered the use of chopsticks. I wish to. Before Bai Yueyue could finish her words, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed as they rushed into the cave. Yueyue dear. Oh no. You must see what has happened to my heir Xiong. Yun and Shiwen, clutching heir Xiong in a state of panic, stumbled into the cave and fell to their knees. Trailing behind them was the old shaman, his face etched with concern. There lay heir Xiong, limp and lifeless in Shiwen's embrace, his lips tinged with a disturbing shade of blue, eyes tightly shut, struggling to breathe, his pallor alarming. Bai Yueye's heart sank, and she hurriedly got out of bed. What happened to heir Xiong? I don't know, Yun sobbed, tears streaming down her face. Heir Xiong and Xiong were just playing, and suddenly he collapsed on the ground, continuously vomiting water. It was terrifying. Oh, Madam Yueyue, you possess great abilities. Please save heir Xiong. I beg you. Yun's eyes were bloodshot, reflecting the depth of her distress. Raising young cubs in the beast realm is a formidable challenge, and Yun had poured her family's entire efforts into nurturing these 2 children to this stage. Yun, try not to panic. Has heir Xiong eaten anything unusual or come into contact with something toxic? Bai Yueyue inquired. Madam, I examined the little leopard. He hasn't eaten anything strange and hasn't been bitten by a snake, the old shaman interjected. What are we to do now? Yun cried even louder, while Shiwen could only stand by, anxiously wiping away his tears. Please remain calm. Long Hao, fetch me a piece of beast skin, Bai Yueyue instructed, turning her head. Long Hao understood her intent and promptly retrieved a clean piece of beast skin from beside the stone bed, handing it to Bai Yueyue. Bai Yueyue gently placed heir Xiong upon the animal hide, and with great care, she took the little bear's paw to check its pulse. The elder bear, Shiwen, peered over his shoulder at heir Xiong, his walnut-like eyes brimming with tears. Typically inseparable, the bond between the elder bear and heir Xiong was profound, and now, with heir Xiong unwell, the elder bear's concern was palpable. Bai Yueyue furrowed her brows and pried open heir Xiong's mouth to inspect his eyes. His body appeared extremely emaciated, and there were slight muscle spasms, yet aside from malnutrition, there were no other abnormalities in his pulse. When considering these symptoms collectively, only one conclusion could be drawn: hyponatremia, or a severe deficiency of salt. She had just taken his pulse and discovered that heir Xiong was suffering from internal stagnation, with his heart's fire excessively cooled. He was in dire need of salt, and prompt supplementation was critical to avoid a fatal outcome. Salt. The crowd exchanged glances. Salt, yes. I understand now, my lady. One of them spoke. I have seen sea salt before, but only the fox tribe in the beastmen market sells it. We usually rely on consuming some salty earth. But heir Xiong has never had a taste for it. Ayun lowered his head in guilt, then lovingly caressed heir Xiong's pale little face. The beastmen market? Bai Yueyue inquired. Yes, it's located on another mountain peak, where the beastmen trade using crystal stones, Long Hao added. There exists a trading market in the beast world, with crystal stones serving as currency. Resembling this, the system projected an image in Bai Yueye's mind, a milky white round stone, the very currency of the beast realm. That makes things easier. We can simply go to the beastmen market and purchase some, Bai Yueyue declared. But we have no crystal stones, Ayun said, tears welling in his eyes as he looked at Bai Yueyue and Long Hao. Crystal stones are exceedingly rare and valuable in the beast world. Only the wealthiest tribes possess them. The 100 Beast tribe had barely managed to eat enough, and it was only under Bai Yueye's guidance that their situation had improved somewhat. But, Lady Yueyue, isn't saltpung grass also salty? Heir Xiong has eaten plenty, yet it has tea helped. Xiwen could not help but inquire. The salt content in saltpung grass is far too low. Bai Yueyue shook her head. Although she had prepared numerous meals using saltpung grass for the beastmen in the tribe, it remained a plant with a pitifully small amount of salt. While salty earth was the primary means for the beastmen to supplement their salt intake, it required a massive quantity to be effective. However, the earth was notoriously unpalatable, and the delicate young ones typically refused to eat it, leading to dire consequences from severe salt deficiency. No wonder Bai Yueyue noticed that most of the cubs in the tribe, despite consuming meat, appeared gaunt and malnourished. Long Hao, you mentioned that there is a sea nearby. I have a plan to retrieve salt directly from the shore. Bai Yueyue had been intending to discuss her idea with Long Hao. With the robust physique of the beastmen, sea salt, once filtered of impurities, could be rendered safe for consumption. You wish to extract salt from seawater? Long Hao's brows knitted slightly in concern. Yes, you know about this? Bai Yueyue was taken aback that Long Hao was aware of the possibility of obtaining salt from seawater. Bai Yueyue gazed at the people present, noticing that their expressions seemed rather peculiar. Madam Yueyue, are you not aware? The coastline has been seized by the Fox clan, who forbids other tribes from approaching. All beastmen find it exceedingly difficult to procure salt from the sea. We can only acquire it by exchanging goods in the beastmen's market with the Fox clan, Xiwen explained. What? Bai Yueyue felt utterly bewildered. Was this not the very essence of monopolistic capitalism? The Fox clan's actions appeared exceedingly unscrupulous. Renowned as one of the mightiest tribes of the forest, the Fox clan maintained a close alliance with the giant ape clan, effectively barring any other tribes from venturing near the coast. Long Hao placed a hand gently atop Bai Yueye's head. The collusion between the giant ape clan and the Fox clan rendered the beastmen tribe, with its limited numbers and lackluster combat capabilities, utterly powerless. Moreover, we are devoid of crystal stones, my poor heir Xiong. What are we to do? Ayun lamented, tears welling up in her eyes. For low-ranking beastmen lacked any means to obtain crystal stones. Bai Yueye's expression grew increasingly grave. Heir Xiong was too young and exhibited symptoms of mineral deficiency. There were no herbs to remedy the situation, and if salt was not supplemented in a timely manner, it could truly become perilous. Yet, she found herself at a loss. Her small hand gently stroking heir Xiong's head repeatedly. System, does the space marketplace offer salt? No, the marketplace only provides tools and does not supply consumable items. Bai Yueye's face was instantly clouded with concern. Long Hao, observing her worried demeanor, could not bear it any longer and spoke softly, I have some crystals. His unexpected declaration drew the attention of everyone present. Long Hao then turned, rummaging behind the stone bed for a moment, and finally produced a small leather pouch, heavy and seemingly brimming with contents. Inside were 50 crystals. Originally, he had intended to save them for Bai Yueyue in the future. But given the urgent situation concerning heir Xiong, he decided to part with them for the time being. Long Hao let out a sigh of relief. He had accumulated these crystals over an unknown span of time, fearing that should he meet an untimely demise, he would at least leave behind something for Bai Yueyue. However, witnessing her deep concern for heir Xiong, he felt compelled to act. Ayun, momentarily taken aback, immediately knelt on the ground, shaking his head vigorously. No, Lord Long Hao. You have sheltered us within the Beast clan. How could we possibly use your crystals? Yueyue, these crystals now belong to you. Use them as you see fit. Salt is quite expensive, and I am uncertain how many crystals it might yield, Long Hao replied, not engaging with the Yun's protests. Salt was indeed precious and vital. It could not only save heir Xiong but also benefit the entire tribe. Protecting his people was the leader's duty, and Long Hao felt no burden in this regard, especially considering that in past hunts, he had always partaken first, ensuring a mutual benefit. Regardless, we cannot simply stand by and watch Xiong perish. Let us visit the orc market, Bai Yueyue declared, rising to her feet. Bai Yueyue had already formed a plan in her mind. She intended to venture into the orc market to explore the possibilities. Given that salt could be exchanged for crystal stones, it stood to reason that other items might also hold value. By understanding the operational dynamics of the orc market, she could also facilitate her tribe in acquiring crystal stones. Lady Yueyue, Yun, was so moved that words escaped her, and she could only wipe away her tears repeatedly. The journey to the orc market was lengthy. And since you were with child, it would be best for you to rest in the tribe while I take a few individuals with me, Long Hao suggested, placing a reassuring hand on Bai Yueye's shoulder. My purpose for visiting the orc market extends beyond merely purchasing salt. I wish to ascertain if there are other useful items available. As a fifth-tier orc, traveling is certainly within my capabilities. Bai Yueyue flashed a smile, revealing her sharp little tiger teeth. Very well, since you wish to go, I shall carry you, Long Hao responded, glancing back at his wounded back. Although the injury had not yet fully healed, he could temporarily cover it with dragon scales to ensure Bai Yueye's comfort during the journey. With determination set, Bai Yueyue and Long Hao, accompanied by a few astute orcs, prepared to embark on their expedition. The orc market lay far from the 100 Beasts tribe, and given the vastness of the orc community, there could be unforeseen dangers. Therefore, Bai Yueyue resolved to bring along some lightweight yet effective weapons. A hand crossbow seemed to be an excellent choice. Bai Yueyue exchanged several hand crossbows and a quantity of crossbow bolts within the confines of the system space, equipping herself with a bone knife, thus ensuring that everyone was armed for self-defense. Madam Yueyue, Lord Long Hao, you may proceed. I shall oversee the tribe in your absence. Qian Shi lowered his head, daring not to steal a glance at Bai Yueyue. Long Hao transformed into a colossal dragon, prostrating himself on the ground, thoughtfully placing a hide upon his back for Bai Yueyue to sit upon. As Bai Yueyue mounted, it felt akin to sinking into a grand mattress. Once she secured her grip on the dragon's horns, Long Hao let out a low growl and ascended into the air, soaring into the depths of the forest, while the orcs on the ground swiftly transformed into their beastly forms, closely trailing behind. After half a day, they traversed through dense thickets and scaled 2 entire mountains. They were nearly there. The orc market lay just at the foot of the mountain ahead. Long Hao turned his head, his jaws opening and closing as he spoke. Bai Yueyue squinted her eyes, and in the distance, she could discern numerous small black dots bustling at the foot of the mountain. As she drew nearer, the sight before her instantly left her astounded. The vast orc market was teeming with countless orc traders, their stalls adorned with animal hides, which displayed an array of items, meats, mushrooms, and various ores. It was a veritable cornucopia. Chapter 56. Clearly a test of their patience, Long Hao descended into a clearing within the forest, transforming back into his human form, and then guided Bai Yueyue into the market, following the throng of people. Oh, is that Lord Long Hao? Shoo, keep your voice down. It is indeed him. Who is that in his arms? I'm not sure, but that female orc is truly beautiful. The surrounding chatter grew increasingly animated as Long Hao raised his hand, enveloping Bai Yueyue protectively in his embrace. With a cold, sweeping gaze, he silenced them instantly. Bai Yueyue finally comprehended why Long Hao preferred to avoid crowded places. The clamor of many voices was equally pervasive among the beast men. After walking a few paces, she encountered a lengthy queue amidst the throngs of beast men, each one clutching a leather pouch, seemingly awaiting something. What are they selling, and why is there such a multitude? Bai Yueyue furrowed her brow and inquired. Her stature was insufficient. The beast men, all robust and broad-shouldered, effectively obstructed her line of sight. It is the fox tribe selling salt here, Long Hao observed after a glance, and promptly lifted Bai Yueyue into his arms, instantly broadening her perspective. Let us hasten to join the queue. I never anticipated that so many individuals would seek to purchase salt, Bai Yueyue exclaimed, clicking her tongue in surprise. These were beastmen from various regions of the beast world, and since only the fox tribe could mine salt, they had no choice but to come to the beastmen market in the forest to procure it. Long Hao tugged gently at Bai Yueye's small leather skirt, covering her fair thighs. Madam Yueyue, how did you depart from the fox tribe? They are the wealthiest of clans, and salt is their least concern, Chi-Chi inquired quietly, peering from behind Long Hao. Who knows how she left? She is merely a reincarnated soul. Previously, when Long Hao had asked her, she had fabricated various tales. However, your departure is indeed a loss for the fox tribe. With your numerous skills, if they do not cherish you, we certainly will. Chi-Chi praised Bai Yueyue without probing further. The beast clan is impoverished. Returning with me must have been a hardship for you, Long Hao remarked, ruffling Bai Yueye's hair. What nonsense! We have children together. Such talk is unwarranted, Bai Yueyue said, shaking Long Hao's arm. Although the beast clan was indeed weaker than most, Long Hao had ensured her safety, and leading a tribe to prosperity was an immensely fulfilling endeavor. Bai Yueyue stood in line, casting her gaze upon the nearby orc merchants, who offered a myriad of wares, including fruits. Long Hao, I have devised an idea to earn crystal stones. Would you care to hear it? Bai Yueyue inquired mysteriously. Do you possess a means to acquire crystal stones? Long Hao questioned, as the majority of his crystal stones were obtained through the sale of hunted game. However, the number of males that the beastmen tribe could hunt was limited, and the food brought back was hardly sufficient to share, let alone sell. I see that there is an abundance of goods here. Previously, I crafted quite a few bamboo baskets and straw sandals. Why not bring them to sell and see how they fare? If the response is favorable, I could teach the female beastmen in the tribe to create various items to sell in the orc market. This way, there would be a clear division of labor. Male beastmen could focus on hunting while the females engage in handicrafts to supplement the household income. What do you think? Bai Yueyue glanced around. Although the orc market was filled with goods, nearly all were raw products that required no processing for sale. She believed her bamboo baskets and pottery might yield unexpected success. What a splendid idea, Bai Yueyue. Do you possess any other brilliant insights that I am unaware of? Long Hao said, beaming with approval as he embraced Bai Yueyue and planted a kiss on her cheek. Higi, I have plenty more ideas. Since the line is still quite long, we have ample time. Long Hao, you are swift. Please return and fetch my crafted items to sell as a trial. Bai Yueyue suggested, gracefully dismounting from Long Hao's arm. I am not at ease leaving you here alone, Long Hao replied, grasping Bai Yueye's small hand. Do not worry. I have others to keep me company. You will be back shortly, Bai Yueyue reassured him, feeling far from helpless and capable of handling ordinary matters. Very well. With the protective heart scales on you, I feel more at ease. I shall return swiftly. Wait for me here after you purchase the salt, Long Hao instructed. All right. She replied. Upon Long Hao's departure, Chi-Chi and Caxi quickly stepped forward to shield Bai Yueyue. Time passed, and as the midday sun dipped behind the western hills, it was finally nearing Bai Yueye's turn. Bai Yueyue appeared through the gap beneath the armpit of the beastman ahead, only to find that the white sea salt contained in the leather pouch was nearly depleted. Next, hurry up. An impatient beastman clad in mink fur sat on the ground at the stall, his expression one of annoyance. Bai Yueyue narrowed her eyes. This beastman possessed at least 6th-tier strength, and several silent beastmen of considerable rank sat behind him. The fact that the Fox clan could dispatch such high-tier beastmen to sell salt underscores the significance of salt to them. As the individual in front departed, Bai Yueyue swiftly took the beast skin bag from Chi-Chi's hands and presented it. The beastman cast a glance at Bai Yueyue, but did not accept it. Rather, he weighed the scant remaining sea salt in his hand, a sly grin spreading across his face as he gazed at her. Oh, what do we have here? A fox beast? The beastman's eyes roamed up and down Bai Yueyue, his nose twitching as he remarked, what a mixed scent. Turns out you're an outsider, seemingly exiled. Hiki. Bai Yueyue furrowed her brows, disregarding the orc's scornful taunts. Acquiring salt took precedence. Alas, what a pity, such beauty wasted on an outsider female. Disloyal, yet daring to purchase salt from me? Chi-Chi nearly lost her composure, ready to confront him, but Bai Yueyue firmly restrained her. Long Hao is absent. Let us not act impulsively. Gritting her teeth, Chi-Chi silently retreated behind Bai Yueyue. The orc snorted derisively, escalating his taunts, and in the next moment, he raised the sea salt high. This is all the sea salt that remains. Whoever offers the most crystal stones shall claim it. Hey, how can you be like this? It is clearly our turn. Cassius stepped forward, brimming with indignation as he pointed an accusatory finger at the orc. Observing this, the 2 orcs behind the merchant also approached, asserting, this is the property of the Fox tribe. We shall sell it as we please. What? You desire it? Fine, present 100 crystal stones, and the sea salt shall be yours. The orc revealed a sly grin. 100? You might as well just rob us. Chi-Chi seethed with anger, ready to unleash her fury. Bai Yueyue tightly clutched the pouch of crystals in her hand. The entire tribe had managed to gather only this meager 50-odd pieces, and yet this orc was demanding 100, clearly attempting to make things difficult for them. Chapter 57, however, they found themselves in a passive position. The orc belonged to a high caste, and any rash confrontation could yield no benefit for them. Therefore, I offer you 50 crystals in exchange for half of the sea salt you possess. What do you say? Bai Yueyue endeavored to soften her tone as she spoke. Diplomacy precedes conflict. This is the decisive factor between victory and defeat. Upon hearing her proposal, the fox merchant perked up his ears. Ah, you little fox beast are quite clever. Yet, I find myself rather bored today. If you would be willing to become my mate, I would gladly gift you all this sea salt. What do you think? As he spoke, the lascivious orc reached out a hand towards Bai Yueyue, thinking how delightful it would be to have such a beautiful female as his companion. Bai Yueye's eyes turned icy. How audacious of this shameless creature to provoke her further. How dare you? Our lady is a 5th-tier female, someone you cannot offend. We have offered you crystal stones, yet you choose to bully us. Chi-Chi, unable to contain her anger, pointed an accusing finger at the male beast man. So what if I am bullying you today? The Fox clan holds the say in the forest. Who would dare contradict us? The male fox curled his lips in a smug grin, his eyes gleaming with mischief. Do you know who our lady's male is? How dare you be so disrespectful? Kasha stepped forward, shielding both Chi-Chi and Bai Yueyue behind him, as several male beastmen followed suit. Oh, what noble male could possibly be found by a female cast out by the Fox clan? So what if you're a 5th-tier female? You were still abandoned by the Fox clan. There are plenty of 5th-tier females among the foxes. I advise you, little female, I am of 6th tier strength. Your appearance is the only reason I might consider you. If you were to follow me, perhaps I could persuade the princess to take you back to the Fox clan, where you could enjoy a life of abundance, rather than suffer among this rabble of beast men. The fox merchant stepped forward, his gaze fixated on Bai Yueyue. How dare you? Our lady is the mate of Lord Longhao. Who are you to speak to her in such a manner? Kashu exclaimed, his fury palpable. Upon hearing the name Longhao, the male beastman visibly faltered, only to burst into laughter the next moment. Ha! Longhao? You must be joking. The exiled heir of the Dragon clan. For years hunted by Emperor Long Ying, he is merely a vagabond beastman. It appears you are nothing but a den of homeless beasts, claiming nobility. The fox merchant's mockery was unabashed. Bai Yueyue's gaze darkened imperceptibly, a dangerous glint flickering as she tightened her grip on the bone dagger at her waist. I would say this even if Longhao were here. A bunch of despicable creatures. The fox merchant continued his provocation. I will fight you. Kashu stepped forward, his eyes aflame with rage as he threw a fierce punch at the beast man, only for the latter to deftly sidestep. Humph. The fox merchant smirked, channeling his spirit energy, and with a single kick sent Kashu flying. Thud. Kashu tumbled several times before crashing heavily to the ground, blood oozing from his mouth and nose. Kashu. Chi-Chi rushed to his side, panic etched across her small face. Kashu, are you all right? Cough, cough. Kashu, merely a 4th tier, was no match for the 6th tier beastman. Ding dong. The fox beast before the host possessed 6th tier strength, with spirit energy at level 7. Bai Yueyue squinted her eyes, realizing that she was dealing with a newly ascended 6th tier individual. The remaining male orcs, witnessing Kashu being knocked to the ground, did not falter. Instead, they charged forward wielding their bone knives. The fox merchant gestured with a wave of his hand, prompting 2 male orcs behind him to advance and engage with Bai Yueyue. Observing the unfavorable turn of events, the surrounding merchants hastily packed up their wares to clear the space for the impending conflict. Little female. It seems you are the last one standing. I present you with a choice. Will you submit obediently, or shall I employ more forceful methods? The fox merchant approached Bai Yueyue with deliberate strides, raising his hand to reach for her face. In his eyes, even though the female before him was of the 5th tier, he felt no concern, believing that females were not adept in combat, and that she would surely be terrified. However, he was gravely mistaken. In an instant, as his clawed hand reached out, Bai Yueyue swiftly seized his wrist with a firm grip, twisting it with remarkable force. A resounding crack echoed in the air, followed by a heart-wrenching scream. My hand. The male orc cried out in agony, desperately attempting to withdraw his hand. But it was already too late. With a sudden exertion of strength, Bai Yueyue yanked the male orc to her side, following up with a swift kick that struck the back of his knee, forcing him to kneel. The fox merchant, caught off guard, barely had time to react before Bai Yueyue, moving like a wraith, appeared behind him. In a swift motion, she drew a silver needle and plunged it into the merchant's lower back, rendering him incapacitated in an instant. If you wish for him to live, cease your actions immediately. Bai Yueyue commanded sternly, turning to face the 2 male orcs. They were still gripping Chi-Chi by the neck, but upon seeing the fox merchant kneeling in agony, a sharp bone knife held to his throat by Bai Yueyue, they were left utterly dumbfounded. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, incredulous that such a diminutive female could subdue a robust 6th tier male so effortlessly. Bai Yueyue is far from the submissive females of her kind. She stands undaunted in the face of the ferocious wolf clan, showing no fear of these ruffian beasts. Release my kin. Bai Yueyue brandished her bone knife and thrust it menacingly towards the throat of the fox merchant, causing the merchant to nearly soil himself. Let them go, you 2 fools. Do you wish for my demise? The fox merchant spoke with a quavering voice, completely devoid of his earlier bravado. The 2 beastmen, of merely the 4th or 5th tier, naturally heeded the merchant's plea, hastily discarding Chi-Chi and the others onto the ground. We have already released your kin. Do not act impulsively, the fox merchant stammered, still attempting to shift his position, only to realize his lower body had gone completely numb. What had that little fox done to him? I demand salt. Bring me the salt. Bai Yueyue's voice was cold and commanding. I will provide it. Just let me go. You 2, hurry and give her the salt. Bai Yueyue took the salt bag and examined it carefully. Confirming its authenticity, she gradually stepped back 2 paces, causing the fox merchant to lose his support and collapse onto the ground. With the goods secured, it was imperative to vacate this place of trouble swiftly. Who dares to act so brazenly against my fox clan here? Chapter 58. A sharp reprimand echoed from the crowd. Simultaneously, a formidable wave of spiritual pressure swept through. A more powerful beastman had arrived. The crowd in the market, sensing the gravity of the situation, quickly parted to create a path. A tall figure emerged, clad in exquisite mink fur, revealing a beastman whose transformation was flawless, radiating a spiritual power of 7th tier strength. Bai Yueyue's heart sank with a sudden jolt. Oh no. Having taken down a 6th tier opponent, now a 7th tier has appeared. She turned to flee, only to find her escape route obstructed by several approaching members of the Fox clan. Bai Yueyue, quick-witted and agile, advanced with a swift step, seizing the fox merchant and holding him captive with a bone knife in her grasp. What are you doing? The fox merchant exclaimed, terror-stricken, Just moments ago, she had managed to take him down by surprise, unaware of the true nature of this 7th-tier beastman. Having a hostage would at least afford her some time. A female fox beast? The male beastman appraised Bai Yueyue with a look of evident astonishment. Among kin, beastmen of 5th tier and above possess a remarkable ability to discern each other's species, a feat unattainable by those of lower rank. Brother Monair, please save me. This female intends to kill me. The fox merchant cried out, struggling with his paralyzed lower body as he appealed to the male beastman. Monair curled his lip in disdain, casting a scornful glance at the fox merchant. Adang, you truly are a worthless creature. To think a 6th-tier beast could be subdued by a mere 5th-tier female is nothing short of a disgrace to the fox clan. Bai Yueyue gazed intently at the male orc known as Monair. Her keen fox ears attuned to the hushed whispers surrounding her. Monair is one of the favored males of the fox clan princess. It is said that he holds a special place in her affections. Indeed, had it not been for the fox clan princess's unwavering desire for Long Hao as her mate, Monair might have long since been elevated to the status of a bonded partner. Bai Yueyue felt a flush of embarrassment. Was this not the beloved of her rival? Adong was rendered speechless by the confrontation. How could he possibly know the means by which Bai Yueyue had acted? His lower body remained paralyzed, leaving him utterly powerless. Female, I grant you one final opportunity. Surrender the salt in your possession. Release Adong, then kneel and repent before the Fox clan. Accompany me back to the Fox clan to face the princess's judgment. Otherwise, you shall not leave this place alive today. Manor raised her head with haughty pride and spoke slowly. Brother Manor, she is a beast cast out by the Fox clan. She is Long Hao's female, Adong interjected. Bai Yueyue instinctively sought to silence Adong, but it was too late. That cunning male fox was inciting animosity towards himself. Upon hearing the name Long Hao, Manor's expression darkened considerably. Grinding her teeth, Manor thought to herself, once again, it is Long Hao. If it weren't for the princess's incessant fixation on that wandering beastman, I would have long been the princess's companion. Long Hao's rejection of the princess was one thing, but now he has chosen a 5th-tier female of his own kin as his mate. Is this not an affront to the princess? Ha ha ha. Since she is Long Hao's female, then let her life be forfeit. If she falls into my hands, it will be due to her own carelessness. Manor sneered coldly, slowly drawing an ivory bone knife from her waist. If you dare to approach, I will kill him. Bai Yueyue's confrontation with Adong carried an air of intimidation. Just a fool. If he dies, so be it. If I were to kill you, Long Hao would surely grieve, and that would relieve the hatred in my heart. Manor scoffed dismissively. Adong's eyes widened in disbelief. After all, he was a 6th-tier beastman. Am I truly to be so easily discarded? Bai Yueyue was taken aback. This fellow truly regarded his kin as mere objects. Manor, how dare you disregard my plight? You wretched female, I shall fight you to the end. As Adong witnessed Manor forsaking him, he suddenly extended his sharp claws and turned to seize Bai Yueyue. Bai Yueyue no longer hesitated. With a swift twist of her wrist, she plunged the bone dagger directly into Adong's neck. Vivid crimson blood erupted forth, and Adong's eyes widened in a final, irrevocable expression of death. Bai Yueyue drew her dagger, positioning it defensively before her, the droplets of blood that splattered upon her cheeks accentuating her striking demeanor. Engaging a 5th-tier beast against a 7th-tier adversary was evidently a daunting task. However, akin to all felines, canines possess a vulnerability at their midsection. If she could only catch Monair off guard, she might exploit the opportunity to immobilize him with her silver needles and claim an unexpected victory. Yet, her concern for the child within her stirred unease. Rest assured, as long as your life endures, the system will safeguard the offspring, ensuring the safety of both. The system's assurance eased the weight upon Bai Yueyue's heart. Thank you, dear system. Observing Bai Yueyue assume an offensive stance, Monair erupted into laughter. Do you intend to resist? A mere 5th-tier fox beast dares to challenge me? Today, you shall learn the true meaning of submission. Chi-Chi supported Kasha as they approached, determined to shield Bai Yueyue despite their injuries. If you wish to harm Madame Yueyue, you must first slay us. Kasha, blood staining his lips, gripped his bone dagger with unwavering resolve. Ha. A pitiful pack of beasts, foolishly attempting to defy the Fox clan. I shall demonstrate the consequences of offending our kind. Monair abruptly transformed into his true form, leaping towards Bai Yueyue and her companions. His disdain for Long Hao was palpable. He loathed the thought of Long Hao usurping the princess's affections. Yet, if he were to eliminate this female, Long Hao would be free to select another mate, undoubtedly pleasing the princess. Chi-Chi and Kashu stood their ground, bracing themselves against Monair's onslaught. Monair's razor-sharp claws mercilessly pinned the two beneath him, and in the next instant, he raised his lethal paw, poised to strike down the injured Kashu. Chi-Chi struggled to rise, swiftly transforming into her wolf form and forcefully colliding with Monair's claws. Yet she was met with the cruel sting of his sharp talons tearing into her back. Chi-Chi. Tears streamed down Kasha's face, overwhelmed with anguish as he hurriedly pulled Chi-Chi away to safety. Monair, with a sinister grin, turned his attention to the isolated Bai Yueyue, ready to pounce. Under the augmentation of the system, Bai Yueye's speed and physical resilience are several times greater than that of an ordinary Tier 5 beastman. Thus, let us engage in a desperate struggle. Bai Yueyue seized the moment, utilizing her body's flexibility to lean back gracefully. Raising the bone dagger in her hand to fiercely thrust it towards Manor's soft abdomen, Manor was taken aback, hastily shifting her position to evade the attack, yet still sustaining a cut across her belly. "Ah, damn female, how dare you injure me? What are you all waiting for? Kill them." Manor clutched her blood-soaked abdomen, her sharp pupils ablaze with fury as the surrounding fox beasts, having received their orders, quickly surged towards Bai Yueyue and her companions. Bai Yueyue deftly retrieved a silver needle from the system's marketplace. With a swift and forceful motion, she plunged it into the charging fox beast before her. Summoning every ounce of her strength, she delivered a powerful kick, sending the beast man sprawling away. The silver needle struck true, piercing the neck of the fox beast, causing its eyes to bulge as it collapsed silently to the ground. Chi-Chi Cashew, run swiftly with the salt. Chapter 59, The One I Have Slain. Bai Yueyue abruptly tossed the bag of salt before Chi-Chi, only to find herself encircled by a throng of fox beasts. Bai Yueyue realized that Manor was targeting her, and she had no choice but to fight with all her might. "Capture her. I want to torment her." Manor grimaced, clutching her stomach. "Madame Yueyue," Chi-Chi cried out, unwilling to leave, trembling from the pain of her back wound. They were merely fourth-tier beastmen, with limited spiritual power, unable to assist Bai Yueyue in any way. What should they do? Lord Longhao had yet to return. "Take the items and run. Don't worry about me." Bai Yueyue struggled desperately, but the beastmen overpowered her, pinning her to the ground. Just at this critical moment, a surge of purple light suddenly emanated from Bai Yueyue's palm, resembling countless threads climbing onto the surrounding fox beasts. With a whoosh, the beast skins of that group of fox beasts were instantly enveloped by an eerie purple flame. Any beastman that came into contact with that purple flame found their skin seared black in an instant. The fox beasts, in pain, hastily released Bai Yueyue and began to roll on the ground. Manor stared wide-eyed, bewildered. What is this? How could this fifth-tier female fox beast possess special abilities? How is that possible? Bai Yueyue had yet to react when the violet flames in her hands suddenly retracted, vanishing without a trace. Manor shook his head vigorously, declaring, "This is utterly impossible. The only female with supernatural abilities I have encountered is the princess, and even she possesses merely a weaker psychic power. I have never heard of any other female endowed with an offensive ability. This female must be concealing something peculiar. What a bunch of useless fools," Manor exclaimed, using his psychic energy to staunch the bleeding from his wounds. He then straightened up, his skeletal frame creaking as he transformed back into his beastly form. In his true form, Manor was a colossal crimson fox, now roaring with an open maw towards Bai Yueyue. In the next moment, his razor-sharp claws lunged at her, launching an attack imbued with waves of psychic energy that stirred up a tempest, toppling the stalls of nearby vendors into utter disarray. Unbelievable. To encounter a brawl while attempting to make a purchase. Run, run. Let us not be harmed. In no time, the orc market was left deserted. Bai Yueyue swiftly transformed into a pristine white fox, skillfully evading Manor's assault. In stark contrast, Manor's imposing figure dwarfed Bai Yueyue by several magnitudes. As if he could swallow her whole in a single gulp, Manor's sharp gaze fixated on Bai Yueyue, and upon recognizing the diminutive creature before him, he was rendered speechless in astonishment. A white fox? The surrounding fox beasts were equally taken aback, with some lowering their heads submissively, pressing their chins to the ground in reverence to Bai Yueyue. Bai Yueyue pressed her ears tightly against her scalp, clearly bewildered by the sight before her. "You are actually a white fox? What is your true identity?" Manor stepped forward, her fox-like visage betraying an unmistakable astonishment. Bai Yueyue was utterly perplexed. What was wrong with the white fox? Why were these foxes behaving so strangely? When she first arrived, she was merely a white fox. "Host," the system explained, arriving belatedly. "The white fox is a color exclusive to the royal lineage of the fox clan, while the others are predominantly red foxes or patterned foxes." The system's tardy clarification astonished Bai Yueyue. "Royal lineage? You must be jesting. Did you not say that I was merely a low tier? Wandering beast at the onset of this journey? How could I possibly be associated with the royal lineage of the fox clan?" Bai Yueyue suddenly felt as though she harbored an extraordinary secret within herself. Ahem, wait a moment. The secret you mentioned earlier wouldn't be this, would it? Bai Yueyue suddenly recalled that the system had previously hinted to her that she concealed a secret. Could it be that she was, in fact, of royal lineage among the fox clan? Bai Yueyue contemplated silently, outwardly unperturbed, maintaining an aggressive stance towards everyone around her, regardless of your identity. Once you leave the fox clan, you are no longer one of its kin. Charge at her. Subdue her. But do not take her life. Although Manor uttered these words, he dared not strike with lethal force. For the other members of the fox clan, for color signifies status, with the white fox being the most noble, followed by the red fox, blue fox, and flower fox. The white fox stands as the mightiest among them, the sole lineage capable of commanding the others. Their princess ought to be the last remaining white fox of the clan. Yet now this female Longhao also appears to be a white fox. This is exceedingly peculiar. He must capture her to ascertain the truth. The surrounding fox beasts, upon hearing Manor's command, hesitated rather than rushing into action, becoming increasingly timid. If Bai Yueyue truly possesses the bloodline of a pure white fox, she is beyond reproach. And none dared to step forward. You useless wretches. Man-air ground his teeth in frustration, ultimately deciding to take matters into his own hands. He suddenly ignited the spiritual energy within him and charged once more towards Bai Yueyue. Bai Yueyue turned and fled, only to be ensnared by Manner's sharp claws gripping her hind leg. Manner swung her enormous foxtail towards Bai Yueyue with great force. It was over. There was no escaping now. Bai Yueyue instinctively raised her two front paws to shield her eyes, uncontrollably exclaiming, "Long Hao." No sooner had the words left her lips than the protective dragon scales on her body erupted in a dazzling burst of white light. Immediately following this, a chilling dragon roar rent the heavens. Such a terrifying and awe-inspiring sound enveloped Bai Yueyue, imparting an indescribable sense of security. Long Hao had truly arrived. A colossal shadow almost instantaneously materialized behind Manner, sending a shiver down her spine. A sharp pain shot through her back, and in the next moment, her entire body was hurled away. "Ah!" Manner screamed, crashing to the ground, reverting back to her human form. Long Hao, gathering strength beneath his feet, swiftly appeared before Manner, his large hand seizing her neck with a vice-like grip. With a crack, her eyes bulged in terror as Long Hao conjured an ice dagger, mercilessly plunging it into her heart. Manner struggled for a brief moment before slipping from Long Hao's grasp, lifeless. The surrounding fox beasts, witnessing the demise of their leader, turned tail and fled into the forest, disappearing without a trace. "Yueyue." Long Hao spun around, embracing the little fox that had leapt towards him, his large hand moving from her ear to the tip of her tail. Thankfully, his Yueyue was unharmed. Gazing at the lifeless body of Ah Dong on the ground, Long Hao was taken aback. "This sixth-tier fox beast was slain by me." Bai Yueyue poked her chest with a paw. Long Hao's eyes widened in astonishment. "My Yueyue, how could you be so formidable, defeating him despite the rank difference?" "Hee, just a clever trick," she replied. Chapter 60. System upgrade. That fox merchant, Ah Dong, had just ascended to the 6th tier. His spiritual power was not particularly high, and his overwhelming arrogance ultimately led to his downfall at the hands of Bai Yueyue, who seized the opportunity to strike. Bai Yueyue, with her ears drooping, expressed her relief. "Fortunately, you arrived just in time. Chi-Chi and Kashio have been injured. Madam Yueyue, we are unharmed. Are you unscathed?" Chi-Chi stepped forward, wiping the blood from her lips, fully aware that the well-being of Bai Yueyue, who was with child, was of utmost importance above all else. Bai Yueyue shook her head, her heart heavy with worries. "Fortunately, we have obtained the salt. But it's regrettable that we have offended the Fox clan today. The Fox clan is one of the strongest tribes in the forest. We have slain their kin, and they are unlikely to let this matter rest easily. But they were the ones who struck first. Are we to allow them to bully us?" "That fox even dared to lay hands on Madam Yueyue," Chi-Chi exclaimed indignantly, causing herself to cough in her agitation. Caxita quickly supported Chi-Chi and nodded, saying, "That fox merchant was relentless, demanding 100 crystal stones from us, and claiming that you are." Caxia hesitated, but even without his words, Long Hao understood what they would say. Upon hearing that the fox wanted to touch Bai Yueyue, Long Hao's expression darkened menacingly. "A group of fools seeking death. Even if my spiritual power is waned, I shall never permit them to bully the beast tribe. The Fox clan's strength derives from their salt trade, which supports the giant ape clan and the dragon clan. The Fox Emperor is but a mere shadow of his former self, on the brink of death. And Bai Ling is only at the 7th tier. Long Hao, we must strengthen the beast tribe to ensure we are not subjected to their tyranny. Trust me," Bai Yueyue insisted, grasping Long Hao's arm, her resolute gaze compelling. "Very well. I fear I will not be able to sell what I brought today. We should return." Long Hao turned to retrieve the items he had brought from a short distance away. "Indeed. To fortify our tribe, we must first address our basic needs. Once that is secured, we can focus on defense and offense, and ultimately, with great strength, we can forge alliances and expand our kin." The beast tribe's basic needs are now largely met. The focus is on repairing the tribe and acquiring more crystal stones. The injured individuals supported each other as they walked behind Long Hao and Bai Yueyue, while the merchants of the beast world had returned, casting furtive glances at them. Passing by a street vendor, Bai Yueyue noticed a lump of milky white resin resting on a lotus leaf, tended to by an honest-looking black bear. "Host, this is a type of tree resin. It is waterproof and edible. It would be perfect for coating the ceramic wares." "Hello, how much for this tree resin?" Bai Yueyue inquired, bending down. The black bear raised his eyes and caught sight of the imposing Long Hao behind Bai Yueyue, causing him to shrink back in fear and tumble off the wooden stump he sat upon. "I don't want any crystal stones. Please, just take it." The old black bear clumsily got back on his feet, limping forward to offer the lotus leaf to Bai Yueyue. She noticed the stark contrast between his swollen leg and the healthy one. "What happened to your leg?" she asked casually as she took the resin. "I fell while climbing a tree. It's an old injury, and the shaman said it cannot be cured," the old black bear replied softly. The black bear tribe excels at climbing trees, thus trading in goods from the forest, though missteps can lead to dire consequences. "Since you have given me this tree resin, I shall help you treat your leg in return." "How does that sound?" Bai Yueyue proposed, motivated by the bear's generous gift. If left untreated, the old bear's leg would certainly worsen, potentially costing him his life. Why, you can really help me? The old black bear asked in disbelief. Do you doubt our lady? She is truly extraordinary. Chi-Chi interjected, stepping forward. Bai Yueyue, not one for excessive words, turned and retrieved some herbs from the system space. Take a seat, she instructed. The old black bear, displaying a surprising degree of obedience, clumsily moved over and settled upon a small wooden stump. Bai Yueyue raised her hand to conduct a brief examination on the black bear. The creature's knee had swollen from an injury, and its lack of proper care had led to a festering wound. The treatment was straightforward. With a swift motion, she made a small incision with a bone knife on the old bear's leg, and the foul, purulent blood gushed forth immediately. The bear's round ears drooped, and it felt an unprecedented sense of relief as the pressure eased from its leg. A few days of rest would surely suffice for recovery. Bai Yueyue expertly bandaged the herbal remedy onto the bear's wound, clapped her hands, and rose to her feet. Thank you, thank you. Are you a shaman as well? The old bear gazed at Bai Yueyue, its face brimming with gratitude. Me? I am a veterinarian, Bai Yueyue replied with a smile, turning to embrace Long Hao's arm and walking away without a backward glance. A veterinarian, indeed. The old bear muttered. What an impressive veterinarian. Host, congratulations. Your accumulated survival points have reached a milestone, earning you a special reward. Access to the upgraded system mall. Would you like to proceed with the upgrade? Absolutely. Let us upgrade quickly. Bai Yueyue nearly forgot that she was expecting twins. The system had promised a hidden reward once her survival points reached 80,000. Beep system upgrading. Upgrade completed. Upgrade details. System mall enhancements include the addition of thermal power tools, fertility-enhancing elixirs, and medical assistance tools such as anesthetics. Thermal power tools. Bai Yueyue was taken aback. Host, open it and discover the surprises within. Bai Yueyue sat atop Long Hao's back, activating the system interface within her mind. What once appeared as a sparse display had now transformed into a dazzling array of options, seemingly endless at a glance. Agricultural thermal power tools, seeders, threshers, harvesters. Firearms, sniper rifles. Fortuitous elixirs, when consumed, can enhance the constitution during pregnancy, preventing excessive depletion of the mother's vital energy by the offspring. Bai Yueyue was so astonished that she could hardly close her mouth, abruptly sitting up on Long Hao's back, nearly tumbling off in her excitement. What is it, Yueyue? Long Hao quickly slowed his pace, his wings shielding the almost falling Bai Yueyue. It's nothing. Bai Yueyue shook her head, finally coming to her senses from the shock. System. You are incredible. You even managed to produce a sniper rifle for me? Since Bai Yueyue switched to the cleansing elixir, she has been diligently accumulating survival points without utilizing them excessively. She has always kept in mind the system's mention of special rewards for accumulated survival points. Fortunately, her patience has paid off, and at long last, her hardships have borne fruit. In order to enhance the host's survival capabilities in the beast realm, this is a benefit bestowed upon her. The price of a sniper rifle is the most exorbitant in the marketplace, requiring a substantial amount of survival points for a one-time purchase. Bai Yueyue cast a glance at the thermal-dynamic agricultural tools and noted that the individual prices of these implements did not exceed 5,000 survival points. At present, her combat abilities were rather limited. Although she possessed an immature supernatural power within her, it would only manifest upon reaching the 6th tier. The transition from the 5th to the 6th tier represented a significant watershed, making a robust self-defense tool essential. Ding. Exchange for a sniper rifle. Chapter 61. Ding. The thermal weapon sniper rifle has been successfully exchanged. The effective range of the sniper rifle is 2,000 meters, and it comes with an initial magazine of 8 rounds. The host's remaining survival points are. Additionally, I would like a fertility pill. Previously, Long Hao had expressed concern that Bai Yueyue might be overly troubled by the prospect of her offspring absorbing too much spiritual energy. Now, with this fertility pill in hand, there was no room for fear. Bai Yueyue has finally experienced the allure of the rewards bestowed by the childbirth system. With this powerful weapon, she can eliminate her foes from a distance, rendering even the mightiest of orcs helpless against a single peanut-sized projectile when caught off guard. The system has dutifully stored everything in the designated space for the host. Furthermore, upon successfully giving birth, the host will receive even greater rewards. Keep up the good work. As Bai Yueyue gazed at the formidable sniper rifle within the system's space, her hands itched with excitement. She had never before handled such a weapon. However, she hesitated. Addressing the system, it seems I am not well versed in the use of this device. A hint of embarrassment tinged her voice. Ah, fear not, the system interjected. For I am dedicated to assisting you thoroughly. The instructions have been seamlessly transmitted to your mind. You may utilize it at your convenience. Bai Yueyue gently closed her eyes. And indeed, a vivid image appeared in her mind. Why didn't you mention your strength earlier? Bai Yueyue lamented, feeling exasperated by the hardship she had endured. This is the reward for your pregnancy. After all, I am a childbirth system that requires the host to complete tasks to activate. The system proclaimed with undeniable confidence. Very well, just you wait. I shall surely bear 2 plump and cherubic children to drain you dry. Bai Yueyue remarked, wiping her nose. It seems that the one to be drained should be Long Hao, don't you think? Bai Yueyue, despite her excitement, felt a twinge of regret. Although she had acquired so much, she remained powerless against Long Hao's chilling poison. Was the so-called volcanic bird truly extinct? Lord Long Hao, Madame Yueyue. Yueyue spotted Long Hao and Bai Yueyue in the sky from afar and rushed forward, followed closely by the obedient bear, De Xiong. Yueyue, how is Xiong? Bai Yueyue dismounted from Long Hao, clutching a bag of salt. It's the same. His little face is pale. Why have you been gone for so long? Oh no. Chi, Kaxiao, how did you sustain such serious injuries? Yueyue stammered. We encountered some trouble, but it has been resolved. Yueyue, please fetch some water in a wooden bowl and dissolve the salt in it. I will check on Xiong first. Quickly. Summon the old shaman to treat Chi and Kaxiao. Yes. Inside the cave, Shiwen cradled the unconscious Xiong, his face streaked with tears. Meanwhile, a large black bear sat gloomily on the ground. This was Yueye's second male bear, a dong, a fifth-tier black bear. Upon seeing Bai Yueyue and Long Hao enter, Shiwen and a dong immediately stood up. We have met Lord Long Hao and Madame Yueyue. I will examine Xiong. Bai Yueyue stepped forward, gently lifting Xiong's eyelids to inspect his pupils, then took his pulse. Fortunately, his vital signs appeared stable. Madame Yueyue, I have brought the items. Yueyue hurriedly entered, carrying a wooden bowl. Prise open Xiong's mouth. Shiwen gently squeezed Xiong's small mouth, reluctant to apply too much force. A dong stepped forward anxiously. Hurry. Or the child might be in danger. Only then did Shiwen muster the strength to pry open Xiong's mouth. Bai Yueyue used a wooden spoon to feed a bit of salt water down Xiong's throat. He grimaced and struggled. The taste of the salt water was quite unpalatable, making it a challenge for the little one. Good boy, Xiong, Shiwen cooed gently, pouring all his paternal tenderness into his words. In the beast world, it was often the males who took care of the young. Long Hao glanced at Bai Yueye's belly, even envisioning names for their child in his mind. All right. Feed him a couple of spoonfuls again tonight. If Xiong wakes up, there will be no need to continue feeding him. Regular meals will suffice. Bai Yueyue exhaled in relief. Thank you, Madame Yueyue. Shiwen sighed with relief. It's nothing, Bai Yueyue replied, but suddenly felt the world spinning around her. A buzzing in her ears, and her legs weakened, causing her to lose consciousness. Host detected low blood sugar. Yueyue. Long Hao was startled, swiftly catching the fainted Bai Yueyue in his arms. Quickly, summon the shaman. Madame Yueyue, what is wrong? Just as the old shaman finished treating Chi and Kaxiao, he hurriedly dashed into Long Hao's cave to examine Bai Yueyue. After a moment, he sighed in relief, reporting to Lord Long Hao the madam is not in serious trouble. It is merely due to prolonged fasting, compounded by the energy consumed by the child in her womb, leading to her fainting. A short rest will suffice for her to recover. Understood, you may leave. Long Hao's anxious heart eased slightly as he carefully picked up Bai Yueye's small hand and kissed it gently. She, pregnant, had endured such hardships and was truly exhausted. Bai Yueyue stirred, and the moment she opened her eyes, her stomach grumbled. How? I want to eat. I'm so hungry. It's coming. It's coming. The roasted meat is here. Madame Yueyue, this roasted meat smells divine. I sprinkled the cumin flowers you mentioned. Please, do taste it. Yueyue entered with a wooden platter of roasted meat, filling the cave with a delightful aroma. Bai Yueye's head felt somewhat heavy, yet she picked up a piece of meat and stuffed it into her mouth. The hunger brought on by her pregnancy was overwhelming, to the point that she had fainted from low blood sugar. As she chewed, she mused aloud. I have an idea. Long Hao's smile faded. You should focus on eating. While your ideas may be commendable, what will happen if you exhaust yourself? Well, I am experiencing a bit of low blood sugar, but it's nothing serious. I was thinking we could marinate the meat and sell barbecued skewers at the orc market during the winter when food is scarce. It would surely be a profitable venture. Bai Yueyue contemplated. The livestock in the ranch were thriving and had given birth to many offspring, which would be more than sufficient for the tribe to enjoy a prosperous winter. Barbecue? It's essentially roasted meat, but during winter, we won't have enough salt from the saltwort. Which presents another dilemma, Bai Yueyue said, reclining on the stone bed as she savored the roasted meat. We killed the fox tribe's beast. I fear the fox tribe will no longer sell salt to the 100 Beast tribe, Yueyue remarked, having learned the situation from Chi and Kaxiao, expressing his dissatisfaction. Thus, a trip to the seaside is necessary, Bai Yueyue stated, coming to a realization. But that can wait. You must rest well these days and not overexert yourself, Long Hao said, affectionately ruffling Bai Yueye's hair and interrupting her thoughts. All right. By the way, how did the traps I set in the forest fare? Did Shiwen collect them? Chapter 62. The traps in the forest 2 days had passed, and due to the bear incident, Bai Yueyue nearly forgot. We caught quite a few. Shiwen just informed me that your traps ensnared several prey, most of which are still alive. There are also several large fish, which Shiwen has placed in a wooden trough for safekeeping, Yueyue replied eagerly. That's wonderful. It seems this idea is feasible. In due time, I shall teach the orcs in the tribe how to set traps, Bai Yueyue said, sitting up and accepting the roasted meat that Yueyue offered. It was only when she tasted the savory meat that she truly appreciated the joy of having food to eat. Long Hao gazed at Bai Yueyue with adoration. using a piece of animal skin to wipe the grease from her lips. Eat slowly. If you run out, I shall prepare more. By the way, I wonder if the cabbage in the ground is ready. If so, we could stir-fry it with the meat. Now that we have salt, we could also make cabbage meatball soup. Bai Yueyue mused, nearly salivating at the thought. Though half a bag of salt was not much, after giving some to the bear, the remainder could still suffice for numerous meals. By the way, Long Hao, although everyone in the tribe now has a house, the entire 100-beast tribe remains exposed in the open. I wish to construct a wall to enclose the tribe, similar to building stone houses, and create some basic weapons to enhance our defenses. Bai Yueyue contemplated as she continued to feast on the roasted meat. To surround the whole tribe with a wall would require a significant amount of stones and clay, while there was plenty of clay along the riverbank. Acquiring a large quantity of stones would necessitate a journey to the desert. Long Hao, being astute, immediately grasped Bai Yueye's intention. The river adjacent to the tribe was sandy and lacked substantial rocks, and the forest was even more barren, with readily available stones being exceedingly scarce. The desert? Bai Yueyue tilted her head in curiosity. The desert bordered the forest and was a gathering place for the bird tribe, which was not particularly powerful and would not interfere with our transportation of stones. The challenge lay in how we would transport such a large quantity of stones. Long Hao posed the critical question, gently caressing Bai Yueye's belly. Bai Yueyue pondered for a moment and exclaimed, I have a solution. We can construct a wheeled cart to transport stones back. Wheeled cart. The others present were momentarily taken aback, unfamiliar with this new term. The old shaman sat nearby, listening to Bai Yueyue and the others chatter, realizing that the 100-beast tribe was indeed unique, their speech incomprehensible to him. A wheeled cart is not difficult to make. It simply requires a considerable amount of wood, Bai Yueyue mused, stroking her chin. Very well, I shall take some people to gather more timber tomorrow. You should rest well for now, and we can contemplate these matters further once you feel better. Long Hao wrapped his arm around Bai Yueye's shoulders and playfully tousled her hair. A few days later, after a torrential downpour ceased, the morning air was refreshingly invigorating. Long Hao wasted no time and led a group into the forest to cut down trees. Bai Yueyue stretched and suddenly realized that her abdomen had begun to swell slightly. Is my belly growing? She wondered, supporting herself with her hands as she rose. Moreover, she had frequently felt the movements of the fetus within her. That is perfectly normal. The child is growing, the system reminded her. The host can consume the good fortune pill to enhance physical vitality. Bai Yueyue nodded and, with a swift motion, tossed the purchased fertility pill into her mouth. It tasted like candy, pleasantly flavored with strawberry, and was quite palatable. Each fertility pill was worth 3,000 survival points and required monthly consumption, with an additional dose needed twice before childbirth. Bai Yueyue understood that she needed to take action promptly, accumulating survival points to exchange for goods. In due time, the corn would ripen, and she would require a harvester to reap the vast fields she had cultivated. As soon as she emerged from her dwelling, Bai Yueyue beheld the sight of Big Bear leading Little Bear in a delightful pursuit of butterflies. The two little creatures rushed towards her upon spotting her. Ah, Little Bear, how are you? Are you still feeling dizzy? Bai Yueyue inquired, gently resting her hand upon Little Bear's head. The soft ears of Little Bear flopped obediently as he replied, I'm no longer dizzy. Mother said it was Madame Yueyue who saved me. Thank you, Madame Yueyue. With a cherubic tone, Little Bear pouted and planted a kiss on the back of Bai Yueye's hand. How endearing. This scene did not go unnoticed by Shiwen and Ayun, who were nearby engaged in butchering a pig. Shiwen, still holding the freshly cut pig fat, rushed over in a flurry, exclaiming, Little Bear, how can you kiss Madame Yueyue? You must apologize to her at once. Though Little Bear was small, he was nonetheless male, and how audacious it was for him to kiss the wife of his leader. I just like Madame Yueyue. I'm sorry, Madame Yueyue. I won't do it again, Little Bear said, clasping his small hands behind his back, looking pitiful as he apologized. There's no need to worry. Children are simply adorable, Bai Yueyue reassured him. Given that Little Bear was merely a first grader, Bai Yueyue naturally did not bear any ill will towards him. Shiwen felt a wave of relief wash over him, grateful that Madame Yueyue bore no grievance. Bai Yueyue raised her gaze and beheld the glistening lard in Shiwen's hands, a pungent aroma wafting through the air. Oh, Madam, are you unwell? Ayun hastily approached, offering a bowl of water. Are you feeling nauseous? It is common for pregnant females to experience such discomfort. Please drink some water. The smell of lard was overwhelming. Bai Yueyue held her breath, struggling against the wave of nausea. Shiwen, please take that away swiftly. Pregnant females cannot tolerate such scents, Ayun chided. Ah, wait a moment. Shiwen interjected. Could you please leave me some of that lard? I wish to create something. Bai Yueyue suddenly recalled that the night was too dark, and the lard could be used to fashion oil lamps for illumination. Madame Yueyue, that lard is quite greasy and unpalatable, Ayun remarked. We shall not consume it. I have a wonderful idea in mind. Ayun understood that their Madame Yueyue had once again devised an ingenious plan. Bai Yueyue raised her gaze and noticed the neatly arranged ceramic wares in the distance, so she stepped forward to approach them. Ayun and Chi-Chi had been diligently guarding these rare treasures, allowing no one to touch them. Bai Yueyue casually took a small wooden stool and sat down. She retrieved the tree resin she had acquired from the limping old black bear from her spatial shop and placed it on the ground. Then, she tore some dried grass to use as a brush, meticulously applying the resin evenly over the ceramic wares. While Long Hao and the others were still away chopping wood, Bai Yueyue took the opportunity to prepare these ceramic vessels, intending to render some lard in a ceramic pot, which could serve both for cooking and as lamp oil. By the way, Ayun, why haven't I seen Chi-Chi? Bai Yueyue inquired as she worked. Oh. Chi-Chi heard your instructions and went with her mother to sell the grass shoes and bamboo baskets you made at the orc market. She hasn't returned yet. Ayun replied, deftly slicing the pork. Bai Yueyue pressed her lips together, finding Chi-Chi quite persuasive, especially since the injury had just healed. Ayun, I have coated these pots and pans with tree glue. They will be ready for use after some sun. I will go check the vegetable garden at the back. Chapter 63. Why single-mindedly adore a single blossom? All right. Ayun nodded eagerly, thinking that she could finally make use of these exquisite items. Bai Yueyue strolled to the back of the village, only to discover Qianche diligently carving out a substantial piece of wood with a bone knife in front of the livestock pen. Inside the pen, the livestock lay sprawled, nearly overflowing, each one plump and content, munching on their fodder with an air of serene indifference. Meanwhile, in the vegetable patch, Lulu tended to the cabbage, watering them without lifting her gaze. The cabbages flourished remarkably, each one reaching the size of a palm, their verdant leaves a delightful sight. Perfect for preparing a broth of pork meatballs. Upon noticing Bai Yueye's arrival, Qianche instinctively rose. Madam Yueyue, you have come. What are you doing? Bai Yueyue glanced at the tree trunk Qianche had been excavating. Ever since the incident with Long Hao, Qianche had seldom appeared before Bai Yueyue. He was reluctant to approach her, fearing Long Hao and, more so, the uncontrollable affection he harbored for her. Oh, I intend to create a feeding trough for the livestock. Qianche explained, his gaze lowered. Bai Yueyue nodded, her gaze fixed on Lulu in the distance. Qianche noticed the look in Bai Yueye's eyes and softly uttered, Madam Yueyue, I acknowledge that I have offended you before, and I sincerely apologize once more. I humbly request that you regard me as an ordinary member of our clan and harbor no disdain towards me, even in the face of Bai Yueye's rejection. He truly wished not to incur her dislike. Bai Yueyue paused, remarking, I have always regarded you as an ordinary member of our tribe, and you need not apologize to me. Rather, your apology should be directed toward Lulu. Ayun is correct. If you harbor no affection for Lulu, you ought not to accept her kindness or give her false hope. It is unjust to enjoy her care while uttering words that wound her heart. Everyone has witnessed Lulu's kindness toward Qianche, who, in turn, shamelessly accepts her goodwill, yet repeatedly rebuffs her. In Bai Yueye's eyes, this behavior epitomizes the modern scoundrel. Ever since Qianche revealed his true feelings, Lulu has been deeply hurt and has not initiated conversation with him since. Aware of his wrongdoing toward Lulu, Qianche has refrained from speaking to her, and they remain locked in a state of indifference. Bai Yueye's admonition resonates with him. With his head bowed and a look of regret etched upon his face, he acknowledges his feelings, though he does not harbor affection for Lulu. He feels too embarrassed to decline her kindness, leading to the current predicament. Reflecting on Lulu's various acts of kindness toward him, Qianche cannot help but feel he has been utterly unreasonable. Bai Yueyue replied, choosing not to elaborate further, and began to squat down to pull up cabbage. Hearing the commotion, Lulu wiped her brow and hurried over, exclaiming, Madam Yueyue, allow me to assist you. You appear to be sweating profusely. Take a moment to rest before continuing. Bai Yueyue extended a handkerchief to Lulu. Thank you, Madam Yueyue. I am not fatigued. There is little I can do aside from watering these vegetables. Lulu bit her lip, deliberately avoiding a glance in Qianche's direction. Qianche silently observed the two, gradually retreating to the livestock pen, overwhelmed by an indescribable feeling. After a prolonged period of pulling cabbage, Lulu suddenly spoke up. Madam Yueyue, am I a failure? Bai Yueyue immediately discerned the weight of Lulu's thoughts with a single glance. After a moment's contemplation, she refrained from inquiring further, only to be surprised when Lulu spoke first. Why do you say that? Bai Yueyue turned her head. I have done so much for Qianche, yet he has never truly regarded me, Lulu sighed, tears glistening in her eyes. Lulu, one must learn to love oneself first. If someone does not return your affections, no matter how hard you try, their attention remains elusive. It is far better to let things unfold naturally. Bai Yueyue spoke gently. But I still have feelings for Qianche. However, I no longer wish to confront him. He is fully aware of my feelings. Lulu hesitated to continue. Remember, indifference is irresponsibility, and refusal signifies a lack of affection. In this world of beasts, with so many males available, why fixate on a single flower? If you cannot overcome this hurdle, I promise to help you find someone better, who may well surpass Qianche, Bai Yueyue consoled, patting Lulu's shoulder. In truth, Bai Yueyue pondered that should Long Hao ever betray her, she would depart without hesitation. Though the beastmen were formidable, their hearts were rather simple. They loved openly and disliked just as plainly, in stark contrast to the convoluted emotions exhibited by some in the modern world. Lulu listened quietly. As a beast woman, she could not fully grasp Bai Yueye's sentiments but understood the essence. Madam Yueyue, hearing you say this brings me great comfort. That is all that matters, Bai Yueyue replied, rising to stretch her waist and casually parting the leaves of a nearby corn plant. The kernels had begun to form, and soon they would be ready for harvest. Yeah. A familiar voice called from behind, and Bai Yueyue turned to see a weary Long Hao, his upper body bare, glistening with sweat that accentuated his sculpted muscles, exuding an aura of raw masculinity. Ah Hao, you're back. Indeed, I have cut down several trees, both large and small. Do take a look and see if it suffices. Long Hao took Bai Yueye's outstretched hand, casting a fleeting glance at Qian Che that made him lower his head. Very well, I've gathered some cabbage. I shall prepare a cabbage and pork meatball soup for you this evening, Bai Yueyue remarked, oblivious to Long Hao's gaze. Her eyes sparkling with delight. I adore whatever you make, Yueyue, Long Hao replied enthusiastically, though he remained unaware of the specific dish she mentioned, yet it sounded delectable. As Bai Yueyue and Long Hao departed, Lulu stood in place, a look of envy gracing her features. Qian Che instinctively glanced at Lulu, recalling Bai Yueye's earlier words, and finally spoke. Lulu, what is the matter? Lulu retorted sharply, what is it? Qian Che found himself momentarily taken aback by Lulu's tone, almost stumbling over his words. I'm sorry. Upon hearing those 3 words, Lulu's expression shifted from shock to a flicker of brightness. Yet her demeanor remained icy as she turned away. Qian Che followed a few paces behind but ultimately chose silence, realizing that Lulu was genuinely upset. As Bai Yueyue arrived at the tribe, she was greeted by a towering pile of logs, reminiscent of a small mountain, a testament to the seemingly endless supply of timber for crafting wool carts. Additionally, several grand fruit trees laden with apples stood nearby, their long roots suggesting they had been uprooted entirely. Since you enjoy these fruits, I ventured near the giant ape tribe to procure a few for you. I shall transplant them beside the tribe so that whenever you desire, you can simply step outside to pluck them, Long Hao said with a gentle smile. Wow, Hao. You are simply wonderful. Bai Yueye's eyes sparkled with admiration. I will provide you with anything you cherish. Chapter 64. When will you speak the truth? Ah Hao is truly kind, Bai Yueyue said, pressing her cherry lips together. By the way, Yueyue, could you explain how to construct that wool cart? I will gather some people to expedite the process. Long Hao was acutely aware that the beast tribe's defenses were feeble, much like the previous assaults from the wolf tribe and the snake tribe, which made it easy for other tribes to invade. All right, the wheel cart should resemble this. It consists of 4 circular wheels at the bottom and a wooden board on top, Bai Yueyue explained, drawing with a small twig in the dirt. Her instructions clear and straightforward. Logs with a smooth and even appearance can be trimmed slightly to form wheels. She stood up and circled around the timber they had brought back, selecting a relatively round piece of wood. Bai Yueyue spoke eloquently, and the orcs listened with earnest attentiveness. Understanding dawned upon them. Long Hao nodded and then patted the sturdy trunk, saying, however, Yueyue, it appears that crafting the wooden planks may require considerable effort. Bai Yueyue bit her lower lip and turned around to discreetly check her survival points in her mind. Fortunately, it was sufficient. System. Exchange for a thermal-powered wood cutting machine and a bag of iron nails, but I will retrieve them later. Understood, host. However, your remaining survival points are dwindling. The system cautioned. Bai Yueyue was untroubled. Once the cart was constructed, she would readily recover the accumulated survival points. Moreover, she received maximum favorability from the orcs and the tribe nearly every day, leaving her with no cause for concern. Long Hao, take the others to lead the wild buffalo out of the livestock pen. I need to assess the appropriate size for the cart. Everyone, follow suit, Bai Yueyue remarked, stroking her nose. There was truly no better draft animal than a robust wild buffalo. Understood. Long Hao glanced at Bai Yueyue and realized she intended to discreetly send them away, so he complied and led his companions off. As the orcs moved towards the back of the tribe, Bai Yueyue found a clear patch of land where she set down the woodcutter. In this world devoid of electricity, all power tools within the system's space were equipped with steam engines, requiring merely water and fuel to operate. Bai Yueyue filled the water tank of the cutting machine and gathered some fire-resistant wooden blocks to toss into the furnace before pressing the start button. As the smoke billowed upward, the machine erupted with a tremendous roar, and the gears of the cutting machine began to spin rapidly. Boom. What an ominous sound. What is making that noise? The orcs, startled and confused, rushed out of their stone houses, only to find their Lady Yueyue standing with her hands on her hips in front of a strange, smoking contraption, their expressions filled with curiosity. What is this, Lady Yueyue? Why does it make a noise? Meanwhile, Long Hao and the others in the tribe sensed the commotion and rushed forward, dragging 2 wild bulls from the livestock pen. What happened? What is going on? Long Hao hurriedly pushed through the crowd, and upon seeing the cutting machine, he paused momentarily. Yueyue, what is this? This is a wood cutting machine, designed to cut wooden boards, Bai Yueyue explained. Long Hao fell silent, yet he refrained from asking her where this peculiar device came from. For Bai Yueyue had previously produced many inexplicable items. Considering what Bai Yueyue had said before, that if one day she were to suddenly leave him, she would not be merely an ordinary orc, he pondered when she would finally reveal the truth to him. Bai Yueyue waved her hand in front of Long Hao's dazed eyes. As an orc, it was only natural for him to be bewildered by such a machine. Yueyue, how does this work? Long Hao grasped Bai Yueye's small hand, his grip seemingly tighter than usual. Bai Yueyue was momentarily taken aback but noticed a flicker of determination in Long Hao's gaze. The sudden appearance of such an object was indeed puzzling for them. Yet Bai Yueyue had numerous tools to utilize, and it was imperative to gain the acceptance of the orcs. First, we must determine the thickness and length of the wooden boards. Based on the size of the wild bulls, it should be approximately this long and this wide. We place the wood on top and push it forward to saw it apart, Bai Yueyue explained, her attention continually assessing Long Hao's expression. Fortunately, Long Hao exhibited no further signs of distress, and the orcs below, with their simpler thoughts, listened to Bai Yueye's explanation, their faces reflecting curiosity and admiration. However, having been in this realm for some time, the incongruity of her inventions with the Orcish world warranted an opportunity to provide Long Hao with some explanations. The crowd grasped the principles involved without delving deeply, merely acknowledging that this strange machine was quite effective, producing smooth and uniform wooden boards. Layer upon layer of boards were stacked, and with iron nails hammered in to secure them, four-wheeled carts were swiftly constructed. What an impressive creation! Lady Yueyue, you truly possess great wisdom. The orcs surrounded the cart, expressing their astonishment and continually giving Bai Yueyue thumbs up. Long Hao embraced Bai Yueyue from behind, gently placing his large hand on her slightly rounded belly. The carts are finished, and tomorrow I shall lead a group to the desert to fetch stones. Lady Yueyue, I have washed the cabbage, and the pork filling you mentioned is also chopped, but I'm unsure how to prepare it, Yueyue said, swinging water from his hands. I shall take care of it, Bai Yueyue replied, moving to the stove. Earlier, while the others were busy with the carts, Long Hao had insisted she refrain from working. So she merely supervised. Preparing a meat soup was naturally well within her capabilities. The finely chopped pork filling Yueyue prepared was exquisite. Bai Yueyue washed her hands and formed the filling into round shapes, placing them into a ceramic pot with the cabbage, before sprinkling in a suitable amount of salt. As she gently stirred with a wooden spoon, a delightful aroma wafted through the air. The orcs in the tribe were left salivating, utterly enchanted by the fragrance. The soup is ready. Everyone, please line up and bring your bowls, Bai Yueyue called out. Since Bai Yueyue arrived in the 100-beast tribe, every orc who had contributed their efforts was treated equally, receiving their share of food, and incidents of food theft, like those involving Xiongyu, had become a thing of the past. Ultimately, it was because the 100-beast tribe had truly prospered. In comparison to before, there was ample food for all. Lady Yueyue, you should eat first. Yueyue served a full bowl to Bai Yueyue. The crisp cabbage combined with the tender meatballs burst with flavor in her mouth, and Bai Yueyue was utterly captivated by the deliciousness. Long Hao, you must eat. It's incredibly delicious, Bai Yueyue urged, taking a sip of the soup and turning to the still-dazed Long Hao. Bai Yueyue savored a bowl of soup, only to lift her gaze and find herself ensnared by Long Hao's affectionate eyes. Why do you keep staring at me today? She inquired. Because I cannot get enough, Long Hao replied, gently wiping the soup stains from the corner of Bai Yueye's mouth with his fingertip. Madam Yueyue, we have returned. What is that delightful aroma? Chapter 65, Do not let him easily obtain it. Bai Yueye's cheeks flushed slightly at Long Hao's words. Before she could respond, Chi-Chi and her mother entered the tribe, their faces aglow. They had caught the enticing aroma of the meat soup from afar. Chi-Chi, you've returned. Come quickly for dinner. Madam Yueye's cabbage and pork meatball soup is particularly delicious. I've never tasted anything so exquisite. Yueyue, with a warm heart, ladled 2 bowls of soup for Chi-Chi and her mother, bringing them to the table. Well, by the way, Madam Yueyue, we sold all the bamboo baskets and straw sandals at the orc market. We earned over 30 crystal stones. Chi-Chi eagerly thrust the bag of crystal stones into Bai Yueye's hands, pride radiating from her face. She hadn't anticipated the overwhelming popularity of the straw sandals and bamboo baskets at the orc market, where the orcs had never encountered such novel items and had snatched them up eagerly. Indeed, that's wonderful. Bai Yueyue weighed the bag of crystal stones, pleasantly surprised by the amount. Madam Yueyue, Lord Long Hao, you won't believe it, but the snow leopard tribe from the distant snowy mountains purchased the most straw sandals. They rarely make an appearance, but when they do, they almost bought out all the sandals. As for the bamboo baskets, the giant ape tribe bought the most. While we may not favor them, they are willing to pay 5 crystal stones for each basket. As Chi-Chi spoke, she continued to savor the meat soup, bubbling over with excitement. The snow leopard tribe endures the harsh cold of the mountains, making their need for straw sandals quite understandable. While the giant ape tribe primarily survives by selling fruits, making bamboo baskets more convenient for their harvesting. This is all a business opportunity. It seems selling these simply processed goods at the orc market is indeed a promising avenue. Chi-Chi, you and your mother have worked hard. Here, this is your reward. Bai Yueyue raised her hand, offering a handful of crystal stones to Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi nearly choked on a meatball, quickly setting down her bowl and waving her hands. Oh no, Madam Yueyue, we haven't toiled at all. You taught us how to make the straw sandals and bamboo baskets, and you did most of the work. We cannot accept your crystal stones. This is rightfully yours, not only for you and your mother, but in the future. All the females in the tribe can learn to create alongside me. As long as the items sold earn crystal stones, everyone will benefit. Bai Yueyue declared, rising to her feet. The males are responsible for hunting and protecting the tribe, while we females cannot merely wait at home to be provided for. Together, we can earn crystal stones, enriching and strengthening the 100-beast tribe, ensuring that no tribe dares to look down upon us again. Yes, Madame Yueyue is correct. We shall follow Madame Yueyue. We cannot allow others to belittle our tribe anymore. Let us grow rich. Let us grow strong. The orcs were greatly inspired, rising in unison to cheer fervently. Such a scene in the 100 Beast tribe was something they had never dared to imagine before. Bai Yueyue's arrival represented hope for the tribe. Thus, who would still question the origins of Bai Yueyue's creations? They were resolute in their belief that following Long Hao and Bai Yueyue would lead the 100 Beast tribe to a bright future. Long Hao gazed steadily at Bai Yueyue, his eyes filled with admiration and affection. Throughout his tumultuous life, how fortunate he was to have found such a companion. After the meal, the orcs were left with greasy smiles. Madame Yueyue, how do you intend to use this pig fat? Shiwen called out from a distance, holding a large basin of pig lard. Having previously been too close and almost causing Bai Yueyue to feel nauseous from the smell, he made sure to keep his distance this time. Bai Yueyue cast a glance at the stove beside her, still ablaze. You may bring it over. The fire is just right for me to render it down directly. All right. Shiwen stepped forward and placed the substantial piece of lard upon the wooden table in the kitchen. To prepare a meal, Bai Yueyue constructed a modest kitchen canopy beside the stove using wood and leftover stones from the stone house, providing shelter against the elements. Albeit in a simplistic manner, Long Hao wrapped his arms around Bai Yueyue from behind, gently placing his large hand on her slightly protruding belly. You must be weary from carrying our child. After a long day, you should rest well after dinner. What else do you plan to do? I was considering making an oil lamp for illumination. Although our vision as beasts is quite good, the darkness can be quite uncomfortable. Moreover, having a fire pit inside the cave is not safe. An oil lamp would suffice, Bai Yueyue replied, tossing chunks of lard into a ceramic pot to render the oil. As she watched the white lard gradually melt, she felt a twinge of nausea. Yueyue, you look unwell. Allow me to take over. You should rest. Long Hao observed her discomfort and took the spoon from her hand, planting a gentle kiss on her cheek. Ahem, Lord Long Hao, Mrs. Yueyue, let me handle this. Lulu, who had appeared unannounced, stood a short distance away, fidgeting and hesitant to speak, having witnessed their affectionate exchange. It's Lulu, Bai Yueyue said as she emerged from Long Hao's embrace, her keen eyes catching sight of Qianche, who seemed to have followed Lulu but was keeping his distance. Lulu followed Bai Yueyue's gaze and, after a moment of hesitation, whispered, Mrs. Yueyue, Qianche has apologized to me. Humph. Long Hao let out a knowing scoff at this remark. Bai Yueyue raised her brows slightly, inquiring, what, does he still wish to change his mind? I am uncertain. I ignored him and departed directly. He persistently followed, attempting to elucidate his intentions, yet I chose to remain unresponsive, although I found myself softening a bit. Lulu bit her lip. Heed my advice. Do not allow him to easily attain what he desires, nor should you relent too readily. Let him linger in uncertainty for a few days to discern his true intentions. Bai Yueyue leaned closer to Lulu, imparting her thoughts with a meaningful pat on the shoulder. Lulu caught a glimpse of Qianche from the corner of her eye, silently committing Bai Yueyue's words to memory. Very well, I understand, Lady Yueyue. You and Lord Long Hao have toiled throughout the day. I shall take care of the rest. Bai Yueyue nodded, unable to commend the scent of the lard. Thank you for your efforts. Once the lard is rendered, please pour it into this ceramic basin and cover it with the wooden lid. After you finish, do take some time to rest. All right then. As Bai Yueyue and Long Hao had just departed, Qianche approached from a distance. Upon noticing his approach, Shiwen discreetly excused himself, wishing to grant them a moment of solitude. Lulu, Qianche's voice resonated from behind. Lulu perked her ears but did not turn around. She continued to stir the lard in the pot. What brings you here? Chapter 66. Yueyue, you are not an ordinary beastman. Hearing Lulu's indifferent tone, Qianche couldn't help but let out a sigh. I wanted to come and apologize. I hope you will allow me to explain. He moved a little closer to her. Apologize for what? She replied. You don't like me, and I understand that. I used to cling to you too much, which only made you dislike me more. From now on, I won't revolve around you anymore. You can have your peace. If there's nothing else, you should return to your den. I have matters to attend to. Lulu turned to continue stirring the pot, refusing to spare Qianche a glance. He stood there, stunned for a long moment, before saying, let me help you. You've been watering the vegetable patch all day. Go rest. Having received a scolding from Bai Yueyue that day, Qianche genuinely felt remorseful towards Lulu and wished to make amends, but she was entirely unresponsive, leaving him at a loss. No need, Lord Qianche, please leave. Lulu firmly rejected him. As a sixth-tier beastman, Qianche had previously been pampered by the females, and Lulu used to pursue him relentlessly. He, in turn, had been typically non-committal and unresponsive. However, ever since he was reprimanded by Long Hao, all the females had become aware of his affection for the leader's mate and had intentionally begun to distance themselves from him. Now, with Lulu ignoring him, Qianche felt as though he had been abandoned by the entire world. All right, but I still wish to apologize. I hope you can forgive me. If not, that's fine. I will do my utmost to make amends. Qianche spoke in one breath. Lulu bit her lip. Her hand trembled slightly as she held the spoon. Yet she still resisted the urge to turn and face Qianche. Madame Yueyue is right. One should not forgive him easily. Seeing that Lulu remained unwilling to engage with him, Qianche left in disappointment. Meanwhile, on the other side, Bai Yueyue and Long Hao sat cross-legged together on the stone bed, engrossed in their cultivation. The host currently possesses a rank of 5. With a spiritual power level of 38, Bai Yueyue raised her hand to her dantian, reflecting that the transition from the 5th to the 6th tier of cultivation was indeed far more arduous than before. Despite dedicating countless nights to her training, her spiritual power had not noticeably increased. Meanwhile, Long Hao, although situated at the 8th tier, found it exceedingly challenging to progress further, the higher the tier. The more difficult the cultivation became, compelling him to refine his spiritual energy as much as possible. By the way, system, I recalled that during the skirmish at the Beastman market, there was a mysterious purple substance on me that incinerated those fox beasts. Bai Yueyue suddenly remembered to inquire. That purple radiance was something she had sensed for a fleeting moment. It had been intensely hot. It was the host's immature fire attribute ability, which had been temporarily unleashed due to a life-threatening situation. Ordinarily, the host would only acquire such an ability after reaching the 6th tier. Bai Yueyue was taken aback, realizing why her abilities had seemed so much more vibrant during her recent cultivation sessions. Is there no way to prematurely activate my powers? She inquired. Under normal circumstances, there is no method to activate them ahead of time. The crux of the matter is that your spiritual energy has yet to reach the level necessary to harness your abilities. Forcing it could cause harm to your body. However, if you can conjure your inner elixir, you would be able to draw upon an endless reservoir of spiritual energy, came the response. Conjure my inner elixir myself? But isn't it true that only beasts of the 5th tier and above are capable of such a feat? What you said is tantamount to saying nothing at all. Bai Yueyue sighed, opening her eyes. To her surprise, Long Hao had awakened from his meditative state, propping himself up on one arm to gaze at her. His silver hair framed his profile, lending him an ethereal charm reminiscent of poetry. How is it? Long Hao asked, straightening up as Bai Yueyue met his gaze. Your spiritual energy has risen to 38. While the improvement is modest, it is still significant. Bai Yueyue raised her hand to massage her waist, feeling the strain from sitting for too long. Come here, Long Hao beckoned, patting his thigh. Bai Yueye's face lit up with joy as she collapsed onto Long Hao's lap. Long Hao lowered his head and placed a gentle kiss on Bai Yueyue, then raised his hand to knead her waist gently. How does that feel? Is it comfortable? Indeed. It's delightful. I never expected you to possess such skill in massage. How? Bai Yueyue replied, her eyes half closed in bliss. Her fox ears perked up and swaying adorably atop her head. I am no expert in massage. I merely offer you some comfort. You endure much while carrying the child, so refrain from standing or sitting for prolonged periods, Long Hao remarked, his hands working with increasing fervor. Bai Yueye's initial rank was not particularly high, which led Long Hao to believe that her experience of pregnancy was far more arduous than that of other females. She felt as though she were balancing a delicate treasure atop her head, fearful of its fall and cradling it in her palms, anxious of its dissolution. Indeed, once you return from the desert with the stones, we shall commence the construction of our walls. We will erect them high, rendering it difficult for other tribes to invade the beast clan, Bai Yueyue contemplated, her mind already sketching the blueprint. Long Hao nodded, his thin lips parting slightly as if he wished to articulate something. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. Yueyue, you are not an ordinary beast man, are you? Upon hearing this, Bai Yueye's heart skipped a beat. Yet she maintained her composure and refrained from opening her eyes. Why do you ask this all of a sudden? Bai Yueyue had long anticipated that Long Hao would eventually harbor suspicions about her. However, he had never inquired before, always displaying an unconditional compliance towards her. His sudden questioning genuinely startled Bai Yueyue. You are truly remarkable, a wonder I have never encountered before. It seems you harbor an extraordinary secret within you. I won't press you for answers if you choose not to share, but Yueyue, could you please refrain from leaving me? Long Hao paused momentarily, his large hand encircling Bai Yueye's waist as he lifted her up to meet his gaze. Bai Yueyue was momentarily taken aback, her gaze meeting Long Hao's aquamarine eyes, shimmering with a glint of moisture, causing her throat to tighten involuntarily. Lowering her head, Bai Yueyue intentionally averted her eyes from Long Hao. Bai Yueyue remained silent, as she had always believed that if she truly departed from the beast world, Long Hao would be much better off not knowing the truth. He could perceive her existence as merely a fleeting dream. But if he were to uncover the reality, would he resent her for having treated him as a mere instrument? In the beginning, Bai Yueye's compliance with Long Hao was solely to bear offspring. Yueyue, I truly cannot bear the thought of losing you. I am haunted day and night by the fear of your words, that you might suddenly leave. I awaken in the night, terrified that you might vanish from my embrace. Even now, as you carry our child, I still cannot find solace. Long Hao slowly closed his eyes, and 2 teardrops fell from beneath his excessively long eyelashes. Bai Yueyue hurriedly raised her hand to wipe away her tears. No matter how grievously injured Long Hao was, or how much pain he endured, he had always remained silent, never shedding a tear. Yet, in the presence of Bai Yueyue, he unfailingly unveiled his most vulnerable side, unreservedly revealing his heartache for her. I implore you, Long Hao murmured, lifting his hand to embrace Bai Yueyue. His broad arms enveloped her petite form, as though he intended to merge her into his very being. Bai Yueye's hands, trembling at her sides, were eventually lifted to embrace Long Hao's waist. Long Hao, do you wish to know the truth? Chapter 67. A bounty of offspring. Long Hao inhaled deeply, his embrace of Bai Yueyue slightly quivering. If you are willing to share, I shall listen. Host. Do you intend to reveal the truth to Long Hao? If he rejects your words, it will be the end. The system interjected suddenly. I want to tell him. I wish to wager on his feelings for me. Having spent so much time in this beast realm, and having shared so many moments with Long Hao, he must have sensed my unease by now. If he were to reject me, he would have cast me aside long ago. Bai Yueyue shrugged. But can a beast truly comprehend your words? The system inquired. It matters not if he fully understands. A general grasp will suffice. Moreover, he has previously confided in me the reasons for bringing me here. To be honest, system, I have genuinely developed feelings for Long Hao. Woohoo, I knew it. You just wouldn't admit it back then. The system retorted, somewhat indignant. It was more a matter of fear of admitting and believing it. Now, with the prospect of a child, my heart has become clearer. Bai Yueyue smiled with a sense of relief. Very well, should any issues arise, this system shall whisk the host away, especially now that you carry a child, the system remarked nonchalantly. Bai Yueyue took a moment to compose herself. Tenderly cupping Long Hao's face, her delicate fingers gently wiping away the traces of tears on his cheeks. You are correct. I am not an ordinary beastman. To be precise, I possess the soul of another world within me. Long Hao's pupils contracted slightly, and he instinctively tightened his grip on Bai Yueye's hand. So, when you speak of suddenly disappearing, does it mean you will return to your original world? Yes, Bai Yueyue affirmed with a nod. Long Hao swallowed hard. His suspicions were confirmed. Bai Yueyue was indeed extraordinary. The peculiar items she produced were clearly not of this realm. The things I provide you with are also derived from that world. The principles behind them are rather complex, and I struggle to articulate them. However, Long Hao, I have never harbored any ill intentions. The concept of a system was something Long Hao might not fully comprehend. I understand, Yueyue. You need not explain too thoroughly. In my eyes, you have always been a divine blessing. Even now, you remain a gift. I do not concern myself with the origin of your possessions. You have never harmed me or the Beast Clan. Everything you have done has led the Beast Clan toward prosperity, so how could there be any malice? Long Hao gently lifted his hand, caressing Bai Yueye's delicate face. You do not find it peculiar that I consider you a blessing? Bai Yueyue gazed into Long Hao's eyes with her clear, innocent orbs, a sight that made it impossible for him to look away. I have never found you strange. Rather, I perceive you as unique. Yueyue, your original world must be a place far superior to the beast realm, filled with wonders beyond imagination, Long Hao murmured softly. With so many remarkable things, it must surely surpass this savage land. Indeed, there are towering skyscrapers and advanced technological marvels, Bai Yueyue replied, nodding. Do you wish to return? Long Hao asked, gently stroking Bai Yueye's small hand. Bai Yueyue remained silent. This was after she had given birth to the child, correct? Long Hao's voice became hoarse. His head bowed low. Long Hao's words struck a chord, causing Bai Yueyue to panic. How did you know? Yueyue, in truth, the protective dragon scales have been safeguarding you while simultaneously attuning to the whispers of your heart, all your innermost thoughts. Long Hao raised his hand, gently tucking the stray strands of Bai Yueye's hair behind her ear. Bai Yueyue was taken aback. It seemed that all her thoughts, including her innermost feelings shared with the system, were audible to Long Hao. The mere notion sent her into a panic, causing her to instinctively retreat. Long Hao, noticing her movement, tightened his grip on her, yet his hold remained gentle. However, Yueyue, the heart-guarding dragon scale can only achieve this if we are mutually in love. The scale is akin to my heart. Only your love can grant me entry into your soul. Thus, Yueyue, I have always known of your affection for me. And I am aware that you fell for me from that very moment. When I was punished in the priest's cave, it was there I first heard your heartbeat. Long Hao continued. I understand your desire to return, and I wish for you to lead a fulfilling life. I shall not oppose your decision. Yet, Yueyue, could you possibly take me with you? I cannot bear the thought of losing you. The thought of our child being born into a world without a mother, without you, is unbearable. I implore you, I beg you. His voice, once deep, became hoarse as he repeated his pleas, eventually reduced to a mere whisper. He did not wish to coerce Bai Yueyue into staying. Rather, he longed for the chance to accompany her, believing that as long as they were together, it mattered not where they went. Bai Yueyue was taken aback. Long Hao had known of her uniqueness for quite some time, despite her being an anomaly. One whom he sought to exploit, he remained wholeheartedly devoted to her. How unexpected it was to be outsmarted by the Hargard scales. Even the most meticulous plans can have their oversights. The system sighed in resignation. I cannot take you with me, Bai Yueyue said, shaking her head with difficulty. But I can choose to stay. Upon hearing Bai Yueye's words, Long Hao's entire being trembled, and his crimson eyes sparkled with newfound light. Stay? Yes, Long Hao, I shall remain. Together with our child. We will always be together. Bai Yueyue smiled gently, her small hand tenderly wiping away Long Hao's tears. If she were to lose such a remarkable man, she feared she might never find another like him. The memories shared with Long Hao and the entirety of the Beast Clan were simply too precious to relinquish, while erasing her memories might allow her to forget. The painful resolution to do so was another matter entirely. Oh my goodness, host, have you truly made up your mind? Yes, system, I do not wish to return. Bai Yueyue affirmed. Having grown up an orphan, devoid of parental love in the modern world, she found solace in the fact that here, in the beast realm, there were countless who genuinely cared for her and loved her. If I choose not to return, will you leave once I give birth to our child? Bai Yueyue inquired. Life in the beast realm was precarious, and without the system, it could indeed be challenging. Yet, at the moment she posed that question, Bai Yueyue had already steeled herself to confront whatever difficulties lay ahead. No, I am the host system. I shall remain with you. The choice to stay in the beast realm or return to the real world is solely yours, as most individuals are reluctant to linger in alternate worlds. As long as you continue to conceive and bear children, the system will grow increasingly powerful, and you shall perpetually receive rewards. Bai Yueye's eyes suddenly sparkled with hope. Oh heavens, are you truly willing to stay? Long Hao's excitement was palpable. Yes, I won't leave you. Ah how, and we shall have many, many little ones, shall we? Chapter 68. The Unbearable Conscience. But yeah, you cannot stay. Long Hao's eyes betrayed an unbearable sorrow. His expression shattered. Why? Bai Yueye's smile faltered abruptly, her small hand grasping Long Hao's arm in bewilderment. Because I will inevitably succumb to the cold poison one day. It is for this reason that I have never dared to ask you to remain in the beast realm with me. Thus, I wish for you to take me away. Yet evidently, you cannot take me along, Yueyue. I cannot be so selfish as to keep you here to accompany a dying man. Long Hao lifted his hand, gently brushing back Bai Yueye's hair, his fingers lingering near his lips, while his long, slightly curled eyelashes trembled, seemingly concealing an inexhaustible sorrow. Bai Yueyue bit her lip. Indeed. The recent tranquility had nearly allowed her to forget the lethal cold poison within Long Hao, akin to a ticking time bomb. Despite the formidable upgrades of the system, no antidote had yet been discovered to cure the cold poison, a source of profound distress for Bai Yueyue. There is no choice, host. Long Hao will eventually succumb. Even if you remain in the beast realm, you are likely to live a life of solitude. You must contemplate this carefully, the system cautioned. I will remain for as long as I can, Long Hao. Before anything happens to you, I swear I will not leave the beast realm. I will be by your side until the very last moment. Bai Yueyue lifted her gaze, her eyes unwaveringly resolute, though her tone betrayed an undeniable weight of sorrow. Yueyue, let us stay together always, without parting, shall we? Bai Yueyue tenderly caressed Long Hao's face, soothing him softly. Indeed, we shall remain together, never depart. Long Hao buried himself in Bai Yueye's embrace, his arms tightly encircling her waist, as if cradling an extraordinary treasure. Bai Yueyue gently supported Long Hao's head, soothing him. Before finally raising her gaze, her heart filled with anxiety. The cold poison, what should be done? Meanwhile, Qianche wandered aimlessly in the tribe, his mind a chaotic whirl. In a flash, he caught sight of Kashu, who was admiring the moon while cradling Chi-Chi in his arms. Wow, the moon is truly magnificent tonight. Yes, tomorrow. Brother Shiwen and I will go set traps. The traps taught to us by Madame Yueyue are incredibly effective. They can even catch wild boars. Just yesterday, we captured a huge boar. Really? That's impressive. Chi-Chi and Kashu had officially become a couple after the incident at the orc market. Watching their sweet interaction, Qianche felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort. He had once fantasized about being with Lulu, but before he could respond to her, he found himself falling for Bai Yueyue. Since then, he had constantly envisioned being close to Bai Yueyue, sharing moonlit nights and frolicking in the grass, yet in the end, he had secured neither. Hey, Qianche, what are you doing here? Kashu's ears perked up as he turned to see the glum Qianche, pulling Chi-Chi to join him. I suppose you've been scolded. Chi-Chi remarked bluntly, her straightforwardness piercing through Qianche's thoughts. Embarrassed by her words, he lowered his head even further. Qianche, about your situation with Lulu. You're at fault. Just apologize to her. She has a soft heart and will surely forgive you. Kashu patted Qianche on the shoulder. I've already apologized to her twice. She won't forgive me now. Lulu is genuinely angry. I was too harsh on her in front of a Yun that day. I know it was excessive. Qianche sat by the livestock pen, his face marked by regret. The livestock inside the pen grazed leisurely, approaching to rest by the bamboo fence. See? I told you not to let your feelings wander. Lulu is a good female. You should cherish her. But you chose not to listen. Now, not only have you angered Lord Long Hao, but Lulu is also ignoring you. Chi-Chi placed her hands on her hips, her words sharp and unyielding. She felt no sympathy for Qianche. She had already expressed her thoughts on their situation, but he had chosen to disregard her advice. Qianche found himself at a loss for words, never expecting that a dignified sixth-tier male like himself could find himself in such a pitiful state. Forget it, Qianche. Take your time. Give Lulu some space. But I wonder, do you still like Lulu, or is your heart still with Madame Yueyue? Kashu squatted beside Qianche. The livestock behind them perked up their ears, intrigued by the gossip. I don't know, Qianche stammered, shaking his head. He couldn't let go of Bai Yueyue. Yet he understood that their relationship was unattainable, leaving him feeling guilty towards Lulu, caught in a web of conflicting emotions. TSK. Chi-Chi rolled her eyes, opting to remain silent. Qianche, we were all saved by Lord Long Hao. He protects us. We cannot be ungrateful, especially not coveting his female. Kashu spoke as calmly as he could. I have never thought of betraying Lord Longhao. He saved my life. Without him, I would have perished at the hands of the wolf tribe. Yet, Qianche hesitated. He firmly believed that having feelings for someone was not wrong. Nor was it wrong to express affection towards the female he adored. It was simply unfortunate that he had fallen for the wrong person. I just cannot accept that a female would only desire one male. I've never heard of such a thing, Qianche insisted stubbornly. You've been outright rejected by Madame Yueyue. What more do you want? Chi huffed, continuing, every excellent female attracts admiration, and when Madame Yueyue first joined the tribe, many orcs looked down on her because she was a third-tier beast with no spiritual power. But now, she has swiftly become the strongest fifth-tier female in our tribe, leading us to acquire so many valuable resources. It's not just you. Many males admire Madame Yueyue, yet you are the only one who has voiced it. If Madame Yueyue truly wished to accept another male, she would have expressed it long ago during the forest mating festival. Why wait until now? Chi-Chi's words left Qianche speechless, his grip tightening on the soil beneath him, his expression a mix of unwillingness and desolation, the emotions swirling within him. She was right. Perhaps it was time for him to awaken to reality. Kasha gently patted Qianche's shoulder, understanding that they had both joined the tribe around the same time, nurturing a closer bond. He didn't wish to see Qianche continue down this path of despair. The following day, Bai Yueyue rose early, only to discover that Longhao had already departed from the cave. Approaching the entrance, she caught sight of Longhao squatting before the meticulously crafted wool carts, deep in contemplation. What could he be pondering? Bai Yueyue approached him from behind and gently tapped his shoulder with her small hand. There are only 2 wild buffalo in the tribe, yet there are 4-wheel carts. It seems they will require assistance to be moved, Longhao remarked thoughtfully. Just then, a voice interrupted, Lord Longhao. Lady Yueyue. Visitors from the Black Bear tribe have arrived. Chapter 69, a business opportunity presented. Bai Yueyue and Longhao turned simultaneously upon hearing a sound. The Black Bear tribe? What brings them here? The Black Bear tribe resides on the fringes of forests and deserts. Their numbers may be few, yet they possess remarkable combat prowess and adaptability, allowing them to procure sustenance in this chaotic woodland. They claim to come to express their gratitude towards Lady Yueyue. Azwa scratched his head. Ever since Amei gave birth, Azwa has been exceedingly busy. Today, as he stepped out to wash the child's diapers, he encountered the members of the Black Bear tribe. Grateful for me. Bai Yueyue paused, momentarily unable to recall any connection with the Black Bear tribe. Let us go see. That will reveal everything, Longhao said, naturally taking Bai Yueyue's small hand as they walked toward the tribe. Approaching the entrance, they beheld 2 imposing figures clad in half-animal skins, standing upright like statues. The men's skin was deeply tanned, reminiscent of Africans, and their physiques resembled walls. Upon the appearance of Longhao, one of the male beastmen swiftly approached. Greetings, Lord Longhao. As he moved, Bai Yueyue noticed a diminutive figure behind them, a wizened black bear she recognized as the old, limping bear from the beastly realm, Chief Heifeng. It has been a long time. May I inquire the purpose of your visit to the beast tribe? Longhao inquired, instinctively drawing Bai Yueyue closer to him. Ding dong. Heifeng, chief of the Black Bear tribe, a 7th-tier bear beast with a spiritual power level of 83. Bai Yueyue was taken aback. This towering man was indeed the chieftain of the Black Bear clan. Rest assured, Lord Longhao, I have come specifically to express my gratitude for your esteemed wife's successful treatment of my clansman's leg. He turned to glance at the old bear, who, with the aid of nearby orcs, approached with some difficulty, yet exhibited little trace of lameness. Lord Longhao, my lady, I am the maid of Black Wind. My father has suffered from a leg injury for quite some time, and the shamans were at a loss. Fortunately, your wife lent her assistance. We have brought some fresh honey and a few animal hides as tokens of our appreciation. An orc interjected, setting down an enormous beast hide bag and a bamboo basket before the couple. The basket brimmed with wild honeycomb, the luscious nectar overflowing and dripping onto the ground, tantalizingly inviting. It was only then that Bai Yueyue realized the voice belonged to a woman. Her robust and dark appearance had obscured this fact. She never anticipated that the benefactor she had encountered by chance in the orc market would be the mother-in-law of Black Wind. Indeed, had it not been for your assistance, I would still be facing difficulties in movement. I have come solely to convey my gratitude. The old bear's face was filled with appreciation. Longhao exhaled in relief and turned to Bai Yueyue, his eyes reflecting immense approval. No need for thanks. It was merely a small effort on my part. May I inquire, Chieftain Blackwind, did you purchase that bamboo basket from the orc market? Bai Yueyue's gaze was instantly drawn to the basket, recognizing it as her own handiwork. Indeed, there was someone selling this bamboo basket in the orc market. It is remarkably useful. In the past, when we would climb trees to gather honey, tossing it into beast hides would result in a sticky mess that was difficult to clean. With this, a simple rinse in water does the trick, and it is quite sturdy. Regrettably, we found it was the last one available when we bought it. Black Wind unabashedly extolled the virtues of the bamboo basket. Bai Yueyue and Longhao exchanged a knowing smile, saying, to be frank, this bamboo basket originates from our beast clan. If the chief of the Black Wind tribe desires more, I can certainly procure additional ones for you. The chief of the Black Wind tribe, taken aback, exclaimed in astonishment. Is this bamboo basket truly crafted by the Beast clan? Remarkable. How many do you have? I would like to acquire several more. Azwa. Please retrieve the bamboo baskets that everyone has prepared and bring some to the chief of the Black Wind tribe, along with the bamboo carriers, Bai Yueyue instructed. In addition to the bamboo baskets, she had also created several bamboo carriers that could be worn on the back, which she had not yet had the opportunity to sell. And now, business was coming to her door unbidden. Certainly, Azwa replied, turning swiftly to return to the tribe. Before long, he appeared, arms laden with a substantial collection of bamboo baskets and carriers. These carriers differ from the baskets. They can be worn on the back, making tree climbing more convenient. Moreover, they are sturdier and can hold a greater load. I wonder if the chief of the Black Wind tribe might appreciate them? Bai Yueyue endeavored to promote her wares. Oh my, this is truly extraordinary. Just look at the craftsmanship. It is simply splendid. I shall take all of these. Here are some crystal stones for you. The chief of the Black Wind tribe declared, waving his hand and producing a pouch of crystal stones, which he then offered to Bai Yueyue. Bai Yueyue raised her hand to gauge the weight, and indeed, Black Wind was quite generous. Please accept these items. Should you require assistance from the Black Bear tribe in the future, do not hesitate to ask. Black Wind beamed with delight. Well then, I have a matter to inquire of Chief Black Wind, Long Hao said as he gently ruffled Bai Yueye's hair and took a step forward. Lord Long Hao, please speak. I shall certainly share what I know, Black Wind responded, clutching the bamboo basket with great fondness. With this, gathering honey from the trees will become much more convenient. The Black Bear tribe is adjacent to the desert. I am curious if there have been any sandstorms recently, as we plan to venture into the desert soon. Long Hao inquired. There have been no sandstorms of late, but many giant ape tribes roam near our territory. If you wish to procure good things, it would be wise to take a detour to avoid their interference, Black Wind cautioned. Within the forest, the giant ape tribe were the true bandits, brazenly stealing goods and even abducting females from other tribes. Fortunately, the beast tribe was distanced from the giant apes, sparing them from such disturbances. Thank you for your warning. Chief Black Wind, Long Hao nodded. Aside from sandstorms, there are no significant obstacles, and the Black Bear tribe is well aware of the area. Well then, Lord Long Hao. Madam, we shall take our leave. Black Wind began to turn but suddenly pivoted back. Oh, one more thing. I recently heard that the wolf tribe was attacked by the flame demons. Since the beast tribe and the wolf tribe are in close proximity, do take care. Flame demons? In Bai Yueye's mind, a thought surfaced. She recalled her arrival at the tribe when she ignited a flame. The beastmen of the 100-Beast tribe mistook her for a fire demon. The system had previously elucidated that the fire demon, associated with flames, resided in volcanoes and frequently attacked tribes. However, despite the presence of a volcano behind the 100-Beast tribe, this peculiar species had never been encountered. Is it true that the wolf tribe was attacked by the fire demon? Long Hao suddenly became animated, taking a step forward, which startled Haifeng. Indeed. The wolf tribe suffered heavy casualties and has refrained from hunting lately. Haifeng nodded hastily. The fire demon is splendid. We have a fire demon. Chapter 70. You were saved. Splendid? Haifeng cast a serious glance at Long Hao, pondering whether Long Hao had lost his sanity. The fire demon was extremely perilous, and they could barely evade it. Yet he still expressed delight. Bai Yueyue gazed at Long Hao with a look of bewilderment. Ah, Hao? It's nothing, Chief Haifeng. Thank you for the reminder. Long Hao seemed to have suppressed his emotions forcefully. It's nothing, Lord Long Hao, you must remain vigilant. Recently, the wolf tribe and the giant ape tribe have been drawing closer. The wolf king, Kadi, is not a benevolent being, and associating with that group of scoundrels from the giant ape tribe may lead to calamities in the forest. As Haifeng spoke, a shadow of concern crossed his face. Oh, the giant ape tribe has always been allied with the fox tribe. Why are they now colluding with the wolf tribe? Long Hao's eyes narrowed, a peculiar glint flashing within them. I am not entirely certain. Our black bear tribe has long been persecuted by the giant ape tribe, and our days grow increasingly dire. Haifeng lamented, letting out a heavy sigh, while the old black bear nearby also displayed a look of melancholy. Bai Yueyue had heard that the black bear tribe and the giant ape tribe were in close proximity, and both tribes primarily sustained themselves through the sale of wild fruits. Naturally, the giant ape tribe regarded them as a thorn in their side. Fortunately, like the giant apes, the black bears were adept at climbing trees, which prevented direct confrontations for the time being. However, aside from Long Hao, the other members of the beast tribe were relatively weak, necessitating extra caution. Regardless, should the wolf tribe, giant ape tribe, and fox tribe form an alliance, it would spell disaster for the remaining tribes of the forest. I understand. Chief Haifeng must also exercise vigilance. Long Hao nodded thoughtfully. Alas, there is no other option. I shall return to my tribe now. I will pass this bamboo basket along at the beastman market. It is truly quite useful. Haifeng sighed, then smiled, revealing 2 rows of pearly white teeth. Very well. I appreciate your efforts, Chief Black Bear. Bai Yueyue inclined her head. As she watched the Haifeng family depart, Long Hao's expression gradually grew somber, and with a heavy heart, he pulled Bai Yueyue closer and said, Yueyue, we must act swiftly. If the wolf tribe draws closer to the giant ape tribe, and they discover that we have so many livestock and provisions, they will surely devise a plan to raid our tribe and seize our resources. While our tribe flourishes, new challenges will inevitably arise, particularly the envy of other tribes. In the beast realm, the law of the jungle prevails, the strong prey upon the weak. And plunder is a fundamental survival strategy for the beast men, making it nearly impossible to guard against. Very well, then we shall set off for the desert tomorrow. There are only 2 wild cattle in the tribe, so we shall first haul back 2 carts of stones. Bai Yueyue nodded thoughtfully. The cart itself was not light, and once loaded with stones, it would be even heavier. Aside from the large wild cattle, the tribe mostly consisted of smaller beasts, which could hardly pull the cart. I can pull one, Long Hao stated. You are soaring through the skies. It would be quite a challenge to have you grounded to pull a cart. No matter. We must strive to transport enough stones in one go. 4 wheels should suffice, and as for the remaining one, Long Hao pondered while pinching his chin. Allow me. Lord Long Hao, Lady Yueyue, I possess a large frame and great strength. I can certainly manage it. A dark-skinned male beastman jogged over from a short distance away. Bai Yueyue paused for a moment and asked, Are you a dong, the second male of a yun? Indeed. A dong nodded vigorously. Bai Yueyue had encountered a dong in a yun's cave while treating Xiong's illness. In the beast world, it is common to find 3 or 4 females for every male. Thus, even at her current 5th tier, Bai Yueyue only required 1 male, Long Hao. A dong. Are you also of the Black Bear clan? I was originally from the Black Bear clan, but I followed a yun to the 100 Beasts clan. A dong replied with a simple smile. A dong had just heard that individuals from the Black Bear clan had arrived, so he came over to observe from a distance. Upon hearing Long Hao and the others discussing the need for beasts to pull a cart, he volunteered eagerly. Bai Yueyue was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this. She had nearly forgotten that the beast world differed markedly from the modern realm. In this realm, once a bond was formed between different clans. The male would accompany the female back to her tribe, living alongside her. Although a yun and a dong were both bears. One was a grizzly, and the other a black bear. Rest assured, Madame Yueyue, my physique is more than capable of pulling a cart laden with stones. And aside from a yun and myself, there are no other particularly large beasts in the tribe. A dong declared, demonstrating his strength by pulling the cart in a circle. Very well, I appreciate your efforts, Bai Yueyue replied just as Long Hao grasped her hand, saying, Yueyue, come with me, I have something to discuss with you. Huh? Before Bai Yueyue could comprehend the situation, she was pulled back into the cave by Long Hao. What is the matter, Hao? She asked. Just now, the leader of the Black Bear tribe mentioned the presence of the flame demon. Do you understand what that signifies? Long Hao seated Bai Yueyue on the stone bed, his eyes brimming with an unmistakable glimmer of hope. What does it signify? Bai Yueyue straightened up. It signifies that the volcano birds have not gone extinct. Long Hao's voice trembled with this revelation. What? Bai Yueyue sprang up from the stone bed in shock. The flame demon is essentially a creature of the volcano bird clan, originally known as the flame bird. Due to their peculiar nature, unlike ordinary beasts, they reside within magma, thus being regarded as monsters. The flame demons can only emerge from the volcanic magma with the aid of the volcano bird's spiritual power, implying that the volcano birds still exist in this world. Long Hao tightened his grip on Bai Yueyue's hand. Listening to Long Hao's words, Bai Yueyue could hardly contain herself. Doesn't that mean we have a chance to obtain the heart of the volcano bird? She exclaimed. This is wonderful. Hao, you are saved. As long as we acquire the heart of the volcano bird, you can completely dispel the cold poison afflicting you, and you will be fine. Bai Yueyue swallowed hard, her throat dry with excitement. However, Yueyue, the volcano birds are formidable. Even the most ordinary volcano bird possesses an 8th tier strength, and they dwell in magma. Unless they choose to reveal themselves, locating them is virtually impossible. Long Hao bit his silver teeth. Most importantly, there are thousands of volcanoes in the beast realm, and no one knows which volcano the volcano birds inhabit. To find the volcano birds, we must first locate the flame demons. When the flame demons return to their nests, they will expose the whereabouts of the volcano birds. Earlier, Hei Feng mentioned that the flame demons attacked the wolf tribe, which indicates that the volcano housing the volcano birds might not be too far from us. Bai Yueyue meticulously analyzed the situation. The closest volcano to us is the Black Volcano, which is the source of the hot springs behind the tribe. However, the magma pool there is quite small, so it's unlikely that the volcano birds would nest there. Thus, the most probable location remains the red volcano of the lion tribe. The lion tribe? Chapter 71. Your life or mine. The lion tribe is situated on the Tamuli Prairie, directly behind the forest. The red volcano lies at the very center of the Tamuli Prairie, which is also the gathering place of the lion tribe, Long Hao explained. How peculiar. Why would the volcano birds choose to invade the tribes in the forest rather than exploit the lion tribe right beneath them? Bai Yueyue pondered. That is likely due to some mysterious connection between the lion tribe and the volcano birds. Their relationship seems more akin to a covenant. The specifics elude me. Such matters are perhaps known only to the dragon tribe shamans. Long Hao shook his head. Dragon tribe shamans? Long Hao. I have come to understand the enmity between you and the dragon tribe, but I overheard some conversations in the beastman market. Bai Yueyue ventured cautiously. She had heard the name of the dragon tribe heir, Long Jing, associated with the pursuit. Bai Yueyue was aware of the reasons behind Long Hao's expulsion from the dragon tribe and his past experiences. Yet her intuition suggested that the conflict between Long Hao and Long Jing was far more intricate than it appeared. Upon hearing Bai Yueye's words, Long Hao's expression darkened, and the hatred in his eyes became increasingly palpable. Bai Yueyue pressed her lips together and gently wrapped her arms around Long Hao's waist. I am your female. You need not bear everything alone. Yet, Yueyue, I do not wish to burden you with my troubles. At this moment, I only desire to cherish our time together. Long Hao held Bai Yueyue tightly, unwilling to let go. He sought to evade the memories of hatred, fearing the uncontrollable urge for vengeance that lurked within him. Although the situation with the volcanic bird had begun to show promise, the outcome remained uncertain. Should he fail, he would still be left to languish within the beast tribe. Long Hao understood Bai Yueye's feelings for him. If she were to learn of his struggles, she would undoubtedly worry, and he wished to shield her from such sorrow. However, Long Hao, our life in the beast world is destined to be tumultuous. We can be forthright with one another. You know all about me, and I wish to know all about you. Only in this way can we unite our strengths, for we are partners. In our realm, partners are referred to as spouses, and spouses must endure hardships together. Bai Yueyue gazed up at Long Hao, her sincerity melting his heart. Long Hao's pupils constricted as he gently ruffled Bai Yueye's hair, his fingers trailing down to the partner mark on her chest. Very well, Yueyue, from this day forth, there shall be no secrets between us. As Long Hao spoke, Bai Yueyue felt a slight tightening in her chest, and a radiant light emanated from their partner mark. At the same time, Long Hao's heart-protecting dragon scale floated forth, glowing softly under his pale blue spiritual energy. Bai Yueyue could hear the steady beat of Long Hao's heart resonating within his chest. When Long Hao gifted her the heart-protecting dragon scale, he imparted all his love and life essence, and it was precisely this devotion that stirred within Bai Yueyue, allowing her to gradually fall for him and resonate with the scale. This is what it means to pursue each other reciprocally, isn't it? A soft hum reverberated around them as the air centered around the heart-protecting dragon scale began to coalesce into vivid images, and as Long Hao slowly closed his eyes, the scenes began to come to life. Bai Yueyue dared not blink her eyes. In the scene, a crescent of azure water nestled among the mountains, where a silver-haired child frolicked joyfully, accompanied by a graceful woman whose features remained shrouded in mystery. Bai Yueyue understood that it was the young Long Hao from her childhood. However, when you grow up, you must diligently govern the dragon clan on behalf of your father, becoming the most formidable four-winged black dragon king. The woman gently lifted her hand to stroke Long Hao's head. Rest assured, mother, Hao will surely bring honor to you. As the scene shifted, a raging inferno erupted around them. The small Long Hao, helplessly nestled in the woman's embrace, cried out in despair as the flames licked closer. In a moment of utter hopelessness, the woman let out a piercing wail, unfurling her wings to shield Long Hao tightly, willingly succumbing to the engulfing fire. Time became an abstraction as the flames finally receded, leaving behind a desolate wasteland where only the feeble Long Hao remained, struggling for breath. A pair of delicate, pale hands reached towards him, and in the midst of his hopeful gaze, the hand plunged a cold, bone knife into his abdomen, extracting a glimmering blue orb. Covered in blood and lying amidst the ashes, Long Hao cried out in anguish, "Mother, where are you? I am so scared." A tear trickled down his cheek, accompanying his heart-wrenching call. The scene faded to black, only to re-emerge in a vast, deep valley. Long Hao was condemned for the murder of the Dragon Emperor, betraying his kin, and was sentenced to the icy hell of cold waters. Hasten to reunite with your short-lived mother, ha ha ha. Snowflakes drifted from the sky like goose feathers, while Long Hao, frail and shivering, was shackled to the cliff face by frigid chains. The biting wind lashed against his body, relentlessly tormenting him, leaving his frostbitten, purplish skin marred with grotesque wounds from ravenous insects. Bai Yueyue covered her mouth, her heart twisted in agony, on the verge of tears. Orphaned in her childhood, she had barely grown up before enduring relentless persecution, ultimately being cast out from the dragon clan. Fleeing into the forest, she was relentlessly pursued by her own brother. Each scene, each moment, was a tragic past that Long Hao dared not revisit. It became evident that beneath Long Hao's resilient facade lay an immense reservoir of suffering and torment. Only by witnessing it firsthand could one truly comprehend the depths of despair. My mother perished to protect me, while Long Jing's mother stole my dragon pearl. It was a sorcerer who saved me and raised me to adulthood. Yueyue, this is the secret I have buried deep within. Now it is laid bare before you. Henceforth, the heart-protecting scale shall bind our fates together. I know what you know. I feel what you feel. Your life is entwined with mine, and your demise shall echo my own. As Long Hao's voice resonated in her ears, a golden thread subtly connected the two before them. Bai Yueyue widened her eyes in astonishment. What is this? This is the covenant of life, a unique capability of the dragon clan. He has bound his fate to yours. Should you perish, he too shall meet his demise. Furthermore, he can sense your emotions, your joys, sorrows, and everything in between. Ah Hao, Long Hao, enveloped Bai Yueyue in a tight embrace, burying his head deep into the crook of her neck. My mother was slain while trying to protect me, and Long Jing's mother stole my dragon pearl. Without the dragon pearl, I am unable to ascend to the 9th tier of power, leaving me powerless against Long Jing's persecution. I do not wish for you to witness my vulnerability. I want you to perceive your male as strong and capable of safeguarding you. Yueyue, my past has been shrouded in darkness. I once believed that I would traverse this life consumed by hatred. It is you who has bestowed upon me a glimmer of light. Chapter 72. The heartbeats of both sides are deafening. Bai Yueyue gently lifted Longhow's chin, tears cascading down her cheeks. Foolish Hao, why have you never confided in me about your suffering? Why do you bear it all alone? She continued, ever since I resolved to cherish our time together. I have set aside all grievances, focusing solely on our moments together. However, now that we have hope of finding the volcanic bird, it signifies that I will no longer be bound by the cold poison, allowing me to genuinely protect you. Longhao gazed at Bai Yueyue with tender, crimson eyes, his slender fingers softly brushing away the tears from the corners of her eyes. This was his final glimmer of hope. Bai Yueyue forcibly held back her tears and said, at present, we possess only scant information regarding the volcanic bird, having never witnessed it firsthand. Our immediate priority is to ascertain the precise location of the volcanic bird and devise an effective strategy for its capture. You mentioned that the volcanic bird possesses at least an 8th-tier strength, which cannot be underestimated. We must employ extraordinary means. The volcanic bird excels in fire manipulation, rendering it exceedingly perilous. As an ice dragon, I am inherently restrained by fire when facing an opponent of the same tier, making victory exceedingly challenging. Longhao sighed heavily, burdened with thoughts. Are you and Longjing both ice dragons? Bai Yueyue instinctively inquired. No, purebred four-winged black dragons are of the ice attribute. Although Longjing belongs to the dragon lineage, he is not a pure four-winged black dragon king. His mother, Silver Frost, is an ordinary dragon beast, which grants him the fire ability. In contrast, both my mother and father are four-winged black dragons, thus I inherited the ice attribute. Typically, Longjing's innate talent would not allow him to ascend to 9th-tier strength. However, due to my dragon pearl residing within him, Longhao patiently elucidated. Ding dong. Attention. Host, there are very few beast species capable of ascending to 9th-tier talent in the beast realm. Among them are the dual-tailed phoenixes within the phoenix clan, the four-winged black dragons within the dragon clan, and the 9-tailed foxes within the fox clan. It is no wonder the high priest only descends upon the forest and not elsewhere. Longjing, like the high priest, possesses 9th-tier strength and, given the formidable prowess of the dragon clan, would undoubtedly resist the high priest's authority. So that old fellow is indeed one who bullies the weak. A band of thieves. Regardless, I am resolute in my promise to assist you in obtaining the heart of the volcanic bird. Bai Yueyue clenched her fists tightly, recalling the excruciating pain of having her dragon pearl forcibly taken during her childhood. Yueyue, stop. I know you worry for my safety. I am now a 5th-tier beast man, fully capable of self-preservation, and I possess a significant trump card that will ensure I do not become a burden to you. Trust me, due to their shared life bond, Bai Yueyue and Longhao were in perfect sync. As long as neither concealed their thoughts intentionally, the other would immediately comprehend. Within Bai Yueyue's system space, there lies a powerful sniper rifle, provided the distance is sufficient and the opponent remains unsuspecting. The might of the sniper rifle enables Bai Yueyue to eliminate 7th-tier orcs in a single shot. However, the anatomical structure of 8th-tier orcs presents a significant enhancement compared to their lower-tier counterparts, leaving uncertainty as to whether the sniper rifle will prove effective. Furthermore, the sniper can only be utilized from the shadows, necessitating the perfect alignment of time, place, and opportunity for success, which poses a considerable challenge for Bai Yueyue. The 8th-tier orcs possess exceptionally resilient physiques. A single shot from the sniper may not suffice to fell them. Yet, should sufficient spiritual energy be infused into the sniper rifle, the resulting projectiles would experience a qualitative boost in lethality. The system offered a reminder. Is that truly possible? Bai Yueyue's expression brightened with realization. She had nearly forgotten that the system had undergone an upgrade. Indeed, all items within the system space can be enhanced with spiritual energy. I simply neglected to inform you earlier. My apologies for my oversight. It is not too late now. Thus, the prospect of hunting the volcanic birds appears significantly more promising. Bai Yueyue made up her mind and turned to grasp Longhao's broad palm, saying, Longhao, we shall proceed to the desert as usual tomorrow. Once we ascertain the location of the stones, we will delegate the task of transporting them back to the tribe to our subordinates. Meanwhile, we will pay a visit to the red volcano to confirm the whereabouts of the volcanic birds. Very well, he replied. But the Master Wang possesses a strong sense of territoriality and conducts daily inspections of his domain. Furthermore, the Lion King, residing at the 8th tier, has an exceptionally keen perception. Therefore, infiltrating the heart of the Tamuli grassland poses significant challenges. I can only approach the red volcano from the air. Getting too close would risk detection by the flame spirits, which would be troublesome, as they are capable of flight. Longhao's gaze sharpened. Bai Yueyue lowered her head in contemplation for a moment, pondering the substantial dilemma at hand. System, are you capable of detecting the location of the volcanic bird? Given that Longhao had previously mentioned the elusive nature of the volcanic bird, which rarely reveals itself, approaching too closely would be futile. Indeed, I can detect any living organism within a 10-kilometer radius of the host, the system replied confidently. Do not underestimate my capabilities. That distance should suffice. Rest assured, there is no need to get too close. I will alert you when the time is right. Bai Yueyue wrapped her arms around Long Hao's neck and flashed a sweet smile. Although Long Hao could hear the conversation between Bai Yueyue and the system, the content evidently delved into realms beyond his understanding. However, he was certain of one thing. His Yueyue was an exceptionally talented little fairy, and following her lead was undoubtedly wise. Yueyue, you are truly remarkable. It is an immense fortune to have you by my side, Long Hao murmured. Gently caressing Bai Yueyue's cheek, his countenance tinged with a charming blush. Initially, he had merely intended to pick up a small female, but unexpectedly, he had discovered a true treasure. Bai Yueyue's delicate pink lips pursed slightly, contemplating how remiss it would be not to bestow a kiss upon such a handsome face. Thus, she lifted her chin and pressed her lips to the corner of Long Hao's mouth, whispering, "Having you is indeed my fortune. Without you, I would not have survived to this day. Therefore, I belong to you, just as you belong to me." Bai Yueyue's voice softened as she narrowed her fox-like eyes, seemingly captivating Long Hao's very soul. The warm and gentle breaths intertwined between them, igniting a fervent heat within Long Hao. He firmly grasped Bai Yueyue's slender waist, leaning in closer, whispering, "Yueyue, I've missed you." "I miss you too," Bai Yueyue replied, her cheeks flushing crimson, fully comprehending his intentions. It had indeed been a while since they had shared such intimacy, and even the mere closeness of their bodies made their hearts race audibly. "System, may I proceed now?" "Absolutely. The system has disabled the camera and entered stealth mode. Ahem, please enjoy your intimate moments to the fullest." Bai Yueyue was unreserved, her small hand slithering like a serpentine creature into Long Hao's fur, precisely locating its target. Long Hao's body stiffened, and unable to contain himself any longer, he lifted Bai Yueyue onto his thigh. Chapter 73. Being her most loyal kin, the night sky was adorned with a sparse scattering of stars, and within the cave, the sound of hurried breaths rose and fell. Bai Yueyue's feeble arms gently encircled Long Hao's neck. "Ah Hao." Long Hao responded, his voice a hushed whisper against her ear. "It is nearly dawn. All right, you all hurry and secure the wild cattle. Once Lady Yueyue emerges, we shall set forth." A dong transformed into his original form, sitting at the forefront of a wheeled cart, while a unit deptly fastened grass ropes and leather straps onto a dong. "Be cautious while pulling the cart. Do not act recklessly, and ensure your safety, understood?" A unit advised, reaching up to stroke a dong's large head. After all, he was her male companion, and it was a dong's first journey afar. A Yun couldn't help but feel a tinge of anxiety. "Rest assured, a Yun. You and the child will await my return at home. It won't be long before we are back." A dong grinned, gently nudging a Yun's belly. A Yun was once again pregnant, this time with a dong's offspring. Although a dong had felt fondness and envy for the two cubs of Shiwen, his current joy was beyond measure. Enough. We are old companions. Do not behave this way, or people will mock us," a Yun blushed, her happiness evident and impossible to conceal. Meanwhile, Bai Yueyue was busy gathering various herbs within the cave, storing them in her spatial pouch, for the journey ahead was long, and their utility was uncertain. "Lady Yueyue, we have prepared the fruits, water, and roasted meat as you instructed." Chi-Chi's head peeked in from the cave entrance. "Good. You go ahead and load them into the cart. Remember to fill the water containers to the brim. Pack several canisters," Bai Yueyue instructed. In the arid desert, water was indispensable. She had crafted numerous lidded clay jars, which served excellently for water storage. "Understood." Chi-Chi nodded eagerly. Bai Yueyue, concerned about insufficient provisions, had slaughtered 2 goats and a large wild boar the previous day, storing them in the system's space for later roasting. Anything placed within this space would retain its original state, remaining fresh and unspoiled, regardless of the passage of time. "Yueyue, are you ready?" Long Hao inquired as he entered, having changed into a pristine new hide and carrying 2 additional garments for Bai Yueyue. "All right, have you finished as well?" Bai Yueyue replied, gathering her hair and stepping beside Long Hao. "Yes, I have prepared trenches around the tribe, laid down firewood to be ignited at night for our defense. Azu and the others have been gathering wood. There is an abundance of it in the tribe, sufficient to sustain us upon our return. Furthermore, I have marked the vicinity of the tribe. Should any beastmen of the 6th rank or above approach, I will be immediately alerted," Long Hao declared, lifting Bai Yueyue into his embrace. Bai Yueyue stands at a height of 1 meter and 65 centimeters, while Long Hao towers nearly 2 meters tall, cradling Bai Yueyue as if she were a delicate doll. "Well, that's good. This time, we will leave Qianche in the tribe. He can easily manage the lower-tier beastmen, allowing us to venture out with peace of mind." Bai Yueyue nodded in agreement. As Long Hao and Bai Yueyue emerged from the cave, they were greeted by the sight of their companions already prepared for departure. Accompanying them were Chi-Chi, Kaxiu, a dong, and 4 other male beastmen whose names Bai Yueyue could not recall, each possessing strength around the 5th tier, a commendable level of power. The tribe, led by the 6th tier Qianche, retained a dozen or so 5th tier male beastmen for guard duty. If all proceeded as expected, Bai Yueyue and her companions would return within 3 to 5 days. However, they had still made meticulous preparations for the tribe's safety. With a sudden flourish, Long Hao transformed back into his original form, retracting his wings as he approached the wheeled cart. Bai Yueyue tugged at a large bundle of grass ropes and approached, while Long Hao obediently lowered his enormous head for her to tie. Long Hao's size was comparable to that of a giant mining truck, making it rather unjust to use him for pulling a cart. However, Bai Yueyue currently lacked sufficient survival points to expand her system space, which was limited to only 100 cubic meters, far too small to accommodate such a multitude of items, let alone 4 carts of stones. Otherwise, there would be no need for manual labor. Almost there. The host must strive harder. Primarily, the large sniper rifle is prohibitively expensive. Indeed. One large sniper rifle costs me 70,000. Bai Yueyue, it pains me so. All right. Bai Yueyue raised her hand to pat the exquisite dragon horns of Long Hao. His horns were adorned with black scales, smooth and sturdy, resembling 2 long spears. Between the scales were golden patterns, giving them a noble appearance akin to being gilded when viewed from a distance. Long Hao raised his head and gently nudged Bai Yueyue, the breath from his nostrils sending her hair fluttering. Good heavens, this suffocating affection. Quickly, get on. Long Hao lowered his body. Bai Yueyue lightly stepped, clutching her abdomen, and swiftly leaped onto Long Hao's back, turning to address Qianche and Yun. You two will be responsible for the tribe while we are away. We should return within 3 to 5 days. During our absence, ensure that no tribe members venture outside, and do not allow outsiders into our territory. Caution is paramount. Yes. Rest assured, Madam Yueyue, Yun replied with a nod. Indeed, Lord Long Hao and Madam Yueyue, please take care of your safety, Qianche said respectfully, bowing his head. Long Hao cast a scrutinizing glance at Qianche, but chose to say nothing further, instead leading the wheelbarrow ahead of the group, with a dong closely following. Chi-Chi and Ka Xiu rode on the backs of their respective wild buffalo, bringing up the rear. As they watched Long Hao and the others depart, Qianche let out a long sigh. Lulu, standing not far away, discreetly observed Qianche, but inadvertently caught his gaze. Lulu, Qianche began. The tribe requires attention. I must go water the vegetable patch, she interrupted, turning to walk towards the back of the tribe. Qianche's expression grew despondent. Lulu was intentionally avoiding him, leaving him helpless. Yun, witnessing the entire exchange, placed a hand on Qianche's shoulder. What's wrong? Are you regretting not treating Lulu better? I just feel sorry for her, Qianche replied with a bitter smile. Regret alone is insufficient. Lulu's heart has been deeply wounded. Females are inherently proud. Who could endure what you said before? Take your time, let go of Madam Yueyue, and truly cherish those around you, Yun gently advised, supporting her waist. Though Yun's status within the Beast clan was not particularly high, her age and experience commanded respect, and Qianche, despite holding a higher rank, was willing to heed her words. I understand, Qianche nodded, his gaze drifting towards the depths of the forest. To cherish those around him, he now wished to silently protect Bai Yueyue. If he could not be her mate, he would be her most loyal tribesman. It's not far ahead to the giant ape tribe. We can safely enter the desert through the black bear tribe, Long Hao stated, turning to the group. All right. Huh? What is that smell? Chapter 74. The black bear tribe is attacked, huh? What is that smell? Bai Yueyue raised her nose to delicately sniff the air. As a fifth-tier fox beast, her sense of smell surpassed that of everyone present. The closer they approached the front, the more pronounced the metallic sweetness in the atmosphere became. Upon noticing this, Chi-Chi and Adong instinctively lifted their noses as well. A faint scent of blood wafted through the forest, carried by the wind, intertwining with their breaths. It is indeed the smell of blood, Long Hao remarked, his emerald pupils narrowing slightly as he slowed his pace. Not far ahead lies the black bear tribe. Something must have happened. Everyone, stay hidden. Yeah, I shall investigate the situation further ahead. The rest of you, protect the lady. Understood. Please be careful, Bai Yueyue replied, gently stroking Long Hao's large head. Transforming into human form, Long Hao paused briefly before swiftly disappearing into the depths of the thicket ahead. Madam Yueyue, please lean against me. I will shield you from any danger, Adong murmured softly, his head lowered, making sure to cover his mouth with his thick bear paw. It's all right. No sooner had she spoken than a rustling sound emanated from the front. Bai Yueyue, with her keen fox ears perked, meticulously captured the source of the sound, while simultaneously tightening her grip on the bone dagger at her waist. Suddenly, a shadow lunged forth from the thicket, and Cassius swiftly stepped forward, shielding Bai Yueyue behind him. Before them lay a battered black bear, its body marred by wounds, its once lustrous fur matted with blood, and its limbs and back ravaged by ghastly injuries. Help me, the bear struggled to extend its paw towards Bai Yueyue, before transforming into human form. Upon closer inspection, Bai Yueyue realized it was none other than the mate of the Black Bear clan leader, Hei Feng, Lady Ram. What has befallen you? Adong recognized his kin and instinctively moved to assist. A chilling, eerie roar echoed ominously, growing nearer, as it surged past the treetops ahead. Bai Yueye's starry eyes widened in horror as she beheld a colossal humanoid creature, its body cloaked in a shroud of gray fur. Its face, marred by deep wrinkles, bore an unsettling visage, while its rough, broad hand clutched a bone knife, the other grasping a vine from the tree, swinging towards the ground where Ram lay. What a massive monkey! Upon noticing Bai Yueyue and her companions, the enormous primate appeared startled, yet it did not cease its actions. Instead, it pivoted, brandishing the bone knife and lunging towards a dong before her. Quickly evade. Bai Yueyue swiftly advanced, unsheathing the bone dagger from her waist. channeling her spiritual energy as it flew towards the colossal monkey. The razor-sharp bone dagger pierced through the creature's neck in an instant, while simultaneously, an ice spear imbued with a chilling aura penetrated its heart. With a pained cry, the great monkey was caught unawares, spewing blood as it collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Yueyue. Long Hao somersaulted from behind, swiftly enveloping Bai Yueyue in his protective embrace, closely followed by the imposing figure of Haifeng. What transpired? Long Hao. Bai Yueyue glanced over Long Hao, reassured by his safety, allowing herself to exhale in relief. The giant ape clan has attacked the black bear tribe, seizing the females. By the time I arrived, the tribe had already been largely overrun, Long Hao explained hastily. Ram. Haifeng darted towards Ram, lifting him up in haste. Blood oozed from Ram's mouth and nose as he convulsed, gasping, cough cough. Save me. I have young ones inside. I do not wish to perish. You will not die. Haifeng replied, turning back, desperation glimmering in his eyes as he sought Bai Yueye's assistance. Bai Yueyue swiftly extracted a hemostatic herb from the spatial shop and applied it to Ram's wounds, exchanging for bandages to tightly bind his bleeding arm. Although she had only interacted with the Black Bear clan once, she recognized their kindness and sense of gratitude, compelling her to offer assistance rather than stand idly by. Thank you, Blackwind said, wiping away tears as he held Ram closer. It's all right, Ram, it's all right. Ram, weakened from excessive blood loss, lay languidly in Blackwind's embrace, his hand instinctively cradling his slightly protruding belly. Chiefess, the tribe has been overrun by the giant ape clan. Most of the females have been taken, and they are still pursuing us. What should we do? A group of black bears, arriving late from various directions, surrounded Blackwind. Some carried females while others protected their young, their bodies marked with injuries, clearly having just endured a fierce battle. Upon seeing Long Hao and his companions, the black bears appeared visibly startled. This is not a safe place to linger. Retreat a distance and follow us if you trust our words. Bai Yueyue activated the system's detection map, searching for a secure refuge nearby. The Black Bear clan possessed formidable strength. Aiding them could forge a beneficial alliance in the future. Everyone, follow Madame Long Hao, Blackwind commanded. The tribe's fall left Blackwind immensely grateful that the 100 Beast clan chose to assist rather than take advantage of their plight. Long Hao, guided by Bai Yueyue, led the group to a forested area, devoid of other beastmen for a 2-kilometer radius, providing temporary safety. Ram, how are you holding up? Feeling any better? Blackwind grasped Ram's hand tightly. As the only male among them, and with Ram being his sole partner and now pregnant, Blackwind was understandably anxious. The hemostatic herb took effect, allowing Ram to sit up with great effort, his brown eyes glistening with moisture as he looked at Bai Yueyue. Madame Long Hao, thank you for saving me. No need for thanks. You've lost too much blood. Focus on using your spirit energy to stem the bleeding, and take these hemostatic herbs. Bai Yueyue said, extending a sprig of herb to Ram. He took it, struggling to chew, his complexion improving slightly. Why did the giant ape clan suddenly attack the Black Bear tribe? Long Hao pulled Bai Yueyue closer. The giant ape clan was vast and notoriously aggressive. Had they not retreated swiftly, they would have faced dire consequences. We don't know. Last night, a tribe reported seeing the giant ape clan near our territory. We assumed they were merely blocking the desert's edge and the forest, never expecting them to launch a sudden assault on the tribe. Blackwind's fist struck the ground in frustration. Moreover, the number of giant apes involved was staggering, with over a dozen 7th-tier beastmen, leaving us with little ability to retaliate. Although we fought fiercely, inflicting heavy casualties upon them, they stormed into the tribe, kidnapping females and slaughtering cubs. Even Ram was grievously injured. Blackwind gazed at Ram with deep concern. The Black Bear clan was no weakling. It was unreasonable for the giant ape clan to attack so recklessly. Long Hao's expression hardened as he pondered the implications. One must understand that bears are unlike ordinary beasts. They possess both formidable defensive capabilities and considerable offensive strength. Had it not been for their numerical advantage, the wolf clan and giant apes would have struggled to withstand a single blow from a black bear. Bai Yueyue cast a glance around her. The escaped members of the Black Bear clan were not cubs, leaving only about 60 of them. The black bear population had once numbered over 100. And the losses were indeed grievous. The Black Bear clan had always been the target of the giant ape clan's animosity, primarily due to the competition for fruits and similar resources. The giant ape clan had now allied with the wolf clan. And even the formidable Tianhu clan had been observed creeping closer, in collusion with the giant apes and wolves. Adding to the turmoil, the wolf clan had previously launched an assault on the beast clan. What nefarious intentions do these wretched beings harbor? Blackwind's face was etched with fury. The serpent clan had also participated in the attack on the beast clan, motivated by my slaying of their prince, Xiang. However, our recent confrontation with the wolf clan had decimated the serpent clan's ranks, leaving them in seclusion within the serpent forest, devoid of any activity. Long Hao remarked, gently stroking Bai Yueyue's head. The serpent clan's use of poison and secrecy is exceedingly perilous, yet in the open, they are no match for anyone. Moreover, Long Hao's ice attributes serve as their nemesis, and the dragon clan possesses natural resistance to serpent venom. Thus, a mere show of strength had rendered them too intimidated to venture beyond the confines of their forest. You killed Xiang? Blackwind was evidently taken aback. Xi Ying's status was no trivial matter, He was the most cherished son of the Serpent King, and yet he was slain so effortlessly by Long Hao. Bai Yueyue was equally taken aback, for it was only today that she learned the shadow of the serpent was, in fact, the prince of the Serpent clan. The Serpent King and the Fox Emperor were both aging beasts, not to be feared, had it not been for the backing of the Dragon clan. The Fox clan would be scarcely better off than the Serpent clan, Long Hao remarked indifferently. In his eyes, anyone who dared to harm Bai Yueyue deserved death. Moreover, they were merely a sixth-tier beast. This place is not suitable for prolonged stay. We have matters to attend to. What are the current intentions of the Black Wind clan leader? Long Hao lifted his gaze to probe Black Wind. Black Wind, hesitated, as he too was uncertain of what to do. If the clan leader leads the people away from the tribe, then the tribe would be vulnerable to invasion, which would mean that the Black Bear clan would no longer have a place to call home. The rest of the territory is predominantly occupied by other beastmen, and carelessly intruding could inevitably lead to a bloody battle. With Ram in such a grievous state, it was evidently unrealistic to retaliate and reclaim the tribe, leaving Black Wind in a state of profound distress. Bai Yueyue's brows flickered slightly, her heart quietly pondering. How? Is there a possibility of inviting the Black Bear clan to join the Hundred Beasts clan? Long Hao raised his eyebrows. The Black Bear clan possesses greater strength than the Hundred Beasts clan, and under normal circumstances, they would likely be unwilling. However, given their current predicament and the targeting they face, it may be worth attempting. Bai Yueyue's eyes darted around, reflecting her thoughts. Strength does not necessarily equate to survival capability. It is they who now face adversity, while I possess a solution. Resolute, Bai Yueyue gradually crouched down and addressed the leader of the Black Wind tribe. Madame Lam is in grave danger. Without continuous medical attention, her life may hang by a thread. I observe that many of the Black Bear tribe members bear injuries, and you are accompanied by numerous young ones. Should you wander through the forest, it is inevitable that the giant ape tribe and the wolf tribe will discover you and attempt to annihilate your clan. Our tribe has shamans who can provide adequate healing for everyone. Why not accompany us back to the Hundred Beasts tribe? Upon hearing Bai Yueyue's words, the surrounding black bears instinctively looked up at Black Wind, while Lam seized his arm with urgency. Black Wind was momentarily taken aback, and when he grasped Bai Yueyue's intent, disbelief washed over his face. Return to the Hundred Beasts tribe? Would you truly accept us? Of course, Bai Yueyue replied with a gentle smile. The Hundred Beasts tribe is not large in number, and if the Black Bear tribe is willing to join us, we would be delighted. Do not forget, we are called the Hundred Beasts tribe. The prospect of such a formidable tribe as the Black Bears joining their ranks would be a tremendous boon. Moreover, Black Wind, an 8th-tier beastman, was of the same caliber as Long Hao, and there were certainly numerous beastmen of 5th tier and above within the Black Bear tribe. What the Hundred Beast tribe desperately needed was to expand its population. Black Wind stood speechless for a moment, struggling to find words. He understood that without a tribe, they were merely wandering beastmen, facing arduous survival and constant expulsion. The beastman clans were notoriously exclusive, unlikely to permit such a large group of wandering beastmen to enter. Yet, the Hundred Beast tribe was willing to embrace them. What does the leader of the Black Wind tribe think? Long Hao stepped forward, casting a scrutinizing glance at Black Wind. Absolutely, we are willing, Black Wind exclaimed, overcome with emotion as he stood upright. As long as the Hundred Beast tribe is willing to accept us and provide care for my partner, the Black Bear tribe is ready to join the Hundred Beast tribe. Bai Yueyue was momentarily taken aback, not expecting the Black Wind to acquiesce so readily. However, mere agreement was insufficient. A measure of assurance was imperative. She lifted her gaze towards Long Hao, who immediately grasped her intent. Chief of the Black Wind clan, you are aware that we are both of the 8th tier. Should you choose to join the Hundred Beasts clan, you, along with your kin, must submit to the new tribal leader. You must contemplate this carefully. Long Hao stated with an unflinching demeanor. After all, a beast king, by nature, would find it hard to accept subservience. Black Wind cleared his throat, glancing back at the gravely injured Ram and then at his clansmen. The faces of the Black Bear tribe were filled with hope, their arms tightly embracing their females and young. They yearned for a sanctuary, desperate to escape a life of homelessness and persecution. After much hesitation, Black Wind finally sighed deeply and knelt before Long Hao. I am willing to submit to you, Lord Long Hao, and accept you as the new leader of my clan. I only ask that you accept my people and provide them with protection. With his head bowed low, Black Wind's submission signified the end of an era for the Beast King. Long Hao's spiritual power far surpassed that of Black Wind. The merging of their tribes would inevitably require a demonstration of strength to determine the rightful Beast King. Black Wind was acutely aware that he was no match for Long Hao, leading him to surrender. He could not allow his pride to jeopardize the safety of his mate and kin. Very well, from this moment forth, the Black Bear clan officially joins the Hundred Beasts clan and shall endeavor to integrate fully. Long Hao's slender fingers danced gracefully in the air, and a silvery mark rapidly coalesced, descending upon Black Wind in an instant. This was the Beast King's contract mark, designed to restrain high-tier beastmen, akin to the one Long Hao had placed on Qian Che. Once bestowed with this mark, Black Wind's fate was entwined with Long Hao's, ensuring a safeguard against potential betrayal. Black Wind slowly raised his hands above his head and then prostrated himself on the ground. I pay my respects to you, Lord Longhao, and to your lady. Chapter 76. Do you prefer husband or lord? As Black Wind knelt, the surrounding black bears followed suit, bowing low. We pay our respects, Lord Longhao. Lady, please rise, Longhao replied, his expression softening as he extended a hand to help Black Wind to his feet. With the addition of the Black Bear clan, the strength of the 100 Beasts clan surged significantly. The Black Bear clan had been decimated by the Giant Ape clan and the Wolf clan, leading them to harbor deep-seated animosity towards their aggressors. Thus, should they strike again, the Black Bear clan would stand resolutely alongside the 100 Beasts clan. Observing this scene, Adong's eyes sparkled with excitement, marveling at how swiftly he could be reunited with his kin. From now on, I shall no longer be the chief. You may simply call me Black Wind. Lord Longhao. He lowered his head, casting a worried glance at the motionless ram on the ground. Ram's bleeding had ceased entirely, yet he remained exceedingly weak. A pregnant female inherently possesses diminished spiritual energy, and Ram's severe injuries compounded her plight. Black Wind's decision to join the 100 Beast clan was also driven by concern for Ram, as they had already witnessed Bai Yueye's exceptional medical skills. Bai Yueyue discerned the intentions of the Black Wind and stepped forward, saying, Chief Black Wind, there is no need for concern. You may first escort your injured kin back to the Beast clan for the shaman's treatment, to avoid any misunderstandings from my clan. Chi-Chi will accompany you back and explain the situation to Qian-Che and the others. Although Black Wind had already pledged allegiance to Longhao, he remained an 8th-tier beastman, and thus, the title of chief was still a mark of respect. Yes, Madam Yueyue, he replied. Though a flicker of worry crossed Chi-Chi's face, her departure would leave their expedition to the desert understaffed. May I inquire, Lord Longhao and Madam? Where are you headed? What are these? Black Wind asked, tilting his head curiously at the wheeled cart behind the group. We are going to the desert to transport stones back for the repair of our tribe. This cart is for carrying the stones, Bai Yueyue explained. The items used by the Beast clan exceeded the comprehension of the indigenous beastmen. Black Wind circled the cart, his mouth agape in awe. Repairing the tribe, Lord Longhao. Though the desert is home only to the bird tribe, the journey may not be safe. Let the uninjured beastmen from the Black Bear clan accompany you. Since we have joined, we must contribute. With a wave of his hand, several robust Black Bear beastmen stepped forward and bent down to take the cart from Kashio's hands. The Black Bears were larger than bison, making them perfectly suited to pull the cart. Very well, Longhao nodded. Be careful on your journey, Chi-Chi. Once you return to the tribe, stay and assist. We shall return swiftly, Bai Yueyue instructed before being cradled once more in Longhao's arms. Black Wind instinctively glanced at Bai Yueyue. Although she was only a 5th-tier beast woman, her ability to become Longhao's mate was undoubtedly remarkable. Her words exhibited a resolve uncommon among typical females. One could only wonder what the Beast clan truly entailed. Then, Lord Longhao, Madam Yueyue, I shall take the remaining ones back now. Please, take care, Black Wind said, lifting Ram and nodding slightly to the couple. All right. As they watched Black Wind and his group depart, Bai Yueyue sighed deeply. It's wonderful to have the Black Bear clan join us. The strength of the Beast clan will finally be fundamentally enhanced. It is thanks to you that Black Wind trusts us after you tended to that wounded black bear. An 8th-tier beastman would never willingly join a significantly weaker group otherwise. Longhao gently brushed his fingers against Bai Yueye's delicate nose. I merely performed a good deed by chance. Furthermore, individual strength alone is insufficient. We must bolster our clan's influence. A single dragon cannot withstand an army of thousands. As long as we can recover more clans to join the Beast clan, we will undoubtedly possess the strength to stand against the Dragon clan. Bai Yueyue clenched her fist. Stand against the Dragon clan? What do you mean? Longhao asked, momentarily taken aback. Longhao, I shall not allow you to suffer in vain. Our hearts are intertwined. How could I not know that you yearn to return to the Dragon clan to vindicate yourself? No one wishes to carry the baseless stigma of patricide for a lifetime. Moreover, Longjing's mother, Yin Shuang, murdered your mother and stole your dragon pearl. This enmity must eventually be avenged. Once we find the heart of the volcanic bird, we shall vigorously develop our tribe. When we are strong enough, we can attract other tribes to join us, reclaim the initiative, and demonstrate to all that even a spark like the Beast clan can ignite a wildfire. As Bai Yueye's words resonated, Longhao felt a tremor in his heart. He could hardly believe such grandiloquent sentiments could emerge from the lips of a petite female. It required immense courage and ambition. My dear Yueyue, I brought you back to the Beast clan, only to have you live in fear and toil incessantly. I do not wish for our future children to endure such a life. The challenges of obtaining the volcanic bird's heart and alleviating the cold poison to strengthen our clan are formidable, yet you understand my intentions, and I share your aspirations. Therefore, no matter how arduous the path may be, I shall strive with all my might for you and our child's brighter future. Indeed, let us work together, Bai Yueyue replied. Now, Ahao, let me teach you a saying. Speak, Longhao said, perking up his ears in anticipation. Together, as husband and wife, we can achieve greatness. Bai Yueyue exclaimed, waving her arm. Husband and wife? I recall you mentioning that term before. What does it truly signify? Long Hao inquired, turning to signal the team to begin their journey while cradling Bai Yueyue in his arms, paving the way ahead. The remaining black bears busily demonstrated their loyalty, volunteering to take over the carts from Adong and Kashio. Adong greeted his kin warmly, engaging in cheerful conversation as they traveled. Bai Yueyue's petite feet swayed gently in Long Hao's embrace as she leaned closer to his ear, explaining, "In our world, we refer to each other as husband and wife. Husband denotes the male, while wife signifies the female. You may call me wife or spouse, and I shall refer to you as husband or lord." Long Hao listened intently to Bai Yueyue's words, then lowered his head to nuzzle against her cheek, softly inquiring, "Which do you prefer I call you, wife or spouse?" A smile danced upon Long Hao's lips, his deep-set eyes shimmering with a hint of charm, causing Bai Yueyue's cheeks to flush crimson. She tightened her small hands around his neck and replied, "You may simply call me Yueyue. I have grown accustomed to it." "Very well, then you can call me husband or lord. I take great pleasure in hearing you say it," Long Hao said, planting a gentle kiss upon Bai Yueyue's delicate lips. "Oh dear, what about the many people behind us? How embarrassing." The group had long since shed their previous tension and soon arrived at the edge of the forest. A sudden gust of wind swept in, carrying with it a cloud of yellow sand. Long Hao quickly turned to shield Bai Yueyue in his embrace. Bai Yueyue leaned forward, and before her lay a desolate expanse, strewn with gravel and parched earth, devoid of any vegetation. In stark contrast, the forest behind her thrived with vibrant greenery and lush foliage, creating a remarkable dichotomy between the arid desert and the verdant woodland. As she approached the forest's edge, the wind intensified, its ferocity causing Bai Yueyue's eyes to water from the relentless gusts that surged through the gaps in the trees. The desert represented the most inhospitable environment in the beast realm, inhabited solely by the weakest of the avian tribes. With such fierce winds, would the bird folk be able to take flight? Bai Yueyue pressed her lips together, determined to shield them from the abrasive sand. The wind was most potent at the forest's periphery, where the trees had developed spiritual energy to combat the encroaching sands, utilizing the gusts to sweep away the dust clinging to their trunks. Recently, there had been no sandstorms, and beyond the tree line, the desert plain lay in a tranquil stillness. After Dragon Hao finished his explanation, he wrapped Bai Yueyue in a large piece of beast hide, and the others closely followed him, swiftly traversing the windswept forest. Suddenly, the howling wind ceased, yet upon stepping onto the gravel beneath their feet, the beastmen collectively gasped at the intensity of the sun above. Bai Yueyue brushed aside the beast's skin atop her head, and the glaring sunlight immediately poured in. At present, the beast realm was in the depths of summer, with the arid desert devoid of trees or any form of shelter, and the ground's sandy surface reflecting the rays intensified the surrounding heat. Long Hao possessed an innate ice attribute, rendering his body refreshingly cool, akin to a grand air conditioner. Thus, being cradled in his embrace brought Bai Yueyue considerable comfort. In stark contrast, Cassius and the black bears, burdened by their thick fur, found themselves panting heavily under the sweltering heat. Bai Yueyue retrieved some water from the spatial marketplace and suggested, "Let us take a moment to hydrate before continuing our journey." The group each took a drink, settling in the shade of the wagon, quenching their thirst heartily. "Lord Long Hao, Lady Yueyue, in this barren desert, where could one find stones amidst all this sand?" Adong remarked, wiping the sweat from his brow. "There exists a desolate stone mountain in the heart of the desert, formed from numerous natural stone blocks. We can gather materials there, but it has been some time, so we may need to search for its precise location," Long Hao replied. "Oh, it's no trouble. I am aware of the coordinates," Bai Yueyue said, tapping her temple lightly. Ding dong. The location of the desolate stone mountain has been pinpointed. Situated to the southeast. Over there. Is everyone rested? Bai Yueyue rose, brushing off the dust. Ready. The group set forth once again under the blazing sun. Though the heat was oppressive, the tribe's people awaited their return, and the longer they were away, the greater the peril to their home. "How? Have you ever visited that desolate stone mountain?" Bai Yueyue inquired, as she rubbed a small ice cube against Long Hao's arms. "Indeed. The desert is an essential path from the dragon clan to the forest." Long Hao nodded in affirmation. Bai Yueyue gazed around, pondering whether there were many tribes beyond the desert. Indeed, starting from the forest, surrounded by vast expanses of desert, it primarily served as a gathering place for the avian tribes. Beyond the desert lay 4 cardinal directions. To the east was the dragon tribe's territory, the Wuwang Grand Canyon, the farthest from the forest, to the north. The snow leopard tribe resided on the frigid peaks of the northern snow mountains, known as one of the most enigmatic clans. To the west lay the ocean, home to the legendary merfolk, and to the south was the territory of the lion tribe, the Tamuli grasslands. The forest occupied the center of these realms, being the largest and most prosperous gathering of beastmen. Long Hao elaborated with a raised gaze. Bai Yueyue was aware of the primary tribes within the forest, yet she did not anticipate the entire beast world to be structured in such a manner. The forest, akin to a moon surrounded by stars, was merely the tip of the iceberg in this colossal beastly realm, rich and fertile, yet equally fraught with peril. By the way, Hao, you previously mentioned that Long Jing pursued you into the forest. Why did he cease his chase upon entering? Bai Yueyue questioned inwardly. It was not that he ceased, rather, he was thwarted. The dragon tribe is governed by 4 elders, all of whom possess ancient dragon bloodlines. Although they lack the rank of Long Jing, they wield special powers that can constrain him. I am the last pure-blooded 4-winged black dragon. My demise would signify the extinction of the 4-winged black dragon clan, which is royal and cannot be annihilated. Hence, Long Jing could only exile me, not kill me. Moreover, having lost my dragon pearl, I pose no threat to Long Jing, which is why he has relented. Had it not been for the accusation of killing my father, the dragon tribe would currently be under my dominion. Regrettably, as he spoke, Long Hao's expression grew heavy once more. I see. Do not worry. Ah Hao, everything will turn out well. We shall face it together. Bai Yueyue gently caressed Long Hao's face. After a long day's journey, the group finally reached the heart of the desert as twilight descended. They were close to the Rocky Mountains. As night fell, let us first replenish our strength with some food and rest. Tomorrow, we shall press on to the mountains to quarry stones. Bai Yueyue descended from Long Hao's back. Understood. Long Hao secured the wild cattle, fed them the forage and water they had brought, and began to dig a pit in the ground. What are you doing, Long Hao? Bai Yueyue watched them toss the dirt, somewhat bewildered. The desert nights can be quite cold. Beneath the sand, the earth remains warm. Therefore, sleeping in the pit will keep us from freezing, Long Hao explained, as his sharp claws expertly excavated a round, sizable pit. Bai Yueyue knelt down and touched it. Indeed, it was warm, reminiscent of a traditional earthen Kong from the northeast. All right, you all take care of that. I will start a fire. Prior to her arrival, Bai Yueyue had stuffed a considerable amount of firewood into her system space. Once piled up, she ignited it with a flint, and the cozy flames flickered gently in the desert breeze, instilling a sense of safety in her heart. Here, everyone, have something to eat. Bai Yueyue took out some meat and divided it, then sat cross-legged in the earthen pit. It was her first time venturing out of the forest since her arrival in this world, and she felt a tinge of excitement. Madam Yueyue, where do you keep all these things? A black bear couldn't help but inquire. He had observed Bai Yueyue conjuring an abundance of food and supplies seemingly out of thin air, a truly marvelous spectacle. As soon as the words left his mouth, the surrounding Beast Clan members turned their gazes toward the black bear, particularly Long Hao, whose eyes seemed to contemplate where he might bury the bear next. The black bear, caught mid-chew, abruptly froze, a sense of dread washing over him, rendering him motionless. I am sorry, Lord Long Hao, Madam Yueyue. I didn't mean to speak out of turn. The black bear quickly prostrated himself on the ground. No harm done. You will gradually get used to it, she reassured him. Chapter 78. A touch of luck within. Bai Yueyue smiled gently, while Long Hao turned his attention, diligently slicing meat for her. The black bear, relieved that neither Long Hao nor Bai Yueyue bore him any ill will, felt his anxieties dissipate. Upon arriving, the black bear also noticed that the meat consumed by the Beast Clan was distinctly different from their usual fare. It was roasted over fire, imbued with flavor, and exceptionally delicious. Once you return to the Beast Clan, you will realize that Our Lady Yueyue is a divine maiden, possessing countless extraordinary abilities. A dong approached the black bear and patted him on the shoulder. Sharing the same lineage as a black bear beast man, a dong quickly warmed the atmosphere, allowing the group to bond easily. The black bear murmured something under his breath, his gaze subtly assessing Bai Yueyue. He mused that this fox beast, despite being merely a 5th tier, was remarkably more beautiful than the typical 5th tier beast men, perhaps owing to the fox tribe's natural allure. By the way, what is your name? What tier are you? Asked Kashi, handing the black bear an apple. I am a Rin, a 5th tier bear beast man, with a spirit level of 43, a Rin replied casually, taking a hearty bite of the fruit. The sweet juice burst in his mouth, gradually easing his wariness. Upon hearing this, Bai Yueyue and Long Hao exchanged glances. Indeed, the black bear tribe was formidable, as any individual they encountered was already 5th tier with such high spirit levels. While the 5th tier beastmen of the Beast Clan could be counted on one hand, with Bai Yueyue being the sole female to achieve that rank. Oh, your spirit level is impressive. Mine is only at level 30. Although Kashi was also a 5th tier beastman, he had not made any progress in a long time. The leap from 5th to 6th tier was a significant hurdle, requiring immense effort. How can this be considered high? Our chieftain, Black Wind, is an 8th tier beastman, with a spirit level exceeding 50. And it seems that Lord Long Hao is nearing 80, is he not? Arun whispered to Kashi. Indeed. Kashi nodded, unable to conceal his admiration. The strength of the tribe's leader was a source of pride for all its members. After the meal, Arun and several other black bears had become well acquainted with Bai Yueyue and her companions. Realizing they had to continue their journey the following day, they nestled into the earth for rest. Long Hao transformed into his original form, enveloping Bai Yueyue within the earthen pit, shielding her from the wind and sand with his massive body, and thoughtfully laying down a fur blanket for her comfort as she slept. Bai Yueyue gently cradled her belly, increasingly aware of the movements within. With Long Hao's striking appearance, their future child was destined to be extraordinarily beautiful. Long Hao bowed his head, cautiously nudging Bai Yueye's abdomen with his nose, his motions so delicate that he seemed to hold his breath. Yueyue, your belly appears to have grown a bit. Indeed. The child was developing rapidly, and with 2 little ones, her belly was becoming more pronounced. Bai Yueyue smiled tenderly. She did not show much as her pregnancy equated to just over 5 months in modern human terms, with a barely noticeable bulge. The system had previously displayed the development of the children within her. The two little ones already had hands and feet. Given the short gestation period of beastmen, she would give birth in just over 3 months, with daily changes being perfectly normal. 2. Long Hao's eyes widened in astonishment as he immediately transformed into his human form, enveloping Bai Yueyue in his embrace. "Yeah. I never told you before, but there are 2 little ones in your belly." Bai Yueyue bit her lip, gently poking her belly, to which the 2 tiny beings seemed to respond with a slight movement. "Ah." Long Hao opened his mouth, his hand trembling on Bai Yueye's belly, momentarily at a loss for words. The beastmen, who had just lain down nearby, instantly turned to flock around Bai Yueyue. Their faces filled with shock as they gazed at her belly. Arin could not hold back and spoke first. "Lord Long Hao is an 8th-tier beastman. In the beast world, the higher the tier, the more challenging it is to bear offspring. Madam Yueyue, it is already quite remarkable that you are pregnant. And to conceive 2 at once is simply wonderful." In the 100-beast clan, a Yun had also given birth to 2 boys, Big Bear and Second Bear, due to the fact that both Shiwen and a Yun were low-tier beastmen, making conception easier. Although everyone admired a Yun's good fortune, none expressed astonishment quite like now. Perhaps luck played a part. Bai Yueyue felt a bit shy at the compliments, her cheeks flushed. Ever since her arrival in this world, apart from the time she was injured, Long Hao had been affectionate with her almost daily. Given her previously low tier, her pregnancy could not be considered early. This was the blessing of a fortunate host. Once a pitiful figure shunned by all, she had now turned the tables. The system applauded here. "Hiki." Long Hao remained silent, merely lifting his hand to hold Bai Yueyue tightly, caressing her. "You have worked hard, Yueyue. As long as you continue to love and protect me, I shall not find it burdensome." Bai Yueyue reached up to embrace Long Hao's neck, planting a tender kiss. This scene left the surrounding beastmen envious. Cassia yearned for Chi-Chi even more, pondering when they might have their own child. As they observed the couple's intimacy, the others discreetly withdrew. Arin turned to a dong in the nearby pit and whistled. "Hey, a dong, what about the other males for Madam Yueyue? A 5th-tier female can accept multiple males. It is quite normal. Moreover, from what Cassia and the others imply, Madam Yueyue seems quite capable, likely gathering quite a number of males. Shoo, we mustn't speak carelessly. Our Madam Yueyue has only one male, Lord Long Hao, and she desires no other." A dong whispered urgently, quickly covering Arin's mouth. Arin was astonished again. Goodness. The 100-beast clan truly differs from top to bottom. The next day, Bai Yueyue gently turned over and sat up, instantly awakening Long Hao, who lay beside her. "Yueyue, you're awake," he said. "Indeed, this earthen pit is quite warm. I slept so soundly that I nearly overheated. How I wish it could be this cozy in winter." Bai Yueyue stood and stretched languidly. "When winter arrives, we shall light a fire in the cave, ensuring you remain warm." Long Hao rose and shook off the dust that clung to him. After a night's rest, everyone else seemed to have darkened considerably. For a mere touch to their faces revealed clumps of mud. They had a simple meal before embarking on their journey to the wasteland stone mountain. Long Hao's enormous wings unfurled protectively from his back, simultaneously serving as a windbreak for Bai Yueyue. Just then, a sudden cacophony of bird calls erupted from above their heads. Bai Yueyue lifted her gaze and beheld a large gray bird circling above the crowd, maintaining a distance that was neither too far nor too close, seemingly observing them. It was the patrol bird of the avian clan surveying its territory, requiring no attention. Long Hao glanced up at the gray bird. Ding dong. The patrol bird, a carnivorous species, possessed exceptional vision and was highly resilient to both heat and cold, capable of nesting outdoors during winter without succumbing to the frost. It typically served as a sentinel for the avian clan. The system's notification tone resonated at an opportune moment, and Bai Yueyue did not conceal it, so Long Hao also heard it. His Yueyue harbored within her a being that spoke, akin to an otherworldly entity. Perhaps this was the unique sorcerer belonging solely to Bai Yueyue, for sorcerers were said to possess omniscience. "Is the sorcerer the one who raised you?" Bai Yueyue inquired. Having overheard Long Hao's thoughts, the two communicated effortlessly through their connection without uttering a word. Indeed, the sorcerer has always been with the dragon clan, knowledgeable of all on the continent, and possesses the ability to divine, discerning both past and future, thus holding a status superior to that of the dragon clan elders. Long Hao elucidated. "Goodness, that makes him a walking prophet." "A prophet indeed." Bai Yueyue rolled her eyes. Noticing that Long Hao and the others had no intention of attacking it, the gray bird decided to swoop closer, an action that provoked Long Hao's ire. He abruptly turned his head and, simultaneously, let out a low growl from his throat, unleashing an invisible wave of spiritual energy that sent the gray bird flying far away. This gray bird, possessing merely 4th-tier strength, stood no chance against Long Hao's assault, losing its balance and crashing to the ground, its beak buried in the sand. "Ah, spit. Spit, spit. You lot, halt." The gray bird, undeterred, flapped its wings and clumsily rose from the ground, scrambling towards the group with fervor, only to execute a slide tackle that blocked their path. Long Hao came to a halt, baring his teeth slightly. "Do you dare obstruct me?" At the hint of threat in Long Hao's voice, the gray bird quivered, its eyes narrowing in trepidation, for Long Hao's mere toe could crush it effortlessly. Yet, It stubbornly refused to move aside. Ahead lies the avian clan's territory. You cannot approach. We have nothing. Who cares about your avian clan? We do not seek your domain. It would be prudent for you to step aside quickly, for my patience is finite, Long Hao retorted, flicking his robust tail towards the gray bird. Long Hao's demeanor towards others, save for Bai Yueyue, was frosty and unyielding. Then where do you intend to go? The desert is, after all, our avian clan's territory. If the bird king learns of your intrusion, he will not approve. The gray bird displayed commendable courage, standing its ground against Long Hao and the formidable beast men. Their avian clan's living conditions were exceedingly harsh, and they had only just found a refuge within a tribe. Alas, Long Hao's patience had worn thin. His claws poised to strike, but Bai Yueyue, gripping one of his horns, restrained him. We merely wish to collect some stones. Encroaching upon your territory is indeed our fault. Yet we shall depart swiftly, posing no threat to the safety of the avian clan's tribe, Bai Yueyue explained. Though the avian clan was comparatively weaker than others, it was still a vast community, and it was preferable to resolve matters amicably. The desert belongs to the avian clan, even if it is merely stones. You cannot take them. I must return and inform the bird king. The gray bird persisted obstinately. A flicker of impatience crossed Bai Yueye's face as she was about to voice her thoughts. However, she noticed that Arun could no longer contain himself. In a swift motion, he lunged forward and seized the gray bird. His robust arm, akin to a qilin, bulged with veins as he executed a rapid turn and hurled the creature into the air. The gray bird, caught off guard, let out no cry as it transformed into a perfect parabola, vanishing without a trace. Arun dusted off his hands, addressing Lord Long Hao and Madame Yueyue. The matter has been resolved. Bai Yueye's lips twitched. This fellow was indeed ruthless and spoke little. Never mind, gathering stones is our priority. Let us proceed. Indeed. Long Hao, do you think we might attract trouble from the bird clan? Bai Yueyue inquired, her concern evident as she leaned closer to Long Hao's ear. Not at all. That bird king is merely at the 7th tier, no match for me. Should they insist on causing a ruckus, I shall deal with him decisively, Long Hao replied nonchalantly. Bai Yueyue was left speechless. In the beastly realm, the law of the jungle prevailed, where the weak had no right to boast. If Long Hao could treat the bird clan in such a manner, then so could the more powerful dragon clan with the beast tribes. Thus, they must grow stronger to prevent such occurrences. As the sun climbed higher, the group finally arrived at the stony mountain. Before them loomed a towering massif, seemingly thrust forth by the earth itself, composed entirely of jagged stones. The scattered debris at the mountain's base was ample enough to construct walls for a tribe. Oh, so many stones, Cautious sighed. Time is of the essence. Let us begin loading the stones onto the carts, Bai Yueyue called out, dismounting from Long Hao and bending down to lift a stone. Stay put. I will handle it. You are with child and should not exert yourself, Long Hao said, gently pulling Bai Yueyue back with his tail. But I can manage. I am already a 5th-tier beast. Lifting a stone is effortless for me. With her current spiritual power and tier, Bai Yueyue could easily fell a tree as thick as a bowl with a single strike. She merely appeared fragile. No. You must rest in the shade over there, Long Hao insisted, resolute in his refusal. Very well, Bai Yueyue conceded with a shrug. In truth, she was not one to be coddled. She had once fought with the wolf clan even before realizing she was pregnant. Perhaps in Long Hao's eyes, she remained a delicate and lovable female, for her strength paled in comparison to his. Long Hao stepped forward, his immense form moving with purpose as his powerful tail swept several large stones into the cart. Adong and the others transformed into their bare forms, each efficiently loading stones into the carriage with remarkable speed. Within less than an hour, the 4 carts were filled to the brim. Long Hao flicked the dust from his tail. His once gleaming ebony scales were now dulled by the grime. The carts are fully loaded, Yueyue. Let us depart. Chapter 80. A concealed powerhouse. Long Hao vigorously shook off the dust and turned, placing the beast's skin on his back for Bai Yueyue to sit upon. Bai Yueyue, beside her, munched on 2 large apples. She had initially thought that preparing stones would be time-consuming, yet she was astonished by the efficiency of the orcs. Let us hasten back. I wonder how the Black Bear tribe and our clan are faring. With that, Bai Yueyue climbed onto Long Hao's back. Meanwhile, the Black Bear tribe approached the Beastmaster tribe with great vigor. Haiching lifted his gaze and was immediately taken aback by the scene before him. The entire vicinity of the Beastmaster tribe was enveloped by a massive ring of flames, resembling a fiery dragon coiling around them, with scorching waves of heat radiating outward, compelling onlookers to instinctively retreat. However, within the tribe, numerous beasts were merrily conversing and strolling about, surrounded by exquisitely crafted, peculiar houses. During his previous visit, Haiching had not ventured close enough to observe the inner workings of the Beastmaster tribe. Had the Beastmaster tribe been ambushed by the flame demons? Haiching, panic-stricken, glanced at Chi-Chi. What? No, no. We are merely using fire to protect the tribe, so please do not be alarmed, Chief Haiching. Chi-Chi hurriedly shook her head in explanation. Does your tribe of beasts that can wield fire magic? Haiching's unease deepened. It was widely known that few orcs possessed extraordinary abilities, and currently, only the dragon tribe's dragon king, Long Jing, was known to wield fire magic. Could it be that the Beastmaster tribe harbored such a high-level beast as well? Hee hee. You are unaware. Our Lady Yueyue can control fire. Chi-Chi transformed into her original form and emitted a unique call. Hei-Ching's mind momentarily short-circuited. Bai Yueyue? If you recalled correctly, that fox beast was only at the 5th tier, and those with extraordinary abilities were invariably of the 7th tier or higher. How could a 5th-tier female possess the ability to wield fire magic? That was simply implausible. Listening to Chi-Chi, the other Black Bear tribe members were equally astonished. If this were true, then the Beast Master tribe would be the only tribe in the forest to possess 2 extraordinary beasts, an inconceivable hidden powerhouse. How could anyone have dared to look down upon them earlier? Chi-Chi's call soon caught the attention of her mother, who set aside the half-finished bamboo basket she was weaving and exclaimed, "It's Chi-Chi's call. They have returned." Upon hearing this, Ion's face lit up with joy. Lady Yueyue and the others are back. Quickly, everyone, fetch water from the wooden barrels to extinguish the flames at the tribe's entrance so the carts can enter. Qianche, noticing the commotion, promptly approached. As he neared the tribe's entrance, everyone was visibly startled to see a large group of brawny orcs, all with ebony skin, curiously scrutinizing them. "Are you from the Black Bear tribe? What brings you near the Beastmaster tribe?" Qianche suddenly unleashed his spiritual power, his fists, as large as sandbags, aimed at the leader of the group, Hei-Ching. Hei-Ching was taken aback. Although this Tianhu was only at the 6th tier, the purity of his spiritual power was approaching the 7th tier, indicating considerable strength. He responded, attempting to maintain a calm demeanor, "We are from the Black Bear tribe, and we recently joined the Beastmaster tribe. Lord Longhao instructed us to return to the tribe first." "What?" The orcs exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily at a loss. A whole tribe had joined? This was utterly absurd. While it was common for various wandering orcs to join the Beastmaster tribe, it was unprecedented for such a large group to arrive together. Qianche gritted his teeth. Lady Yueyue had previously stated that they should not allow other orcs to enter the tribe carelessly, especially not such a formidable group of black bears. He recognized Hei-Ching as the leader of the Black Bear tribe, who possessed 8th-tier strength. How could he possibly submit to Long Hao, who was also at the 8th tier? There must be some deception at play. Why should we trust you? Seeing Qianche's unwavering stance, Hei-Ching's expression shifted to one of disbelief. "Qianche, it's true. The Black Bear tribe was attacked by the giant ape tribe and voluntarily joined the Beastmaster tribe. Lord Longhao sent me to bring them back." "It's me, Chi-Chi," Chi-Chi exclaimed, but due to the height of the black bears and the surrounding flames, her figure was obscured. The male black bear quickly hoisted Chi-Chi up by her armpits. Upon seeing her, Chi-Chi's mother instantly brightened. However, her joy swiftly turned to fear. "Chi-Chi, you haven't been captured by them to deceive us, have you?" In light of the wolf tribe's attack, the orcs harbored deep-seated suspicions. With such a large group arriving, it was only natural for trepidation to arise. "No, it's true. Everyone, do not be afraid. The Black Bear tribe is now truly one of us." Chi-Chi waved her arms in an effort to reassure them. Qianche's furrowed brow deepened, still reluctant to grant them entry. Observing his continued skepticism, several black bears grew agitated and bared their teeth, only to be silenced by Hei-Ching's glare. To join another tribe. Not only did they need the leader's approval, but also the acceptance of their clansmen. As newcomers, they must not resort to violence. Hei-Ching turned and handed a wounded bear to the orcs, then clasped his hands together, releasing a surge of spiritual power. The next moment, a light blue mark floated from his forehead. It was a dragon-shaped totem, and upon its emergence, Qianche's pupils trembled as his own forehead bore a similar mark. "Look. It's the mark of Lord Longhao. This black bear carries Lord Longhao's mark." The unique contract mark of Longhao was unmistakable to Qianche. "It truly is Lord Longhao. Everyone, rest assured. What he said is genuine. Let them in." Qianche involuntarily exhaled a sigh of relief. To bear Lord Longhao's mark signified that they were orcs under his command, deserving of trust. With confirmation in hand, the orcs stepped forward, extinguishing the flames at the tribe's entrance, forming a path for the black bears, who carefully carried their injured and cradled their young as they entered the tribe. Before their eyes lay a plethora of intriguing items: ceramic tools, cooking stoves, stone houses, bamboo baskets, and grass shoes, overwhelming Hei-Ching and the others with wonder. Was this truly just an ordinary tribe? "Welcome to the Beastmaster tribe. I sincerely apologize for any offense earlier. Please do not take it to heart, Chief Hei-Ching. It is merely that our tribe has been attacked before, and we have become more cautious." Qianche offered a warm smile. No worries. It is only natural that you would distrust us upon our sudden arrival. May I ask if your Lady Yueyue has a shaman in the tribe? Could you allow them to examine my partner and our clansmen?" Chapter 81. Remarkable developments. Qianche turned to observe the large black bears, many of whom bore injuries, and promptly replied, "Of course. Azwa, please fetch the shaman." "Understood." Azwa nodded and soon returned with the old shaman. The black bear tribesmen exchanged incredulous glances. The Beastmaster tribe actually had a shaman. Shamans were exceedingly rare and difficult to find, yet this tribe possessed one exclusively for their needs. The old shaman, equipped with a beast skin bag, swiftly produced hemostatic herbs and healing remedies, adeptly tending to the wounds of the injured black bears. "I did not wish to be a dedicated shaman, but the Beastmaster tribe provides such excellent sustenance and rewards that I simply cannot resist," the old shaman remarked. Examining the wounds of the injured rams, he immediately recognized that the bandaging was done by Bai Yueyue, as only she possessed that particular fabric. Chief Haiching. Your partner is not in serious condition. She merely requires ample rest. Bai Yueyue's medical skills far surpassed his own. Had it not been for Long Hao's affection for his partner, he might have faced unemployment. Life was arduous, and the shaman wept. That is good, indeed. Haifeng exhaled in relief. However, my partner is with child and injured. Could you provide her with a cave for rest? As he drew closer, Haifeng finally discerned that the peculiar dwellings of the Beast clan were constructed from stone, a design so intricate that he had never encountered anything like it before. Qianshe. The Beast clan currently lacks sufficient caves. Let us clear a few for the injured black bear warriors to rest. We shall address the matter once Madame Yueyue returns. Ion suggested. Very well, those without young ones can share their spaces. The addition of the Black Bear clan makes us one family. We must support one another. Qianshe declared loudly to everyone. Absolutely. My cave can accommodate them. I can manage on my own. And mine as well. The Beast clan members readily agreed. The Black Bears exchanged glances and quickly bowed to the crowd. They had never witnessed such unity among a clan. Perhaps their shared experiences of wandering had fostered a benevolent spirit within them. Lulu enthusiastically took charge of assigning caves to the Black Bears, managing to fit 4 or 5 injured bears into each cave. Haifeng gently placed Ram on a stone bed, his rough hand tenderly caressing Ram's face. Realizing in that moment how precious it was to have a place to rest. Haifeng, you should also take a moment to rest. I will look after your partner. Ion kindly draped a beast hide blanket over Ram. Thank you. Haifeng replied sincerely. Such kindness was rare among lower-tier beast men, a truly commendable trait. Stepping out of the cave, Haifeng's gaze fell upon the curious artifacts within the tribe. He picked up a half-woven bamboo basket, astonished by its complexity. How on earth did the Beast clan create such intricate items? He mused. He had seen similar ceramic goods in the Beastman's market, which were snatched up daily. And the Black Bear clan could barely procure any. Yet, it appeared that the Beast clan was not lacking in these items at all. Are all these creations from the Beast clan? Haifeng inquired, turning to Chi-Chi. Indeed, we supply the Beastman's market, Chi-Chi chimed in, having been responsible for sales at the market. Which Haifeng recognized. How did you manage to produce such remarkable items? They do not resemble anything from the Beast world, Haifeng marveled, examining a ceramic pot with awe. Hiki. All of this was taught to us by Madame Yueyue. There is even more, those bamboo baskets, the woven mats, and these are all her teachings. Once we learned. We made plenty to sell at the Beastman's market, Chi-Chi said, her face beaming with pride. Ah, truly incredible. A 5th-tier female. How could there be so many creations? No wonder she has captured Long Hao's heart. Haifeng nodded repeatedly, his face radiating genuine admiration. In his mind, females were rare and revered for their reproductive capabilities, needing protection and sustenance. Yet, this Madame Yueyue could provide for the tribe, a notion he had never conceived. That is nothing. If Chief Haifeng is interested, I can take you to see our livestock pens and vegetable gardens, Qianshe said, pride evident on his face. He wagered that no other tribe in the forest boasted such an abundance of food reserves. Livestock what? Haifeng asked, utterly bewildered as he was led to the back of the tribe. Upon seeing the plump, robust animals filling the entire fenced area, Haifeng was nearly speechless. This. Haifeng pressed against the fence, stuttering in disbelief. All of these belong to the Beast clan. And right next to them is the vegetable garden, which grows corn, cabbage, and wheat, all edible and exceptionally delicious. Chi-Chi followed closely behind Qianshe, proudly detailing the garden she tended. Stunned, Haifeng realized that throughout his life, while he recognized the might of the giant ape clan, he only knew them for their thievery. The Beast clan, on the other hand, seemed to have an abundance of food without the need to steal. The Black Bear clan toiled tirelessly to gather honey and fruits to exchange for meager supplies of meat, never imagining that the despised Beast clan would be so affluent. Seeing this, Haifeng felt that joining the Beast clan was indeed the wisest decision of his life. This is truly astonishing. Haifeng swallowed hard, striving to regain his composure. Qianshe and Chi-Chi exchanged proud smiles. This was the allure of their madam. After a moment of contemplation, Haifeng looked up and said, surely the Wolf clan's recent attack on the Beast clan was motivated by your tribe's wealth? Such abundance would surely attract the attention of other clans, particularly the formidable giant ape clan. Haifeng clenched his fists tightly as he spoke. Indeed. That is why Madame Yueyue and the others went to the desert to collect stones for the tribe's repairs, Qianshe affirmed. The cart laden with stones had become significantly heavier, slowing the pace of the beast men, and the previously sunlit sky had been cloaked in a gray haze. At this rate, it may take us 4 or 5 more days to reach the tribe. Given the deteriorating weather, it seems a sandstorm may be imminent, which would spell disaster. Long Hao remarked solemnly as he gazed into the distance. Ugh, why can't my system expand its storage yet? Bai Yueyue fretted. Host has not yet met the conditions for system storage expansion, the system replied. Ugh, Bai Yueyue sighed in exasperation. Long Hao turned and said firmly, everyone, quicken your pace. We must reach the forest before the sandstorm strikes. Yes, Adong exhaled deeply, his thick black claws digging into the sandy ground as he pressed on. Despite the black bear's strength, pulling such a hefty cart was still taxing. Arun even resorted to channeling his energy to surge ahead of the group. The winds in the desert grew stronger, and the density of the swirling sands increased, reducing visibility, and everyone soon found themselves tasting the grit. Were it not for Bai Yueye's system navigation, they would have likely lost their way. Long Hao did his best to shield Bai Yueyue with his wings. Although his massive form could withstand the fierce winds, it could not block the omnipresent sands. Cough, cough, system, exchange for dust masks, Bai Yueyue squinted. Relieved that her long lashes caught much of the sand, otherwise she would struggle to open her eyes. Items delivered. A small sandstorm has formed 3 kilometers ahead and is expanding. It is advised that you seek shelter from the wind, the system alerted her. Indeed. As Long Hao had predicted, a sandstorm was brewing ahead. Everyone, halt. Long Hao whipped his tail and immediately dropped to the ground, using his massive body to shield the group from the oncoming wind and sand. Fortunately, his smooth scales would not be covered by the sand. However, Adong and Kashu were less fortunate. Despite Long Hao's protection, the relentless sand had infiltrated their fur, weighing them down despite their efforts to shake it off. Lord Long Hao. Madam Yueyue, once the sandstorm intensifies, breathing becomes an insurmountable challenge. What are we to do? Arin, a member of the Black Bear clan, resides on the outskirts of the forest and is acutely aware of the terrifying nature of desert sandstorms. Losing one's bearings is a minor concern. The most dreadful aspect is the swirling sands that can suffocate one, sealing the mouth and nose, rendering breathing impossible. Should one succumb and fall, the relentless tide of yellow sand will bury them alive, leaving only a fate of waiting for death. Everyone, transform back into your human forms. These are dust masks. Everyone must wear them immediately to prevent sand from entering the respiratory tract. Let us search for any nearby mounds or similar structures that might shield us from the wind. Bai Yueyue, seeking refuge behind Long Hao, slid down his back to distribute the masks. Long Hao, you should wear one too. Bai Yueyue called out, patting Long Hao's tail. However, the howling winds carried away her voice. No need for that. I will shield you from the wind here, Long Hao replied, shaking his head. He lifted a paw, securing Bai Yueyue beneath his belly for protection. There is no time to search for sand dunes now. The wind is growing stronger. There are no obstructions nearby, and if we recklessly revert to our human forms, we will lack the necessary bulk to withstand it. Bai Yueyue would be in grave danger. Bai Yueyue bit her lip, contemplating for a moment. Everyone, please pull the wheeled carts aside, and then lean them together to create a space in the middle for us to hide. A splendid idea. The crowd hurriedly donned their dust masks, instantly feeling the air become significantly fresher. Their lady always had a knack for ingenious solutions. Adong took the lead, his sturdy arms pushing the carts into position, while he also moved several stones to barricade the bottom. Others followed suit, quickly connecting the carts. 4-wheeled carts formed a perfect square in the center, allowing everyone to squeeze in as human shapes, barely managing to fit. Since the carts were laden with heavy stones, they remained steadfast against the howling winds. Long Hao draped a hide over Bai Yueye's head, holding her tightly in his embrace. Bai Yueyue nestled her fists and obediently leaned against Long Hao's broad and sturdy chest, regardless of the circumstances. The realm within Long Hao's arms always provided Bai Yueyue with an overwhelming sense of security. Cough, cough, cough. Adong seemed to have swallowed a mouthful of sand, coughing violently beneath his dust mask. Are you all right, Adong? Aaron asked, patting his back. I'm fine, just accidentally inhaled some sand. A few coughs, and I'll be all right. Adong waved his hand dismissively. He needed to stay healthy as Ayun was now carrying his child, and he had to return to care for her. Time passed, and the orcs huddled together, leaning against the carts, the howling winds roaring in waves, gradually weakening. Has the wind stopped? Yes, the sound has diminished. The sun is shining. Upon hearing the commotion, Bai Yueyue swiftly pulled off the hide from her head, and as her gaze swept across the surroundings, sunlight had indeed broken through. The sandstorm had passed. Thanks to Long Hao shielding her with the hide, Bai Yueyue remained pristine and unblemished. In contrast, the others, despite having the carts as a barrier, were half buried in sand. One by one, they crawled out, looking utterly disheveled. Cassie leaned against a cart, shaking out sand from his straw sandals, while Aaron and Adong busied themselves brushing off their hair, each covered in dust, a testament to the ferocity of the sandstorm. Long Hao was not much better off. Aside from the dust mask covering his mouth, nose, and eyes, his silver hair was coated in sand, and his face was smeared with grime. Ha ha ha, Long Hao. You've turned into Black Hao. Bai Yueyue couldn't contain her laughter, raising her small hand to dust off Long Hao. However, it was quite a harrowing experience. Fortunately, this sandstorm wasn't too intense. Otherwise, we might have been buried alongside these carts. Long Hao stood up, brushing himself off and vigorously shaking his hair. Was it truly that terrifying? Bai Yueyue exclaimed. Sandstorms are quite common in deserts. However, most are like today's minor storm. Major sandstorms can completely renew the soil of a desert, even flattening sand dunes, demonstrating their formidable power. The most terrifying phenomenon is the desert tornado. Encountering one could spell disaster. The system explained. Ah, I see, Long Hao nodded, expressing his satisfaction with the system's elucidation. Now that we understand, let us hasten our return to the forest. I truly wonder how the avian tribe survives in such harsh conditions. It seems there is little sustenance here. Bai Yueyue climbed back onto Long Hao's back, mumbling. The avian tribe resides atop the desolate trees, which are enormous and resilient against the winds, their height protecting them from being buried in sand. The primary food source in the desert consists of insects and ants. After a sandstorm, many insects rebuild their nests, providing food for the avian tribe. Nevertheless, the majority of their food supply relies on the giant ape clan. Giant ape clan. Chapter 83. Giant ape clan? Indeed. The giant ape clan primarily sells grass seeds and fruits, which constitute the avian tribe's main sustenance. Long Hao explained as he walked. How does the avian tribe manage to earn crystal stones in such a harsh environment? Bai Yueyue inquired, puzzled. Previously, the beast clan lacked expertise and could only rely on Long Hao's occasional sales of hunted prey for a meager income, leading to persistent poverty. Nowadays, the beast clan can generate revenue by selling straw sandals, bamboo baskets, ceramic tools, and the like, with quite substantial earnings. It is akin to mastering a specialized skill that others do not possess, ensuring a continuous source of income. How tragic it is that they rely on selling their own eggs, Long Hao remarked, flicking his tail. What? Bai Yueyue gasped. Are they so impoverished that they sell their offspring? I have heard that the avian tribe's eggs come in various forms. Consuming some can even grant certain abilities. Aaron chimed in, having witnessed the giant ape clan venture into the desert frequently, always returning with a large haul of eggs. Indeed. There is a type of bird known as the gale bird. Consuming its eggs allows one to move freely amidst a sandstorm. Additionally, there are blue water birds, whose eggs enable underwater breathing. Furthermore, the eggs are quite delectable and highly favored among the orc community, allowing the avian tribe to purchase fruits with the proceeds from selling their eggs, Long Hao confirmed. Bai Yueyue furrowed her brow, contemplating the notion of exchanging one's offspring for crystals, only to subsequently trade those crystals for sustenance. Was this not a vicious cycle? Alas, the avian tribe lacked strength, and food was scarce in the desert. They had no choice but to resort to such measures. The law of the jungle, where the weak are devoured by the strong, once again manifested in the brutal reality of survival in the beastly world. In a few days, I shall procure some bird eggs for you to consume. They are highly nutritious and will bolster your strength as you carry your young. Long Hao turned his head, his emerald eyes glimmering faintly. Very well. Bai Yueyue nodded. Currently, the beast clan's reserve of crystals was ample, allowing them to procure almost anything they desired, yet the most pressing need remained salt. Once she and Long Hao had ventured to the red volcano, she intended to make her way to the seaside. As long as she could come into contact with the ocean water, she would devise a method to acquire an inexhaustible supply of salt. Having endured a sandstorm, the group inexplicably quickened their pace, reaching the outskirts of the forest by the end of the day. As dusk approached, Bai Yueyue squinted. The outline of the forest coming into view. They were nearly there. She could see the woods. Woohoo! How splendid! Adong exclaimed, slapping his broad bare paw together. Soon, he would be reunited with his Yueyue. Yeah, since we have arrived at the forest's edge, let us allow them to return first. We shall proceed to the Tamuli grassland. Under the cover of night, traversing the forest will go unnoticed, Long Hao suggested. Agreed. Kasha, Adong. You two are responsible for leading the group back to the tribe. Remember to circumvent the territories of the giant ape clan and the wolf clan, entering from the rear of the beast clan. Once you reach the tribe, secure the stones, and inform Haifeng and Qianshe to bolster the tribe's defenses. My wife and I shall be stepping out for a while, Long Hao instructed, lowering his head. With the presence of Haifeng, an 8th-tier beast man, within the tribe, Long Hao and Bai Yueyue felt a sense of reassurance when embarking on their journey. Yes, you and Madam can rest assured. We will take care of everything. Kashu affirmed with a nod. Long Hao bent his body, exerting force through his hind legs for a running leap, and with a powerful sweep of his wings, he soared into the air. Gliding beneath the moonlight, he flew towards the direction of the Tamuli grassland, skimming above the forest. Bai Yueyue grasped Long Hao's dragon horn, gazing down upon the sprawling forest below. The fox possessed remarkable night vision, yet his Long Hao soared high above. She could only catch fleeting glimpses of wandering shadows flitting through the trees. How, what is the strength of the chieftain of the giant ape clan? Is he formidable? Bai Yueyue inquired, leaning closer to Long Hao's ear. He is currently on par with me, Long Hao replied in a low voice, instinctively quickening the rhythm of his wing beats. Bai Yueyue inhaled sharply, realizing why Long Hao held some trepidation towards him. The Black Wind had lost its tribe to the giant ape clan even at the 8th tier, and she felt uneasy about the 100 Beasts clan. Should the Wolf clan and the giant ape clan set their sights on the 100 Beasts, it would be prudent for them to hasten their journey. With a heavy heart, Bai Yueyue patted Long Hao's back. Indeed, Yueyue, there is another reason why Black Wind submits to me. He lacks extraordinary abilities. Although he shares the 8th tier with me, his absence of powers renders him significantly weaker. Thus, he can only safeguard himself, unable to protect others in his tribe. If the number of invaders increases, he would be utterly helpless. Long Hao suddenly folded his wings and drew closer to a section of the forest. transforming into human form and leaping into the woods while cradling Bai Yueyue in his arms. Long Hao, what is it? Bai Yueyue whispered, instinctively wrapping her small hand around his neck. Look, this is the wolf clan's territory. Following Long Hao's finger, Bai Yueyue discerned two massive black wolves nestled beneath two towering trees. One, with terrifying emerald eyes, was vigilantly surveying its surroundings, while the other appeared drowsy, leaning against the trunk. What are we doing here? Bai Yueyue blinked in confusion. Sho, listen. Ahead. A male beast man approached the slumbering black wolf and delivered a harsh kick to its rear. Oh woo. The black wolf yelped, scrambling to its feet. Lord Audi. Are you trying to get me killed? Who said you could sleep? Our clan was ambushed by the flame demon last time because of your laziness. Get back to patrolling the outskirts. If I catch you slacking off again, I'll have the Wolf King flay you alive. The beast man, known as Audi, was menacing, causing the black wolf to flee in terror. The hierarchy within the wolf clan was exceedingly strict. The Wolf King was the ultimate authority, wielding absolute power. While the lower-tier wolves were often subject to bullying, with the most unfortunate sometimes used as cannon fodder in times of danger. The wolf clan has indeed suffered an ambush from the flame demon. Once I capture that black wolf, I shall interrogate it. For now, you hide here, Long Hao instructed, gently ruffling Bai Yueye's hair. I'll accompany you. We present too large a target. Not at all. Watch me. In a flash, Bai Yueyue transformed into a snow-white little fox, nuzzling affectionately against Long Hao's chest. Long Hao was utterly enchanted by her adorable appearance. Let us go. Bai Yueye's soft fox ears twitched, her fluffy tail drooping slightly as she gracefully padded after the patrolling black wolf. The sense of smell of Bai Yueyue in her beast form would increase by dozens of times. The black wolf, however, was merely at the third tier. Even if Bai Yueyue were to engage in combat with him, she could easily subdue him. Wait for me, Yueyue. Long Hao quickly bent down to follow behind that fluffy white figure. Chapter 84. Did you really think I would let you go? Bai Yueye's nimble form effortlessly weaved through the thicket, while Long Hao, though not slow in his movements, found his vision constrained by the branches that swayed around him. The black wolf ambled leisurely through the underbrush, its head turning to survey the surroundings. A rustling sound emerged from behind, prompting the wolf's ears to perk up as it swiftly turned to investigate. Whoosh! Bai Yueyue swiftly leaped into the thicket, masterfully concealing herself, and then stealthily circled around the black wolf from behind. The black wolf, with its striking emerald eyes, noticed that a layer of white frost had mysteriously spread over the grass below, and the temperature had plummeted. A shiver ran down its spine, prompting it to tuck its tail and attempt to flee. Suddenly, just as the black wolf turned its head, a flash of white surged toward it. In the next instant, its entire head was thrust down to the ground. Howl! The black wolf let out a terrified cry, its forepaws frantically scrambling on the ground in panic. Bai Yueyue exerted her strength, firmly pinning the wolf's neck, rendering it immobile. Who is it? Help! Just as the black wolf was about to stretch its neck to howl for assistance, Bai Yueyue swiftly stuffed a stone into its throat. Long Hao emerged from the forest, and upon witnessing the scene before him, he couldn't help but give Bai Yueyue a thumbs up, then stepped forward to lift the black wolf. Bai Yueyue brushed off the dust from her hands, her fox ears atop her head twitching with a lively spirit. Not bad at all, she exclaimed. Long Hao affectionately ruffled Bai Yueye's hair. The black wolf, upon catching sight of Long Hao, trembled in terror, nearly fainting from fright. Long Hao raised his hand and pinched the wolf's snout. If you dare to howl, I shall twist your neck. The black wolf nodded vigorously, and only then did Long Hao pry the stone from its mouth. Please spare me, Lord Long Hao. I have neither stolen nor assaulted a female. I merely followed along during the attack on the beast clan. The black wolf quaked in fear, recognizing that before it stood an 8th-tier beast man, whose strength could easily crush it as one might crush an ant. Enough of your prattle. Tell me, when did the wolf clan come under attack from the fire demons? Long Hao demanded, gripping the scruff of the wolf's neck. It was just a few days after we launched our attack on the beast clan, the black wolf stammered. How many were there? From which direction did they come? There were dozens of them, quite large. It seemed they approached from the direction of the Tamuli grasslands. Bai Yueyue narrowed her eyes. Their speculation was indeed correct. The nesting place of the volcanic birds likely resided within the red volcano. Recently, the wolf clan and the giant ape clan had been drawing closer. What could be their intention? Bai Yueyue pondered, crouching before the black wolf. The wolf's emerald green eyes flickered, locking onto Bai Yueyue. Fox? How could you, as a fox beast, be unaware of this? Long Hao and Bai Yueyue exchanged instinctive glances, and Bai Yueye's gaze darkened as spiritual energy coalesced in her hand. Speak if you must, but utter another word, and I shall end you. I must mention that when our wolf clan launched an attack on the beast clan, there were casualties, and subsequently, we were ambushed by the fire demons. The tribe is currently in peril, which compelled the wolf king to seek assistance from the giant ape clan. What does that have to do with the fox clan? Seeing that the wolf demon was reluctant to divulge more, Bai Yueyue raised her hand and drew the bone dagger from her waist. Do not act impulsively. I am merely a lowly wolf beast, unaware of the matters concerning the beast kings. I only know that on that day, the fox clan princess, Bai Ling, was present and spoke to our wolf king about the need to slay a white fox. The name escaped my ears. The black wolf hastily divulged, its demeanor submissive. Bai Yueye's expression shifted. The White Fox? The princess of the Fox clan harbors affection for Long Hao. It is not inconceivable that she would go so far as to eliminate me for his sake. Thus, it appears that not only the Wolf clan and the Giant Ape clan are involved, but the Fox clan as well. This complicates matters significantly. I have articulated all that I needed to convey. May I be released now? The cunning eyes of the Black Wolf darted about. Long Hao loosened his grip, causing the Black Wolf to tumble to the ground and roll for a moment before springing up and dashing toward the exit, stretching its neck in preparation to howl. Bai Yueyue and Long Hao exerted their strength simultaneously, the bone knife grazing the ice spear and turning the Black Wolf into a sieve. Did you truly believe we would let you go? Bai Yueyue scoffed, for the Wolf clan's assault on the Beast clan had yet to be settled. Not a single wolf beast was innocent. According to this wolf beast, the volcanic bird likely resided within the red volcano, yet we must see for ourselves. To my surprise, Bai Ling was also linked to the Giant Ape clan and the Wolf clan. Long Hao reached out and pulled Bai Yueyue into his embrace, his large hand resting on her abdomen. The White Fox, he mentioned. Could it be me by mere coincidence? Bai Yueyue found herself in a perplexing dilemma. The White Fox was a rarity among the Fox clan, a color only found in royal bloodlines, and as far as I knew, the only existing white foxes were herself and Bai Ling. The Fox Emperor was on the brink of death, so he did not count. Yueyue, if you and Bai Ling share any connections, you must tell me. Long Hao grasped Bai Yueye's small hand with urgency. But I truly have no knowledge of any ties to the royal Fox clan. You see, I do not belong to this world, and thus, everything about it remains a blank slate to me, Bai Yueyue replied, shaking her head. She was a soul traverser, and she genuinely knew nothing of what had transpired with the original body. Aside from her appearance, which resembled her modern self, there was no connection whatsoever. And the system had never transmitted the original's memories to her. It's not that I refuse to transmit, but the main quest of the host is simply to give birth to offspring to return to the modern world, making side quests unnecessary, thus no triggering conditions arose. The system hastily explained. Steam deal. Bai Yueyue sighed in resignation. She had already resolved to remain in the beast realm. Yet until she completed her primary quest of bearing a child, everything was shrouded in mystery. She could only take one step at a time. I trust you. Should you recall anything, you must inform me immediately. Although Bai Ling is only at the 7th tier, her connection to Long Jing could pose significant danger if Long Jing becomes entangled as well. Long Hao's expression turned grave, his grip on Bai Yueyue tightening. Understood. Bai Yueyue nodded earnestly. Long Jing, the Dragon Emperor of the Dragon Clan, was a 9th tier beastman, possessing strength comparable to that of the High Priest. A level of danger far beyond what they could currently withstand. Good. Long Hao lifted Bai Yueyue, gently kissing her delicate face. By the way, Yueyue, there is one more matter, though I am uncertain if you are aware. What matter? Chapter 85. None of your family is clever. Bai Yueyue lifted her head. Long Hao transformed back into his dragon form, lifting Bai Yueyue onto his back as he soared into the sky, continuing their journey towards the Tamuli grassland. He then remarked, do you know that the offspring of the White Fox and the purebred four-winged Black Dragon King is a new beast species known as the Dragon Fox? Bai Yueyue was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Long Hao was also aware of this matter. Indeed, the Dragon Fox can only be born from a White Fox and a purebred four-winged Black Dragon, adorned with dragon horns and draped in white feathers. Possessing 9 tails and 4 wings, the Dragon Fox is inherently of the 10th tier upon birth. Bai Yueye's delicate hand instinctively rested upon her abdomen, where 2 extraordinary beings, destined for greatness, were developing. As the last purebred four-winged Black Dragon of the Dragon Clan, Bai Ling was determined to make me her mate. For possessing and nurturing the young Dragon Fox could lead to dominion over the entire Beast World continent. Therefore, Yueyue, our offspring will be formidable. However, before they reach maturity, we may encounter various perils. The joy in Long Hao's voice was quickly overshadowed by profound concern. No matter how powerful the Dragon Fox may be, it is still merely an infant upon birth, requiring the protection of Long Hao and Bai Yueyue. Yet, their identities destined them to become targets from the moment they entered the world. Bai Yueyue bit her lower lip firmly and slowly spoke. Thus, in order to prevent us from possessing the Dragon Fox offspring, the simplest method for Bai Ling and the others is to extinguish them in their cradle before they are even born. Killing me would be the most effective solution. I believe this is also the true reason for Bai Ling's close association with the Giant Ape clan and the Wolf clan. Long Hao nodded solemnly. However, Yueyue, rest assured, I will do everything in my power to protect you. Even if there comes a day when I cannot safeguard you and the child, I will find a place of refuge for you both. Anyone who seeks to harm you must first tread over my lifeless body. Bai Yueye's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she leaned down to embrace Long Hao's neck. Foolish one, let us confront this together. As long as we locate the volcanic bird to dispel your cold poison, you shall no longer hesitate when wielding your extraordinary abilities. As for your dragon pearl, I shall devise a means to retrieve it for you. When that moment arrives, even Long Jing shall not dare to confront us. Before Bai Yueyue is perceived as the target by others, she intends to redirect the focus towards others. The incorporation of the Black Bear clan is merely the beginning. As dawn breaks, Long Hao and Bai Yueyue arrive at the edge of the Tamuli grassland. In stark contrast to the desert, this expansive grassland presents an endless vista of wild grasses, where the horizon merges with the sky, vast and magnificent. Gazing below, one can observe water buffaloes and antelopes, an array of prey seldom seen in the depths of the forest. Bai Yueyue is momentarily taken aback by the spectacle before her. She had not anticipated the grassland to be far more bountiful than the forest. The forest is a crowded arena of numerous clans, with large game being exceedingly rare. It is commonplace for resources to be insufficient. However, the true sovereign of the grassland is solely the Lion King, while the remaining clans, such as the leopards and cheetahs, are merely a fraction and must retreat when confronted by the Lion King. Long Hao elucidates. It is said that the Lion clan is the only one in the beast world that practices polygyny? Bai Yueyue, nestled on Long Hao's back, gazes at the stunning scenery below. Indeed, the Lion King may possess multiple females, with lionesses undertaking the roles of hunting and nurturing the cubs. A practice considered shameful by other clans in the beast world. Long Hao instinctively bares his teeth in response. Ding dong. Here comes the delightful little classroom. The beast world encompasses various social structures. Among them, the patriarchal society is entirely dominated by males, adhering to monogamy, wherein one recognizes both the mother and the father. Of course, there also exists a matriarchal society, exemplified by the hyena clan, where the hyena queen presides over all male hyenas, engaging in group marriages, recognizing only the mother while remaining oblivious to the father. Bai Yueyue did not conceal this segment, allowing Long Hao to listen as well. Thus it was. Bai Yueyue nodded slightly, pondering aloud. So, the majority of the beast realm is essentially a matriarchal society dominated by high-ranking females, is it not? After all, only high-ranking females can accommodate countless males, while the status of lower-ranking females remains woefully diminished. Indeed, he affirmed. Then, Bai Yueyue, does our relationship resemble a patriarchal society? Yet, I feel it does not entirely fit. Although I am the nominal beast king of the 100-beast tribe, I yield to your guidance. Long Hao earnestly contemplated this newfound knowledge. Well, it is somewhat similar, as long as you love me, Bai Yueyue replied, gently stroking Long Hao's large head. Humph. You are just spreading dog food, Long Hao protested. I am a dragon, and Yueyue is a fox. How could that be construed as spreading dog food? Wah wah wah. You lack education. Host, did you hear him? I did not speak falsely. Humph. You are the uneducated one, a native of the beast realm. All right. Must you two argue again? Bai Yueyue remarked, her head throbbing from the commotion. Although Long Hao had ceased speaking, he secretly mused. Yueyue's dedicated wizard seems rather dim-witted. Long Hao, you forgot to mute me. I heard that. Oh, you are the foolish one. Your entire family is foolish. Bai Yueyue exclaimed. How dare you include me in the scolding? Amidst their lively banter, Bai Yueyue and Long Hao finally arrived at the vicinity of the Crimson Volcano. True to its name, the mountain structure, composed of crumbling rocks, radiated a fiery red hue. From above, one could even observe the bubbling magma within, a testament to the volcano's vigorous activity and inherent instability. In stark contrast, at the base of the volcano lay a myriad of scattered earthen burrows, where lions from the Lion clan occasionally appeared, napping in the sun. To avoid detection by the Lion clan, Long Hao soared high above, maintaining a safe distance. However, the scorching heat waves emanating from the volcano surged upward in waves, making even the far-off dragon feel the intense warmth, for he was an ice dragon, naturally intolerant of heat. Dio activated the system's detection feature to locate the volcanic birds. Bai Yueyue tapped her temple and said, Received. System scanning in progress. Initiating screen sharing. Bai Yueyue closed her eyes and then opened them again, revealing an informational graphic that aligned perfectly with the entire red volcano. Before her lay a colossal red dot submerged within the molten lava at the volcano's base, surrounded by countless smaller red dots that quivered intermittently, provoking a sense of claustrophobic dread within Bai Yueyue. System, please share this image with Long Hao, Bai Yueyue instructed. Understood, came the response. The largest red dot indicated the location of the volcanic bird. You were indeed correct in your assumption, it resides here, albeit deep within the lava. The smaller dots nearby likely represent the flame demons, Bai Yueyue explained while steadying herself against Long Hao's dragon horn. Typically, the volcanic bird nests near the crater. Why is this one hidden so deeply? Long Hao furrowed his brow. I am uncertain, and it appears they are in a state of dormancy, Bai Yueyue replied, shaking her head. We cannot enter the lava. To slay it, we must lure it out. Chapter 86, Mastery of Control. This volcano is immense, and attempting to draw them out would surely alert the Lion clan. With only the two of us, it is prudent to refrain from hasty actions, Bai Yueyue mused, stroking her chin. The volcanic bird's profound concealment means that even if they approach the red volcano, it may not attract its attention. Worse yet, they might be detected by the Lion clan lurking below, leading to unnecessary complications. Since we have confirmed the volcanic bird's location, we can devise a strategy. The volcanic bird requires sustenance, and once it has depleted the spoils seized from the wolf clan, both it and the flame demons will re-emerge. That will be our opportunity to hunt them. Long Hao nodded in agreement. Let us return to the tribe, with the knowledge that the volcanic bird still existed. Both Long Hao and Bai Yueyue felt a temporary sense of relief. As long as it remained, hope persisted. The most pressing matter now was to repair their tribe and strengthen it in the shortest time possible. Long Hao, Bai Ling has likely marked me as a target. A fierce battle may be imminent, Bai Yueyue confessed as she reclined against Long Hao, her voice betraying an undercurrent of concern. Though the Fox clan is powerful, their strength lies in abundance rather than individual combat prowess. They are no match for even the Black Bear clan, but my greatest fear remains the Giant Ape clan. Long Hao accelerated his wing beats, propelling himself toward the forest with renewed vigor. Bai Yueye's mind flashed back to the day she and Long Hao had jointly vanquished the formidable giant monkey, stirring a sense of trepidation within her. Although the colossal ape was merely a Tier 4 creature, its size was truly imposing, only slightly smaller than a black bear. And each was ferocious and quite challenging to confront. Moreover, their clan leader was a four-armed golden ape, possessing strength equivalent to her own at Tier 8. The last time they crossed paths, a conflict had erupted, and his spiritual energy exceeded 60 points at that time. He must be even more formidable now. Long Hao's cultivation speed was significantly hampered by the cold poison afflicting him, rendering the situation rather precarious. Bai Yueyue let out a soft sigh. Within the tribe, Ayun had returned from the vegetable patch, bringing back some fresh cabbage to wash in the river. While Shiwen was busy retrieving the fish trap he had set out the previous day. How's it going, Shiwen? Did you catch anything? Ayun called out, stretching her neck to peer at Shiwen in the water. Indeed, there are 2 large ones, Shiwen exclaimed, triumphantly lifting a plump river fish from the basket. Madame Yueye's trap is simply extraordinary. Once the fish enter, they cannot escape. Wonderful. I picked some cabbage. Once Madame Yueyue and Lord Long Hao return, I'll prepare a fish soup to nourish her, Ayun said with a radiant smile. You must also take care to rest. Although this is not your first pregnancy, caution is still paramount, Shiwen noted gently, placing a hand on Ayun's belly. Even though this child was not his own, Shiwen cherished the 2 boys Ayun had borne him, treating them as his own. Understood. With the addition of the Black Bear clan, we have many more mouths to feed. Thankfully, our tribe has ample food reserves, enough to sustain us all. In the past, we would have struggled to endure such a situation, Ayun replied as they walked together. Those black bears can eat a lot, but they are also quite capable. Recently, a few ventured into the woods and returned with several wild boars. Shiwen added quietly. Moreover, I heard that one of the newcomers, named Arin, has taken a liking to Lulu. It seems that Qianche and Arin are now at odds. Really? I suspected Qianche did not appreciate Lulu enough. And now there's Arin to contend with. Let us see how Qianche handles this, Ayun said, clicking her tongue in amusement. Just then, a rush of wind swept by, and they looked up to see a massive black dragon soaring across the sky, descending towards the center of the tribe. It's Lord Long Hao. Lord Long Hao and Madame Yueyue have returned. Let us hurry, Ayun urged Shiwen as they made their way back to the tribe. Long Hao transformed mid-air, landing gracefully while cradling Bai Yueyue securely. Lord Long Hao, Madame Yueyue, you've returned. Qianche and the others quickly knelt before them. And the Black Wind from the cave emerged to greet them as well. Lord Long Hao, Madam, Black Wind knelt on one knee in reverence, while the black bears behind him mimicked the gesture, bowing their heads. With Long Hao as their leader, their submission was only appropriate. During this time, all the black bears had come to appreciate the advantages of aligning with the Beast clan, including having a dedicated shaman, an abundance of livestock, and an array of crops they had never seen before, alongside intriguing items unavailable in the orc market. They found it hard to believe that the once maligned wild tribe could be so prosperous, and many were now quite enamored with the females of the Beast clan. How is Ram faring? Long Hao gently set Bai Yueyue down, gesturing for the others to rise as he inquired. Thanks to Madam's healing, Ram has improved significantly and can now eat, Black Wind replied, his face beaming with joy. Oh, by the way, we caught several wild boars. Since many of the black bears were injured upon joining, it is only right they rest rather than rush into hunting, Bai Yueyue interjected. The livestock within the tribe reproduced prolifically, and their pens were overflowing. Taking some for food was no longer a pressing concern. Our sudden incorporation into the tribe shouldn't mean we take advantage of your hospitality. Now that we have mostly recovered, we should contribute to the clan, Black Wind stated earnestly, his sincerity evident, which pleased both Bai Yueyue and Long Hao. Madame Yueyue, we also caught a good number of fish. You and Lord Long Hao have worked hard. Let us prepare a fish soup for you today, Ayun offered. Thank you for your efforts, Ayun. By the way, what happened to the stones we brought back from the desert? Bai Yueyue asked, nodding at Ayun. The stones are stored at the back of the tribe. Qianche replied. Long Hao took Bai Yueye's hand, concern evident in his gaze. You've worked hard carrying the child. Please rest while I handle the rest. I'm fine. I've merely enjoyed your company. I was thinking of using the stones to construct a wall around our tribe and create some large weapons for defense and offense, Bai Yueyue contemplated. A wall? Large weapons? Black Wind, standing nearby, looked utterly bewildered, clearly unfamiliar with such concepts. Let us first have our meal. I shall draft a blueprint to explain everything in detail later. I will need the assistance of the Black Bear clan for the upcoming tasks, she added. Upon hearing this, Black Wind stepped forward eagerly. If there is anything the Black Bear clan can assist with, please do not hesitate to ask, Lord Long Hao and Madam. Black Wind felt anxious. The Beast clan was undeniably affluent and not at all the weak tribe others had claimed. The Black Bear clan had become a beleaguered group, and without the sanctuary of the Beast clan, they would struggle to find their footing. Upon returning to the cave, Bai Yueyue sat at the table, quickly referencing architectural information from the system's database to finalize the design for the tribe's wall. She exchanged some points in the system marketplace for paper and pens to begin drafting her plans. Seeing Bai Yueyue diligently working, Longhao refrained from interrupting and went outside to gather some fruits for her. Meanwhile, Ayun heated a clay pot and then sank onto a wooden stool, feeling her energy wane since becoming pregnant. Seeing this, Adong rushed over, eager to take over Ayun's tasks. Ayun, you should rest. Let me handle it. You wouldn't know how to prepare the food. This is for everyone, and if it's not done right, it could be disastrous. Ayun shook her head. Since Bai Yueyue had taught her to cook various dishes, she had taken it upon herself to prepare meals for the tribe. Ensuring everyone was well fed was a great kindness she could not abandon merely because of her pregnancy. But you're still carrying a child, Adong insisted. Genuinely concerned for Ayun. I can manage, really. She reassured him. I'll help, Ayunjia. Lulu and Chi-Chi approached from a distance, naturally taking over the tasks from Ayun. Bai Yueyue had taught Ayun, and in turn, Ayun had taught Lulu and Chi-Chi. Ayunjia, you should rest. Chi-Chi and I will take care of everything, Lulu said, her hands deftly chopping the cabbage while Chi-Chi heated the oil in the pot. Lulu, is there anything I can do to help? Arun approached energetically, his demeanor unusually attentive. It was evident to all that Arun had developed feelings for Lulu, who, being a bear beast of remarkable beauty, was irresistible to him as a black bear. Lulu awkwardly took a step back, her expression somewhat rigid. There's nothing to help with. You should go to the back of the tribe and help Kashi count the stones. As Qianche passed by, carrying a large bundle of grass, he happened to see Arun conversing with Lulu. A wave of displeasure washed over him, and he strode over. Arun, take this grass to feed the livestock in the pen. Arun turned to see Qianche and immediately lost his smile. Why should I? Can't you see I'm talking to Lulu? Who do you think you are? As a 6th-tier beast man. Qianche held a respectable position within the 100 Beast tribe. Though he wasn't a commanding presence, he was generally well respected. Being confronted for the first time, especially in front of a group of females, caused his face to flush with embarrassment. Say that again. What if I don't? So what if you're a 6th-tier beast man? I'm a 5th-tier beast man. Just because I'm a little lower in rank doesn't mean I have to obey you. Arun lifted his chin defiantly, completely dismissing Qianche. You. Qianche stepped forward suddenly, but Arun did not back down, instead glaring fiercely at him. The two locked eyes, as if sparks might fly at any moment. What do you want? Are you looking for a fight? Don't think I don't know. You just want to push me away from Lulu. Let me tell you, that's impossible. I like Lulu and will definitely become her mate. I've heard all about what you've done to her. I advise you to stay away from her. Otherwise, I want to let this go. Arun pointed an accusing finger at Qianche. Qianche felt a sharp sting from Arun's words, his eyes reddening with anger. He then seized Arun by the leather shirt and shouted, Who do you think you are? My relationship with Lulu is none of your business. Huh, what if I want to meddle? Since you've claimed not to like Lulu, what is wrong with me pursuing her? Arun smirked nonchalantly. You just joined the tribe, and you think you can approach the females of the 100 Beast tribe? Qianche struggled to find a rebuttal and resorted to discussing tribal hierarchy. So what if I just joined? I am still a member of the 100 Beast tribe. Even if I'm not, I have the right to pursue Lulu. What gives you the right to shout at me? Arun's temper flared, and despite Qianche's higher rank, he refused to yield. How dare you? Qianche clenched his fists, seemingly on the verge of striking Arun. Seeing the escalating tension, Lulu could no longer contain herself. Enough. You two need to stay away from the kitchen. I still have to cook. Stop acting like this is all for me. Deep down, Lulu still harbored feelings for Qianche, but his perpetual apologetic demeanor left her feeling frustrated and somewhat awkward. The emergence of the new suitor, Arun, further complicated their relationship. Arun's fervent pursuit of Lulu only fueled Qianche's dissatisfaction. After being chastised by Longhao, Qianche had reflected deeply and finally recognized Lulu's worth. However, his introverted nature prevented him from expressing his feelings, and Arun's presence only added to his turmoil. Did you hear that? Don't be an eyesore in front of Lulu. Arun forcefully yanked the leather shirt from Qianche's grasp and walked away, declaring, between males, It's not about who shouts the loudest. We shall compete fairly. You want to be Lulu's mate? You're not worthy. Qianche's fists tightened, his teeth grinding in frustration, while Lulu focused intently on preparing fish soup, seemingly indifferent to their confrontation. With a deep breath, Qianche turned and walked towards the livestock pen, determined not to let anyone take Lulu away from him. Finally finding some peace, Lulu sighed deeply. Ayun, observing everything, couldn't help but speak up. Lulu, I think Arun is quite a good guy. He may have a fiery temper, but at least he likes you. Qianche is handsome and holds a higher rank. But Lulu remained silent, stirring the soup slowly, her gaze distant. Chi-Chi bit her lip, hesitating before speaking. We've all seen what Qianche has done. He is too awkward. You wouldn't be happy with him. Lulu shook her head, her eyes slowly drifting to the vast night sky. I don't want to choose anyone right now. Chapter 88. Is a house speaking sweet nothings? Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi and Ayun were momentarily taken aback. Ayun, resting her hand on her belly, exchanged glances with Chi-Chi and fell silent. Lulu had her own judgments, and they could not interfere too much. Meanwhile, Bai Yueyue, who had been listening to the commotion from early on, witnessed everything unfold. Bai Yueyue stood at the entrance, clutching the blueprint, gently nibbling on the pin's tip. TSK tis TSK. The system abruptly interjected. The host is once again indulging in gossip. Bai Yueyue replied, somewhat exasperated. I have never encountered a system as lively as you. Yeah, Long Hao returned with a meticulously sliced bowl of fruit, casting a fleeting glance towards the kitchen before speaking. Did you hear that? Long Hao had just been peeling the fruit not far away, truly witnessing an entertaining spectacle. Indeed, their quarrel was so loud that I could hear it clearly from afar. It's quite peculiar that Qianche dislikes Lulu, yet prevents others from approaching her. Bai Yueyue remarked as she turned back to her seat, holding the completed blueprint, and expressed her thoughts. Although the members of the Black Bear clan had dark complexions and were not particularly handsome, they were robust and forthright, speaking their minds without reservation, which allowed them to integrate swiftly into the Beast clan. In the desolation of the desert, Bai Yueyue had already encountered a Rin. Though somewhat impulsive, his heart was not wicked. He was practical and undoubtedly a commendable male, at least genuinely fond of Lulu. Should Lulu choose to abandon Qianche for him, Bai Yueyue would find no fault in it. Long Hao followed closely behind Bai Yueyue into the cave, offering her a piece of apple skewered on a wooden stick. His gaze revealing a subtle chill. Qianche harbors many secrets, some of which I am unaware. If it weren't for his loyal service to the Beast clan, I would not tolerate his previous intentions towards you. I too sense that Qianche carries some unspeakable secret, perhaps suppressed for too long, which has rendered his demeanor rather peculiar. As Bai Yueyue took the apple from Long Hao and savored it, she remarked, moreover, I believe Qianche is both contradictory and self-serving. He neither pursues affection nor allows others to interfere, attempting to monopolize Lulu's affection while offering her none in return. Such a wretched character. This is reminiscent of those modern-day scoundrels who entangle your emotional lives in complexity. The system offered a fair assessment. Wow, the system truly understands. Bai Yueyue smiled subtly, pondering within, could an intelligent being truly grasp emotions? Modern? Long Hao's expression momentarily froze upon encountering this term. Surely. This was the name of Yueye's original world. Indeed, males pursue females by their own set of rules. Should one fail to best another male, he is unworthy of female recognition. Long Hao reached out to gently stroke the quivering fox ears atop Bai Yueye's head. He noticed that her fox ears would involuntarily emerge when she felt emotional or tense, making her all the more endearing. Ultimately, this was their affair, and it was not within their purview to meddle, so long as no disturbances arose within the tribe. Bai Yueyue stretched lazily, her thoughts solely focused on fortifying the tribe against future adversaries. Having neither the energy nor inclination to concern herself with the trivial dramas of love and enmity among the beastmen. Well, I shall have another bite of apple. I just saw that Ayun and the others are nearing completion with the dishes, she stated. Long Hao nodded in agreement, dedicating all his energy to Bai Yueyue and the tribe, for he had never been one to take pleasure in managing affairs. Bai Yueyue unfurled her design sketches upon the table. I have completed my drawings, and during dinner, I shall share my thoughts with everyone. I believe this is a brilliant idea. If successful, our tribe will be invincible. Observing Bai Yueye's face, which flushed slightly with excitement, Long Hao could not help but smile. Feeling her enthusiasm, your ideas, Yueyue, are always extraordinary, no matter the occasion. With a playful spirit, Bai Yueyue wrapped her arms around Long Hao's neck and planted a kiss on his cheek. Long Hao's face turned a shade of crimson as he instinctively embraced her back. Despite their long-standing relationship and the children they had together, each interaction with Bai Yueyue still sent his heart racing. Hao, why is your face so red? TSK. We are already an old married couple, yet you still feel shy? Bai Yueyue teased, gently lifting Long Hao's chin and caressing it, her enchanting fox-like eyes shimmering with allure. To be honest, every time I am close to you, it feels like the very first encounter. I adore it and feel so exhilarated. Long Hao, murmuring softly, buried his head into Bai Yueye's bosom, surrendering to the warmth of the moment. Bai Yueyue curved her lips into an enigmatic smile, saying, Is Hao uttering sweet nothings? Sweet nothings? Are they only spoken during mating? Long Hao murmured, his cheeks growing increasingly flushed, exuding an irresistible allure. Upon hearing these words, Bai Yueyue felt her own face warm. What a brazen remark. I can't believe you two are engaging in such banter. The system observed them with an air of amusement. Bai Yueyue choked on her words. After a brief moment of intimacy, Long Hao took Bai Yueye's hand and led her out of the cave, where Lulu and Chi-Chi had already set the table with food. Each person was served a bowl of cabbage fish soup and a bowl of stir-fried pork with bamboo shoots, accompanied by chopsticks. Since the last time they crafted furniture from wood, Bai Yueyue had instructed the tribe to create numerous tables, allowing 5 or 6 people to dine together. During meals, everyone could sit outside after receiving their food, resembling a lively rural banquet that was both festive and easy to clean up. How do you use these small wooden sticks? It smells so good. This is incredible. The members of the Black Bear tribe, having never encountered such a scene, were left speechless, astonished as they clumsily grasped the chopsticks. In the 100 Beast tribe, everyone received their share, and not only could they eat their fill, but they could also enjoy such a delightful dining experience with endless variations, something they had never even dared to dream of. Come, let us teach you how to use chopsticks. Eating with your hands is unsanitary. The members of the 100 Beast tribe enthusiastically guided the black bears in using chopsticks, creating an atmosphere of warmth and camaraderie during the meal. Bai Yueyue gazed at the dishes laid out on the table, pursing her lips. It was truly a pity that there was no bowl of white rice. Host, there are rice seedlings available in the system space, the system reminded her, sensing her thoughts. Goodness, system, you truly manifest whatever comes to mind. Please provide me with 1,000 seedlings. I shall find a suitable place to plant them in due time. Given the current season in this beastly realm, I must hasten to stockpile provisions. Haifeng, gripping his chopsticks, discreetly observed the nearby professor for a while, managing to clumsily lift food to his mouth. By the way, my lady, there is something I must inquire of you. Chapter 89, truly incredible. Upon hearing Haifeng's words, Bai Yueyue set down her fish soup and looked up. What is it? You are a white fox, which means you belong to the royal lineage of the Fox clan. The moment those words were uttered, Long Hao, who was nearby picking fish bones for Bai Yueyue, immediately focused his penetrating gaze upon Haifeng, his expression devoid of any fluctuation, yet brimming with scrutiny. Bai Yueyue instinctively glanced at Long Hao beside her, silently pondering. How does he know as well? Long Hao's voice resonated. High-ranking beastmen differ from their lower-ranking counterparts. They possess a deeper understanding of the affairs among various tribes, particularly concerning the great beast kings. This is hardly surprising. Bai Yueyue understood that the reason the beastmen of the Beast clan were not surprised to see her, a white fox, for the first time was simply because they did not recognize her at all. Bai Yueyue exhaled softly, redirecting her gaze to meet Haifeng's eyes, the meaning within her own deepening rather than fading. What did the chieftain of the Haifeng clan wish to convey in that fleeting moment of their eye contact? Haifeng found himself momentarily at a loss for words. The imposing aura emanating from this fifth-tier female was, astonishingly, on par with that of Long Hao beside her. I merely wish to inquire, madam, given that you belong to the royal lineage of the Fox clan, there must be some connection to Bai Ling. However, according to Bai Ling's previous remarks, it seems that aside from the Fox Emperor, you are the only remaining white fox of the royal family. Yet you are Haifeng. Certain matters can only be known when the time is right. Long Hao interjected, denying Haifeng the opportunity to continue his questioning. Bai Yueyue harbors no recollection of her past entanglements with the Fox clan, a matter that even he fails to comprehend. Why Black Wind would intervene in this regard is beyond him, realizing he may have overstepped. Black Wind hastily lowered his gaze and sought to amend his words. I meant no offense to Lady Yueyue. It is merely that I previously overheard the members of the giant ape clan mention that their chieftain shares a close rapport with Princess Bai Ling of the Fox clan, suggesting that you, too, hail from the Fox clan and might possess insight into these matters. Bai Yueyue withdrew her gaze, her fingers tracing circles on the table, deliberately revealing. Long Hao and I captured a wolf beast during our outing. And what that creature spoke of indeed corroborates the words of the Black Wind clan leader. The Great Ape clan and the Fox clan are entangled in a web of connection. Truly, indeed, these cunning monkeys of the Great Ape clan. Could it be that they have colluded with the Fox clan as well? What shall we do? Black Wind exclaimed, rising abruptly in agitation. Bai Yueyue narrowed her eyes in contemplation. Within the forest, the Black Bear clan, the Forest Crocodile clan, and the Heavenly Tiger clan had always evolved as independent factions with little profound interaction with other tribes. Each of these clans boasted considerable individual strength. While the Giant Ape clan and the Fox Wolf clan relied on sheer numbers to prevail, their combat capabilities as individuals comparatively weak. Should their numbers no longer suffice to secure their survival, they would resort to alternative means, alliances. Alliances, Long Hao and Bai Yueyue almost simultaneously exclaimed. Haifeng paused momentarily, then suddenly enlightened. Of course, alliances. No wonder the Wolf clan remained unruly even after being attacked by the Flame Demon. They must have allied with the Giant Ape clan and the Fox clan. The Fox clan is backed by the Dragon clan. Could it be that they aspire to engulf all the tribes within the forest? The so-called alliances among the orc factions entailed various tribes merging into cooperative partnerships. Unlike the Black Bear clan's integration into the 100 Beasts clan, an alliance involved distinct clans collaborating purely for mutual benefit. However, such alliances were inherently fragile. Should disputes arise, they could easily collapse. Bai Yueyue sipped her fish soup and spoke leisurely. The crux of the matter is not this. The pressing issue is how to empower our tribe. I have drafted a blueprint. Everyone, come take a look. She raised her hand and unfurled the blueprint across the table. The paper displayed a schematic of the tribe. To ensure the orcs could comprehend it, Bai Yueyue showcased her artistic prowess, rendering the image with remarkable detail. This is our tribe, the 100 Beasts clan. Our territory is not vast, and with the addition of the Black Bear clan, many lack proper housing. Our foremost task is to expand the tribe, clearing some surrounding trees. The timber will be invaluable for constructing catapults and crossbows. Bai Yueye's finger glided to the upper left corner of the blueprint, where simplified illustrations of the catapults and crossbows were depicted. Originally intended for offense against rival tribes, she had modified them for defensive purposes. Furthermore, the hand crossbow could be wielded effectively, posing a significant threat to the tree-climbing giant ape clan. As the audience absorbed Bai Yueye's explanations, a collective murmur of astonishment arose. Marveling at these ingenious contraptions and lauding Bai Yueye's exceptional intellect, Bai Yueyue paused for a moment before continuing. Next, we must construct a protective wall surrounding our tribe. Shaped as such, with 4 gates for convenient ingress and egress, as well as for a potential retreat. I have designed watchtowers at each corner of the wall, allowing us to observe the surroundings at all times, ensuring that no one can take advantage of us. The inspiration for the watchtowers came from the 2 black wolves stationed at the entrance of the wolf tribe, with sentinels in place. We can avert the tragedies of being caught unawares by enemies approaching our doorstep. Long Hao listened intently, his large hand gently encircling Bai Yueye's waist, a serious expression on his face. Additionally, I have planned for a cellar at the foot of the mountain behind the tribe, which can be used to store various grains. Furthermore, in the event that our tribe is besieged, the females and young can take refuge in the cellar. Bai Yueyue straightened up, declaring, "That's all for now." The lady is truly remarkable. Her foresight is exceptional. The crowd erupted in applause. Heifeng was so astonished that he could hardly close his mouth, marveling at the ingenuity of a female of the 5th rank. Now that we have a plan, we shall divide the tasks to work together efficiently. Xiweng, take the original hunting team to fell trees and organize them. During our repair of the tribe, everyone will subsist on the food from the livestock pen. So there is no need for hunting. Understood. Xiweng hastily stepped forward from the crowd. Kasha, take 10 male orcs to the riverside to dig clay and transport it back using carts. Certainly. Qianshe, once the wood is cut, you shall accompany those who previously crafted furniture to learn from me the making of crossbows and other weaponry. Bai Yueyue turned her head. The orcs who have experience in furniture making will learn more swiftly. Yes, Lady Yueyue. Qianshe quickly stepped forward. Let us agree on this for today. We shall finalize the next steps tomorrow. Everyone should rest well tonight. Understood. Chapter 90. Male or female but Lady Yueyue, what about us? It seems we have nothing to do. Heifeng stepped forward, somewhat at a loss, his comrades, the black bears, displaying similar expressions of concern. They had been subsisting in the tribe for several days without contributing, leaving them somewhat uneasy. In the world of orcs, if one cannot contribute to the survival of the tribe, they are unworthy of food distribution, especially since they had just joined the 100-beast tribe and needed to demonstrate their worth. Do not worry, Chief Heifeng. Once we complete our current tasks, the Black Bear tribe will be essential in constructing the wall, and there will be plenty of opportunities for your tribe to contribute. Bai Yueyue was taken aback by the eagerness of those willing to work. Very well, Lady Yueyue. Please do not hesitate to issue any commands. Upon hearing this, Heifeng and the Black Bears visibly relaxed. By the way, Lulu, I recall asking you to render some lard for me. Where did you put it? Bai Yueyue suddenly remembered and turned to Lulu, who appeared lost in thought. Earlier, Bai Yueyue had requested Lulu to prepare lard to create oil lamps for illumination in the cave. Oh, I stored it in a ceramic jar. But it seems to be nearly depleted, Lulu exclaimed, her face flustered as she hurried to the kitchen to bring back the jar of lard. Bai Yueyue lowered her gaze and discovered that the jar contained a dwindling amount of solidified lard, with evident signs of having been scooped out. Ayun and Chi-Chi, standing nearby, were momentarily taken aback before hastily prostrating themselves on the ground, their faces filled with panic. We are truly sorry, Madam Yueyue. Chi-Chi and I always believed this lard was meant for cooking, so we used some every time we prepared meals. We apologize, madam. We will immediately procure more lard for you. There's no need to worry. Lard can always be rendered again. You may use this for your cooking. I can always obtain more later, Bai Yueyue reassured them. After all, this lard had already solidified, making it perfect for stir-frying and cooking, thus sparing Ayun and her companions the trouble of chopping fatty pork each time. As she gazed at the lard, Bai Yueyue instinctively recalled the lard rice she had enjoyed in her childhood, and her desire for rice surged to a peak at that moment. She nearly drooled, prompting Long Hao, who stood nearby, to raise an eyebrow in curiosity. What is it, Yueyue? What do you crave? I want rice, Bai Yueyue blurted out. Rice? Rice? The surrounding beastmen exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed as to what this rice could be that could cause the lady to drool with longing. I have seeds here. We can plant them later. It's fine. Everyone can return and rest for now. Bai Yueyue waved her hand dismissively, pulling Long Hao back into the cave. Long Hao, deep in thought, settled beside Bai Yueyue on the stone bed. Yueyue, there isn't much arable land left behind the tribe, where we could cultivate. If you wish to plant something, we might need to expand the area. The Beastman clan's rear was backed by a towering mountain, forming a natural barrier, which was precisely why Bai Yueyue had chosen to locate the cellar at the foot of the mountain. Yes, I wish to plant something called rice, which requires a water source for nourishment. Unfortunately, our tribe lacks a suitable location. However, not far from our tribe is a large river, with ample open land by its banks, and the soil is quite suitable for cultivation. We can plant there, Bai Yueyue explained, stroking her chin. Oh, so there are such considerations? Long Hao's eyes sparkled with newfound knowledge. Of course, Once the rice is ready, I will prepare bamboo tube rice for you, paired with stir-fried dishes, simply delectable. Bai Yueye's mouth watered at the thought. Is this what you enjoyed in the modern world? Long Hao wrapped his arms around Bai Yueyue. Indeed. And there's so much more delicious food. Hot pot, skewers, an array of delightful dishes. If only the beast world provided the conditions, I would definitely let you experience them. The autumn wheat I planted behind the tribe is nearly ready. Soon we can mill flour, which can be used to create many delicacies, such as steamed buns, noodles, and bread, Bai Yueyue stated, her eyes closed as she counted on her fingers. Long Hao gently rocked Bai Yueyue in his embrace, his mind drifting to her descriptions. No wonder she had longed to return to her own era. The food and life there were indeed vastly superior to those in the beast world. I believe many things exist in the beast world. We just haven't had the opportunity to explore thoroughly, Bai Yueyue sighed, her ears drooping in disappointment. Although the system's space contained everything needed, the cost of basic resources was significantly higher than that of more complex items, compelling Bai Yueyue to become self-sufficient. Hey, pressure fosters progress. If you strive to bear more offspring, you will discover how rewarding the rewards can be. The system chimed in with a playful tone. How much does one offspring reward me? Bai Yueyue replied, exasperated. You will find out in due time, and there will be rewards beyond mere survival points. But for now, that remains a secret, the system teased mysteriously. Bai Yueyue pouted, for she knew that in just over 2 months, she would give birth. Victory was within sight. The forest was currently fraught with unrest, otherwise she would have relished the opportunity to take you out for a delightful stroll. To show you that the beast realm encompasses more than just the forest scenery. Apart from the vast Tamuli grassland, there are countless wonders to behold. Once we navigate through our present crisis, I shall certainly take you and our child to explore these marvels. Long Hao lowered his head and planted a kiss on Bai Yueye's profile. A beautiful life is but a fragment. Long Hao yearned to share with Bai Yueyue the splendors of the world, and merely contemplating it filled him with joy. Rest assured, Ahau, Bai Yueyue replied. The Fox clan, the Giant Ape clan, and the Wolf clan are all bands of marauders. Once they form an alliance, they will surely not act honorably. The other tribes will inevitably suffer one after another. We need only to patiently await the opportune moment. Bai Yueyue raised her brow, her small face radiating a sense of assured triumph. Yueyue, your belly is growing rather slowly. I see that a Yun's pregnant belly is nearly the same size as yours. How is it that, carrying 2 cubs, your belly does not appear significantly larger? Long Hao gently placed his hand on Bai Yueye's abdomen. Bai Yueye's belly, in its current state, resembles that of an ordinary woman 5 months into her pregnancy, round and delightful to behold. With a playful giggle, she remarked on her modesty and showing. Since her pregnancy began, Long Hao has devoted his leisure time to massaging her legs and soothing her waist, diligently nourishing her belly with spiritual energy at regular intervals. As a result, Bai Yueyue has not only avoided swelling, but has also escaped the common plight of stretch marks, all while maintaining an excellent appetite. If your belly were any larger, standing would become quite arduous. I hope you carry 2 lovely daughters within. They shall undoubtedly inherit your beauty and charm. Long Hao reclined against her abdomen, his expression one of tender warmth. At this juncture, Bai Yueyue tilted her head and inquired, System, am I carrying a boy or a girl? Chapter 91, Why so stubborn? Does the host prefer a daughter or a son? The system responded enigmatically. For me, either is delightful. However, Long Hao wishes for a daughter. Bai Yueyue gently caressed her belly, intentionally shielding her conversation with the system from Long Hao's ears. The likelihood of high-ranking beast men female offspring is remarkably low, which is precisely why high-ranking females are so treasured. Bai Yueyue suddenly realized why. Apart from a few orcs below the 4th tier, there were scarcely any female cubs born in the tribe. Even Ame, who had recently given birth, welcomed a robust son. Oh, Bai Yueyue felt a twinge of disappointment. If the likelihood of low-tier beasts giving birth to female offspring was so slim, what could be expected from a high-tier beast like Long Hao? Do not be disheartened, dear host. Both you and Long Hao will surely have your wishes fulfilled. Huh? Are you implying? I heard them moving inside. Long Hao gently nudged Bai Yueye's belly, filled with happiness yet tinged with a hint of worry. Bai Yueyue, inherently delicate and fragile, faced immense difficulty during childbirth, much like Mei and her companions. One can only imagine the challenges that await Yueyue in her own delivery. Contemplating this, Long Hao felt a fleeting pang of sympathy wash over him, and he tightened his embrace around Bai Yueyue, murmuring, Yueyue, you have truly endured so much. Bai Yueyue remained silent, merely lowering her head to gently kiss Long Hao's forehead. A peaceful night passed, and as the next day promised busyness, Long Hao restrained himself from getting too close to Bai Yueyue. He arose early to take a cold shower to awaken his senses. You 4 handle this side, and you others take care of that side. Move swiftly. We can only proceed to other tasks once the trees are felled. Shiwen led the group, wielding saws with great effort in the forest. Cashew, on the other hand, guided others to the riverbank to excavate clay. Shiwen, is there anything we can assist with? Arin approached the tree-cutting team alongside a group of black bears, all eager to lend a hand. No need, no need. We have the tools and will finish shortly, Shiwen replied, wiping the sweat from his brow. We're idle anyway. Give us something to do. All right then, you can tidy up the branches and twigs left on the felled trees, leaving only the trunks, and stack them over there. Shiwen relented. Good. Arin responded promptly, rallying his companions to join the labor force. Meanwhile, Bai Yueyue tirelessly instructed Qianxie and the others on the weapon design blueprint. Long Hao sat beside her, arms crossed, intently listening. I have prepared everything needed for the crossbow aside from the wood. For the wood, we will need 4 pieces of this length and 6 pieces of that length, installed according to this rivet structure. I have the steel nails here for securing. Bai Yueye's small hands glided over the blueprint, her serious demeanor captivating. As the sun climbed high, the orcs remained undeterred, sweat soaking their bodies. Lulu and Chi-Chi used wooden cups to gather fresh water to distribute among the orcs. Shiwen, everyone come over for some water, Lulu called out, placing the tray on the ground. Hey, coming. Everyone, drink some water before continuing, Shiwen urged, wiping his brow as he beckoned the group to hydrate. Upon seeing Lulu, Arin set down his work and rushed over, taking a cup from her and downing the water in one gulp. Thank you, Lulu. You are truly a wonderful female. Lulu pouted, her eyes reflecting a hint of exasperation. This is for Shiwen, not for you. But I work too, Arin protested, his gaze fixated on Lulu's delicate face, genuinely fond of her since the moment he first laid eyes on her in the tribe. The gentle and adorable bear female who could whip up delicious dishes left him bewildered as to how someone named Qianxie could overlook such charm. Lulu, you are truly beautiful and lovely. Humph. Lulu turned away, reluctant to engage with Arin, but smiled as she continued distributing the wooden cups. Arin lingered around her, his gaze filled with affection, nearly overflowing with admiration. The others observed this exchange, unable to suppress their smiles. Arin, the chieftain of the Black Wind, is looking for you. Oh, coming. Arin blinked at Lulu and hurried towards the cave of the Black Wind. Watching Arin depart, Shiwen chuckled, Lulu, who would have thought Arin was so smitten with you? He just hangs around me. It's quite bothersome. Lulu rolled her eyes, exasperated. I think Arin is quite good. He works efficiently and isn't lazy. He is at rank 5. Although he is a bit dark-skinned, he is not unattractive. You could consider him, Shiwen suggested, draining his cup in earnest. I don't want to. Lulu clutched the tray tightly, her expression stiffening. I know you still haven't let go of Qianxie. You could accept Arin first, then figure out how to win over Qianxie later. Just as I did with a Yun and a Dong. Shiwen spoke nonchalantly. Initially, a Yun was enamored with a Dong. But a Dong was with the Black Bear tribe and had only met a Yun once at a mating festival. Yet, that encounter lingered in a Yun's heart. And despite Shiwen's efforts to court a Yun, she refused to become his mate. Eventually, Shiwen managed to win a Yun over, in the following year at the mating festival. A Yun accepted a Dong, bringing him back to the Beast clan. A Yun is different from you. A Dong genuinely likes a Yun. Qianxie, doesn't he feel the same about me? And Arin's relationship with a Dong is quite poor. They seem to fight every time they meet. Even if I could take them both, they would surely cause trouble every few days. Lulu shook her head. Moreover, she had always envisioned only Qianxie as her mate. But that dream remained unfulfilled. I truly don't understand what is so special about Qianxie. He's merely handsome. He previously had his eyes set on Our Lady Yueyue and was thoroughly beaten by Lord Long Hao, a male orc interjected. But his words were quickly silenced by Shiwen's hand over his mouth. Lady Yueyue is exceptional. It's only natural for Qianxie to be infatuated. Lulu aimlessly fiddled with the wooden cup in her hands, her desolation evident in her eyes. I have to deliver water to others. I must take my leave. Lulu stood to depart. Shiwen shook his head. This Lulu, why must she be so obstinate? It's maddening. In the Black Wind Cave, chieftain, you called for me. Arin knelt before the leader. Are you pursuing the female beast named Lulu from the Beast clan? Blackwind inquired, his rough hands rubbing the armrest of his chair. Upon hearing this, Arin tensed, quickly nodding. Yes. Does Lulu show any interest in you? Blackwind continued, his expression unreadable. Not yet. We have only interacted for a short time, and she hasn't fully accepted me, but I am making an effort, Arin replied honestly, aware of Blackwind's lingering authority. That is for the best. Blackwind's statement startled Arin. What did you say, chieftain? Arin questioned, his eyes wide with disbelief as he shifted his gaze between Blackwind and Ram. Blackwind paused, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts, but Ram spoke up. Arin, typically we wouldn't interfere with your pursuits of females, and being with the Beast clan could foster better relations between our Black Bear tribe and them. However, the female you favor is entangled with Lord Long Hao's most capable subordinate, Qianxie. If a conflict arises due to your rivalry over her, it will affect not just you, but the entire Black Bear tribe. Blackwind nodded in agreement with Ram. The lady is correct. Although the Black Bear tribe has ostensibly allied with the Beast clan, we have yet to firmly establish ourselves. I am also beholden to Lord Long Hao and cannot act against his wishes. Therefore, do not compete with the Beast clan for females. Arin's eyes widened, and he prostrated himself on the ground. No, chieftain's lady, Qianxie doesn't even like Lulu. He has wronged her, and they currently have no connection. Even without a connection, we have heard that Qianxie is a fierce tiger and rank 6. His strength is formidable. and he has been closely associated with Lord Longhao since the establishment of the Beast Clan. It would be advantageous for all if he remains uninvolved with Lulu. Haching adjusted his expression. The Tianhu clan was known for its formidable combat strength and enigmatic nature, making their presence rarely felt in the woods. Although Qianche belonged to the Bai Yueyue clan, there was no guarantee that he had no ties to the Tianhu clan. However, I truly cherish Lulu. If I cannot be with her, I shall endure a lifetime of regret. Aaron, with pleading eyes, was so anxious that he nearly sprang from the ground. Haching was about to voice his thoughts when a call echoed from outside the cave. Haching, are you there? What is it? Madam Yueyue requests your presence to discuss the construction of the city walls. Understood, I will be there shortly. Haching rose and approached Aaron. I shall say this one last time. Refrain from approaching that female named Lulu. Should you provoke Longhao's displeasure, the entire Black Bear clan will suffer the consequences. At that point, even 10 of your lives would not suffice to make amends. Haching's words rang out as a warning, and without another glance, he departed. Aaron remained kneeling on the ground, lost in thought for some time. Lamb sighed softly and urged, Aaron, you are one of the stronger warriors in the Black Bear clan. Your prowess is not to be underestimated. Thus, the clan leader addresses you personally. While Lulu is indeed admirable, there are other females in our clan who would be well suited for you. Madam Lamb, I truly adore Lulu. I truly do, Aaron muttered, as if deflated. Sinking back to the ground. There are many quality females in the Bai Yueyue and Black Bear clans. Broaden your horizons, do not be so fixated. Lamb concluded, placing a hand gently on her abdomen. Now, please leave. I wish to rest for a while. Yes, Aaron nodded, dragging his heavy steps out of the cave. Outside, the beastmen were bustling about, oblivious to Aaron's distress. He settled into a corner, replaying Haching and Lamb's words repeatedly in his mind. To abandon Lulu was something he could not fathom. Madam Yueyue, you summoned me. Haching stepped into the cave where Bai Yueyue and Longhao were gathered, poring over weapon schematics. Clan leader Haching has arrived. The clay and space have been prepared. We now require your assistance, along with the Black Bear clan, to construct the city walls. Here are the blueprints. Allow me to explain the details. Bai Yueyue stretched her back, while Longhao hurriedly pulled a chair for her. Very well. Haching advanced, casting a meaningful glance at Qianche as he passed. Qianche seemed to sense something, but upon looking up, Haching was already at Bai Yueye's side, leaving him unaware. Madam Yueyue, we shall take our leave to commence work. Please let us know if you require anything. Very well. Qianche stood, taking the schematics and leading the other beastmen outside. Shiwen and the others had already stacked the trees, and those who had just finished their tasks were seated beneath a stone structure, drinking water. Lulu was among them. Upon spotting Lulu, Qianche intentionally glanced her way twice, but received no response. Qianche bit his lip and turned to cutwood. Lulu, carrying a wooden tray, silently tidied up in the kitchen. Is that clear? Have you understood? Bai Yueye's voice had grown hoarse from explaining, and she hastily accepted the cup of water Longhao offered. Taking a sip. Understood. Your ideas are truly commendable, madam. I shall gather people to begin. Haching praised, his mind already envisioning the tribal walls. Excellent. Longhao, you shall accompany clan leader Haching. I will check on how Qianche and the others are progressing with the weapons. Bai Yueyue rose. Upon hearing Qianche's name, a sense of discomfort washed over Longhao, and he reached out to grasp Bai Yueye's arm. You should rest in the cave. Let me handle the remaining tasks. Longhao listened intently to the discussions regarding the tribe's upcoming weapon production, having learned nearly all he could. He wished to prevent Qianche from having any opportunity to interact with Bai Yueyue, even though Qianche had assured him he would not approach her. Bai Yueyue paused momentarily, her heart instantly comprehending Longhao's subtle intentions. All right, I shall take a brief respite, leaving the remainder to your care. Longhao was possessive by nature, and Bai Yueyue had no intention of making things awkward. Very well, my dear. Longhao gently caressed Bai Yueye's head and led the Black Wind out of the cave. Bai Yueyue turned over and sat cross-legged on the bed, preparing to meditate and further enhance her spiritual power. Perfectly timing her practice to conclude just as she intended to assess her progress. Bai Yueyue gently closed her eyes as a pair of heavy footsteps passed by the cave entrance. When she opened her eyes, she saw a silhouette moving in from the light, and it took her a moment to recognize it was Lulu. Lulu seemed hesitant about whether to enter. Lulu, Bai Yueyue called out. Startled, Lulu quickly lifted her head and stepped into the cave. What are you doing at the entrance? Bai Yueyue inquired with curiosity. Oh, I came to bring you some freshly cut fruit. Please enjoy it, Madam Yueyue, Lulu replied hurriedly, carefully placing the tray beside Bai Yueyue. Though her distracted expression did not escape Bai Yueye's notice. You seem to have something on your mind, Bai Yueyue remarked, picking up a slice of pear and savoring it. Lulu's voice was muffled as she hesitated to respond, appearing somewhat reluctant to speak. She had been wanting to talk to Bai Yueyue outside the cave but was unsure about interrupting. I heard that Aaron is pursuing you? Bai Yueye's gaze locked onto Lulu's face. Ah, Madam Yueyue, you know too. Lulu raised her head but then slowly lowered it again. Are you uncertain about your choice? Bai Yueyue probed gently. Lulu's expression shifted, revealing that her thoughts had been unintentionally uncovered. Nothing can be concealed from you, madam. I'm not unsure of what to choose. It's just that I like Qianche, but Aaron, I don't know what to think. If it were me, I would certainly prefer to choose someone who likes me over someone I like, Bai Yueyue reflected. Her modern perspective on emotions contrasted with the beastman's understanding, leaving her only to offer advice without delving deeper into the matter. Why is that? Because at least you want to end up with nothing, Bai Yueyue concluded. Leaving Lulu in contemplative silence for a while, Bai Yueyue gently patted Lulu's shoulder and said, "Take a moment to reflect. No one can assist you in this matter except yourself." "Thank you, madam, and I apologize for the intrusion," Lulu murmured softly, nodding as she stepped out. "Your day seems quite occupied. Are you also playing the role of a psychological counselor?" The system teased. "Enough of that. Lulu has aided me significantly, and I cannot simply turn a blind eye, though my involvement is limited to mere words." Lulu, with her infatuated heart, is indeed tormented by her affection for Chin Che. A rather taciturn individual, Bai Yueyue sighed, shrugging in exasperation. "Honestly, I cannot fathom the complexities of human emotions. Take a glance at your little ones. They have reached the tender age of 4 months. As the system's voice faded, a beeskin screen unfurled before Bai Yueyue. In the monochrome display, 2 tiny beings nestled closely together, their faces obscured, yet their serene demeanor was utterly endearing. Bai Yueyue could even discern their chubby little hands. "Your 2 little ones are thriving, with a healthy weight," the system remarked. Bai Yueyue squinted her eyes, straining to peer between the legs of the 2 little ones. As a medical student, she was able to interpret the ultrasound, but before she could lean closer, a mosaic abruptly obscured the image. "No peeking." The system chimed with a hint of arrogance. "What? That's my own child. How can you deny me?" she exclaimed, feeling disheartened that the revelation would be so mundane. The system continued. "The growth rate of the beast realm offspring is twice that of human children. They can reproduce in 5 months. You still have a month left. Why the haste?" The system promptly shut off the display. "How can one not be curious, you miser?" she retorted. "Please provide my current basic information." Bai Yueyue rolled her eyes. The system relayed her existing survival points. Level 5, spiritual power, 73 points, speed, 50, resilience, 50, perception, 63. The enhancement of her physical attributes was progressing satisfactorily, yet her spiritual power was advancing sluggishly. Indeed, breaking through to the 6th level proved to be a formidable challenge. Bai Yueyue clenched her fist slowly. The transition from 5 to 6 levels was a watershed moment, and her speed had already reached impressive heights, the system reassured her. "However, I must reach the 6th level as soon as possible to harness my extraordinary abilities. As I am now, I am still too feeble. Once I have children, the dangers I will face will undoubtedly multiply," she sighed heavily, her hand instinctively drifting to her abdomen. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Bai Yueyue emerged from her meditation. A delightful aroma wafted through the air, and upon glancing down, she noticed a bowl of steaming, creamy fish soup beside her. "How is it? Has your spiritual power improved?" Long Hao entered, silhouetted against the light, carrying a bowl of stir-fried pork. "I'm nearing an 80-level breakthrough, but my speed remains somewhat lacking." Bai Yueyue took a generous sip of the fish soup, savoring its perfect balance of flavors. "The leap from 5 to 6 levels is inherently challenging. Your rapid progress is indeed remarkable," Long Hao remarked, affectionately ruffling her hair. "By the way, how is it outside? I should go take a look." "Finish your meal first. We can discuss it afterward," Long Hao insisted, gently pressing Bai Yueyue back onto the stone bed. "All right then." She acquiesced. Bai Yueyue, feeling thoroughly satisfied, emerged from the cave with Long Hao's assistance. The moment she lifted her gaze, she was taken aback. Towering walls had risen around her, nearly complete, with only the deep gray clay yet to dry. The black bears were diligently working, finalizing the construction of the surrounding wall. There were 4 gates on each side of the wall, with the northern gate leading directly to the vegetable garden and livestock pen behind the tribe, backed by the mountains. This design not only enhanced the fortifications but also provided ample protection for food and livestock. "I have also dug the cellar you mentioned, and I created an additional hole on the back mountain for storing miscellaneous items. The only things left are the trebuchet and crossbow that Qian Che and the others are working on," said Long Hao. "Your efficiency is truly remarkable," Bai Yueyue exclaimed in admiration. The orc warriors, possessing greater strength, were following Long Hao's lead, working in an organized manner, achieving double the results with half the effort. Long Hao guided Bai Yueyue to the back of the tribe, where they found a round earthen hole on the mountainside, filled with bamboo baskets and similar tools. "What about the cellar?" Bai Yueyue tilted her head curiously. Long Hao smiled mysteriously, leading her into the earthen hole. Bending down, he turned over the ground, revealing a dark cellar entrance. "Oh, so you hid it here?" Bai Yueyue peered inside. Long Hao had covered the cellar door with hay and soil, making it virtually undetectable to anyone unaware of its presence. "The cellar holds important supplies, and since you mentioned it might serve as a refuge for female cubs, I concealed the entrance for added safety. Currently, it contains some leftover meat and fresh fruits, which I preserved using ice," Long Hao explained, leaning closer to Bai Yueyue. "My dear Hao, you are truly clever," Bai Yueyue remarked, embracing his face and planting a kiss on his cheek. "Lord Long Hao?" "Madam Yueyue, something terrible has happened." Chapter 94, the first scoundrel of the beast world. Both Long Hao and Bai Yueyue turned sharply. A Dong was rushing towards them, covered in dust and looking flustered. "What is the matter?" Long Hao furrowed his brow. Aaron and Qian have gotten into a fierce fight, and it's gotten bloody. Adong gulped, trying to steady his dry throat. What? What? The two exchanged glances and hurried after Adong to the front of the tribe. As they approached, they were met with a cloud of dust and the incessant roars of beasts. Kasha, who had entered to mediate the fight, was thrown out of the fray. Tumbling to the ground before getting back on his feet, Chi rushed forward, pulling Kashu back, her small hand grasping his bleeding arm. Are you all right? It's so fierce. I got caught up in it too. It hurts. Kasha rubbed his backside. Stop fighting. Please, stop. Qian, Aaron. The orcs gathered around, unable to intervene, merely anxious on the sidelines. At that moment, a chilling aura surged from all directions, erupting towards the crowd, with a flash of blue light. Qian and Aaron were suddenly knocked apart, crashing heavily to the ground. The orcs instinctively turned, and upon seeing Long Hao and Bai Yueyue, they quickly parted. Bowing their heads, Lord Long Hao, Madam Yueyue. Long Hao halted his movement, raising his hand to shield Bai Yueyue behind him. On the ground, Qian and Aaron had reverted to their original forms, their fur matted and bloodied from each other's assaults. Aaron had lost several claws, blood streaming from his mouth and nose, yet his dark brown eyes remained fixated on Qian, teeth bared defiantly. Qian, slightly larger, had his tiger-striped fur torn and bloodied, sharp canine teeth bared and unrestrained. Seeing the two still poised for a fight, Long Hao's expression darkened. Are you planning to rebel? His words were accompanied by an overwhelming pressure that resonated from all sides, forcefully bringing both Qian and Aaron to the ground. With a howl, the bear and the tiger yelped, tumbling over and reverting back to their human forms. Qian was the first to rise, kneeling immediately. Lord Long Hao, please forgive me. Aaron, more severely injured, struggled but could not rise. Instead, he turned his head to the ground. Lord Long Hao, madam, while the tribe is under repair, instead of attending to your own duties, you choose to brawl among your kin. What is your intention? Long Hao reprimanded. The crowd shuddered, instinctively retreating a few steps, clearly aware of Long Hao's genuine anger. Aaron trembled, the pain stifling his words, while Qian took a deep breath and boldly stated, Lord Long Hao, I was wrong to fight in the tribe, but Aaron initiated it. Just then, the late-arriving Hei Feng overheard Qian words and strode forward, kicking Aaron away. How dare you? Did I not tell you to behave? You disrupt the tribe. Whether the Black Bear tribe gains the recognition of the 100 Beast tribe rests upon this repair. Having just made some achievements, they cannot afford any chaos. And Hei Feng would not allow it. Aaron was taken by surprise, not even able to scream as he was knocked down, nearly losing consciousness. Hei Feng, what are you doing? Lord Long Hao hasn't spoken yet. Why are you attacking? Ramu grasped Hei Feng, signaling him to restrain himself. Hei Feng's heart sank, and he quickly turned to Long Hao, bowing his head. Lord Long Hao, I acted out of anger. Aaron has a bad temper and does not heed discipline. This disturbance is my failure to restrain him. Please do not hold it against us. The Black Bear tribe truly wishes to integrate with the 100 Beast tribe. Hei Feng was now panicked. He had long known Aaron's temperament was troublesome. He had specifically called him aside to reprimand him, only for Aaron to seek trouble afterward. Long Hao did not respond to Hei Feng, but instead focused intently on the two on the ground, seemingly waiting for them to speak. Tribe leader, Lord Long Hao. It is not as it seems, Aaron gasped, struggling to rise, blood trickling from his mouth. Although I struck first, it was for Lulu. Males must compete for the favor of females. Is that not the way? Qian does not cherish Lulu yet forbids my approach. How can that be fair? At the mention of Lulu, Aaron seemed invigorated. Lulu, pale-faced, stood silently to the side, her fist clenched tightly, nearly digging into her flesh. What exactly is happening? Bai Yueyue stepped forward. These two have always been at odds over Lulu, Bai Yueyue realized, though she had never delved into the details. Today, it had escalated to such a violent confrontation. It is like this, Madam Yueyue. I caught a large, succulent river fish and had Ayun make fish soup to present to Lulu. But when Qian saw me, he blocked my way and ordered me to leave. Aaron straightened up, glaring fiercely at Qian. Is that true, Qian? Bai Yueyue's gaze returned to him. Qian stubbornly wiped the dust from his face. Still defiant. Yes. Why should it concern you that Aaron is delivering something to Lulu? Bai Yueyue was perplexed, placing her hand firmly on her waist. Qian suddenly lowered his head, remaining silent, his gaze towards Bai Yueyue betraying a hint of evasion. Answer, madam. Long Hao narrowed his phoenix eyes, a chilling glint emanating from them that seemed to pierce through Qian. I don't want him to get close to Lulu. Qian bit his lip tightly. Why? Bai Yueyue slowly lifted her chin. Qian was the epitome of a person who, not wanting something for himself, would deny it to others. What an exquisite scoundrel. TSK, the worst man in the beast world. The system couldn't help but comment. What does Aaron's pursuit of Lulu have to do with you? You don't like Lulu, yet you let anyone else pursue her. What a problem. Chi took the herbs handed to her by the old witch doctor to apply on Caxia's arm, unable to suppress her sarcasm. The old witch doctor's eyes darted around. You can still gossip while working, not bad. Qian stammered for ages, yet not a word escaped his lips, leaving everyone present exasperated. Have you gone mute? Chapter 95, Come Back. Long Hao was evidently growing impatient, barely bothering to glance at Qianche. I simply do not want to. He is unworthy. Qianche gritted his teeth. Am I unworthy? What about you? Have you forgotten how you treated Lulu? You explicitly stated you did not like her, viewing her merely as an ordinary tribesman, yet you want to allow others to treat her well or pursue her. My feelings for her are none of your concern. Has your brain been eaten away by the wolf tribe? Aaron could no longer hold back. Blood spitting from his mouth as he shouted. What does it have to do with you? How long have you known Lulu? By what right do you claim to like her? Qianche was equally agitated. You don't like her, so by what right do you control me? I like her. Qianche shouted, his voice resonating clearly. In an instant, everyone gasped, and Lulu, standing ahead, felt her pupils contract, yet her expression revealed not a shred of joy, but rather a sense of melancholy. Qianche, you like Lulu? You were hesitant with Yu Chi, casting a guilty glance at Long Hao beside him, hastily silencing himself. Realizing his slip of the tongue, Qianche quickly averted his gaze. Long Hao pulled Bai Yueyue into his embrace, his expression radiating an air of distance. Yet his inner displeasure momentarily subsided. As long as Qianche harbored no ill intentions towards Bai Yueyue, whom he chose to love was of no concern to him. You like Lulu? You're lying. You've stated several times you do not like her. How could you suddenly like her today? Is every Tian who like you twisted in logic? Do you dare to insult my tribe? Qianche clenched his fists. So what if I insulted you? The two were embroiled in a fierce argument, on the verge of physical confrontation, when Lulu could no longer contain herself. Rushing forward and delivering a resounding slap to Qianche's face. Smack. The crisp sound of the slap left everyone present in utter shock. Bai Yueyue opened her mouth in astonishment. Qianche, I shall make it unequivocally clear to you today. I have relinquished my feelings for you. From this moment forth, I shall no longer cling to you. The moment you publicly declared your indifference towards me in front of Kaxio, my heart was already wounded. Yet, I did not surrender. I held on to the belief that you would eventually come to your senses. However, you have repeatedly inflicted pain upon me, only to realize my worth after being rejected by Madame Yueyue, returning to profess your affection. What do you take me for? A mere toy to be used and discarded at will? Lulu's words resonated in Qianche's ears, leaving him momentarily speechless. Indeed, at the outset, he had no affection for Lulu. It was only after Bai Yueyue's rejection that he gradually recognized Lulu's merits. Yet, when he sought to change his feelings, Enrin intervened, rendering him trapped in a predicament. But now, Lulu had truly abandoned herself. Enrin raised her hand, her eyes filled with hope as she gazed at Lulu. Lulu cast a fleeting glance at Enrin without responding, instead kneeling on the ground. Lord Long Hao, Madame Yueyue, both of them are in this predicament because of me. Thus I share the blame. I implore Lord Long Hao and Madame Yueyue to impose punishment upon me. Bai Yueyue organized her thoughts. Indeed, it is a challenging task for an impartial judge to resolve domestic disputes. Unsure of how to broach the subject, she simply raised her hand and nudged Long Hao. Long Hao, with an air of calmness, waved his hand dismissively. Qianche and Erin engaged in a private brawl within the tribe, causing collateral damage. Both of you are sentenced to guard the city walls for 30 days. During your watch, you shall not partake in the food distributed by the tribe. As for Lulu, you must manage your own affairs. Let it be known to all that disputes among males over females shall not occur within the tribe. Should there be further disturbances to the tribe's order, I shall show no mercy. Yes, Qianche and Erin prostrated themselves on the ground. Hafeng and Ram simultaneously breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the entire Black Bear tribe remained unscathed, they were indifferent to the consequences. With his decree delivered, Long Hao turned and embraced Bai Yueyue as they returned to their cave. Qianche remained kneeling on the ground, lost in thought for an extended period, while Lulu cast a heavy glance at the two before ultimately saying nothing and departing the scene. Arun, slightly unsteady, rose to his feet. You've lost, Qianche. This is the consequence of your neglect. After a while, Qianche staggered out through the city gates and made his way directly into the forest. Where did Qianche go? Ayun asked, one hand resting on her waist, the other draped over Adong's shoulder. He seems to have been deeply affected. This behavior is quite unbecoming. Adong shook his head. Well, it seems he's been dealt with by Arun, Ayun shrugged. Let us go see how Lulu is faring. Meanwhile, Qianche traversed rivers and mountains, arriving at a patch of wild grass where he lay down flat. Lulu had rejected him publicly. This was of his own making. He had failed to cherish her in the past, and now, attempting to make amends was futile. A gentle breeze swept by, carrying a distinct yet familiar scent. Without opening his eyes, Qianche's erect ears picked up the sound of approaching footsteps. Suddenly, a shadow leapt from the grass and landed atop him, a lithe red-haired celestial tiger. Surprised, were you? The tiger performed a somersault and transformed into a graceful woman. Dressed in gray animal skins, her sun-kissed skin appeared healthy, and her round face, adorned with red plant juice, wore a playful expression, while her tiger ears twitched animatedly. Qianche turned away, dismissing her presence. The woman pouted and playfully flipped him over. Brother, what troubles you? You finally come near the tribe, yet you seem so disheartened. Qianche fixed his gaze upon the azure sky. Is father well? Yes, indeed. When do you plan to return to the Celestial Tiger Clan? We all miss you. It's hard to see you these days. Is the Beast Clan truly that splendid? The woman pouted, feigning displeasure. The Beast Clan is indeed remarkable. But I have erred and become a source of annoyance. Qianche's eyes were devoid of light. Erred? Yes, a grievous mistake. He spoke in a low voice. Then what of it? Had it not been for that black dragon rescuing you, you would not have joined the weakest Beast Clan. Would you still be angry with father? The woman tugged at Qianche's animal skin tunic, only to realize that his garment was of superior quality, crafted from mink fur, far better than her own. Qianya, have I always been a failure? Qianche sat up, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. I cannot protect my family. I failed to avenge my mother. And now I have let down a female who harbors affection for me. Qianya was momentarily taken aback, speechless. Brother, if all else fails, why not return? The Celestial Tiger Clan will always await your return. Chapter 96. The mindless entity. Qianche stared intently at the person before him, eventually lowering his head. I do not know how to face father. Perhaps it is best if I go back. Be cautious. The forest is not safe these days. Remember? I understand, brother, Qianya nodded. Qianche ruffled Qianya's hair before turning back along the path he had come. In that fleeting moment, he glanced back to see Qianya waving gently at him. He sighed deeply. Perhaps it was time for him to confront his own shortcomings and cease this path of self-deprecation. Qianya watched him depart, her steps heavy as she moved toward the Celestial Tiger Clan, her small face clouded with sorrow. Brother, when will you ever forgive father? Suddenly, a rustle caught Qianya's attention, prompting her to look up, startled, as she sensed something dart past her behind. Instinctively, she assumed a defensive stance. The surrounding forest fell eerily silent, yet Qianya felt an unsettling gaze lurking in the shadows, watching her. Anxiety seized her. Her large brown eyes widened as she nervously shuffled toward the direction of the tribe. The Celestial Tiger Clan was well hidden, nestled among the rugged mountains. With only this narrow path leading close, an avenue discovered by Qianya for her visits with Qianche, hence it should be nearly impossible for anyone to find her here. Just as her thoughts settled, a sudden rush of wind approached, and before she could turn around, a wave of scorching heat surged toward her. In the blink of an eye, a fiery claw latched onto her leg, dragging her into the dense thicket. Days passed, and the clay atop the city walls had completely dried. In the four corners of the tribe, Bai Yueyue had strategically placed watchtowers equipped with illuminating bonfires. Qianche and Arin were assigned to guard the first two, while several feline beasts with superior night vision oversaw the latter two. Seizing the opportunity while the other members of the Black Bear clan constructed stone houses, Bai Yueyue led the remaining individuals to the riverside in preparation for planting rice. This place is quite suitable. Let us clear the surrounding weeds, she instructed, demonstrating how to dig irrigation ditches. Bai Yueyue swiftly delineated the area and exchanged tools such as shovels and hoes from the system's inventory. Long Hao, along with the group, efficiently began uprooting weeds and leveling the ground. Thanks to the sharp claws of the beastmen, the weeding proceeded remarkably well. Meanwhile, Bai Yueyue patiently taught everyone the techniques of digging ditches for water diversion and transplanting seedlings, executing the process with fluid grace until the rice seedlings were promptly planted. Bai Yueyue stood atop the city wall, surveying the completed crossbows and catapults. To facilitate the tribe's defense, she employed a columnar construction method, resulting in walls that allowed for greater mobility. Additionally, she incorporated openings within the walls to enable 360-degree firing from the crossbows, thereby enhancing the flexibility of their weaponry. The catapults were strategically positioned below the walls, their angles meticulously adjusted to strike accurately at a certain range beyond the distant forest. Every crossbow and catapult fabricated within the tribe had been placed in designated locations, and hand crossbows were also distributed. I was leading them in practice, and soon they would master their use. Long Hao spoke, his arm wrapped around Bai Yueyue, feeling that no amount of praise could adequately describe her competence at that moment. Before them lay a sturdy city wall, with the kitchen and dining area directly ahead, while wheels and other transport tools were arranged on either side for ease of access. To the rear, there was a livestock pen alongside a vast vegetable garden, with fruit trees and rice transplanted not far from the river behind the tribe, facilitating care and harvest. The food supply was abundant, and the four gates were constructed from the hardest rosewood, rendering their defense impregnable. The orcs within the tribe gazed in awe at the fruits of their labor, incredulous that such a sophisticated stronghold could be conceived by a fifth-tier female. Ram touched each catapult, his eyes gleaming with emotion. If only we had possessed such formidable equipment back then, we might not have lost our homeland to the brutish giant ape clan. Rest assured, Ram, the 100 Beasts tribe is now our home. Our children and kin will be safeguarded within, and we shall no longer fear losing our home. Heifeng comforted, his rough hand resting on Ram's prominent belly. Indeed, the 100 Beasts tribe is far from the feeble clan described in rumors. It is a force of unimaginable strength. Upon hearing Ram's declaration, the surrounding orcs could not help but smile with pride. From being scorned by others to their current prosperity, the hardships endured by the 100 Beasts tribe were known only to them. Now, their status within the forest would be unassailable. The repairs to the tribe had nearly reached completion. With the walls and these weapons in place, even if they faced an attack, they could remain composed. What remained was the hunt for the volcanic birds. Bai Yueyue supported her waist, gazing solemnly into the dense thicket. However, the forest has been unusually quiet of late. Yes, we have been preoccupied with tribal matters, and I have mostly patrolled the surrounding area. Tomorrow, I shall venture farther. You are soon to give birth. And I wish to wait until after you have delivered before heading to the red volcano. Otherwise, I cannot rest easy. Long Hao gently caressed Bai Yueye's belly. In just over a dozen days, Bai Yueyue would bear her young. The red volcano posed numerous dangers, and even with thorough preparations, Long Hao was uncertain of emerging unscathed from an encounter with the volcanic birds. Thus, he needed to ensure Bai Yueyue safely delivered before he could feel at ease. The volcanic birds could be hunted, but their minions, the fire demons, were the true peril. No orc could withstand those fiery adversaries. Bai Yueyue slowly settled into a chair. Although the 100 Beast tribe now possessed the formidable Black Bear clan as allies, she could not risk their lives by sending them to engage in close combat with the fire demons. In truth, if they could eliminate the volcanic birds, the fire demons would pose little threat. Long Hao continued, his gaze cast downward. The fire demons exist in response to the volcanic birds. While they are fiercely aggressive and engulfed in flames, they lack significant intelligence and are entirely controlled by the volcanic birds. In short, they are mindless beings, devoid of independent thought or rules, entirely reliant on the commands of the volcanic birds. The fire demons share a special connection with the volcanic birds. Once the latter perishes, all fire demons will die. That is correct. Long Hao nodded in agreement. Thus, the priority remains to draw out the volcanic bird hidden beneath the volcano. You once mentioned the connection between the lion clan and the volcanic birds. Could we exploit that to lure them out? Bai Yueyue stroked her chin thoughtfully. What you mean is, Chapter 97. This should not have been. The lion clan has managed to remain unharmed at the foot of the red volcano for so many years. Their relationship with the volcanic birds must be extraordinary. Perhaps uncovering the truth could help us draw out the volcanic birds, Bai Yueyue continued. Long Hao turned in a thoughtful circle, his expression reflecting deep contemplation. In that case, we should visit the lion clan. It would be splendid if we could meet the dragon clan shaman. Do not worry. Once I have given birth and recovered, we shall investigate the lion clan thoroughly. It is merely a matter of a little over a month. Bai Yueyue gently patted her round belly, and the two little ones within seemed to respond with slight movements. You cannot go. A female who has just given birth will have expended much of her spiritual energy and will not be as robust as before. You are already straining to bear too. The toll will be great. How can you possibly recover in just over a month? Long Hao firmly grasped Bai Yueye's shoulders, his expression unusually grave. He had previously wished to prevent her from giving birth, fearing for her safety. Now, seeing her laboring for the tribe while pregnant, he could no longer allow her to face any danger. I am fine. Do not forget, I am not like others. Even after giving birth, I have ways to recover swiftly. I absolutely cannot allow you to go alone. I do not want our children to be born into a crisis, Bai Yueyue declared resolutely. Having consumed the fertility elixir, she would experience reduced pain during childbirth, and her recovery would be rapid, entirely unnecessary for the traditional month-long confinement. She could restore the spiritual energy expended during labor in just a few days. The volcanic birds, being 8th-tier creatures and aided by the fire demons, posed a significant threat. Even if Long Hao felt confident, what were the odds of success? At that time, if she bore the children, she would receive substantial rewards, including items of great use, which would enhance their chances of victory much better than if Long Hao were to risk his life alone. Wow, planning for rewards even before the children are born? The system chimed in. What? You think I need rewards to tempt me? Let us not speak of such things. Bai Yueyue huffed. I assure you. I will not disappoint you. I will indulge you in everything, except this matter. Long Hao shook his head, his expression resolute and unyielding. You must trust me, Hao. Do you not remember? You promised we would face everything together. Rest assured, I will not be a burden to you. Bai Yueyue raised her hand to caress Long Hao's face. Long Hao hesitated, then sighed in resignation. I cannot argue with you. However, everything must wait until after you have given birth. If you are in any distress, you must heed my words. All right, Bai Yueyue smiled faintly, determined to astonish Long Hao with her resilience. At present, nothing is more important than you and the children. I will protect you both with all that I have, even my life. Long Hao knelt down, resting his head gently against Bai Yueye's belly. In the past, he had endured countless hardships, never daring to dream of having a partner, let alone a child. It was Bai Yueye's presence that fulfilled all his long-held hopes, bestowing upon him a care and love he had never known. From this moment onward, nothing could outweigh the preciousness of Bai Yueyue. He would dedicate his life to protecting her. The night was eerily quiet. Qianche sat atop the city wall, his gaze fixed on the tranquil forest below, his expression indifferent. Opposite him, a wren lay draped in a fur blanket on the stone outpost, yawning in boredom. Since the two had been punished to this post, they had not exchanged a single word over the course of several days. A wren was particularly disinclined to even glance at Qianche, who, surprisingly, did not hold a grudge. Lulu remained aloof towards both of them, especially towards Qianche, who was practically invisible in her eyes, revealing her deep-seated grievances. Qianche turned his head to glance at Arun, letting out a long sigh before speaking, "Arun." Hearing his name, Arun turned away haughtily, unwilling to engage. Qianche, unfazed by the rejection, leapt down from the city wall and approached Arun. When Arun turned back, he found Qianche nearly upon him, prompting him to scramble to his feet. "What do you want? Looking for a fight? It's guard duty right now. Don't misunderstand. I merely wish to speak with you," Qianche replied, his tone deliberately softened. "What could we possibly discuss?" Arun's gaze skimmed over Qianche's face before shifting back to the forest below. "I'm sorry. Well, what?" Arun almost doubted his own hearing. The typically arrogant Qianche had just apologized. Taking a deep breath, Qianche reiterated, "I said, I'm sorry." This left Arun utterly befuddled as he slowly rose to his feet. What do you mean?" "I apologize for my previous actions. Your pursuit of Lulu is your right. And I obstructed you because I also have feelings for her and did not wish for you to get close. However, I have hurt her deeply, and she may never forgive me. Since you care for her, treat her well and strive to win her heart. Protect her," Qianche articulated in one breath, his gaze steady on the utterly bewildered Arun. Arun opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words, suspecting that Qianche had suffered some mental trauma. "What do you mean?" Arun instinctively took a step back, recalling the pain from their earlier confrontation. Though Qianche was a formidable opponent, Arun had surprisingly held his own during their previous altercation over a female, sustaining injuries but still feeling a sense of astonishment at his own resilience. "I mean, I will no longer pursue Lulu, nor will I make things difficult for you because of her. Do you understand? My final hope is that you can win her over. That is all I have to say." Qianche exhaled deeply, his expression seemingly unburdened by past conflicts. After many days of contemplation, Qianche had come to realize the errors of his ways. From the very beginning, he had acted wrongly, his indecision causing harm to others. Initially interested in Lulu, he had abandoned her when Bai Yueyue appeared, only to remember his feelings for Lulu after being rejected. Such behavior was inherently unjust. Arun's presence was fortuitous. At least he genuinely cared for Lulu and possessed the courage to protect her. It would be wiser for Qianche to withdraw gracefully. Arun, though not articulate, sensed a notable decrease in Qianche's hostility. Just as he was about to respond, a rustling sound broke the silence between them. "Who goes there?" Qianche called out, peering over the edge of the wall, his sharp gaze scanning the forest below. All was still, save for the rustling leaves carried by the wind. Just as he was about to relax, Arun, "Watch out behind you," Qianche shouted in alarm. In the moonlight, a shadow leapt from a tall tree beside the wall, rushing towards Arun's back in an instant. Arun turned in confusion, only to have something latch onto his head. "Ah!" Arun yelped, startled, as he instinctively tried to pull the creature off, only to grasp a handful of coarse fur. "Chirp! Chirp!" Qianche recognized the creature as a large gray monkey. The beast clung fiercely to Arun's upper body, raising a bone knife to stab into Arun's back. "Ah!" Arun cried out in pain, nearly losing his balance and tumbling from the wall, saved only by Qianche's timely grip. With a swift motion, Qianche swung his fist against the giant monkey's head, blood splattering as the creature fell to the ground. Meanwhile, Arun felt a sharp pain in his back, blood seeping from the deep wound. What was that? Arun, shaken, pressed a hand against his back, retreating to stand beside Qianche. At that moment, the nearby towering pine tree shook violently, and in the blink of an eye, a swarm of giant monkeys leapt onto the wall. Their sheer numbers were staggering. "It's the giant monkey clan," Qianche exclaimed in horror, leaping to the edge of the wall, transforming into his tiger form to sound the alarm for the tribe. Arun, disregarding his injury, shifted back into his bear form and charged forward, colliding with the advancing giant monkeys, shouting, "The giant monkey clan is here. Someone help. They're attacking the tribe." The thunderous roar of Qianche echoed like a clarion call through the tribe, rousing the beast men from their slumber. They rushed from their caves, seeing the shadows looming on the wall illuminated by the firelight. "Everyone rise. The giant monkey clan is attacking. Grab your bone knives and get to the wall." "How did they get up here?" Long Hao dashed from the cave, Bai Yueyue close behind him. "It's dangerous outside. Yeah, stay inside and don't come out. All males, follow me to battle," Long Hao commanded, transforming into his dragon form and soaring up to the wall. The wall was already overrun by the giant monkeys. Long Hao intended to use his dragon flames to eliminate them, but spotted Arun and Qianche struggling amidst the horde, forcing him to dive down and attack with icy needles instead. Chirp! Chirp! Countless giant monkeys swarmed up the lone tall tree, their overwhelming numbers engulfing Arun and Qianche, tearing at their fur and gnawing at their flesh. The black bears and other beastmen transformed back into their original forms or brandished bone knives, leaping down from the wall to confront the rampaging monkeys within the tribe. This was Bai Yueyue's first encounter with such a vast number of giant monkeys. Each one towered as tall as an adult male, their powerful limbs bulging with muscle, moving with astonishing speed. Their wrinkled faces were fearsome, exposing two prominent fangs, and their bright green eyes glinted with ferocity. Bai Yueyue steadied her mind and commanded, "All females with young ones must swiftly take refuge in the cellar of the back mountain. No calling out, and do not emerge." "Madam Yueyue, we can assist as well," another exclaimed. Indeed, last time, we even drove away the wolf clan. Several females, unburdened by the weight of offspring, stepped forward eagerly. Bai Yueyue instinctively turned her gaze towards the battlements, where even against the black bear tribe, the colossal apes maintained their ground. This time, the numbers of the giant apes were evidently several times greater, far beyond the feeble wolf tribe, a force that these females could not hope to withstand. No, this situation was different. You must leave at once. Bai Yueyue shook her head. Madam Yueyue, please accompany us. A Yun, supporting her pronounced belly, hurried over, eager to pull the similarly encumbered Bai Yueyue along. As her words fell, a black-furred giant ape leapt down from the wall, crashing violently to the ground. And in the next moment, it seized a bone knife and charged towards the group of females. Be careful, Bai Yueyue exclaimed, raising her hand to hurl a bone knife in response, but it was already too late. The giant ape extended its dark hand, grasping a female beast woman by the ankle and dragging her away before turning to flee. Xiang! Chi screamed in terror, witnessing the one called Xiang crying out and struggling desperately, yet she could not break free. Bai Yueyue was taken aback. This group of giant apes was not merely intent on seizing prey, but they were also brazenly abducting the females from the tribe. Just as the giant ape was about to drag Xiang away, a shadow swooped down from the sky, forcefully pinning the ape's head to the ground and twisting it with a single claw. Long Hao! Bai Yueyue sighed in relief. Fortunate that Long Hao had arrived in the nick of time. Xiang scrambled to her feet and hurried back, while Chi rushed forward to assist her. Are you all right? Xiang, still shaken, shook her head in response. Yueyue, gather everyone and leave quickly, Long Hao instructed, before turning back to rejoin the fray. More and more giant apes climbed over the city walls, their overwhelming numbers terrifying. Each participating male was adorned with the savage remnants of the giant apes. The black wind transformed into its true form, clawing at one ape after another, its jaws tearing viciously, driven by a bloodlust. This was the second assault by the giant ape clan on his homeland, and he could not allow the tragedy experienced by the black bear clan to befall the beast tribe. Long Hao dove down, his dragon wings stirring up a tempest that swept numerous giant apes off the city walls. Simultaneously, he extended his claws and fiercely seized the battered A and Qianche, pulling them from the throng of giant apes and tossing them down to the ground below the walls. Qianche and A landed heavily, struggling to rise, while Lulu, who had ventured far, spotted them and, disregarding the danger, turned back to drag them away in her true form. Above on the city walls, the giant apes instinctively recoiled in fear as they sensed Long Hao's approach. However, an odd howling suddenly erupted from the forest, sharp and piercing, causing Bai Yueye's ears to ache. Yet, in that moment, upon hearing the howl, all the giant apes inexplicably redirected their aggression towards Long Hao. A throng of giant apes grasped at Long Hao's wings, attempting to drag him down from the sky, while the remaining apes scrambled down the stone walls, commencing their pillaging within the tribe. Long Hao! Bai Yueyue cried out in alarm. Chapter 99, Blood Battle at the City Walls. 2. Long Hao was a dragon. The sky was his domain where he could unleash his extraordinary powers. Yet now, being grasped by the wings left him entirely at their mercy. In a moment of desperation, Bai Yueyue exclaimed, "You must obey. Quickly hide. I shall assist." Without further ado, she transformed into a petite white fox and dashed towards the city wall with fervor. Lady Yueyue, we must flee. Yun, Lady Yueyue surely has her reasons. Let us not burden others. As the colossal apes surged back, a female beastman embraced Yun's shoulders, hastily guiding her towards the cellar. Roaring, Long Hao struggled fiercely, clawing and flapping his wings, attempting to take flight once more, but was ensnared by the overwhelming swarm of giant apes. Fortunately, the robust dragon scales that adorned Long Hao served as natural armor, repelling the bone blades of the apes. However, his vulnerable wings were not so fortunate, now marred by gory lacerations. Just as a fierce tiger cannot withstand a pack of wolves, Long Hao recognized the dire situation and opened his massive jaws, seizing several giant apes and flinging them away with tremendous force. Seizing the opportunity to revert to his human form, the apes that had clung to his wings suddenly found themselves grasping at nothing, tumbling off the city wall. Breathing heavily, Long Hao wiped the blood of the monkeys from his mouth with one hand while forming a long ice blade with the other, his eyes glinting with determination as he charged once more at the approaching giant apes. If he could not soar through the skies, then on solid ground, he would stand as a bulwark against 1,000 foes. Behind him lay his tribe and his beloved Yueyue. He knew there was no retreat, only the resolve to fight until the final moment. Yet, the relentless horde of giant apes seemed inexhaustible, an unending tide of menace. At this juncture, Bai Yueyue had skillfully scaled the wall from the opposite side, stealthily observing the battlefield from a concealed position nearby. Lacking her supernatural abilities and with her strength diminished, compounded by the imminent birth of her child, she could not afford any risks. Her focus now was to discern the root of the problem and strive to alter the stalemate of the conflict. Logically, the surface of the city wall was smooth, and Bai Yueyue had meticulously applied a generous amount of lubricating, waterproof resin atop it. even for the tree-climbing adept giant apes. It would be impossible to ascend without the aid of ladders or similar tools. What could possibly be amiss? Bai Yueyue squinted her eyes, her keen gaze scanning the surroundings. She observed that the giant ape clan had not entered through the city gate, but was instead congregated at the corner of the settlement, near a towering tree. No wonder. Bai Yueyue suddenly realized that there stood a pine tree taller than the city wall beside her, from which the giant apes had climbed. It was an oversight on her part. Meanwhile, she observed Long Hao standing resolutely in front, having already slain waves of the giant apes. Though fierce, the remaining creatures were now somewhat intimidated, gripping their bone knives and hesitating to advance against him. Long Hao, wielding his icy blade, was drenched in the blood of his foes, his emerald eyes infused with a chilling aura of murderous intent. Alone he stood there, his mere presence instilling fear and causing the giant apes to falter. At that moment, a guttural roar echoed, a haunting howl that emanated from deep within the forest. The giant apes became agitated, as if they had received another command, and promptly turned to evade Long Hao, leaping in succession over the city wall into the tribe below. The males bustling below had just dispatched a few of the invading apes when they turned to discover a multitude descending in response to the ominous call. Caxiu, frightened, shouted urgently, "Quick! They are coming again!" as he bravely charged toward the incoming giant apes. Lord Long Hao, along with Ren and Qianche, had been pulled by Lulu behind a stone house, their eyes simultaneously fluttering open to behold the scene atop the city wall, their faces etched with guilt. Long Hao had engaged the giant ape clan solely to protect the two of them. Ding dong! It was the sound wave of the giant apes. Detecting two 7th-tier creatures located in the southeast and northwest of the host, the latter being closer. The system's radar had been triggered by the sound waves. So there was indeed a commanding presence hidden within the forest. Bai Yueyue realized that such a large-scale, coordinated assault could not possibly lack a leading high-tier beastman. However, those two had been exceedingly cunning, remaining concealed and not revealing themselves. Bai Yueyue opened the system space and glanced at the sniper rifle. System. Can the sniper rifle eliminate those two 7th-tier giant apes with a single shot? Absolutely. As long as the vital spot is hit, it can deliver a fatal blow. With no chance of survival. Excellent. Now it's up to us. Bai Yueye's small claws gripped the ground tightly, and she closed her eyes. Stop. Long Hao swiftly pursued. Kicking one giant ape away, yet a familiar voice echoed in his mind. Long Hao, find a way to fell the pine tree next to the city wall. The remaining giant apes won't be able to ascend. There are two commanding 7th-tier giant apes in the forest. Leave them to me. Upon hearing this, Long Hao turned abruptly, only to catch a fleeting glimpse of a snowy white figure darting past the city wall, his heart racing. Yueyue? No. You cannot contend with the 7th-tier giant apes. I will take care of it. Return quickly. Long Hao was anxious, but turning around revealed the tribe had already been engulfed by a horde of giant apes, who were roaring and advancing towards the back mountain. I have a plan. Trust me. Focus on the battle. The tribe needs you. Bai Yueyue asserted, abruptly terminating the communication with Long Hao, turning to stealthily approach the nearest 7th-tier giant ape. Concealed by the underbrush, Long Hao, in a state of desperation, turned to Black Wind. Black Wind, go find Yueyue in the forest. I'll handle the tribe here. The opponent is 7th tier, and I fear for Yueye's safety. Black Wind, lacking special abilities, understood that leaving the tribe would spell disaster for everyone. Thus, Long Hao placed his hopes on Black Wind, who was still capable of dealing with 7th-tier foes. Yes, Lord Long Hao. Black Wind responded, racing into the woods. Long Hao gazed into the depths of the forest. I implore you, Yueyue, do not come to harm. With this thought, Long Hao transformed back into his original form. Opening his massive jaws, a blue light flashing across his body as he unleashed an icy flame, obliterating all the giant apes atop the city wall into powder, along with the nearby pine tree, which was shattered into dust. He needed to conclude the battle swiftly. Distance, 1,000 meters, 800 meters. Thanks to her compact and agile form, Bai Yueyue moved rapidly and silently, and with the system's guidance, she traversed the night as if walking on flat ground. Distance reached. Please direct your gaze towards the tallest tree ahead. As the system's voice faded, Bai Yueyue swiftly transformed into her human form and drew the sniper rifle from the system space, using her arm to steady it, aligning the scope with the towering tree ahead. Chapter 100. You will not meet a good end. Ah, I see you. Bai Yueyue gradually adjusted the sniper rifle's scope to night vision mode. Beneath the green fluorescence, a large shadow atop the tree came into focus, revealing a colossal giant ape, its wrinkled face and sharp fangs appearing particularly menacing as it perched at the tree's apex. Its beady black eyes scanning the direction of the beast clan. Distance is optimal. The host may adjust the crosshairs in preparation to fire, the system reminded. Bai Yueyue propped her sniper rifle with one hand, deftly aligning the crosshairs with the colossal ape's head. The beast, seemingly oblivious to the impending danger, continued to sway nonchalantly among the branches. In the next moment, bang! The sharp report of the gun shattered the stillness, startling the birds into flight as the palm-sized bullet obliterated the ape's skull. The sheer force of the shot was so tremendous that it splintered nearby branches as well. The enormous creature's body went rigid before plummeting from the branch, lifeless. Bai Yueyue winced, rubbing her shoulder where the recoil had struck painfully. The power of this sniper rifle was truly formidable. Had she not possessed the robust physique of a fifth-tier beastman, such a jolt could have shattered her shoulder bones. What a powerful recoil. This rifle is quite the handful, she mused. With a swift motion, she stowed the sniper rifle into the system's space and cautiously approached to examine the giant ape's condition. Host, you ought to be grateful. This rifle has a range of 2,000 meters and immense power. The recoil is to be expected. Do not forget, with such force, even an 8th-tier beastman struck in the head or heart would need a second chance at life. The system retorted, its tone tinged with defiance. Bai Yueyue raised an eyebrow and inquired, what of the 9th-tier beastmen? Are they invulnerable? The 9th-tier beastmen possess an extraordinarily robust physique, with astonishing regenerative and defensive capabilities. Striking a vital point may inflict severe damage, yet it is unlikely to slay them with a single shot. No problem at all. If one shot won't suffice, then two shall do. No matter how skilled one may be, even the mightiest fear a kitchen knife. Bai Yueye's gaze darkened as she cast her eyes upon the disfigured giant ape on the ground, giving it a kick to confirm its demise before exhaling in relief. This meant that the volcanic bird was merely an 8th-tier creature, and as long as she could find the appropriate moment and location to deliver a shot, she could eliminate the volcanic bird without expending any resources. Locate another one for me. Bai Yueyue then transformed back into a small fox and vanished into the underbrush in the blink of an eye. Splash! As Bai Yueyue departed, Haifeng hurriedly pursued her. His vision impaired, but his acute hearing alerting him to the commotion nearby. Haifeng lifted his paw to examine the lifeless form of the 7th-level giant ape. A fleeting expression of shock crossing his face. How could a 7th-level giant ape have perished so easily? The manner of death suggested a swift strike. Could it have been the work of Lady Yueyue? Report, my lord. All our kin have entered the 100 Beasts tribe's stronghold. One giant ape began to relay, but before it could finish, a massive dark figure turned towards it. Haifeng bared his teeth, swiftly knocking the giant ape to the ground and severing its neck with a powerful bite. He needed to locate Lady Yueyue without delay. On the opposite side of the forest, perched upon a pine tree, another 7th-level giant ape sat vigilantly, while on the ground below, a figure paced anxiously. Beside her lay a frail silhouette. Where's the messenger? Why has Tiet returned? Why the haste? Our giant ape clan is the mightiest in this forest. Even if the 100 Beast tribe has that extraordinary dragon howl, they cannot withstand our assault. The giant ape bit into a fruit, a triumphant grin spreading across its wrinkled face. Do not celebrate prematurely. The messenger reported that their tribe is surrounded by a towering stone wall, with only one point of access. Furthermore, Dragon How is a member of the Dragon Clan. Do you truly believe your band of apes can easily vanquish him? There is no place our giant ape clan cannot conquer. Besides, there is a great tree there. As long as there is a tree, our formidable clan cannot be obstructed. And as for Dragon How, he is merely a banished beast from the Dragon Clan, rumored to be afflicted with some poison and nearing the end of his days. Their conversation reached Bai Yueye's ears without omission. Crouched within the underbrush, her tail slightly raised, she cautiously revealed the muzzle of her weapon, skillfully adjusting the night vision scope to scrutinize the two figures opposite her. In the tree remained another 7th-level giant ape, identical to the one before, nearly blinding Bai Yueyue with its resemblance. And below the tree, to her astonishment, was Xiang Yue. Beside Xiang Yue lay the frail figure of Amu. Bai Yueye's heart skipped a beat. She almost thought she had misread the situation. Hastily, she adjusted the angle of her night vision goggles to gain a clearer view of that face. So familiar, yet strikingly unexpected. Bai Yueyue was astonished. Hadn't Xiang Yue been banished from the forest by the high priest? How could she be here? In the company of the giant ape clan? And what was Am doing here as well? Bai Yueye's expression was grave, as Xiang Yue was also a 5th-tier beast man. Rashly opening fire would likely alert the enemy. It was prudent to ascertain the situation first. Resolute in her decision, Bai Yueyue attentively observed the movements ahead. Xiang Yue, you shall face retribution. You have led the great ape clan to attack the 100 Beast clan. You will face consequences. M's anguish cries echoed. His emaciated face stained with blood, his body covered in bruises, clearly a victim of brutal abuse. Retribution? It is you who fail to recognize the worth of your own kind, insisting on supporting that despicable foreign fox beast. But I must express my gratitude for informing me of the conditions within the 100 Beast clan, which allows us to approach Xiang Yue undetected. She sneered coldly at M's face. I would never trust you again, Xiang Yue. I cherished you so much that I was willing to plead with Lord Longhao and Madame Yueyue on your behalf to return you to the 100 Beast clan. Yet you exploited me to attack the tribe. Am struggled, bound by vines to a tree, his face streaked with tears of regret. Do not mention that wretched beast Bai Yueyue. Everything today is her doing. It was your own foolishness to place your trust in me, Am. You're of no use to us now. Once we conquer the 100 Beast clan, you will be reunited with your equally despicable kin. Xiang Yue's expression was one of vicious malice. Curse you. May you meet a terrible fate. Am spat blood onto Xiang Yue's face. Wretched spawn. Xiang Yue raised her hand, swiftly drawing a bone knife and mercilessly plunging it into Am's neck. Why you shall not die. Am managed to squeeze out his final words before his head drooped, lifeless. Chapter 101. A farewell, no thanks needed. The great ape paid no heed to the scene below. As if nothing had transpired. Their objective had already been achieved. Keeping AM alive was of no consequence. Bai Yueyue tightly gripped the sniper rifle in her hands. It was no wonder the tribe had been abruptly attacked. The group of giant apes charged in without restraint, indicating that AMU had leaked information. Tragically, how could AMU have ever anticipated that the one he had long admired and trusted, Bai Yueyue, would be the one to take his life? You mentioned that Long Hao had been poisoned? How could I be unaware of such a thing? Bai Yueye's gaze, filled with disdain, shifted from AMU's face as she raised her head. You were once the shaman of the beast tribe, yet you remain oblivious to Long Hao's poisoning? Huh. The giant ape leisurely munched on fruit, its eyes clearly filled with contempt for Bai Yueyue. Bai Yueyue found herself momentarily speechless. Do not forget, you are now my breeding female. If you dare to covet that beastman Long Hao, I shall break your legs. The giant ape glared fiercely at Bai Yueyue, tossing the fruit pit onto her head. You. Bai Yueyue clenched her fists, seething with anger yet unable to voice her fury. I have heard that the beast tribe is currently thriving. We are the first to come and seize their treasures. Surely, we will acquire valuable spoils. In due time, I shall ensure you're well fed. And you would do well to bear me many offspring. It would be your honor to contribute to the propagation of the giant ape clan. The giant ape leaned back against the branch, entirely indifferent to Bai Yueye's resentful glare. Breeding female? What does that even mean? Bai Yueyue silently pondered. Ding dong. Males or females abandoned or expelled from a tribe, if taken by another tribe, will be regarded as breeding females and males. In simple terms, breeding females are mere tools for reproduction, while breeding males are relegated to labor. The beast tribe, strictly speaking, is composed of breeding females and males, the system elucidated. Bai Yueyue was momentarily taken aback, then bit her lip lightly. The might of the beast clan is not solely for survival. It epitomizes the unwillingness of the beast men to be enslaved. Now that they witness our burgeoning strength and prosperity, they come to plunder and bully us. That accursed Bai Yueyue is relentless. However, it seems her life among the giant ape clan is hardly enviable. All the females and males within the tribe hold no status. And that she-wolf will likely spend her entire life birthing offspring, yet may not even be assured a full meal. Indeed. How could a clan like the giant apes treat Bai Yueyue well? Bai Yueye's nails dug fiercely into the tree trunk as she hissed. You promised to help me take vengeance on Long Hao's partner. And the people of the beast clan. They have brought me to this state. They must all be exterminated. There is no need for your reminders. No tribe can survive our onslaught. The Black Bear clan is a prime example. That Black Wind was merely an 8th-tier beast man, and he is likely wandering aimlessly now. The giant ape scoffed. Long Hao, do not blame me. It is you who cast me aside. Then I shall annihilate all of you. Bai Yueye's face contorted with malice. She had endured her meager existence in the giant ape clan solely to exact revenge on the beast clan. If she could not possess it, then no one else shall. Bai Yueyue cast a discerning glance around her, confirming that apart from Bai Yueyue and the formidable 7th-tier giant ape, there was no one else in sight. She possessed sufficient ammunition in her firearm. However, for the sake of prudence, it was imperative to prioritize eliminating the giant ape. The loud report of the gunshot would inevitably reveal her position, likely prompting Bai Yueyue to flee without hesitation. Bai Yueyue, having allied with the giant ape clan to assault the beast tribe, had even threatened Bai Yueye's life on multiple occasions. She would not show any mercy and was determined to deal with both of them decisively. After a brief moment of contemplation, Bai Yueyue slowly raised her weapon, aiming at the 7th-tier giant ape perched in the tree. Yet, just as her finger began to curl around the trigger, a faint rustling sound from the underbrush behind her caught her attention. Startled, Bai Yueyue swiftly rolled into the thicket, instinctively drawing her bone knife and vigilantly gazing towards the source of the sound. In the next moment, a head cautiously emerged from the grass. It was Haifeng. Haifeng, Bai Yueyue whispered urgently. Just as Haifeng was about to speak, he caught sight of Bai Yueyue and her companion in the distance, hastily closing his mouth. He crawled through the grass to Bai Yueye's side and quietly said, Madam Yueyue, I've been searching for you for quite some time. Lord Long Hao is worried about you and sent me to follow. Bai Yueyue turned her head to glance at the opposite side. She and Haifeng were over 200 meters away from Bai Yueyue. As long as they remained discreet in their movements, they would not be detected. The colossal ape had closed its eyes and was hanging upside down from a branch in a feigned slumber, while Bai Yueyue had transformed into a wolf, crouching beneath the tree. You arrived just in time. Have you spotted the she-wolf beneath the tree? After you circle around from that side, once you hear a resounding thud, do not hold back. Eliminate her without hesitation. I will handle the giant ape in the tree, Bai Yueyue whispered. Ah, that she-wolf appears to be merely at the 5th rank. While the giant ape poses a significant threat, Madam Yueyue, shall we switch roles? Haifeng's gaze fell upon Bai Yueye's noticeably rounded abdomen. He had never encountered such a capable female as Bai Yueyue, who, despite nearing the time of giving birth, still ventured out to hunt down foes. What tremendous courage and fortitude. Do not concern yourself. Simply follow my instructions. Bai Yueyue asserted decisively, swiftly outlining the route for Haifeng before vanishing back into the underbrush. Observing Bai Yueye's confident demeanor, Haifeng refrained from voicing any further objections and proceeded to stealthily navigate around to Bai Yueye's rear, following the path she had indicated. Bai Yueyue seized a stone to serve as a makeshift platform, meticulously adjusting the sniper rifle to the optimal angle, aligning the crosshairs directly upon the cranium of the seven-tiered giant ape. At that moment, Heifeng was also poised, awaiting the sound of Bai Yueye's shot. The crosshairs were set, the angle was just right, and the distance was ample. The host was ready to commence the firing. Bai Yueye's fingers gradually settled upon the trigger, her gaze piercing and resolute, her lips parting slightly. Until we meet again. A thunderous bang erupted, and the seventh-tier giant ape was struck, its head exploding in a gruesome display. Its legs buckled, and it plummeted from the treetop like a sack of rotten flesh. Bai Yueyue, startled by the sudden noise, leapt into the air, unable to comprehend the situation. Before she could react, the lifeless form of the giant ape crashed down at her feet. Ah! She shrieked in terror, bewildered by the swift demise of the creature that had moments before been thriving. Simultaneously, the imposing black wind rose, lunging towards Bai Yueyue from behind. With a single claw, it sent her sprawling to the ground. Ah! Bai Yueyue tumbled several times, desperately clawing at the earth beneath her as she scrambled to her feet. Yet, the formidable black bear that had suddenly appeared behind her charged forth once more, instilling such fear that she disregarded her pain and attempted to flee. In the instant she pivoted, Bai Yueyue felt her head collide with something solid and unyielding. As she gazed up, her terrified, luminous green eyes met the striking crimson-gold gaze of Bai Yueyue. I shall see you on your journey. No thanks necessary. Chapter 102, White Bang. Before Bai Yueyue could utter a word, her head was pierced through. Blood splattered, leaving the nearby black wind in stunned silence. The dark staff in Madame Yueye's hand was an extraordinary weapon, capable of slaying a seventh-tier beast from afar, truly as formidable as supernatural powers. Bai Yueyue lifted her foot and kicked the corpse of Bai Yueyue aside, casually placing the sniper rifle into the system space. She waved her hand towards the dazed Heifeng and said, "Let us go and see how the tribe is faring. Oh, and bring along the corpse of that seventh-tier giant ape." Understood, Heifeng replied, shrinking his neck as he grabbed the giant ape's leg and hurried to follow Bai Yueyue. At this moment, the tribe was still embroiled in chaos. The giant apes were relentlessly charging yet repeatedly repelled by the beast clan. Long Hao unleashed a torrent of ice dragon flames, annihilating the giant apes atop the city walls, layers of frost blanketing the walls as if they were a vast frozen prison. Lulu, don't worry about us. Quickly hide in the cellar. Qianche urged, clutching his chest as he pushed Lulu away. No, you too are injured. You must come with me to seek refuge. Lulu insisted, glancing at the nearby battle before grabbing the arms of Ren and Qianche. We cannot flee. We are males. You must be careful, Lulu. Ren started to speak, but his bloodied eyes widened in sudden realization as he rushed forward, shielding Lulu in his embrace. Crack! A spray of crimson erupted before them as a giant ape thrust two bone knives deeply into Ren's back. The knives pierced through, and Ren's throat tightened as blood surged forth. Ren, Lulu gasped, momentarily rendered voiceless, witnessing Ren's fleeting smile before he collapsed into her arms. Qianche's vision turned red, and with all his strength, he transformed into his tiger form, violently hurling the giant ape away. With lethal claws, he tore through the ape's neck, but his fury was not satiated. His sharp fangs sunk into the creature's flesh, gnashing in a frenzy. Lulu, quickly take Ren and leave. I will hold them back. Qianche arched his body and charged back into the fray. Lulu cradled Ren's mangled body, gasping for breath as tears streamed down her cheeks. She hurriedly lifted Ren onto her back and dashed towards the cellar on the back mountain. Open the door. Ayun, please save Ren. She pleaded, pounding on the cellar door. Inside, the females heard the commotion and swiftly opened the door to welcome them in. Ayun, bloodied, realized Ren was on the brink of death, his fur soaked with blood, and the rise and fall of his chest barely perceptible. What could have caused such grievous injuries to Ren? What do we do? Ayun panicked. Typically, such severe wounds were fatal. He was trying to save me. Please. Old shaman, save him. I beg you. You must bring him back. Lulu cried, collapsing to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. The old shaman rushed forward to staunch Ren's bleeding. Having taken refuge with the females in the cellar earlier, now proving his worth, Chi-Chi stepped up, embracing the nearly distraught Lulu, fiercely rubbing her shoulders to comfort her. Do not cry. Ren will be fine. The old shaman carefully unwrapped Ren's fur, revealing his skin marred with visible wounds, covered in various claw marks and bite wounds. The most grievous were 3 deep puncture wounds on his back from the bone knives, still oozing blood. This is critical. The injuries are too severe, the old shaman declared, shaking his head gravely. No, please, old shaman, save him. You must save him, Lulu implored, prostrating herself before the old shaman, bowing her head fervently. The image of Ren's smile before he fell lingered in Lulu's mind. She could not accept that he had risked everything, even his life, for her. I can only stop the bleeding for now. Whether he survives is a matter of luck. The old shaman sighed, producing bandages and herbs to press against Ren's wounds. Yet, based on his experience, the male beastman's chances of survival were slim. Madame Yueyue will surely save Ren. Within the city walls, the beast clan fought with renewed vigor, driving the giant apes to the brink. Several apes frantically battered the tribe's gates in a desperate attempt to escape, but they were unable to break through, their frustration palpable. Having lost the signal from the two seventh-tier beastmen, the previously fearsome giant apes were now in disarray, suffering increasing casualties and beginning to falter. Long Hao glanced back towards the forest, having not heard the voices of the two seventh-tier giant apes for some time, uncertain of Yueyue and Heifeng's situation. Roar. The power of Long Hao's ice dragon flames was tremendous, yet it consumed considerable spiritual energy, risking damage to the buildings and the tribe. He raised his claws, gripping the wall, and unleashed a penetrating roar that caused the giant apes below to drop their bone knives, clutching their heads and rolling on the ground. Quick, surround them. Do not let them escape, roared Kashio, leading the charge as the beast clan surged forward, trampling over countless corpses to encircle the remaining giant apes. Terrified, the giant apes huddled together, brandishing their bone knives defensively against the approaching beast clan, their defiance waning as they neared defeat. Long Hao turned, intending to soar into the forest, when his keen eyes caught sight of two figures, one black, one white, one large, one small, emerging from the woods. Yueyue. Long Hao's expression brightened, the weight in his heart finally lifting. Bai Yueyue waved her fluffy tail at Long Hao atop the city wall, then transformed into her human form. Open the city gates. With a creak, the heavy wooden doors swung open, and Bai Yueyue stepped into the light of the moon, as if she had brought back the dawn of victory. Madame Yueyue has returned. Madame Yueyue. Heifeng took a step forward, raising his hand to toss the corpse of a seventh-tier giant ape before the group of giant apes. His chin slightly raised. Your two seventh-tier beastmen have been vanquished by our madam. A bunch of scoundrels. Will you not surrender? Surrender. Surrender. The members of the beast tribe, having just endured a bloody battle, shouted in unison. The giant apes trembled at the sight of the body on the ground. With their leader slain, what could they do? Their legs weakened, and they knelt down, cowering as they bowed their heads. The outcome was clear. Long Hao dismounted and transformed back into his human form, stepping forward to embrace Bai Yueyue tightly. Are you hurt? Let me see. Chapter 103. Kill, leave none alive. Bai Yueyue grasped Long Hao's blood-stained hand with a firm grip, assuring him, I am perfectly fine, rest assured. I have dealt with the other giant ape as well, and it is utterly defeated. That is a relief, Long Hao replied, gently tousling Bai Yueyue's hair. His little female was no longer the frail and delicate creature she once was. The growth of Bai Yueyue has been witnessed by all members of the beast clan, and their reverence for Lady Yueyue is beyond mere words. Lord Long Hao, Lady Yueyue, how should we deal with these malefactors? Kashio stepped forward, shaking off the blood-soaked fur from his body. Though injured, his wounds were not severe. Eliminate them all, without exception. Bai Yueyue's cold gaze lifted, her tone devoid of mercy. Those who dared invade her tribe would find no path to survival. Yes, spare us, please. Do not kill us. Let us go. The few captured giant apes, pressed to the ground, cried out in terror, their words flowing uncontrollably. You dare to slay us? The giant ape clan and the fox clan will not let you go. Upon hearing the mention of the fox clan, Bai Yueyue raised her eyelids and, in an instant, appeared before one of the giant apes. Channeling her spiritual energy, she grasped the creature's neck, lifting its wrinkled face. What did you just say? Do not think you have triumphed. This assault is merely the beginning. Princess Bai Ling and Clan Chief Badu will not spare you. The giant ape glared fiercely at Bai Yueyue with its brown eyes. Receiving this information, she noted, Batu, Clan Chief of the giant ape clan, species, four-armed golden ape. Rank, 8th tier, spiritual energy, 68 points. The four-armed golden ape, akin to Lord Long Hao's four-winged black dragon, is a rare species endowed with exceptional talent and formidable attack power. Batu possesses mastery over the earth element, making him extraordinarily powerful. The system's explanation followed closely behind. Bai Yueyue was taken aback. No wonder Long Hao mentioned that the chief of the giant ape tribe was of comparable strength to him, although his spiritual power was inferior to Long Hao's. His considerable talent, coupled with his unique abilities, would not fall short. Furthermore, Long Hao was unable to exert his full strength due to the cold poison. Truly, he was a formidable opponent. What do you mean by the first time you mentioned earlier? Bai Yueyue inquired, her grip tightening on the giant ape's jaw, exuding an unmistakable aura of intimidation. Hee, I won't tell you. The giant ape had yet to finish his provocative remarks when Long Hao swiftly raised his hand, driving a sharp ice blade into his shoulder and twisting it slowly. The agonizing scream that erupted from the giant ape was heart-wrenching. If you refuse to speak, I will make you. Long Hao's lips parted slightly, a chilling glint igniting in his eyes, the dangerous aura causing everyone present to hold their breath in trepidation. All right, I'll tell you. Unable to endure the torment any longer, the giant ape capitulated. This time, the giant ape tribe only sent a portion of its members to attack, merely to gauge the strength of the beast clan. I know Princess Bai Ling intends to capture Long Hao as companion. I've divulged all I know. Please spare me. The giant ape was on the verge of fainting from the pain. Bai Yueyue turned around and exchanged a solemn glance with Long Hao. Indeed, the words of the wolf beast had proven accurate. Bai Ling intended to capture her, and their objective extended beyond her alone, threatening the entirety of the beast clan. Spare me, spare me. Bai Yueyue rose thoughtfully, her voice steady as she instructed, Azwa, inform the females in the cellar that all is well and they may emerge. Hey Foam, take a few men to inspect the perimeter of the city wall and fell all trees in proximity to prevent any enemies from scaling the wall. Kashio, assess the damages and casualties within the tribe and report back to me. The injured orcs are to prepare for the old shaman's treatment, and those severely wounded should be brought to my cave. Understood. At once. Long Hao embraced Bai Yueyue, casting a glance back, and the group nodded in agreement. With swift precision, they dispatched the few great apes to their demise. To show mercy upon the enemy is to inflict cruelty upon oneself. Bai Yueyue sat heavily upon the stone bed, her heart laden with thoughts. Long Hao furrowed his brow, gently grasping Bai Yueye's small hand. Yueyue, what troubles your mind? I am pondering the intentions of the giant ape clan, the wolf clan, and the fox clan. Their ambitions extend beyond myself. They threaten our entire tribe. They have dispatched these giant apes to probe the strength of the beast clan, indicating they have been secretly observing us. While our walls provide a semblance of protection, we cannot dismiss the possibility of alternative methods of attack they may devise. Currently, they lurk in the shadows, while we remain exposed, rendering us defenseless. Furthermore, do you know whom I have seen? Bai Yueyue lifted her gaze towards Long Hao. Who? Xiangyue and Amu. Xiangyue? Long Hao was evidently taken aback. Yes. I encountered Xiangyue while hunting one of the 7th-tier giant apes. From their conversation, I learned that Amu and Xiangyue have been secretly communicating. Xiangyue used Amu to gather information from within the tribe, which is how they managed to infiltrate so easily. Although I have slain Xiangyue, the fundamental information of the beast clan has undoubtedly been compromised by our enemies. Bai Yueyue sighed. It's truly a case of guarding against outsiders while being unable to protect against those within. My greatest concern now is for you. You are about to give birth. Yet the beast clan is currently under the scrutiny of the other 3 major clans. The days ahead will undoubtedly be tumultuous. Long Hao's large hand rested on Bai Yueye's belly, the wounds on her skin nearly healed by spiritual energy. Bai Yueyue narrowed her eyes, declaring, since our defense has proven ineffective, we shall take the initiative. Take the initiative? What do you mean by that? At this moment, within the realm of the Great Ape Clan. What did you say? They are all dead? Are you jesting? The Beast Clan consists of merely a handful of individuals. How could they possibly annihilate so many? Batu exclaimed, his face a mask of disbelief. We are equally in the dark. The Beast Clan had numerous black bears among them, and those bears charged at us recklessly. Moreover, the Beast Clan wielded an array of bizarre weapons capable of launching projectiles. Before we could even advance, we were pierced through. There were also those who hurled stones at us. To compound our misfortune, their clan leader, Long Hao, unleashed ice flames of such formidable power that we could not withstand them. The only tree that could reach the city walls was severed, and our comrades who attempted to aid us were all slain by Long Hao. The surviving great apes recounted, cowering on the ground. And what of Fute and Kavin? They are both 7th-tier beastmen. Why have they not returned? Bata's eyes widened in alarm. We discovered the body of Lord Kavin in the forest, his head missing. As for Lord Fute, his whereabouts remain unknown, but his female companion, known as Xiangyue, lies dead there. Upon hearing this, Bata collapsed onto the stone bed, exclaiming, how can this be? Princess Bai Ling. Summon her at once. This unfolds chapter 104. Bai Yueyue leaned towards Long Hao, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she shared her thoughts. Long Hao's expression transformed from confusion to clarity, and in the next moment, he straightened up, exclaiming, what an excellent idea. However, we must make thorough preparations beforehand. Once Cassius reports the casualty figures, we can devise our next steps. A radiant smile illuminated Long Hao's face, and he gently ruffled Bai Yueye's hair, admiring her knack for unexpected insights. Indeed, the recent assault by the giant ape clan was a failure, resulting in significant losses. They likely won't pose a threat for quite some time, granting us ample opportunity to prepare, Bai Yueyue affirmed with a nod. The giant ape clan was the largest in the forest, boasting a formidable reproductive capacity, with their numbers exceeding 1,000. Such a vast population inevitably leads to resource depletion and a scarcity of food, prompting the giant apes to commit heinous acts of plunder and pillage. Nonetheless, this time, after facing the beast clan, the giant apes suffered losses of no less than 400, a staggering figure indeed. Ultimately, their downfall stemmed from underestimating the beast clan, who were always well prepared, which allowed them to triumph against the odds. Lord Long Hao, Lady Yueyue, the count is complete, Cassius called from the cave entrance, beckoning them to come forth. In our tribe, the Black Bear clan comprises a total of 56 members, with 10 males deceased and 6 severely injured, while the females remain unharmed. As for the Beast clan, we have a total of 55 members, with 10 males lost, 3 severely injured, and 2 females missing. But no fatalities. Cassius spoke slowly, his expression growing increasingly grave. In the face of the fierce assault by the hundreds of giant apes, the Beast clan suffered considerable losses as well, with the entire tribe, including the Black Bear clan, numbering barely over 100 beastmen. One could say they achieved a remarkable victory by overcoming the odds, with only around 30 casualties. Had it not been for the support of catapults and crossbows, and the protection of the walls, the beast clan might have faced annihilation. Missing? Bai Yueyue slid off the stone bed, her countenance serious. They were taken by the giant apes amidst the chaos. They cannot be found, Cassius replied, shaking his head. In Bai Yueye's mind, the fleeting image of the female orc being dragged away crossed her thoughts. It was likely that the other two had met a similar fate. Their tragic end no better than that of Bai Yueyue. As for the vegetable garden behind, it had only suffered minor damage from the giant ape clan, who, unfamiliar with their crops, mistook them for mere grass and trampled upon them carelessly. The livestock enclosure remained intact, as they had not breached its gates, leaving the animals unharmed. At this point, Cassia's eyes regained their spark. As long as there was food and prey, the tribe could once again flourish. Who among the beast clan was severely injured? Has the old shaman attended to them? Long Hao inquired. The gravely wounded included Qian Che, Minong, and another named Ren. Qian Che had already improved significantly after treatment from the old shaman, but Ren's injuries were particularly severe. He was on the brink of death. It was said that he had been stabbed twice while rescuing Lulu. The old shaman had staunched his bleeding, yet he remained unconscious in Lulu's dwelling, showing no signs of awakening. Cassius sighed as he spoke. Within the beast clan, there were dozens of individuals, many of whom Bai Yueyue had never heard of before. However, Ren had accompanied Bai Yueyue to the desert. Despite his somewhat irritable nature, he was brave and capable. She knew of his affection for Lulu, yet never anticipated that he would risk his life for her. Come, take me to see him, Bai Yueyue said, turning to retrieve some herbs from the cabinet before following Cassius to Lulu's cave. Long Hao, on the other hand, attended to the remaining matters within the tribe, prioritizing its revitalization. Lulu, please wake up. Please, Lulu pleaded, gently shaking Ren's hand, tears streaming down her cheeks like pearls. She had initially thought Ren's affections were insignificant and had never treated him kindly. Yet, Ren tirelessly showed her kindness, learning to prepare fish soup for her from a Yun, and now he had even risked his life to save her. How could she possibly remain indifferent to that? Ren's breath is growing faint, a Yun whispered to Chi-Chi, shaking her head. It was evident that Lulu had indeed begun to care for Ren, who had shown remarkable bravery. Chi-Chi sighed sincerely. Madame Yueyue has arrived. Someone at the cave entrance called out, and the crowd quickly parted to make way. Bai Yueyue entered, supporting her waist, and immediately spotted the barely conscious Ren lying on the stone bed, alongside Lulu, who was weeping uncontrollably. Upon seeing Bai Yueyue, hope ignited in Lulu's eyes, and she rushed to her, kneeling before her. Madame Yueyue, you can save Ren, can't you? Please. Bai Yueyue was momentarily taken aback. Before her stood Lulu, whose face was streaked with tears, hair in disarray, and eyes swollen to an alarming degree. It was her first encounter with the gentle Lulu in such a disheveled state. Lulu, please calm down. Let Madame Yueyue examine Ren first, said Cassius, hastily stepping forward and signaling Chi-Chi to gently pull the agitated Lulu aside. Chi-Chi approached and guided Lulu to a quieter corner, tenderly massaging her shoulder in a gesture of comfort. Bai Yueyue regained her composure and approached Ren for an examination. Ren was covered in hemostatic herbs, gasping for breath with no sign of improvement. As she pried open Ren's eyelids, Bai Yueye's brow furrowed in dismay. Ren's pupils were lifeless, seemingly on the verge of dilating at any moment. The severity of the injuries was indeed grave, beyond salvation. Upon hearing Bai Yueye's words, Lulu's legs went weak and she collapsed onto the ground, weeping uncontrollably. It's all my fault. It's all because of me. Woe is me. Ren is in this state only to save me. Lulu's sudden breakdown startled Chi-Chi, who was momentarily taken aback and could only stand helplessly by, anxious and distressed. Bai Yueyue pressed her lips together and, raising her hand, retrieved a silver needle from the system space. She proceeded to administer acupuncture at various vital points on Ren. Do not cry just yet. Although I cannot guarantee success, there remains a glimmer of hope. His bleeding has ceased, and I shall sustain his breath, allowing his own spiritual energy to facilitate healing. If Ren awakens by dawn, it will signify his miraculous survival. However, should he not endure the night? Madame Yueyue, in a moment of desperation, implored, Lulu, please cease your tears. Lulu, wiping her eyes, crawled to Ren's bedside and gently rested her head upon his hand. Ren, you must persevere. As long as you survive, we shall become partners. Upon hearing Lulu's heartfelt declaration, Qian Che, who had been concealed within the crowd, trembled, and his expression transformed in an instant, revealing a sense of relief. Bai Yueyue took a deep breath and said, all right, I will watch over him tonight. Should any issues arise, call for me. By the way, what of Qian Che? I heard he was gravely injured. How is he faring? In chapter 105, Qian Che struggled to rise from his chair and bowed to Bai Yueyue, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Madam Bai. I am fine now. He recalled how he and Ren had been surrounded by the great ape clan, and it was Long Hao who, disregarding his own peril, came to their rescue. Qian Che had never expected that Long Hao would overlook their past grievances to assist him, and now he realized how narrow-minded his previous resentment had been. He finally understood the immense weight of responsibility that came with being the Beast King. It is a relief to hear you are well. We have all endured hardships through battle, yet we cannot afford to grow complacent. Even without the great ape clan, other tribes will inevitably seek to encroach upon us. The prosperity of our tribe comes at a price. We become targets for plunder. However, we must not abandon our quest for progress. We must restore the tribe's basic operations within 3 days, Bai Yueyue declared solemnly. Yes, Madam Bai, the beastmen replied, bowing in submission. The current abundance of the 100-beast tribe ensured that they were well-fed and clothed, significantly enhancing the cohesion among the clansmen. Thus, no one feared challenges. Even from different tribes, they would fight for their shared survival. Old shaman, if the herbs run low, please retrieve some from the cellar. The rest of you, I entrust to your care, Bai Yueyue said, fatigue evident in her eyes. With 2 children on the way, her body felt particularly heavy. The earlier hunt for the 2 7th-rank great apes had taken its toll, leaving her mentally and physically exhausted. Rest assured, madam, you are nearing your time. You must take care of yourself, the old shaman nodded vigorously. With plenty to eat, warmth to wear, and crystals to gather, I will ensure I work diligently. Yes, Madam Bai, allow me to assist you back. Chi-Chi quickly stepped forward to support Bai Yueye's arm. I am fine, she replied, glancing at Lulu, who was still dazed by Aren's side. Lowering her voice, she cautioned, keep an eye on Lulu. If Aren does not recover, you must inform me promptly. I fear she may act recklessly in her current state. Do not worry, Madam Bai. Lulu is likely truly moved by Aren's plight. It is unfortunate that Aren has reached this point. Chi-Chi sighed deeply. I hope Aren can pull through. After ensuring Bai Yueyue was settled on the stone bed, Chi-Chi returned to Lulu's cave. Lulu, please eat something, she urged. The response was an overwhelming silence. As Lulu remained in a stupor, appearing as though her spirit had fled, Chi-Chi sighed in resignation and took a seat beside her. Bai Yueyue lay on the stone bed, her eyes gently closed in repose. Her long eyelashes fluttered slightly as a sudden pang of discomfort surged from her abdomen. The sound of her gasp coincidentally reached Long Hao, who had just returned from his tasks. He rushed to her side, asking with concern, What is it, Yueyue? Are you unwell? Bai Yueye's complexion paled momentarily, and she shook her head, her delicate hand tenderly brushing her belly. It's nothing. It seems the baby just kicked me a bit hard, causing some pain. Long Hao's tense nerves relaxed slightly as he settled beside her, enveloping her in his broad embrace. That's a relief. You're about to give birth. You shouldn't have ventured into the forest. There were 2 7th-tier giant apes. How did you manage to hunt them? With a playful smile, Bai Yueyue replied, I have a secret weapon. Would you like to see it? She mischievously shook her fox ears, her eyes sparkling with delight. Secret weapon? Long Hao tilted his head, curiosity evident on his face. Watch closely. Bai Yueyue closed her eyes momentarily and then retrieved a sniper rifle from her system's spatial storage. Upon seeing the imposing, dark weapon resembling a firewood stick, Long Hao was taken aback. This black stick? Can it really kill 7th-tier beastmen? Indeed, not only can it slay 7th-tier beastmen, but if an 8th-tier beastman is shot in the head or heart, they stand no chance of survival. Even a 9th-tier beastman can be severely injured with 2 well-placed shots. Bai Yueyue replied, her brows arching with a hint of pride. Long Hao was left dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how such an unassuming object could possess such formidable power. Killing a 7th-tier beastman with his bare hands, even without using his abilities, would take considerable effort. Yet Bai Yueyue wielded this seemingly ordinary item capable of taking down even 8th and 9th-tier foes. Is this for real? Long Hao's skepticism surfaced for the first time. Don't believe me? System, could you demonstrate? Bai Yueyue touched her temple thoughtfully. Okay. Initiating elimination replay. A light screen materialized before them, showcasing Bai Yueye's first-person perspective as she dispatched the 2 7th-tier giant apes. Long Hao's eyes widened in astonishment, utterly captivated by the scene. Next, a simulation commenced, with a virtual representation of Long Hao being created, targeted by the sniper rifle. The system announced, Host, you will observe the results firsthand. Fire. Bang. The shot rang out, and the bullet pierced through the virtual Long Hao's head. He instinctively recoiled, feeling a dull ache in his mind. What immense power. Impressive, right? With this sniper rifle, we can hunt the volcanic birds with greater assurance, Bai Yueyue exclaimed, affectionately clutching Long Hao's arm. Long Hao's gaze remained fixed on the sniper rifle, his hand tracing its sleek form. Indeed, it is a remarkable treasure. With it, even 8th-tier beastmen cannot easily harm you. Excellent. Hee. Once our plan is complete, we can head straight to the red volcano and devise a strategy to hunt the volcanic birds. Bai Yueyue gazed out at the brightening sky, stifling a large yawn. The battle had lasted the entire night, and rest was overdue. Lie down. We can discuss everything tomorrow. I'll hold you, Long Hao said, lying down first and opening his arms wide. Bai Yueyue nestled into his embrace like a small hamster, finding solace in the warmth and safety of his strong arms. Meanwhile, in Lulu's cave, she slept beside the stone bed, her tear-streaked face glistening, while Chi-Chi dozed off in a chair nearby. On the stone bed, Arun lay covered in silver needles, his breathing steady. At the cave entrance, a shadow silently entered. Qian, holding his shoulder, tiptoed to the stone bed, casting a glance at the sleeping Lulu, who still clutched Aren's fingers. With a long breath, Qian seemed resolute. He gently raised his fingertip and placed it on Aren's head, allowing a stream of milky white spiritual energy to flow into him. As the energy coursed through Ren, his breathing gradually normalized, and color returned to his face. Coughing, Qianche suddenly felt weak and rushed outside the cave, gasping for breath. He too bore severe injuries. Though not fatal, they had drained much of his spiritual energy. Yet witnessing Lulu's sorrow for Ren tugged at his heart. He wished only to make amends. Even if it meant watching her with another male. All of this was of his own making. Finally managing to straighten himself, Qianche stumbled toward his cave. The entire tribe was silent. Everyone had exhausted themselves the previous night, sleeping deeply. A soft call from behind broke the stillness. Qianche stiffened instinctively and turned to see a familiar figure standing where he had just left, Lulu. Her eyes were red-rimmed, and her expression was a complex mix of emotions as she regarded him. Lulu, why are you out here? Qianche feigned nonchalance, though the pallor of his face did not escape her notice. Are you feeling better? Lulu asked, fighting back tears. She had been sleeping lightly beside Ren and sensed Qianche's presence the moment he entered. She had only wanted to see what he was up to, not expecting him to come to heal Ren. Hearing the tremor in her voice, Qianche's heart tightened. He fought through his discomfort to reassure her, Lulu, don't worry about Ren, he'll pull through. They exchanged glances but did not move closer. Lulu lowered her head, tears cascading down her cheeks, falling onto the ground and blooming into a colorless flower. After a long silence, Lulu finally spoke. Qianche, I've decided to accept Ren as my male. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face. Ren had risked his life for her, and she could no longer turn a blind eye to the care and affection he had shown her. Qianche's throat tightened, his hands instinctively gripping his animal hide clothing. After a long pause, he managed to utter a few words, I understand. I'm sorry, Lulu slowly closed her eyes. The one who should apologize is me. I have hurt you for so long. Letting go of me was the right choice. Ren treats you well, and I have seen it. He would risk his life to protect you, something I could not do. Qianche averted his gaze towards the sky, his eyes devoid of focus. In truth, when Lulu faced danger the night before, though he had instinctively wanted to save her, he had never considered sacrificing himself for her. From that moment on, he realized that what he had called love for Lulu was merely guilt, a guilt for hurting someone who had cared for him. Listening to Qianche's words, Lulu felt a wave of sorrow wash over her. It seemed she had made a decision. Qianche, I want to ask you a question. You only need to answer me. Have you ever truly liked me? At her words, Qianche's gaze faltered, but he could no longer evade the truth. I'm sorry, Lulu. He found himself unable to finish his sentence. Suddenly, Lulu smiled, a pure and unburdened expression, as if shedding her shackles. I understand now. You don't need to say more. In truth, I have already forgiven you. I hope you can find happiness in the future and discover a female whom you truly love. Lulu inhaled softly, her gaze towards Qianche tinged with a sense of regret, yet predominantly filled with blessings. The discord between Anan and Qianche was evident, as Qianche, a sixth-tier beast man, would undoubtedly be reluctant to accept a fourth-tier female who shared her partner with others. Lulu's regret stemmed from her genuine love for Qianche, which ultimately bore no fruit. Now, realizing that Qianche had never truly cherished her, she felt an unexpected sense of relief. Well, Lulu, I too hope that you and Anan will find lasting happiness, Qianche gently uttered. Tears welling in his eyes came to a sudden halt. From that moment onward, Lulu found her sanctuary, and he and she were no longer indebted to one another. This was the best outcome. As sunlight cascaded down at the opportune moment, Qianche bestowed a subtle smile upon Lulu before slowly turning away, stepping into the light. Lulu stood behind him, bidding farewell, Brother Qianche. I wish you peace in the days to come. A day and a night elapsed. Bai Yueyue turned over, curling her body like a prawn. Longhao loosened and tightened his hold on her, gently massaging the back of Bai Yueye's head with his eyes still closed. Are you awake? Ugh. I slept like a log, Bai Yueyue murmured, her eyes barely opening, as she attempted to wriggle out from under the covers. She felt an unexpected slickness all over her body. A glance downward revealed that her beast skin attire had mysteriously vanished. In contrast, Longhao was equally unclothed. Pressing closely against her, Bai Yueyue quickly clasped her legs together, embracing her belly, her face turning crimson. When did this happen? Your beastskin outfit was too snug. It would constrict your abdomen while sleeping, Longhao explained, his eyes lowered as he delicately ran his long fingers through Bai Yueye's silky hair. Then why didn't you wear it to avoid discomfort? Bai Yueyue retorted, her annoyance evident. She was in the late stages of pregnancy and could not engage in intimacy with Longhao at that moment. Being so close made her heart race. What do you think? Longhao replied, a knowing smile gracing his lips as his gaze lingered on the blush adorning Bai Yueye's cheeks, igniting a spark of desire within him. Perhaps due to her pregnancy, Bai Yueyue appeared exceptionally alluring, prompting Longhao to reach out, his gaze growing more impetuous with each passing moment. Do not move. I am about to give birth. This is not permissible, Bai Yueyue asserted, pushing away Longhao's hand. Though her flushed face betrayed her true feelings. I know. I want to do anything. It's just that, my Yueyue, you are simply too beautiful. And I cannot help but think of you, Longhao said as he gently lifted Bai Yueye's chin, leaning in to softly kiss her tender lips. Do not tempt me, Bai Yueyue protested, pushing against Long Hao's broad chest. The moment her hand met his muscular form, she nearly lost her composure, her heart racing. The men of the beast realm were undeniably striking, and Long Hao's physique was particularly exceptional. All right, I shall not tempt you. Are you hungry? I will prepare something for you, Long Hao said, glancing towards the morning light outside the cave. I crave the fish that Hao cooks. Bai Yueyue pouted, wrapping her arms around Long Hao's neck. Very well, I shall fetch it for you. Chapter 107. Long Hao donned his garments and rose, not forgetting to pat Bai Yueyue on the head. You should rest a little longer. I will bring it over once it's ready. Bai Yueyue curled up in her blanket, eyes half closed in agreement. Perhaps it was the effect of love, but Bai Yueyue felt that Long Hao's culinary skills had improved remarkably, even surpassing those of Yuan in her preferences. Ding dong. Host, your fertility elixir has been consumed. Do not forget to repurchase, the system reminded her. Just set it to auto-purchase for me. Speaking of which, I have been taking the fertility elixir for quite a while. Will childbirth be painless? Bai Yueyue lay on her back, gently caressing her belly. The fertility elixir assists in labor, shortening the duration and enhancing coagulation, providing stamina while alleviating pain to a certain extent. Theoretically, it is akin to modern painless childbirth, which should not be excessively painful, yet some discomfort is inevitable. So it will still hurt? Bai Yueyue pouted. It is bearable. The host need not worry. The system will assist you. And these two little ones are just the right size, ensuring that the process will not be arduous for you. Bai Yueyue meticulously controlled her diet throughout her pregnancy, balancing meat and vegetables. Long Hao was equally attentive, creatively preparing meals for her each day, which is why she had not gained much weight since becoming pregnant. That is a relief. Bai Yueyue sighed, as she still harbored a deep fear of pain. However, she now wished for her child to remain in her womb for a few more days, until she could complete her plans in 2 days. Long Hao caught several plump crucian carp from the river and picked some tender cabbage, preparing a delightful dish of cabbage and crucian carp soup. Bai Yueyue cradled the creamy, milky fish soup and took a generous sip, experiencing an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. By the way, Hao, the corn in the vegetable garden has ripened and is ready for harvest. It would be a great help if you could gather some for me. I shall prepare a delightful corn porridge for everyone tonight, Bai Yueyue remarked as she savored her meal. The corn is at its freshest now. If we wait too long, it will harden and can only be ground into cornmeal for winter. Bai Yueyue considered the impending scarcity of food in winter when livestock might struggle to find grass, which is why she had planted such an abundant crop of corn. All right, you enjoy your meal first. I will go at once. Long Hao nodded. For any food suggested by the little female was sure to be absolutely delectable. Bai Yueyue devoured 4 crucian carp prepared by Long Hao in one breath, followed by 2 large bowls of fish soup. After tidying up the tableware in the dining area, she decided to check on Arin's condition. Lulu had cleaned a piece of animal hide and was gently wiping the blood off Arin's body. Thanks to the nurturing energy from Qianche, Arin's complexion had returned to its original hue, moving past the pallor caused by blood loss. A muffled cough escaped Arin's throat, startling Lulu, who looked up in surprise. Arin, she called out eagerly. Slowly, Arin opened his eyes, which were bloodshot and dry. When he spotted Lulu's face, he was overcome with emotion. Lulu, don't speak. You're still very weak and need to rest. Lulu tenderly caressed Arin's cheek, a gesture that left him astonished. Lulu had touched his face. Arin took a breath and noticed the animal hide in Lulu's hands. Realizing she was tending to him, tears welled in his eyes as he expressed his gratitude. Lulu, thank you for taking care of me. In his delirium, he had dreamt that Lulu wanted him to become a male, and now she was right before him, caring for him. What could be more blissful than waking up to find the one you cherish by your bedside? What for? The one you should thank is Lady Yueyue. She administered acupuncture to save you, along with Qianche. As Lulu settled beside the bed, her gaze towards Arin was imbued with unprecedented warmth. Qianche? Arin struggled to lift his head and noticed his body was covered in silver needles. In their tribe, Lady Yueyue had saved countless lives with these small needles. But he was puzzled about Qianche's involvement. Yes, Qianche infused you with a great deal of spiritual energy, which is why you woke up so quickly. Lulu understood Arin and Qianche's contentious history, but now that she had decided to be with Arin, she hoped he would no longer harbor animosity towards Qianche. Isn't he injured as well? Arin was taken aback, unable to believe that his rival, Qianche, could display such kindness. Just as Lulu was about to continue, she noticed Bai Yueyue entering the room and quickly stood up. Lady Yueyue, you've arrived. How is Arin? Bai Yueyue entered with a bag of herbs. Arin has awakened. Lulu couldn't contain her joy. Awake so soon? Let me see. Bai Yueyue was somewhat surprised. Arin strained to lift his neck, exclaiming, Lady Yueyue, thank you for saving me. Hey, don't move. Just lie down. You mustn't exert yourself. Bai Yueyue gently pressed Arin's head back down and checked his pulse. Although it was somewhat weak, it was strong and vigorous, indicating he was out of danger. Rest assured, you're fine now. With diligent care and rest, you'll recover within a month. Bai Yueyue's expression relaxed. That is wonderful. Lulu sighed in relief. Without Bai Yueyue's assurance, she had been fearful that Arin might not survive, but thankfully, he had pulled through. Thank you, Lady Yueyue. Arun lay back on the bed, his face brimming with gratitude. Stay still, I will remove the silver needles for you. You're fortunate that the bone knife, though deeply embedded, did not pierce any vital organs. Otherwise, your fate would have been dire. Despite your strength, you cannot withstand blades. Be cautious in the future. Bai Yueyue advised as she collected the needles. Yes, Lady Yueyue. I didn't know at the time. I just saw Lulu was in danger and acted. If only I had scales like the forest crocodile tribe that could not be pierced. Arun spoke too much and broke into a fit of coughs. Lulu quickly moved to soothe his chest. The scales of the forest crocodile tribe? Bai Yueyue caught on to the information. Yes. The scales sold by the forest crocodile tribe are exceptionally tough. Even a bone knife cannot penetrate them. Arun nodded in affirmation. This revelation sparked an idea in Bai Yueye's mind. If the members of the beast tribe could don such scales, it would significantly enhance their defensive capabilities. Bai Yueyue was lost in thought when suddenly Lulu knelt down beside her with a thud. Chapter 108. Lulu, what are you doing? Bai Yueyue was taken aback by Lulu's unexpected action. Just as she reached out to help her, she saw Lulu prostrating herself on the ground. Madam Yueyue, thank you for saving Arun, Lulu said, bowing her head and sniffling. No need for thanks. Arun is also a member of the beast clan. It is only right that I help him. Please, rise, Bai Yueyue urged, lifting her hand slightly. There is one more matter I wish to discuss. I would like to request Madam Yueyue to witness my acceptance of Arun as my male partner, Lulu declared with conviction. Her words clear as day to Arun's ears. Arun stiffened momentarily, clearly stunned, hardly able to believe his ears. Lulu, what did you just say? I said, I accept you as my male partner. From this day forth, you are my companion, and you will be my only male partner. I will not accept any others. Lulu reiterated calmly, a smile gracing her lips as she gazed at Arun with the utmost tenderness. Lulu, Arun exclaimed, nearly toppling off the stone bed in his excitement. Lulu hurriedly supported him, but he insisted on sitting up. Is it true, Lulu? Are you serious? I am your male partner now? Arun clutched Lulu's shoulders, shaking her in disbelief, his spirit seemingly rejuvenated. Yes, I mean what I say. We will live together, raise our children, and lead our lives peacefully from now on. Shall we? Lulu gently caressed Arun's face. Yes, yes. Ha! Arun laughed, only to be overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face as he buried his head in the crook of Lulu's neck, sobbing. After spending so long in the tribe, striving to get closer to Lulu, he had finally won the affection of the female he adored. It felt like an arduous yet rewarding journey. Meanwhile, Bai Yueyue collected her silver needles, shaking her head in amazement. I came to treat an ailment, and instead, I witnessed the power of love. Ahem, Arun. Try not to be overly excited. Remember to rest well. I will have the old shaman come daily to change your bandages. I shall not intrude any longer. Farewell. Bai Yueyue said, a hint of awkwardness as she fidgeted with her grass sandals. Arun wiped his tears and nodded vigorously at Bai Yueyue. Thank you, Madam Yueyue. Once I recover, I will surely work hard to repay your kindness. Thank you, Madam Yueyue, Lulu said as she stood up, accompanying Bai Yueyue to the cave entrance. Her usually gloomy face finally breaking into a genuine smile. Thus, Lulu's affair came to a satisfying conclusion, a beautiful ending. Bai Yueyue stretched languidly, preparing to visit the rice fields by the river. After so much time had passed, the rice should have grown considerably. Long Hao was likely still harvesting corn, and the rice fields were not far. Bai Yueyue thought it would be a good opportunity for a little exercise, beneficial for the upcoming birth. However, just as she approached the back door, she spotted a slightly gaunt figure leaning against a tree. It was Qianche. Upon seeing Bai Yueyue, Qianche struggled to rise, leaning heavily against the tree trunk. He bowed slowly. Madam Yueyue, where are you heading? Oh, I am going to check on the rice fields, Bai Yueyue replied, one hand resting on her waist and the other supporting her belly. I shall accompany you, Qianche offered, taking a few steps forward. No. It's just a short distance. You are still recovering. You should rest, Bai Yueyue insisted, waving her hand to dismiss him. Qianche's expression faltered as he softly said, if you find it uncomfortable or inconvenient for me to accompany you, I can fetch Chi-Chi. He understood well, having once approached Madam Yueyue. He felt it was only natural for her to maintain her distance from him. Bai Yueyue paused slightly, regarding Qianche with a gaze imbued with complexity. The once robust and spirited Qianche had notably withered, both in physique and spirit, likely a consequence of Lulu's influence compounded by his injuries. No need. I shall go alone, Bai Yueyue declared, shaking her head as she gradually passed by Qianche. After taking a few steps, a voice echoed from behind, Madam Yueyue. Has Lulu accepted Arun as her mate? Bai Yueyue momentarily paused her steps, yet did not come to a halt. She found herself at a loss for words in response to Qianche. Such matters were best left for him to discuss with Lulu. I had already spoken with Lulu yesterday, assuring her that I would no longer impose upon her, and I sincerely hope she finds happiness with Arun. Qianche maintained a respectful distance behind Bai Yueyue, softly articulating that as long as a female departs from the tribe, the males within the group are obligated to safeguard her safety. Understanding the importance of discretion, he chose to follow at a distance. Bai Yueyue turned around in a daze, asking, have you really opened up? Yes, I will no longer quarrel with Arun. Madam Yueyue, I know you possess great wisdom. Could you perhaps enlighten me? Am I truly a terrible beast? Qianche's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Bai Yueye's footsteps slowed, yet did not cease. After a moment of contemplation, she spoke, it depends on whose perspective one adopts. If viewed from the standpoint of an observer, both Lulu and I find your actions rather deplorable. You neither accept nor reject, yet inflict harm upon others with your words. If you cannot attain happiness, then neither shall others. However, from your vantage point, you merely believe you are pursuing what you deem right. The opinions of others are inconsequential as long as you remain true to yourself. I feel remorse. I apologize to Lulu. Qianche sighed. Then do not disturb her any further. Lulu has officially accepted a run as her male counterpart. Bai Yueyue candidly declared. That is good. Upon hearing those 3 words, Bai Yueyue turned back to Qianche with evident surprise. Indeed, he had changed somewhat, particularly in his state of mind. Bai Yueyue chose not to respond, and the two walked in silence, one ahead of the other, until they swiftly arrived at the rice paddies. The sound of flowing water was particularly melodious as Bai Yueyue raised her hand to part the bushes, revealing a vast expanse of verdant, semi-mature rice plants. The rice was laden with plump ears, awaiting the moment of ripeness when it would turn golden and be ready for harvest. The growth was indeed impressive. The soil of the beast realm proved extraordinarily conducive to cultivation. A smile graced Bai Yueye's lips as her delicate, pale fingers sifted through the layers of ears. The fertile and unique soil of the beast realm allowed crops to flourish at an accelerated rate, growing significantly larger, thus bestowing great fortune upon the host. Now, it was essential to guard the growth carefully. Although the plants thrived quickly, the beast realm was not without its share of pests and diseases. Bai Yueyue removed her shoes and stepped into the rice paddies, intending to inspect for any signs of infestation. The slightly cool water and mud beneath her feet felt rather pleasant as she bent down to examine closely, her keen fox ears suddenly catching an unusual sound. What was that noise? Chapter 109. The Sound of Snoring. Bai Yueye's lips twitched as her soft white ears gradually emerged from atop her head. They turned gently, seeking the source of the sound, ultimately confirming that it originated from beneath the nearby rice paddy. Bai Yueyue lifted the hem of her trousers, stealthily approaching, gently parting the dense cluster of rice plants. What came into view was an enormous bird sprawled out in slumber. Its back and tail feathers were a muted gray-brown, dampened from lying in the rice field, while its white belly feathers were stained with muddy water, losing their former luster. The beak, reminiscent of an eagle's, opened and closed rhythmically as it snored, the corners tinged with a ginger hue, giving it a somewhat endearing appearance, lost in a deep and fragrant sleep. Who could this be? Ding dong. Before the host lies an ancient sculpture, a member of the avian royal lineage. Once fully grown, its wingspan can reach up to 5 meters, and its body length exceeds 2 meters. However, this specimen, judging by its size and beak shape, is still a subadult, exhibiting a remarkable lack of vigilance as it remains in slumber even with the host so close. The system provided explanations while simultaneously expressing its disdain. Bai Yueyue casually retrieved a baseball bat from the system space and prodded the ancient eagle's belly with it. To her surprise, the majestic bird merely flapped its legs in a disheveled manner, without even opening its eyes, before rolling over and returning to slumber. Are you certain this creature belongs to the royal lineage? It appears somewhat dim-witted, Bai Yueyue remarked disdainfully. Ahem. One must not underestimate the ancient eagle, the system interjected. This formidable carnivorous bird, belonging to the category of large raptors, can consume even foxes when starved. Its talons are remarkably sharp, capable of effortlessly piercing through the flesh of its prey, and its vision is extraordinary, allowing it to accurately spot mice from several kilometers in the sky. The system desperately sought to clarify. Goodness, is it truly that formidable? Perhaps it is prudent not to awaken it just yet. Bai Yueyue straightened her posture and turned to wave at Qianche. What is it, Madam Yueyue? Qianche, who was a distance away, noticed Bai Yueyue beckoning and hurriedly rushed over, forgetting to remove his straw sandals. The lightweight sandals struggled to navigate through the muddy rice paddies, and with great effort, Qianche took 3 steps in one, only to slip and fall flat at Bai Yueye's feet. Seeing the situation take a turn for the worse, Bai Yueyue hurriedly retreated a step to evade the impending chaos. Qianche, in a moment of clumsiness, landed squarely on an ancient sculpture, crushing it beneath him. Ouch! The sudden force caused the sculpture to let out a startled squawk, its tongue flapping in confusion as it desperately flapped its wings in a futile attempt to escape. Chirp, 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 chirp. It was only then that Qianche realized he had inadvertently squashed something beneath him. He quickly scrambled to his feet, only to find that the creature was half buried in the ground. My apologies, Madam Yueyue. I lost my balance, Qianche mumbled, brushing the dirt off his clothes before turning to inspect the ancient sculpture. The creature, having floundered for a while, remained grounded, its bird-like head spinning in a panic. Upon locking eyes with Qianche and Bai Yueyue, it widened its eyes in alarm. Who are you? It squawked, but to their surprise, the voice resembled that of a young girl. I was about to ask you the same. How did a member of the avian clan end up in the forest? Trespassing in the territory of the beast clan? Are you here to pilfer our rice? Qianche retorted, pointing an accusing finger at the creature's beak. The avian creature, clearly flustered, shook its head vigorously. I didn't do anything. You two rascals are the ones causing trouble, disturbing my slumber and falsely accusing me. This place is mine. I discovered it first. You are the thieves. What an audacious accusation. Bai Yueyue was taken aback. This is the territory of the beast clan. Even a fallen leaf that drifts here belongs to us. You are the true thief. Moreover, as a royal of the avian clan, the desert is not nearby. If you are here, it must be by design. If you refuse to explain, we will have no choice but to capture you for the safety of our tribe. We might even pluck your feathers one by one to use as trophies. Bai Yueyue feigned a menacing tone, knowing that fear was the best tactic against a stubborn child. The avian creature, clearly intimidated by Bai Yueye's words, began to well up with tears, its glassy bird eyes brimming with emotion. In an instant, it transformed into a small girl, who then let out a heart-wrenching wail. What? You are so frightening. Cici, come save me. This loud cry seemed to stir something within the forest, setting off a commotion. Suddenly, a dark figure shot out like a bullet from the thicket, heading straight for Bai Yueyue. Without hesitation, Qianche leaped in front of Bai Yueyue, raising his hand to swat the incoming object aside. Ouch! Came a groan as a large gray bird tumbled to the ground. Bai Yueyue slowly widened her eyes, recognizing the bird that seemed familiar. She recalled that it was the migratory bird they had encountered during their previous journey to the desert. It appeared that they were not the only ones who had come to the forest. The ancient eagle was not alone. Cici, you are utterly useless. The ancient eagle girl exclaimed, clenching her small fists in frustration. Bai Yueyue finally took note of the ancient sculpture of the maiden, with her sun-kissed skin. A pair of extraordinarily large eyes, enviable long eyelashes, a petite nose, and a small mouth, exuding an air of ethereal charm. Please forgive me, Princess Yi. The formidable male strength was overwhelming as the creature known as Cici rose from the ground, transforming into a robust man, scrambling to his feet. He seized the ancient maiden and attempted to flee. The male before him possessed a strength of the 6th tier, while the female was at the 5th tier. Although he too was of the 6th tier, the avian form was inherently weak, rendering him incapable of overpowering his opponent. Moreover, he had to protect Princess Yi, and thus, he needed to escape post-haste. Stop! Qianche surged forward in a swift motion, firmly grasping the delicate wrist of the ancient maiden. The force was so great that her complexion turned pale. Ah, that hurts. Release Princess Yi. You have trespassed into the territory of the beast clan. Who knows whether your intentions are benign or malevolent? It is impossible for you to leave unchallenged. Qianche admonished sternly. We mean no harm. We merely came to this rice field because there were numerous pests, and Princess Yi fell asleep after having her fill. We have done nothing wrong. Cici strained to pry Qianche's grip apart, yet he could not succeed. Yi, her legs weakened, sank to the ground, weeping heartily, seemingly vexed by Yi's tears. Qianche disregarded Cici's attempts to intervene, swiftly twisting Yi's wrist and pinning her under his arm while his other hand grasped Cici. Madam Yueyue, how shall we deal with these two? Bai Yueyue rubbed her temples, observing the damaged rice paddies around her. The edges of the ears had been significantly devoured, and it was hard to deny that these two individuals were responsible. You are lying. Chapter 110. Their crimes deserve punishment. You are lying. More than half of the rice ears from here to there have been consumed. While I could believe that this ancient eagle only feasted on insects, the circling bird is herbivorous. How can you prove it wasn't you who ate it? Bai Yueyue pointed towards the rice that had been stripped bare behind Cici. Her chin slightly raised as she scrutinized both Cici and Yi. Although the circling bird was rather large, it was purely herbivorous, relishing various grasses and wild fruits, with the occasional insect. The ancient eagle, however, was a carnivorous avian species. The tribe had always maintained patrols, making it highly unlikely that anyone else was responsible apart from these two birds. Cici, upon hearing this, instinctively shrank back, his dark eyes darting around, clearly feeling cornered. He had indeed pilfered the rice from this area. It was the first time he had encountered such an abundance of grass seeds, each one plump and unfamiliar to his palate. Seizing the opportunity while he was busy catching insects, he had indulged himself, only to retreat to the forest afterward, blissfully unaware that this was the property of the beast clan. His stammering betrayed his palpable guilt. It seems to be you. Qianche's robust arms seized Cici by the neck, pinning him to the ground. Faced with the overwhelming strength of the Tianhu, Cici had no recourse but to struggle helplessly. He was far too weak. Let me go? It was not my intention to steal. I had no idea this was the territory of the beast clan. Cici writhed in the muddy water, utterly disheveled. I care not whether you knew or not. Trespassing upon our territory and stealing our food deserves punishment. Bai Yueyue drew forth a bone knife, her beautiful eyes glinting with cold fury. This rice was the winter sustenance of the beast clan, and having lost so much, she would not easily forgive these two interlopers. Moreover, the beast clan had just endured a tumultuous period and could not afford any further risks. He stood frozen in fear, her small face etched with terror, unable to move an inch. As Cici realized Bai Yueyue was serious, his eyes widened in fright. Please, you can kill me, but spare Princess Yi. Don't harm her. She is the only female ancient eagle. Cici pleaded desperately, his tears mingling with the mud on his face, yet his gaze remained fixed on Yi. Princess? The only female ancient eagle? Bai Yueyue narrowed her eyes slightly, sensing that there was a story behind this. She needed to devise a way to extract more information from them, which might prove useful to her. Spare her? Absolutely not. Intruding upon another's territory to steal warranted obliteration. You too. I shall not let a single one of you escape. Since you fear not for your life, I shall make an example of you first. Bai Yueyue feigned malice as she strode confidently toward Shishi, raising the bone dagger high above her head. It was not until this moment that Yi, who had been momentarily stunned, regained her senses, and, overwhelmed with fear, dropped to the ground. Her frail, delicate form trembled uncontrollably. Beautiful lady, I implore you. Spare Shishi's life. We truly did not intend to trespass into the territory of the Beast clan. We did not mean to consume your food. Please. Accept this from me. I beg you, grant Shishi a reprieve. Yi's small hands trembled as she hurriedly removed a small pendant from her neck and offered it to Bai Yueyue, her large eyes brimming with tears, completely devoid of the previous haughty demeanor of a little princess. Bai Yueye's movements momentarily halted as she raised her hand to accept the object from Yi. It was a pearl delicately suspended from a strand of grass, exquisitely beautiful, capable of refracting a kaleidoscope of colors even under the sunlight. Oh, this is a sea pearl. Undoubtedly a treasure from the ocean, imbued with a unique spiritual essence that allows its possessor to breathe freely underwater, impervious to the corrosive nature of the sea. Indeed, it is a remarkable gem of considerable worth, the system's voice tinged with an almost avaricious tone. Where did you acquire this? Bai Yueyue inquired, her gaze meeting Yi's, her tone feigning indifference. This was a gift from my father, Yi replied softly, her voice barely above a whisper as she sniffled. Her eyes fixed longingly upon the sea pearl, clearly reluctant to part with it. Yet, given that Cici had raised her since childhood, treating her as family, she would willingly exchange her most cherished sea pearl for his well-being. Bai Yueye's gaze darkened. Previously arrogant and petulant, the bird clan was inherently impoverished. The fact that they could lavishly spend a fortune on a precious sea pearl as a gift for a mere young girl indicated that this female ancient eagle held an extraordinary status within the clan. Moreover, the fact that the patrolling bird referred to her as princess hinted at her noble lineage. Who is your father? Bai Yueyue continued to inquire. My father? My father is Kundu, she replied, a hint of innocence reflected in her demeanor. After all, what malevolent intentions could a girl of such tender years possess? Information gleaned. Kundu, king of the bird clan, species, ancient eagle, rank, level 7, spiritual power, 36 points. How weak. It was even inferior to Bai Ling, the male eagle from before. No wonder the bird clan was confined to the desolate wastelands. Although the bird king lacked formidable strength, he compensated with his ability to fly. Except for the dragon clan, few could capture him. Furthermore, King Kundu possessed wind-based abilities capable of manipulating sandstorms, rendering him invincible within the arid territories. Thus, the truth unfolded. Princess Yu. Shishi clearly attempted to intervene, yet it was too late. She resigned herself and bowed her head. Once royal identity is revealed, survival becomes perilous. Indeed, she was the daughter of the bird king. Bai Yueyue deftly stowed away the bone knife and rose to her feet. Cici, bewildered by Bai Yueye's actions, pondered whether they would be spared. Next, I shall pose a question. As long as you answer, I shall not harm you. Do you understand? The desert bordered the forest, where, despite the barren landscape, the avian tribe thrived in staggering numbers, encompassing numerous unique species adept in aerial combat, their prowess not to be underestimated. It was prudent to gather more knowledge. Observing a glimmer of hope for survival, Cici eagerly nodded, her agreement fervent. Yes, the most crucial thing is to stay alive, she mused. Considering her identity as the daughter of the bird king, how could he permit her to venture into such a perilous forest? Bai Yueyue then posed her first inquiry. The desert is undergoing a severe drought, leaving us devoid of sustenance. The esteemed bird king entrusted me with the task of escorting Princess Yi to the forest in search of fortune. Princess Yi is the sole female of the ancient eagle lineage. If she cannot endure, the avian tribe's plight is dire. Cici closed her eyes in anguish, the weight of sorrow evident upon her countenance. Bai Yueyue was acutely aware that the desert is one of the harshest environments for survival. Yet she was taken aback to discover the dire plight of the avian tribe. Moreover, Chapter 111, do not touch my rear. We did not intentionally pilfer. We were simply famished. I beg of you, spare our lives, for we are already wretched enough. Shishi began to lament, tears welling up in the eyes of this burly man. Beside him, Yi shrank back slightly, despite her remarkable talent, born as a sixth tier. She was still too young to engage in combat. If even Shishi could not contend with this formidable tiger, she certainly stood no chance. Qianche remained vigilant, pushing Shishi back down. Behave yourself. Are you the only one deserving of pity? The beast tribe has just been attacked by the giant ape tribe, and you come here to steal our provisions. Who then is to pity us? Bai Yueyue found Qianche's words to be quite insightful. In a world where survival is fraught with peril and the consumption of flesh is a grim necessity, the most significant taboo is the unchecked proliferation of compassion. However, since this ancient eagle is the sole female of its kind, it undoubtedly holds immense value for the avian tribe, providing a perfect opportunity to leverage this situation. Just as she was about to speak, Shishi on the ground suddenly became agitated. The giant ape tribe? Once again, the giant ape tribe. Their malevolence knows no bounds. They have already inflicted great suffering upon the avian tribe, and now this. Shishi's indignation seemed genuine rather than feigned, instantly piquing Bai Yueye's interest. The giant ape tribe has caused the avian tribe to suffer? Indeed. They have a penchant for devouring our precious eggs, consistently promising us crystals in return. Yet after taking the eggs, they delay for ages in providing the crystals. As a result, we find ourselves unable to exchange for fruits and seeds, leading to our dire hunger. This is utterly outrageous. Shishi's face flushed with anger, her teeth clenched in fury. Bai Yueyue was taken aback. Was this not the notorious deadbeat who refused to repay his debts? The giant ape clan truly was a scourge that lingered for millennia. Indeed, her father had sent people multiple times to demand repayment, only to be driven away by the giant ape clan and even assaulted by their chieftain. She had been unable to rise from her nest for several days, overwhelmed with sorrow. He, too, wept. The bird king was but a coward upon leaving the desert. It sounded like the ramblings of a ruffian, as noted by the system. However, at that moment, Bai Yueyue had no time to champion their cause. Your desolation is not of our making, and we shall not extend our sympathy for your plight. If you wish for us to release your kin, you must demonstrate sincerity. As long as you do not harm Princess E, I am willing to permit the bird king to exchange special eggs of his avian kind for her. As many as you desire. Cece had finally conceived a plan and struggled to rise. Upon hearing Cece's words, Bai Yueyue stroked her chin, an idea forming in her mind. She then spoke. She is the little princess of your avian tribe, the sole ancient eagle. Her value cannot be measured by mere bird eggs. Have your bird king come personally to retrieve her. The forest was vast, and they were often caught off guard by numerous events. But patrolling and gathering intelligence were the strengths of the avian tribe, as the avian clan faced challenges if they could be persuaded to join the beast clan. The latter's most vulnerable aspect would be fortified. Venturing directly into the desert would be perilous, as it would lead them into the bird king's territory. However, if they could lure the bird king into the forest and hold his daughter as leverage, he would have no choice but to comply. Oh, host, what grand scheming you possess. The system chimed in. Higi, though the methods may be somewhat unscrupulous, with my silver tongue, I believe I can easily persuade the bird king to willingly lead his clan to join us. The beast clan currently lacks nothing in terms of sustenance for the avians. Bai Yueyue smiled confidently. Moreover, it was crucial to note that the direction opposite the desert was the dragon clan. It was imperative to prepare for any eventualities. Suddenly, Bai Yueye's expression grew serious. The bird king himself would come? Cece appeared troubled. The request made by Bai Yueyue underscores the significance of the pair of avian royals. With such a magnificent pearl hanging from her, if she is not favored, who else would be? What, are you reluctant? In response, Bai Yueyue slightly raised an eyebrow. No. Of course, I agree. She, frightened, hastily nodded. After all, she was the sole female heir, and the continuation of the avian lineage depended on her. Without her, everything would be lost. Excellent. Bai Yueyue signaled with her eyes, and Qianche nodded, raising his hand to release Shishi, who retreated. While he focused on subduing the princess, Ee's slender arms were restrained behind her back, rendering her utterly immobile. The princess, Shishi, gazed at Ee's delicate face, filled with compassion. I will let you return to the avian clan to convey my message. Inform the bird king that before his arrival, we shall take good care of Princess E and ensure her well-being. When he arrives at the 100 Beast clan, we will return his precious daughter to him, Bai Yueyue declared. All right. I shall return swiftly with others to take you home. Shishi wiped away her tears. Oh, Shishi, you must bring my father back quickly. I feel so scared here, sobbed. Observing the poignant farewell between the two, Bai Yueyue felt a twinge of guilt, yet she was helpless. For wealth, men perish, and for food, birds fall. She had to consider the future of her tribe. Shishi turned back thrice as she exited the rice paddies, ultimately transforming into a circling bird, soaring towards the distant desert. As watched Shishi depart, her timid little face turned towards Bai Yueyue. Bai Yueyue casually retrieved a relatively soft rope from the system space and bound Yi's hands behind her back. She dared not release her easily. After all, this was a bird, one that could fly, and once it took to the skies, no one would be able to catch it. Such a plan would fall into disarray. Qianche, take her back to the tribe. Bai Yueyue wiped the mud off her hands. Yes, Madam Yueyue. Qianche flexed his powerful arm and effortlessly lifted Yi from the ground, half draping her over his shoulder while casually resting his hand at the base of her thigh. Ah, don't touch my bottom. Yi squirmed, her face instantly flushed. Though she was still a minor, she was nearing maturity, and being carried by a male like this was quite embarrassing. Qianche stiffened. Who touched your bottom? Behave yourself. If no one touched it, then why are you being so fierce? Bai Yueyue walked ahead, suddenly finding the young girl quite adorable. As the trio reached the city gate, Long Hao fortuitously emerged. I was just about to search for you. Where have you been? I visited the rice paddies, Bai Yueyue replied with a smile. That's good to hear. Be cautious in this heat, she added, but before she could finish her words, Long Hao's gaze fell upon the ancient sculpture resting on Qian Chei's shoulder, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Is that an ancient carving? Where did you acquire such a relic? Sensing Long Hao's wariness, Bai Yueyue promptly elucidated the entire sequence of events to him. Once he comprehended the situation, Long Hao declared, let us place her in the vacant cave over there. Chapter 112. Leave a thread for future encounters. With a grand gesture, Long Hao directed Qian Chei, who effortlessly hoisted the ancient sculpture away. Once the two had distanced themselves, Long Hao seized Bai Yueye's arm. I grasped the circumstances. Yet why did you leave her in the tribe and summon the Bird King? Bai Yueyue had only revealed part of her plan, withholding further details from Long Hao. Bai Yueyue glanced around and said, let's return to the cave. Nearby, beside the kitchen, Ayun, Chi-Chi, and Lulu were diligently peeling corn. Upon seeing Bai Yueyue, they promptly stood up. Madam Yueyue, what should we do after peeling the corn? Just set it aside for now. I will come out later to teach you how to make corn porridge, Bai Yueyue replied, turning to be led into the cave by Long Hao. On the other side, a loud thud echoed. Ouch! Yi was unceremoniously tossed onto the stone bed, landing awkwardly on her back, her eyes brimming with tears. Could you not be so rough? Why should I be gentle? Qian Chei shot her a sidelong glance, brushing off the dirt and dust from his clothes. He had just gotten muddy after a scuffle in the rice fields with Shi. I'm a female. Don't you know how to take care of one? Yi pouted, curling her legs up at the edge of the stone bed. Please, what female? You're merely an immature girl. Just stay here and wait for the Bird King to come and retrieve you, Qian Chei replied, wishing to avoid the company of this spoiled girl, planning to wash himself instead. In Qian Chei's eyes, birds were rather simple creatures with small heads, hence not very bright. Hey, big tiger, please don't leave. I'm scared here by myself, Yi whimpered, inching closer to the edge of the stone bed, her demeanor quite endearing. Despite her firm belief that her father would come to rescue her and knowing that the Beast Clan would not harm her for the time being, she was still a young female in an unfamiliar tribe, and claiming she was unafraid would be false. Hearing her plea, Qian Chei paused and glanced back at her. This is none of my concern. If you continue to be a nuisance, I will throw you out. Feeling intimidated, Yi shrank back, falling silent. With the commotion subsided, Qian Chei exited the cave and addressed the two beast men guarding the entrance. Keep an eye on her. Don't let her escape. Understood. Yi looked up at the cave entrance and then curled up deeper into the stone bed, her small eyes darting around. Upon entering the Beast Clan, she realized how affluent this tribe was, filled with various fruit trees and an abundance of edible seeds. The livestock pen was overflowing with food. In contrast, the Bird Clan survived on insects and tree bark, constantly bullied by the Giant Ape Clan. Sighing, she thought, if only the Bird Clan could be as prosperous as the Beast Clan, perhaps her mother would not have perished. Are you suggesting that you want the Bird Clan to join the Beast Clan? Long Hao, resting his chin on his hand, slightly changed his expression. Yes. The Beast Clan has many advantages, except for our shortcomings in information gathering and patrols. Even though we have set up lookout posts, the Giant Ape Clan can still approach unnoticed, which is a significant flaw. Furthermore, being on the forest's edge, we were unaware of the Wolf Clan's troubles with the Flame Demon, showcasing our isolation. The Bird Clan's scouting and intelligence gathering birds would be invaluable to us. Bai Yueyue articulated clearly. Your idea is excellent, but do you have a plan to persuade the Bird King? Although he is merely a 7th-tier beast, he has dominated the desert for years, wielding far more power than the Black Wind Clan. Besides, we have his daughter in captivity. He may harbor resentment towards us. Long Hao acknowledged Bai Yueye's ambitions while considering the complexities involved. Trust me, once he arrives at the Beast Clan, that will breach his first line of defense. The second line will be our eloquence, and the final line will be his daughter, Bai Yueyue affirmed, blinking. Long Hao recognized that Bai Yueyue had devised another clever scheme. What are you planning? Yi is just an immature girl, and having experienced the Bird Clan's poverty, she is nearly starving. We only need to provide her with a bit of food and warmth to show her the advantages of the Beast Clan. With a little guidance, she can help us stoke the fire before the Bird King, Bai Yueyue explained while rocking in her chair. Moreover, the Bird King cannot disregard the welfare of his clan. From what I learned from the scouting bird, the Giant Ape Clan only takes Bird Clan eggs without providing crystal stones, making their lives increasingly difficult. It is no wonder he took the risk of sending Yi into the forest, fearing she would starve. It is evident how dire the Bird Clan's situation is. In such times, a glimmer of hope for survival is something he would never forsake. Bai Yueyue spoke with conviction, and Long Hao nodded in agreement. Bai Yueyue is incredibly astute, Long Hao remarked, affectionately ruffling Bai Yueye's hair, admiration evident on his face. Moreover, the most crucial point, Ahau, is that the Bird Clan, adept at action and evasion, can be immensely useful in our upcoming plans. Bai Yueyue straightened up. Indeed, I understand. However, the defensive capabilities of the Beast Clan are lacking. Long Hao pondered. I plan to visit the Forest Crocodile Clan tomorrow, Bai Yueyue suggested thoughtfully, her delicate fingers tapping rhythmically on the table. Are you seeking their scales? Long Hao guessed directly. Exactly. I can't believe I didn't think of it sooner. The forest crocodile's scales are exceptionally tough, impervious even to bone blades. This is why they have maintained a foothold in the forest despite their limited habitat. Precisely. The forest crocodile is highly aggressive, and given our recent battles, we cannot afford to confront them head-on. Fortunately, our tribe has ample crystal stone reserves, and allocating a small portion to purchase their scales will be more than sufficient. Bai Yueyue mentally assessed the tribe's treasury, finding it entirely adequate. The Beast clan had long profited from selling handmade items such as grass shoes, food, bamboo baskets, and ceramics in the Beastmen market, even having a surplus of herbs, which led to their financial prosperity, all thanks to Bai Yueye's prudent management. All right, I will take people to make the purchase tomorrow. You must stay behind in the tribe and wait for my return, Long Hao instructed, placing his hand on Bai Yueye's abdomen. Fine, just be careful when you go, and remember to speak kindly to them. It's wise to leave a good impression for future dealings, Bai Yueyue winked. What do you mean? The meaning is to ensure you communicate well with them. It will allow for further negotiations in the future, the system clarified. Oh, I understand, Long Hao nodded. Bai Yueyue often utters modern expressions, and Long Hao has grown accustomed to it. Although he himself does not comprehend them, the system provides him with explanations. All right, I shall prepare the corn porridge. It is time for our meal, and we must not let that little bird princess go hungry. Bai Yueyue leisurely rose to her feet. You direct Chi-Chi and the others, do not exert yourself. Long Hao gently supported Bai Yueye's arm, as she could go into labor at any moment, necessitating utmost caution. I am well aware. It is nothing to worry about. Bai Yueyue reassured him with a pat on the back of his hand, her demeanor exuding an air of maturity. Indeed, the system would assist her with the timing and manner of her delivery, leaving her free from anxiety as she awaited the moment. Bai Yueyue exchanged several washboards from the space marketplace to prepare cornmeal, and after just one demonstration, Chi-Chi, Lulu, and the other female beast folk had all mastered the technique. Hee. Lulu, how is your beloved Onrin faring now? Is he feeling better? Chi-Chi inquired with a beaming smile while continuing to work the corn. Bai Yueyue sat nearby, her ears perked up, intentionally eavesdropping on the gossip, while Long Hao busied himself with boiling water, displaying a distinct disinterest in such matters. Onrin was feeling considerably better, yet still required some rest. Lulu's delicate face bore a barely perceptible blush. I heard that you implored Madame Yueyue to let you two be together that day, Chi-Chi remarked, casting a glance at Bai Yueyue. Chi-Chi was the most well-informed individual in the entire tribe. Nothing escaped her keen observation. I previously stated that I would only be with Qian-Che, but now I have developed feelings for Onrin. Having the madam as a witness is indeed a blessing. Lulu expressed with a hint of gratitude towards Bai Yueyue. In her moments of confusion, she had sought Bai Yueyue for solace. Typically, the partners of beast kings exhibited a certain pride, often looking down upon the other female beast folk in the tribe, yet Bai Yueyue was different. Lulu had never encountered a beast king's partner so patient and approachable. As long as you remain steadfast in your heart, you will find happiness regardless, Bai Yueyue said, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Lulu's journey in love had been fraught with challenges, and now achieving a relationship with Onrin was no small feat. Have you two mated yet? Chi-Chi inquired, leaning in towards Lulu with an animated expression. Oh, you are insufferable, discussing such matters in broad daylight, Lulu exclaimed, hastily pushing Chi-Chi away and turning her head aside. Haha. Bai Yueyue couldn't help but chuckle as she turned to look at Long Hao. Long Hao, catching her gaze, thought to himself, Chi-Chi is indeed the most thick-skinned in the clan. Today you can see for yourself. Huh. Bai Yueyue nearly laughed herself to death, thinking how absurd it was to call someone thick-skinned. Kashu interjected, are you being polite by referring to my female? By the way, I haven't seen a Yun for a while. How is she? Bai Yueyue glanced around, aware that a Yun was pregnant. Usually, Shiwen would often help. But a Dong hadn't made an appearance in quite some time, which struck her as odd. Madame Yueyue, a Yun is having a bit of a difficult time with this pregnancy. Her health is somewhat fragile, and she hasn't improved while resting in the cave. Now, as her time approaches, she can hardly leave the cave, Chi-Chi explained. Why has no one come to inform me? Bai Yueyue scolded lightly. It was indeed true that a Yun's pregnancy had been noticeable for quite some time, even before Bai Yueye's own. And now it was almost time for her to give birth, yet there had been no signs of it. A Yun had contributed immensely to the tribe, working tirelessly even while pregnant, and only ceased when she could no longer move. It was truly commendable. In contrast, Bai Yueyue seemed to carry her pregnancy effortlessly, a blessing attributed to the miraculous effects of the pregnancy elixir. Otherwise, given Long Hao's status, she would have likely been drained by the powerful offspring she bore. You will soon give birth as well. A Yun doesn't want you to worry about her, so she asked us not to tell you, Lulu clarified. Oh. Foolish Yun. I shall go see her. You all prepare the porridge. Remember not to keep the fire too high and to stir continuously until it turns fragrant and golden, Bai Yueyue instructed. Yes, madam, Long Hao replied, rising to accompany her. As he felt it imperative to stay close to Bai Yueyue, not far away, Qian-Che, freshly bathed, instinctively took over Long Hao's task of gathering firewood and tending to the flames. As he approached, Lulu felt a twinge of awkwardness, while Chi-Chi wore a peculiar expression. In contrast, Qian-Che appeared utterly indifferent. Is this enough wood? Qian-Che asked, glancing at the two. Quite sufficient, Lulu nodded. Very well. I shall head to the ancient carving cave for a moment. You all continue your work, Qian-Che announced. Rising and clapping his hands as if he were merely another clan member, which indeed he was. Lulu sighed in relief. This was quite agreeable. Bai Yueyue? Bai Yueyue tiptoed into Yun's cave. The dim glow of the fire illuminated the space, where a dong was crouched beside the stone bed. Upon seeing Bai Yueyue and Long Hao enter, he quickly rose to fetch a chair. Lord Long Hao, Madam Yueyue, what brings you here? Please, have a seat. At that moment, as a dong stood, Bai Yueyue caught sight of Yun on the stone bed, and her heart sank. Yun lay beneath a fur blanket. Her belly, marred with stretch marks, exposed. Her skin was pale and shriveled, her cheeks deeply hollowed, cheekbones protruding, and her eyes were clouded and lackluster. A shadow of her former self. Lord Long Hao, Madam Yueyue. Yun struggled to lift the blanket as she attempted to rise in greeting. Bai Yueyue hurried over to gently push her back down. No need for that. Are you suffering from severe pregnancy symptoms and unable to eat? How have you become so emaciated in just a few days? I am fine, Madam Yueyue. You are still expecting. It is a kindness for you to personally come see me, Yun gasped, her belly noticeably larger than Bai Yueye's, though not excessively so. Bai Yueyue gazed at Yun with a tinge of alarm, pondering how a pregnancy could transform her so drastically. The female's inherent spiritual energy was insufficient. And after conceiving a fifth-tier male offspring, her vitality was excessively drawn upon, rendering the birthing process perilous. I possess some herbs in my cave that can replenish energy and blood. I shall fetch them for you shortly. And let a dong prepare a concoction that should aid your recovery. Furthermore, here is something for you. Bai Yueyue deftly retrieved a crimson fertility elixir from her system space and presented it to Yun. Her current survival points were ample, and possessing an extra fertility elixir posed no harm. Yun had always treated her with great kindness. Should Yun lose her life in childbirth, it would haunt Bai Yueyue eternally. What is this? Yun inquired. This is an aid to facilitate your delivery. You need not worry about it, Bai Yueyue reassured her. The fertility elixir was effective even for dragon foxes, whose offspring were born at peak 10th tier. A single dose would suffice for Yun's full recovery. Thank you, Lady Yueyue. Yun expressed with heartfelt gratitude, grasping Bai Yueye's hand. Please do not fret for me. Once I have given birth and regained my strength, I shall contribute to the tribe diligently. I promise not to be idle. Do not rush into such matters. Your safety and that of the child is paramount. Bai Yueyue replied, gently patting Yun's shoulder before turning to a dong with a directive. Indeed, Lady Yueyue. This time, Yun carries my offspring. And she has truly endured much. I shall ensure her well-being, a dong vowed, his expression a blend of concern and hope. After so many years. Although he regarded the elder bears as his own, they were ultimately not of his blood. Now, however, his desires were fulfilled. Very well, I shall attend to my duties. Yun, please rest well. A dong. Make sure to see Lady Yueyue and Lord Long Hao out properly. As they exited Yun's cave, Bai Yueyue stretched languidly, while Long Hao, somewhat anxious, maintained a protective stance behind her. It was evident that Yun faced a strenuous journey, having grown so frail. Nevertheless, with the elixir she provided, she should recuperate swiftly. Bai Yueyue smiled faintly, wrapping her arm around Long Hao's. You have also borne much, were it not for your elixirs. Yun's plight would be far worse. The toll of carrying a higher-tier beastman's offspring is significant, and a dong is merely 2 tiers above Yun. I cannot fathom how it would be for you, she remarked. Long Hao embraced Bai Yueyue, planting a gentle kiss atop her head. Hee, I am fine, look at me. I am nearing delivery and in excellent health. Bai Yueyue beamed, confident in the efficacy of her birthing system. However, had Bai Yueyue lacked the assistance of the system, she likely would not have survived to the late stages of her pregnancy, having been drained by the child. Bai Yueyue lifted her nose slightly, and her eyes instantly brightened. What a delightful aroma. It seems the corn porridge is ready. Let us go. Bai Yueyue pulled Long Hao along, taking the lead. While Long Hao smiled helplessly, knowing that as long as Bai Yueyue and the child were safe, nothing else mattered. The aroma of golden corn porridge wafted from the pot, as Bai Yueyue sprinkled a pinch of sea salt for seasoning, completing her dish. Chi-Chi served a generous bowl for Bai Yueyue, reminding her that a pregnant lady should eat well. By the way, Qian-Che, please take a bowl of corn porridge to that ancient sculpture princess. And don't forget to bring her some meat. Ancient sculptures are meat eaters. Bai Yueyue instructed while holding the bowl. Understood, Qian-Che nodded, filling the bowl with porridge and grabbing a few skewers of roasted meat. At that moment, Yi lay on her back in the stone cave, her small face pale from hunger. The insects she had eaten in the rice paddies during the day barely filled the gaps in her teeth. I'm so hungry. The overwhelming tide of hunger and grievance welled up in tears. Yi curled up, softly sobbing, when she suddenly caught a whiff of delicious food. What a delightful aroma. Yi lifted her tear-filled eyes and looked up, just in time to see Qian-Che enter. He approached and placed the corn porridge and roasted meat on the stone bed. Come and eat. Wow, it smells so good. What is this? Is this meat? Why isn't it bloody? It smells divine. Yi rushed to the bowl of corn porridge, taking a big sip. Seeing Yi's naive expression, Qian-che sighed. That is corn porridge, and this is roasted meat. These are the daily foods of our beast clan. Listening to Qian-che, Yi's face filled with envy. You beast clan eat so well? We bird clan can only eat tree bark and insects. Many have starved to death, including my mother, who passed away because there was no food. Yi's expression dimmed momentarily, but she quickly perked up, realizing that filling her stomach was the most crucial thing. Hearing her words, Qian-che felt an inexplicable pain in his heart. He too had lost his mother and had grown up without maternal affection. Wow, this is delicious, Yi exclaimed in satisfaction, turning to the roasted meat, but, with her hands bound behind her, found it impossible to grab it, growing increasingly anxious. Coming back to reality, Qian-che felt a twinge of sympathy for Yi. He picked up a skewer of roasted meat and held it to her lips. Let me feed you. Yi paused, her expression somewhat bewildered. You're feeding me? Yes. Hurry up and eat, Qian-che urged, presenting the skewer. Knowing that letting her go was out of the question, she might fly away. Oh, Yi nodded obediently, taking a bite of the roasted meat. This is the best thing I've ever tasted. I've never had meat before. The best we had were lizards and little mice, which we swallowed whole with skin and fur, making them particularly hard to eat. How do you make the meat taste so good? As she devoured the food, her genuine happiness was evident. Qian-che observed her. She was small and thin, resembling a little mouse, clearly malnourished, yet she possessed large, innocent eyes. This is what our Lady Yueyue taught us. The prosperity of our tribe is due to her efforts. If you're still hungry, I can fetch you more, Qian-che said, maintaining a calm demeanor, though his tone softened considerably. Perhaps it was due to their shared loss of mothers that Qian-che felt compassion for Yi. Yi looked up at him, a glimmer of light in her large eyes. Big brother, what is your name? Qian-che. Qian-che is such a lovely name, she replied with a smile, tearing off a large piece of meat and chewing happily. Merely eating normal food felt like a luxury to Yi and her kind. Thank you for feeding me. I'm full now. Yi shifted closer to Qian-che, tilting her chin slightly and pouting. Big brother Qian-che, could you wipe my mouth, please? A shiver ran down Qian-che's spine at her words. Why did he feel as if this little girl was acting coy with him? Without a word, he silently took out a handkerchief from his waist and hesitantly wiped her mouth. Yi gazed at him with wide eyes, her expression filled with admiration. This big tiger is actually quite gentle. Perhaps feeling flustered under her gaze, Qian-che quickly withdrew his hand. I need to go now. Behave yourself. He stood up, picking up the wooden bowl, ready to leave. Oh, don't go. I'm scared to sleep here alone. Chapter 115. I have my plans. Yi, appearing anxious, shifted closer to the edge of the stone bed, but with her hands tied behind her, her balance faltered, and she toppled headfirst toward the ground. Upon seeing this, Qian-che dashed forward. Yi closed her eyes in fright, expecting pain to follow, but instead, she landed in a broad embrace. Looking up, she found Qian-che's strong arms securely holding her. His muscular arms exuded a sense of safety, and as she gazed closely at his face, she was momentarily stunned. He was quite handsome. Feeling her intense gaze, Qian-che grew uneasy and gently pushed her back onto the stone bed. I told you to behave. Snapping back to reality, Yi bit down on Qian-che's finger, not hard enough to hurt, but firmly enough to hold on. What are you doing? Qian-che tried to pull his hand away, but Yi bit down even harder, causing a slight pain. I won't let you leave. If I bite your finger, you can't escape. Ancient sculptures have sharp teeth. If you dare to run away, I'll bite off your finger, she mumbled, her teeth firmly gripping his finger. Qian-che's temple twitched. Was she being a bit unreasonable? What kind of trick is this? Let go. He tugged again, but it hurt too much, so he gave up. I won't let go, Yi insisted stubbornly. What do you want then? Qian-che compromised. I want you to stay here with me, Yi said, tugging on Qian-che's finger toward the stone bed. You're a female, and I'm a male. We can't be in the same cave. Didn't your father teach you that? Qian-che still resisted. Though Yi hadn't reached maturity yet, the bird clan was naturally petite, and she was nearly fully grown. In a few years, she would be able to choose a male, making it even more inappropriate to share a space. No, I don't care, Yi insisted stubbornly. Fine, if you let go, I'll stay with you, Qian-che tested. No way. If I let go, you'll run away. You just sit here. I'm tired and want to sleep. Yi shifted her body, making room for Qian-che. Qian-che was speechless. With his finger in her mouth, he had no choice but to comply. He figured that once she fell asleep, he could slip away. Thinking this, Qian-che sat down. But Yi took the opportunity to lie down on his lap. What are you doing? Qian-che raised his other hand to push her away. But Yi suddenly exerted a bit of strength, saying, Do not push me away. The stone bed is too hard, and your legs are weak. Let me rest my head on your lap. It won't hurt. I am a female, so why are you being so petty? Qian-che was momentarily at a loss for words and could only lean stiffly against the stone wall, allowing Yi to recline on his lap. Yi nibbled on Qian-che's fingers and closed her eyes, a smile inadvertently gracing her lips, for indeed, it was comfortable resting on his legs after a satisfying meal. Oh, why hasn't Qian-che come out yet? The two beastmen guarding the entrance exchanged curious glances. Their curiosity soon turned to shock. There lay Yi, curled up beside Qianche like a small rabbit, her head resting on his lap, while Qianche leaned against the stone wall, eyes closed in repose. The scene was undeniably suggestive. One beastman nearly exclaimed, while the other quickly covered his mouth and pulled him aside, whispering, "Shh, don't disturb them. Lulu is with Arun now, and she is a princess of the avian tribe. If she truly forms a bond with Qianche, it would mean great fortune for our tribe." "Ah, that makes sense," the beastman nodded in realization. "But speaking of which, Qianche really seems to attract females. Doesn't he? With his striking appearance and formidable prowess, it's no wonder he has admirers. Let us remain diligent at the cave entrance." Agreed. At the front of the tribe, everyone had already feasted and replenished their strength. Bai Yueyue unfurled a map upon the meticulously arranged table, stating, "This is the map of the forest. Here lies our beast clan, and here is the wolf tribe. While these 2 points represent the great ape tribe and the fox tribe, Long Hao and I have devised a plan, which I shall now share with you. The great ape tribe will not cease their endeavors merely because their previous ambush failed. The current calmness may very well be a prelude to their next assault, as they are likely regrouping. Last time, they discerned our tribe's defenses, so this time, they will undoubtedly come prepared. Thus, we must take the initiative, setting numerous traps along the paths that lead to the beast clan, ensuring we are well prepared for their approach." A circle of onlookers gathered closely around Bai Yueyue and Long Hao, listening intently. "This is a snare trap. Anyone who steps on it will be hoisted upside down. The more they struggle, the tighter it will bind them. This type of snare can also be employed in the trees to guard against the great ape tribe. We shall tamper with the trees along the way. This here is a pitfall trap, designed with wooden spikes at the bottom, which can be coated with toxic substances, ensuring that anyone who falls in has no chance of survival." Bai Yueyue instructed diligently, as the surrounding beastmen nodded in agreement. However, the most crucial task is to constantly monitor their movements to accurately determine when they will strike. "This is a daunting and perilous task," Bai Yueyue mused, stroking her chin. "But Madam Yueyue, our beastmen are not particularly nimble, and their visibility is limited, making us easy targets," Black Wind remarked with a frown. "The Black Bear tribe members are all quite large. It would be difficult not to be noticed while wandering through the forest." "Do not worry, I have my plans," Bai Yueyue replied just as a gust of wind approached swiftly from the distance, bearing down on the tribe. "They have arrived," Long Hao said softly, drawing Bai Yueyue into his embrace. "Who is coming?" Wen asked, gazing upwards in confusion. Following the direction of the crowd's gaze, she spotted a vague black silhouette descending from the sky, growing ever closer until it neared the city walls. In the glow of the flames, everyone could see it clearly, a colossal avian creature, its wingspan extending 5 to 6 meters, with sharp claws that grasped firmly onto the stone wall, securing its perch. Its piercing red eyes fixated unwaveringly on those within the walls. That is an ancient eagle. Such a massive ancient eagle. Is it the Bird King?" Black Wind exclaimed first. The beastmen instinctively reached for their weapons, yet noticed that Bai Yueyue and Long Hao remained unfazed, as if they had anticipated this moment. "Long Hao, return my daughter." The great bird's beak opened and closed, its blood-red eyes locked onto Long Hao, maintaining an air of calm. Long Hao leisurely pulled out a chair for Bai Yueyue to sit, responding with a tranquil demeanor. "Oh, the Bird King has arrived so soon." Bai Yueyue leaned against the back of her chair, scrutinizing the figure of the ancient Bird King, Kundu. Despite his intimidating appearance, he was merely a 7th-tier warrior. In the desert, he could harness the power of sandstorms, but in the forest, he was at a disadvantage. If he were to descend and take on a human form, even Qianche would be able to engage him in a fair fight. Kundu's sharp claws clung tightly to the stones of the city wall, his eyes barely taking in his surroundings before he leaped to the ground, followed closely by Cici, who had rushed back to report. "Long Hao, release Yi immediately. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." Kundu transformed into a male orc with sun-kissed skin, simply adorned with a strip of animal hide around his waist and a necklace made of animal teeth around his neck. His hair was wild and unkempt, resembling dry grass, and he appeared somewhat frail, a testament to the decline of the avian tribe, even the Bird King himself. Hearing Kundu's words, Long Hao smirked disdainfully, rising to meet Kundu's gaze. "Are you threatening me?" The Bird King seemed momentarily taken aback, retreating a step. He had rushed over upon hearing that he was detained by the Beast Clan, flying without pause, and in his haste, he stumbled into the midst of the Beast Clan. As he noticed the imposing orcs surrounding him, a chill of dread enveloped him. Long Hao was capable of flight. He had unwittingly walked into a trap from which escape was impossible. "I warn you, Long Hao, I will fight you to the bitter end for Yi. You had better return her to me at once." Kundu steeled himself, refusing to show weakness. Yi was the sole hope of the ancient avian tribe. Without her, there would be no female to carry on their lineage, leading to their extinction. Thus, even if it meant perishing here today, Kundu was determined to reclaim her. "Lord Long Hao, I have brought our esteemed Bird King to retrieve Yi, as you instructed. You cannot go back on your word." Cici, anxious at Long Hao's silence, interjected. He had watched Yi grow up, and if anything were to happen to her, he could not bear to continue living. "Who says we are reneging on our promise? There is no need for alarm, Bird King. Your beloved Princess Yi is quite well within the Beast Clan. We have treated her with utmost care. However, Before we take you to see her, we have matters to discuss. Long Hao gestured toward the table, inviting him to sit. Only then did Kundu notice the peculiarities of the beast clan. This tribe had fortified itself with towering stone walls and even fire. How did they manage to stack the stones so high? He recalled that Cici had mentioned the beast clan recently venturing into the desert and hauling away many stones, which Kundu had dismissed as inconsequential due to their lack of value. He had not anticipated that they would use the stones to construct such impressive fortifications. What do you wish to discuss? Kundu was clearly skeptical of Long Hao's intentions. You must let me see my daughter first. Otherwise, I will not relent. Bai Yueyue raised her hand to pat Chi-Chi, who immediately understood and turned to the stone cave where Yi was imprisoned. Bai Yueyue raised her gaze towards Kundu and said, "Do not be impatient, King of Birds. I shall allow you to see your daughter, but first, I must clarify a few matters. Your daughter, along with the bird that accompanies you, trespassed into our territory and consumed our provisions, which is why we have temporarily detained Princess Yi within the beast clan." Consumed without permission? At this revelation, Kundu felt a weight in his heart and turned sharply to Shishi behind him. Did I not instruct you to be cautious? How could you venture into the beast clan to pilfer their resources? Everyone knows that Long Hao the beast clan is not to be trifled with. What am I to do now? She is my only daughter. Your Majesty, it was I who consumed their plant seeds, leading to Princess Yi's capture. However, their food was situated by the riverbank, and I was unaware, which led to my actions. Please, punish me instead. Shishi hurriedly knelt before them, her face filled with remorse. You infuriate me. Kundu kicked Shishi aside in exasperation, filled with frustration over her foolishness. Under normal circumstances, stealing from another tribe's provisions would be a grave offense, one without room for forgiveness. Yet, Bai Yueyue swiftly shifted the conversation, capturing Kundu's attention. However, I have brought bird eggs from our tribe as an apology. Will that suffice? Rise. Bring forth the offering. Kundu glared at Shishi. Yes, yes. Shishi scrambled to her feet and presented the leather pouch she had been carrying, opening it to reveal an array of colorful bird eggs, dozens, by Bai Yueye's estimate. These items are hardly as precious as your daughter, Long Hao declared haughtily, lifting his chin defiantly, clearly intent on pressing the issue. He had long conspired with Bai Yueyue on how to outsmart Kundu. Indeed, the rice we cultivated required immense effort and resources. You cannot simply dismiss our losses with a few bird eggs. Bai Yueyue echoed Long Hao's sentiments. These bird eggs possess unique properties. How could they possibly be less valuable than your seeds? It is evident you seek to take advantage of our bird clan. Kundu stomped his foot in frustration, as he had nothing else of value to offer apart from the eggs. Do not be anxious, Your Majesty. We can negotiate this matter amicably. Please, have a seat. With a gesture, Bai Yueyue signaled to the nearby beastmen, who promptly placed 2 stools beside Kundu and Shishi. Kundu stared at the chairs in surprise. Such exquisite craftsmanship. He promptly sat down. Just then, Chi-Chi arrived with Yi in tow. Kundu's sharp gaze immediately fell upon Yi, and he sprang forward. Yi, father, you have come. At that moment, Yi had been released from her bindings. Qianche held her wrist to prevent her from running away, but Yi, unconcerned, wrapped her arms around Qianche's. Bai Yueyue observed the heartwarming scene between the father and son, and a slight twitch appeared at the corner of her mouth. Had she perhaps missed some juicy gossip? TSK. Long Hao raised his hand and pushed the rushing Kundu back. We haven't reached an agreement yet. Why the rush? Isn't she my daughter? How can I not be anxious? Kundu was nearly cursing under his breath. Yi, have you been wronged? Have they bullied you? Tell father, and I shall avenge you. Chapter 117. How cruel. Kundu asked with urgency, his paternal love nearly overflowing. No, father, I'm doing quite well here. They have given me so many delicious things. There's corn porridge and roasted meat. It smells divine. I don't even want to go home. Yi recalled the flavors, her mouth watering anew. It was simply because Yi had endured so much hardship throughout her life that even the smallest taste of sweetness felt like paradise, causing her to entirely forget that she was in a foreign tribe. Puffed, Bai Yueyue nearly lost her composure. This little cotton-padded jacket had been easily swayed by a single meal in another's home. So should I leave? Kundu asked. At the side, Cici was taken aback. What was this corn porridge and roasted meat? It sounded rather appetizing. Silly child, what are you saying? This is the beast tribe. How could they possibly treat you well? The food they give you must be poisonous. Kundu's face was filled with concern. Meanwhile, Qianche subtly stretched out his hand, and Chi-Chi promptly handed him a skewer of roasted meat. Qianche turned and placed the meat into Yi's hands, saying, There's more. Eat up. Wow. MMM. Thank you, brother Qianche. Yi nodded vigorously, opening her mouth to devour the skewers, completely disregarding Kundu, who was still worrying about her. The way she called Qianche brother struck Long Hao's ears oddly, making him glance at Qianche with disbelief. Was he not above the age of maturity? The aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air, moistening Kundu's mouth. After enduring a prolonged drought, he had nearly forgotten the taste of meat, and the meat in Yi's hand seemed particularly fragrant. Now, can Lord Bird King sit down and listen to us? Bai Yueyue gestured invitingly. Seeing Yi content and engrossed in her meal, entirely ignoring him, Kundu let out a heavy sigh and took a seat. Speak your mind. As long as you release Yi, I can procure more bird eggs for exchange. Yi is my only daughter. She is still underage. I will bear the consequences for any wrongdoing. You may deal with her as you wish. However, we, the bird tribe, are impoverished and truly lack crystal stones. As he spoke these words, Kundu's throat tightened, and bitterness washed over his face. The great ape tribe had been withholding their crystal stones, and now they were on the brink of starvation. Calamity upon calamity had befallen him, with his daughter also captured, and the beast tribe seemed unwilling to relent easily. We do not want bird eggs. Bai Yueyue shook her head. Then what do you want? I have already told you I possess no crystal stones. If you insist on doing something to Yi, I will not. Kundu sprang up in agitation once more. Stop. Can you not be so agitated? I have yet to finish speaking, Bai Yueyue replied, exasperated. At this moment, Long Hao shot Kundu a glare, prompting Kundu to sit back down. Then please, continue. I want your entire bird tribe. Bai Yueye's astonishing words left Kundu momentarily speechless, seemingly unable to believe his own ears, almost convinced he had misheard. It was Cici who first regained her composure, exclaiming, have you all lost your minds? Not even a lion has a mouth as large as yours. To demand a bird tribe? Even if our avian clan were to engage in battle with your beast tribe, we would never yield. Upon hearing this, Kundu finally grasped the situation. Long Hao, you have truly gone too far, just for a morsel of food. You expect our entire clan to accompany you to ruin? In a sudden surge of indignation, Kundu rose to his feet, a wave of vibrant green energy enveloping him, clearly on the verge of unleashing his wrath. Bai Yueyue, unhurried, gently caressed her belly and said, do not be too eager. Allow me to finish speaking before you deliberate. When I mention the bird clan, I do not intend for you to accompany us to the grave, but rather to propose an alliance under the banner of the beast clan. Join the beast clan? How is that even conceivable? I shall not consent. Our bird clan is vast. How could we ever submit to such a mere wild tribe? The bird king rejected vehemently. I retorted, you stubborn bird. Can you not allow us the courtesy of finishing our discourse? Who are you calling a wild tribe? At this moment, Hei Feng could no longer contain himself and stepped forth from the crowd, pointing an accusatory finger at Kundu. Hei Feng. Kundu's eyes widened in disbelief. What are you doing here? Wasn't your Black Bear clan vanquished by the Giant Ape clan? Our Black Bear clan has now allied with the Beast clan. Hei Feng stood tall, resolute. I have pledged my loyalty to Lord Long Hao. Kundu was left in shock. You are at the 8th tier. How could you submit to another of the same rank? Long Hao, have you lost your senses, more foolish than our birds? Above, a raven sword, leaving behind a trail of ellipses. From what I understand, the conditions for the bird clan are dire. Not only are they starving, but the desert is suffering from a severe drought, and their water sources are on the verge of depletion. Leaning against the table, Long Hao absent-mindedly stroked Bai Yueye's head. Kundu's expression darkened again, struck by Long Hao's words. Indeed, the desert environment is harsh, coupled with the drought. The absence of food is one thing, but without water, no creature can survive. Were it not for the fear that Yi was still underage and might not endure, he would not have permitted Shishi to bring her to the forest in search of fortune. At the very least, there is water here. Yet the remaining clan's folk and fledglings are barely hanging on. They are reduced to subsisting on their own eggs to survive. To survive by consuming one's own offspring. What a cruel fate. Bai Yueyue calmly produced a handful of pristine wild fruits and offered them to Yi, who had just finished her roasted meat. She spoke, moreover, I am aware that the giant ape tribe has withheld your crystal stones, leaving you unable to procure food in the orc market. Consequently, the bird tribe now faces an immense crisis, trapped in a dire predicament. Yi eagerly accepted the fruits and took a generous bite, exclaiming, thank you, Madam Yueyue. This is so sweet. Observing Yi's blissful expression as she savored the fruit, Kundu couldn't help but smile slightly before he sighed. It's those wretched giant apes. They are not human at all. They don't engage in trade with us. They merely plunder us blatantly. The giant apes can climb trees, so no matter how high we fly, we cannot retrieve the bird eggs from the tree hollows. They drive our kin away and seize our eggs. Only those chicks that hatch first can escape their clutches. Yet they even go so far as to consume the young chicks. At this point, Kundu's voice faltered with tears streaming down his face. Yi, still munching on the fruit, struggled to swallow as she clutched Qianche tightly, her eyes brimming with tears. Yes, they even beat us with sticks, preventing us from protecting our eggs. After stealing the eggs, they refuse to give us any crystal stones, raiding us periodically, which forces us to constantly change our living quarters. Yet they always manage to find us. Upon hearing this, Bai Yueyue furrowed her brow deeply, realizing that they were not relocating to evade the sandstorms, but rather to escape the giant apes. Chapter 118. These unfortunate birds possess no means of defense, and faced with the formidable and tree-climbing giant apes, their only recourse is to hide. Fortunately, the bird tribe has a strong reproductive capacity. Otherwise, given the ferocity of the giant apes, they might face extinction. Thus, you cannot ensure the survival of your bird tribe, and now even the basic issue of food remains unresolved. Bai Yueye's words struck directly at Kundu's heart, rendering him speechless. Indeed, he could not protect his tribe and kin, aside from leading them in a state of perpetual displacement. He had no other means, and presently, he could not even guarantee they would be well fed. I am not a competent leader. I am aware of that, Kundu admitted, lowering his head in shame. Yet, this cannot be solely attributed to him, for ultimately, the bird tribe's habitat is simply too harsh. Therefore, joining the beast tribe is your best option. You can nest in the trees near the beast tribe, which is abundantly prosperous and can adequately sustain the bird tribe. Bai Yueyue reclined against her chair, observing Kundu's expression with subtlety. Kundu, we reside nearby and understand each other. I am aware of your concerns. But we of the black bear tribe have suffered persecution from the giant apes. Our clan has already been lost. We were left to wander until Madame Yueyue and Lord Longhao took in our entire black bear tribe. Look at my kin. Do they not appear particularly robust? Black Wind gestured toward the black bears behind him. After Black Wind's remarks, Bai Yueyue indeed observed that the black bears appeared sturdier, their faces glowing with vitality. A stark contrast to their state upon first entering the tribe. Ultimately, this was due to the nourishing provisions of the beast tribe. Both the bird tribe and the black bear tribe are relatively close to the giant apes. In summary, proximity to the giant apes brings misfortune. Noticing Kundu's lingering hesitation, Bai Yueyue decided to take action. How about this? I will show the bird king our food reserves within the beast tribe, and you will be able to dispel your concerns. Kundu followed Bai Yueyue with skepticism to the back of the tribe. Upon witnessing the scene before him, his eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. The immense livestock pen was brimming with animals. Such a multitude of beasts was beyond Kundu's wildest dreams, and the beast tribe brazenly housed them all within their settlement. This level of food reserve could sustain even several carnivorous tribes. And while he had anticipated the beast tribe's prosperity, he never imagined it would be so lavish, truly unheard of. The livestock pen was nearly full, prompting the construction of another on the opposite side, ensuring even more game would be bred. Moreover, here are our cultivated crops. As a member of the bird tribe, you should recognize that these are far more delectable than roots and tree bark, Bai Yueyue explained slowly, filled with a sense of accomplishment. This was all her wealth. Waxy she gazed at the produce in the ground, nearly drooling at the sight of so many plants and their seemingly delicious fruits. He was equally astonished, realizing that the roasted meat was merely a fraction of what was available. There was so much food yet to be harvested. If they could truly live in the beast tribe, it would be an unparalleled joy. Qianche observed Yi's expression and whispered in her ear, if you stay, you can feast on a variety of roasted meats, beef, lamb, and more, each day a different delight. Listening to Qianche's tempting words, Yi's eyes sparkled with visions of meat, her mouth watering. She quickly turned to her father. Father, the beast tribe has so much delicious food. If we could join, our kin would no longer have to go hungry. Kundu was still reeling from the shock, his mouth agape. So, what does the bird king think? Longhao's voice, cool and collected, emerged from behind. Huh? Oh, thank you, Lord Longhao and Madam, for considering our bird tribe. Joining the beast tribe would be our greatest honor. Kundu's demeanor shifted entirely. He knelt on the ground, his face illuminated with hope. When he had flown over, he noted the prime geographical position of the beast tribe. Not far from the settlement flowed a great river, a stark contrast to the arid desolation of the desert, where water sources were exponentially more abundant. Henceforth, should they join the beast tribe, they would not only secure food but also access to water. Thus, the bird tribe's crisis would be resolved. However, joining the beast tribe would also require the bird tribe to contribute. Bai Yueyue altered her tone, making it clear that they would not be supported without obligation. Please instruct us. Whatever the bird tribe is capable of, we shall endeavor to execute it to the best of our abilities. Kundu nodded earnestly. He understood that there was no such thing as a free lunch, but as long as there was a glimmer of hope, he would do anything. Upon joining the beast tribe, the bird tribe would be responsible for patrolling the settlement and gathering intelligence from other tribes to aid in defense. Not just in the forest, but also in the desert. Bai Yueyue elaborated. The reason for monitoring the desert was due to the proximity of the dragon tribe, which necessitated vigilance. The dragons had remained silent, leaving everyone uncertain. Absolutely. Our tribe possesses a unique breed of patrolling birds adept at surveillance. No rustling of leaves escapes their notice. Moreover, the long-tailed hawks are remarkably resilient, capable of enduring heat and aridity, making them perfect for desert patrols. The rest of the bird tribe can also assist with pest control in your crops, ensuring they remain unharmed from insects. As for our carnivorous birds, we possess sufficient aggression to help guard the settlement. Kundu eagerly detailed his tribe's capabilities. Whether it be patrolling or gathering information, such tasks were the bird tribe's forte. And having lived in the desert, they were intimately familiar with its conditions, ensuring they could perform their duties exceptionally well. Excellent. Since the bird king has consented, from this day forth, the bird tribe shall pledge allegiance to the beast tribe, nesting in the trees near the beast tribe. Those birds that struggle to adapt to the forest climate may continue to reside in the desert, with the beast tribe providing regular food supplies. Longhao raised his hand and gently touched Kundu's forehead, swiftly inscribing a mark, as if fearing that Kundu might have a change of heart. I am afraid I cannot remain in the forest. Many desert birds are unable to withstand the humidity of the forest and must instead survive in the arid expanses. I need to continue to stay there to protect them. However, I shall often return to the forest. Oh, by the way, this is our ancient carved treasure. The feathered scale. Wearing it can provide a certain degree of protection against attacks. If infused with spiritual energy, I will be able to sense the summons immediately. Kundu hastily raised his hand to present the item. The first act of joining another tribe is to pledge loyalty, and he was well aware of this. Chapter 119. Truly a splendid farce. Bai Yueyue examined the so-called scale feather. It was a palm-sized, grayish-brown plume, remarkably resilient, heavy in hand. This was the scale feather from the tail of an ancient carving, the most robust part, only capable of growth in ancient carvings of 7th tier or above. The scale feathers shed only when the ancient carving reaches a certain age, for they bear a connection to a part of its being, allowing for mutual perception. Bai Yueyue was taken aback. Was this not akin to the heart-guard scale of Long Hao? Theoretically, yes, but it lacked the same level of prestige. I shall accept the gift from the Bird King, and you may rest for a night with the Beast Clan before returning to the tribe to discuss matters of relocation. Bai Yueyue raised her hand, placing the scale and feather into the system space. Kundu rose from the ground, brushing off the dust, his gaze towards Yi, filled with affection. From this moment forth, the Bird Clan would no longer endure the days of scarcity, bullied by the giant ape clan. Qianche gradually released Yi's hand. Long Hao had already marked Kundu, binding him with an oath of loyalty until death, akin to the black wind. Yi sensed Qianche's action and instinctively grasped his hand. What is the matter, brother Qianche? Why did you let go? Yi's soft call of brother Qianche sent shivers down the spines of those present, and Kundu gazed at Yi in bewilderment, glancing back at Qianche, perplexed by the situation. As the curious eyes of the onlookers grew increasingly strange, Qianche hurriedly clarified, "No, I held your hand earlier to prevent you from flying away. Now that your father has led the Bird Clan to join the Beast Clan, there is no need for me to hold on to you any longer." "Oh, is that so? I thought you simply wanted to hold my hand," Yi replied, fidgeting slightly, a hint of disappointment flickering across her delicate face. "Did I miss something?" Kashu inquired, resting one hand on Chi-Chi while scratching his head. Chi-Chi opened her mouth, recalling that when she sought out Qianche, Yi had been lying on his lap. The more she thought about it, the more absurd it seemed. "Wait, Yi, do you know him?" Cici could not help but step forward, hastily checking Yi from head to toe, as if fearing that Qianche had done something to her. This fierce heavenly tiger had previously pinned him in the mud. One could not rule out the possibility that he had bullied Yi. "We didn't know each other before, but now we do. Brother Qianche is really nice. He even personally fed me and wiped my mouth," Yi exclaimed cheerfully. Meanwhile, Kundu was nearly petrified. Had his daughter, whom he had not seen for mere days, already been courted? Furthermore, Yi hardly seemed